Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The main character bared his sharp teeth and insulted the judge. He asked why he had been given community service, frowning pitifully. South Korea had terrible laws. The guy asked with his hands behind his back if he had been given such a punishment because he had no mother. The old man standing next to him looked at the judge. The man pursed his lips. The young man had been given 200 hours of community service for robbing a jewelry store. The defendant picked up a computer chair and shouted that such work should be done by someone like them. Hearing the rumble in the courtroom, the police officers jumped back in fear. Running into the office, the officers asked what had happened. The old man called out to his charge. The police ran up to the judge and asked if he was okay. The man opened his mouth in amazement. The main character gritted his teeth. The old man turned around, hearing laughter. Taking off his glasses, the judge said that he had never seen anything like this in 15 years of work. Frowning menacingly, he ordered the boy to lift the chair. The protagonist raised his middle finger. The old man opened his mouth in horror and stretched out his hands to stop him. Yunsun pouted. His actions would be perceived as an insult to the legal system with no desire to improve. The gray-haired man's eyes widened in fear, his forehead covered in sweat. The judge slammed his gavel on the table. Juvenile Law No. 9 was applied to the defendant. Clouds gathered over the prison. The bus stopped in front of the gate. This was the place where the consequences of a terrible legal system were collected. The officer grabbed the prisoner by the arm and asked him to step aside. The boy got off the bus and looked up. In front of him, in the yard, many of the same offenders were gathered. People in blue robes were carefully looking at the newcomers who arrived at the prison. The young man looked away. The inmates looked down on him. Yongchun Information and Communications School was nicknamed Yongchun Correctional School. The police officer asked the people walking in a row to look down and hurry. All the juvenile offenders convicted of fraud, theft, sexual assault, and disrespect for the law were gathered here. The boy in shorts opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the protagonist. He pouted and said his name. The criminal remembered a student from Sangjun Middle School. Raising his hand, the officer asked him to be quiet. Jahoon said that he just missed him. The man pushed him away and repeated his request. Yunsung smiled. The boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked why his classmate was here. Bowing his head, the young man asked his old acquaintance to come to Section B after roll call. Walking towards the building, he said that they would see each other again. Approaching the boy from behind, the police officer asked what this meant and assumed that they were friends. The boy looked back. The officer said that this man was here for blackmail and sexual assault. The man assumed that since they were friends, the newcomer was just as short-sighted. The boy silently raised his eyebrows. Seeing his look, the policeman hit him on the head with a pile of papers. Lowering the papers, the officer remembered that in front of him was the one who made a scene in court. A smile appeared on his face. While the staff were seeing off other prisoners, the man asked why the schoolboy did this and assumed that he really wanted to come here. There was no answer. Wak Hyan put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Hugging him and looking into his eyes, the policeman said that from now on they would see each other often and suggested that they live together in peace. Smiling kindly, the officer explained that his job was to correct such children. The man said that he understood that Yun Xiang did not really want to see them. The boy looked at him with his mouth open. The prisoners walked ahead. The man with the tattoos asked his comrade if he knew the new guy. Jahoon answered in the affirmative and said that his classmate was very popular in middle school. The warden was talking to the kid with his hand on his shoulder. Looking around, the criminal remembered that they went to a school for delinquents and asked what the new guy was famous for. The guy raised one eyebrow tensely. He licked his lips. The boys stood in front of the frightened protagonist. Patting him on the cheek, the young man said that he was very happy to see him and was glad that they met again here. The prisoner ran his hand over Yunsung's cheek and said his name. Jahoon gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Tapping his finger on the boy's forehead, the criminal said that he didn't like his face. Grabbing his hair, the guy asked if his former classmate really thought that making a fuss and going to a reform school was enough to change himself. Clenching his fist, the boy felt nostalgic and said that school was a lot of fun. Smiling, Jahoon remembered how an old friend of his tried to kill himself. The student tried to hang himself in the school toilet. His sandals fell off his feet. Continuing to squeeze his hair, the criminal reminded them that because of this, they were accused of school violence. There was a huge scar on the protagonist's face. Biting his lower lip, the guy suggested that his comrades look at his classmates' genitals. In his memories, he unzipped his fly. The boy asked if his old friend didn't come here because he missed him. At school, the student pouted, taking off his pants. Yunxiang lowered the corners of his lips in disappointment. He closed his eyes and replied that it was true. Jahoon's eyes widened in surprise. The heroes silently looked at each other tensely. The boy put his hands on the bully's cheeks. Sticking out his tongue, the outcast said that he came here specifically to see him. He kissed his former classmate harshly. On the wall was a sign that said office. Heading towards the exit, the girls thanked the colleague who agreed to cover for them. Gwak Hyan wished them a pleasant journey. Putting his hands behind his head, the policeman wondered why the child had suddenly become like this. Some time ago, the protagonist looked back and called out to the warden. Eyes widening, Yun Seong asked if it was true that the officer had committed rape. The man raised his eyebrows in fear, beads of sweat rolled down his face. The boy looked at him silently. Holding his hand on his shoulder, Gwak Hyan asked what it meant. The boy said that at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on March 6th, the warden met an underage girl whom he had met on the app. After escorting the girl to the car, the police officer lied to her by telling her that he had a BMW and tried to do something to her in his car. The young man gave the license plate number of the car and the place where it happened. The officer opened his mouth in rage and screamed. The man, his eyes wide with fear, asked the child who he was and how he got there. The schoolboy looked at him with crazy eyes. He needed to find a couple of minors. The main character clenched his teeth and bit off the tongue of his former classmate. His distraught face was covered in blood. Jaehoon screamed in horror. His eyes turned white with pain. Yun Seong swung his leg. He hit his opponent in the face with all his might with his knee. The next blow landed on his chest. Black silhouettes stood against the smoke. These were the people who ruined his life and who are protected by the law. The bully's comrades opened their mouths in shock while he was being beaten. One of them frowned menacingly, but at that moment the boy's legs appeared in front of him. Holding the prisoner's head in his hands, the boy jumped up to grab another criminal. His gaze looked determined. Some time ago, in court, the old man grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to apologize to the judge. Raising the gavel, the judge declared that it was too late and announced the verdict. The boy fell to his knees. He placed his hands on the floor and bowed his head. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked what this meant. The schoolboy silently looked at the floor. The criminal opened his mouth in shock. With a powerful blow, the protagonist threw him aside. Running away from the scene of the fight, the prisoners asked their comrades to call the warden. Someone hit Yunsung on the head with a board. Jaehoon swung it, cursing the one who attacked him so suddenly. The boy put his hands in front of him to block the blows. The board flew through the air. The bully asked if his former classmate was training somewhere. His eyes turned white when he was hit in the stomach. The schoolboy clenched his fists and struck one after another. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth under the barrage of attacks. The protagonist grabbed him by the sleeve. Falling to the ground, he decided to throw the enemy over himself. Jaehoon fell to the ground. Yunsun grabbed his leg. Pulling him towards himself, the boy dislocated the enemy's ankle. A terrible scream was heard. Frowning menacingly, the guy asked why he trained for these people. The bully trembled, tears poured from his eyes. With wide eyes, the young man said that he was taught how to fight by someone very famous. The prisoner realized that his former classmate was learning from a professional. The schoolboy pressed on his broken leg. There was no one around the heroes. The criminal raised his hand. His pupils narrowed. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The gates of the correctional school were closed. A scream was heard behind them. Jaehoon fell on his stomach. He looked back and asked how his old acquaintance could use a shin hold on a living person. Yun Seong reached out for his good leg. The boy fell on his back and grabbed it with his legs. The bully opened his mouth in fear and tried to stop him. The prisoner asked what his classmate wanted to do, and the boy furrowed his brows. He looked down at his victim and reminded him that he had learned to fight. There was a crunch of bones, and the criminal closed his eyes in horror and screamed. When his ankle was twisted in the opposite direction, Jaehoon asked his acquaintance to stop, admitted his guilt, and apologized. In his school days, students gathered in front of him when he was beating up his classmate. The bully apologized for all the insults and for making him an outcast. With his bloody mouth open, the prisoner screamed that he would never be able to walk if both of his legs were broken. Gwak Hyan ran forward when one of the boys pointed to the place where the fight was taking place. Hearing his voice, the main character's eyes widened. In the past, the man in the yellow suit scratched the back of his head and asked why he needed to fight. Opening his mouth, Yun Seong answered that their country had terrible laws. His look was frightened. He wanted to take revenge for everything himself. A policeman approached the scene of the fight. The officer raised his eyebrows in shock. The man stretched out his hands to the children. The stranger asked who his friend was going to take revenge on. Frowning and spitting out a clot of blood, Jaehoon shouted the name of his classmate. The boy pressed hard on his leg. A smirk appeared on his face. He wanted to take revenge on a couple of his friends, and everything that happened was the consequences of a terrible system. The most common crime among minors is assault. The man looked at the girl filming herself for a social network. Property damage is a common crime among teenagers these days. The boys smiled and blushed as they looked at the blogger. The boy liked the video. The most common reasons for juvenile delinquency were coincidence and curiosity. They made up about 38%. The like icon was covered in red hearts. Foam came out of Jaehoon's mouth. He tried to apologize for the bullying at school. Gwak Hyan reached out to grab the student. The protagonist pressed on his sprained ankle again. The police officer asked him what was wrong with his mouth wide open. Yun Xiang let go of his bully's leg. The boy stood up. Grinning, he asked the guard if he should tell him a funny story. Finding himself behind him, the boy reminded him that he came here to take revenge, but not on this prisoner. The children gathered in front of the body of their wounded comrade. Raising his hand, the boy explained that his bullying was nothing compared to this. The schoolboy smiled madly. The man with tattoos was holding the prisoner by the pants. The criminal in uniform raised his eyebrows and said that someone broke Jaehoon's shin. Jae-sun told him that the man was completely crazy. The boy pouted and sighed. Holding his cellmates in his arms, the boy with tattoos remembered the man's name. The protagonist came here to meet a very curious man. Sang-cheol opened his mouth in surprised that he came here. A video appeared on the screen in which a bottle of cola foamed. Someone was surprised that it was because of Mentos. Smiling, the student with dumbbells in his hands said that he must try it. Looking ahead, he was surprised that his classmate did not know the difference between juice and urine. In front of Yoon-sung were two white glasses. They looked the same. The bully asked if the outcast really couldn't tell them apart. The guy picked them up and said that one of them was his urine. His friends laughed. His curiosity was very different from what was normal for other people. The guy smiled widely. He was interested in everything in this world. A video appeared on the phone screen telling what would happen if you eat a laxative and anti-diarrhea medicine at the same time. Approaching the student, the young man asked if he knew what would happen if he did this. The main character turned around in fear. The bully needed someone to satisfy his curiosity. The pinned comment said that this could stop the intestines. The author of the video asked viewers not to check this. Sang-cheol opened his mouth in surprise. The students were filming what was happening on their phones. The guy noticed that the intestines really stopped. His eyes sparkled. Yoon-seong was carrying the backpacks of all the school gang members. Leaning towards him, the boy asked if there was anyone at his house. The boy wanted to answer in the affirmative, but he was called not to lie. Taking off his shoes, the bully said that his grandmother, mother, and sister had left. Walking into the living room, he offered to eat ramen. One of his friends asked what the password was for the pay-per-view channels. Picking up a vase, the bully asked if there was really no money here. The student asked him not to take these things. The sound of a vase falling was heard. Pouting, the brunette asked where the laundry basket was. Someone asked what his friend was going to do with it. The protagonist looked around in fear when he was called. Sang-cheol put his hand on his forehead. Putting his hand on his forehead, the guy asked if his classmate had a fever. Frowning, the boy remembered how the outcast had sweated before and asked if he had a cold. He squeezed a pill from the blister into his hand. The bully handed the outcast a pill and a glass of water, asked him to drink it and said that he would feel better soon. At that moment, Yoon-seong thought that he was treated in a friendly manner. But the effects of this cold pill were terrible. The bright sun was shining on the apartment building. The boy lost consciousness. His classmates stood over him and laughed. Blushing, the student imagined that his body was immersed in water and a bug was crawling on his body. The bullies laughed at him. Someone asked what was in this pill. People in the student's mind turned into monsters, but they seemed funny to him. The boy stepped on a flower field. It was a rather miserable time. Running through the flowers, he felt just fine. Seeing Sang-cheol in front of him with his head cut off, the young man asked what his classmate was doing there. Flowers began to grow from the cut on his neck. The horned head grinned. Seeing the towel in his hands, the protagonist asked what it was for. Taking it in his hands, Yoon-seong laughed and asked if someone had spilled water. There was a microwave on the table in front of him. White clouds were floating above the house. Suddenly, an explosion was heard on one of the upper floors. The world around him went dark, and the voices of firefighters and doctors were heard from somewhere. The boy woke up in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask on his face. Two men were standing in front of him. Looking at the patient, one of them noticed that he had woken up. His colleague said that they had arrived from the police at Sadong Station. Hearing about the towel and the microwave, the boy's eyes widened in shock. His memories were erased, and a pond in which he had swum appeared in his head. His house had completely burned down, and the young man was walking down the street. A huge scar appeared on his face. The schoolboy was holding the straps of his backpack, and someone called out to him. Sang-cheol's gang was standing behind him. The bully flicked the ash off his cigarette and was surprised that the microwave exploded much more powerfully than in the YouTube video. Smiling widely, he remembered how his classmate heated up a book to start a fire. The people around him laughed. The student lowered his head. The boy said that the outcast should be grateful to him for saving him from the fire, because he had to carry his body to the first floor. The protagonist did not raise his head when he was called out. Approaching him, the young man asked what was wrong with his face and why his classmate was not grateful at all. Yoon-seong opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what he needed to thank the bully for. Gritting his teeth, Sang-cheol asked if he really did not know the words of gratitude. His silhouette turned black, his red eyes flashed. The worst thing about bullying is to meet someone you can't talk to. This hopelessness and fear make people give up. The boy stood on the street. Standing in front of the bully, who was looming over him, the boy thanked him with a trembling voice. The young man turned the doorknob. On the wooden building was the inscription House of Hope. Entering the house, the schoolboy told his mother about his return. The crying woman turned around when she heard him. She said that she had received a call from the police station and was informed that her son had set the apartment on fire himself. The student raised his eyebrows in fear and said that it was not so. The woman asked why the other boys said that it was his doing. The student was sitting in the interrogation room. Frowning, he blamed his classmate, who had taken some pills. Blowing a balloon out of gum, the girl confirmed his words and asked if she could go. Opening her mouth, Sang-chul named the outcast. With wide eyes, the bully said that he himself saw his classmate set his own house on fire. He clarified that they would not be punished anyway, since they were all under 14 years old, and the main character lowered his gaze. Grabbing his shoulders, his mother asked what they should do now that they had failed to collect their insurance and could be sued for insurance fraud. Yoon-seong trembled. The woman said that they had to pay compensation to the neighbors. She felt that the whole family was doomed. The boy walked down the hallway. Following him, Gwak Hyun looked back. Putting his hand to his chin, the inmate wondered if this was the same person. Behind him, he heard the sound of a door opening. The criminal turned around. Entering the cell, the police officer explained that an unpleasant incident had recently occurred and that his ward had to change rooms. Frowning tensely, the officer asked the inmates to greet the newcomer warmly and help him if he needed anything. The people in the cell looked at the newcomer in surprise. A pile of towels covered his face. The boys could not understand what was happening. The boy asked if the newbie had sold out to the warden. A schoolboy's foot appeared in front of his face. It hit him hard in the jaw. His body flew up in the air from the powerful blow. A crash was heard. People watched in confusion. The protagonist continued to cover his face with towels. Realizing what had happened, the prisoners pounced on him at once. Sang-chul looked back, watching the fight tensely. He silently looked forward and called out to his former classmate. Yoon-seong continued to hide his face. There were beaten cellmates lying on the floor. The boy asked if it was really his former classmate. The boy put the towels on the floor. Pointing at him, the young man was very surprised and smiled. Looking up at him, the schoolboy said that there was a method to defeat a professional kickboxer with just one finger. The prisoner asked what he was talking about and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The protagonist silently looked at him. The criminal asked him what the method was with a smile. His wild look was hiding his curiosity. Yoon-seong raised his eyebrows and said that his classmate hadn't changed at all. He smiled and decided to tell him about the method to defeat the kickboxer. The tattoo depicted a burning man sitting on a trash can. The tattoo artist blew up a bubble gum and said that it was done and asked the client to wipe the tattoo. The girl asked him what it meant. The boy looked down. There were 4 tattoos on his chest. The student pursed his lips and said that he got the tattoo so that he wouldn't forget something. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. The burning man screamed in agony. The student explained that it was his grandmother. Sang-chul tilted his head and asked if it was really possible to defeat the kickboxer with just one finger. His face was beaming with a smile. The protagonist asked him if he had a premonition. The boy widened his eyes and said that he didn't understand anything at all. Throwing the towels on the floor, Yoon-seong asked him to think carefully because he liked this. The young man frowned questioningly. Taking a canister from the towels, the boy asked if his classmate still didn't understand how to control a kickboxer with one finger. The student pointed the canister forward. A wave of spray hit the bully's eyes. Screaming in pain, the prisoner asked what it was. The canister fell to the floor and bounced off him. Taking advantage of the confusion, the student hit his opponent in the stomach. The criminal closed his eyes in pain. The protagonist cast a pitiful look at hhim. Grabbing his groin, Sang-chul cursed his old acquaintance. Opening his mouth wide, he asked if his classmate didn't know that hitting in this area was prohibited. A fist appeared in front of his face. Taking a fighting stance, Yoon-seong began to deliver successive blows. Raising his hands in front of him, the guy clenched his teeth and tried to block his attacks. The boy stepped on his foot. The student kneed his opponent in the stomach. The boy opened his mouth and spat out saliva, his eyes turning white. Smiling, the student thought that it must have hurt a lot, and thought that if a person protects the upper part of his body, then he should aim for the lower part and vice versa. Looking up, the outcast said that his old acquaintance looked very good. The prisoner tried to punch him with his fist, but missed. Blinded by the spray, the criminal continued to punch the air. Squeezing his eyes shut, he realized that he could not open his eyes. Sang-chul swung his fists in different directions to buy some time to open his eyes. Frowning furiously, the boy punched the air, trying to hit the enemy at least once. Swinging his fist, the boy thought that the enemy might be here. Then he punched in the other direction, knocking over a bottle of water. His hand hit the towel. The protagonist wrapped it around his classmate's forearm. Then Yoon-seong pulled it tightly to immobilize the enemy's arm. The bully opened his mouth in confusion. The boy pressed his elbow on his arm, forcing him to fall to his knee. Feeling severe pain, the prisoner closed his eyes and screamed. The schoolboy hit him in the face with his knee. The next moment, he pinned his head to the floor. The bloody criminal trembled. The student asked how it felt to be knocked down with just a towel from the microwave. Raising his hand, the student called out to him. In his memory, his grandmother was drooling. She was lying on the bed, trying to say something. The nurse asked if she was okay. The woman fearfully raised her hand to her mouth. The doctor explained that this is normal for old people. The man said that the old woman was experiencing severe shock because of the fire, but did not show it to her family. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. The grandmother felt worse when she saw her grandson's face. The protagonist overheard this conversation, standing around the corner. He looked shocked. The doctor explained that his burn had a negative effect on the old woman's psyche and suggested sending her to a sanatorium. Yunsun stood up in front of the beaten bully. He looked down at him, holding a towel in his hands. Hearing his gratitude, the boy raised his eyebrows in amazement. Sang-chul trembled. Putting his hand to his face, the boy said that he was able to wash his eyes with his blood. At the same moment, the young man kicked his former classmate. Covering his chest with his hands, the schoolboy fell on his back. Rubbing his eyes, the bully said that he felt simply disgusting. Clenching his fist, the prisoner decided that he was almost beaten up using a spray. Sitting on the floor, the student looked at him. Frowning, the criminal asked if his old acquaintance really wanted to die. The protagonist kicked him in the leg, trying to knock him to the floor. Swinging his leg, Sang-chul reminded him that he was a professional kickboxer. The boy asked if he seemed like an easy target that would be easy to defeat. Yunseong skillfully dodged his blows. Suddenly, his foot crashed into the wall. The boy said that this arrogance was very stupid. His menacing shadow loomed over the outcast. Smiling widely, the bully said that this fight brought back memories. He remembered that the quiet boy made strange sounds when he was beaten. The boy prepared his fists for a fight. His gaze was confident. The prisoner promised to beat him much harder than in school because using an aerosol was a very mean decision. Some time ago, the unknown person smiled and asked where they would fight. Frowning, the schoolboy told about a juvenile detention center. The man reminded that this place has a lot of rules, so he needs to make sure the opponent is blind before attacking and put a blanket on the floor. The criminal's foot slipped at the moment of impact. Looking down, Sang-chul opened his mouth in shock when he was teased a little so that he would not notice what was around him. The boy did not understand where the blanket appeared under his feet. The student confidently clenched his fists. The protagonist hit the opponent in the stomach with his shoulder. Throwing his whole body at him, Yunseong was able to knock him to the ground. Trying to resist, the young man clenched his teeth. In his school days, he held a phone in his hands and asked the two-faced man to look at the camera. While his friends held his classmate by the head, the bully looked back and said that this man was the culprit of the fire in the Dongho district. The boy looked down in disappointment. Everyone laughed at him in the comments under the video. Pushing his head with his hands, his classmates asked what it was like to set a house on fire after swallowing drugs. Waving at the camera, Sang-chul said that was all and that the outcast's grandmother would be in the next video. Hearing that they would find her and put on a live show, the student's eyes widened in fear. His mouth opened in horror. Having hit his opponent in the stomach, the student threw him aside. The protagonist clenched his fist. The guy was right underneath him. Yunsun hit him hard in the face. Blood splashed on his clothes and fist. The boy continued to strike his enemy in the face and chest. Trying to defend himself with his hands, the young man cursed his former classmate, promising to kill him. The schoolboy grabbed him by the little finger. The student broke the opponent's finger. The bones crunched. Grabbing his finger, the bully began to writhe, screaming in pain. The outcast dealt him a few more finishing blows. Covering his head with his hand, the prisoner called for him to stop. Hearing the apology, the protagonist raised his fist. In his memory, a smirking Sang-chul was filming his grandmother. The woman was crawling around the room on all fours. Listening to her incoherent speech, Yunseong began to tremble. His fist was covered in the offender's blood. The boy made another series of attacks. Raising his shaking hand, the boy said that he was truly sorry. The sun shone through the bars of the cell, and the sounds of blows were heard. Covered in beads of sweat, the student stopped. There was not a single living place left on his enemy's face. Opening his mouth wide, the young man said the name of his former classmate. The bully asked what he did wrong. The student looked down at him. The protagonist bowed his head. The prisoner explained that they were just kids. Yunseong flinched, hearing that they were just playing and joking. The boy picked up some clothespins from the floor. He stuffed them into the mouth of his offender. The student raised his fist and said that the culprit's mouth was always a big problem and suggested that they not talk anymore. Sang-chul trembled in fear, tears streaming from his eyes. The student punched him and said that only humans can talk. In the past, the boy raised his eyebrows and told the police that he saw his classmate set fire to an apartment with his own eyes. The protagonist began to beat him with renewed vigor. In his memory, His mother put her hands on his shoulders and asked what they should do now. Blood splattered his hands. Yoon-seong was beating the bully with both hands. The memory of Sang-cheol gritting his teeth and asking what was wrong with someone dying appeared in his mind. The boy frowned menacingly and ordered the outcast to stop trembling. Without a trace of regret, the boy punched him. He closed his eyes. One might wonder why one should hold on to the past. In the memory, Jae-hoon bullied the student in front of people. The student's body was hanging from the ceiling in the school toilet. The bully unzipped his fly. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that this was his business alone. He learned to fight because he was not satisfied with this life. Yoon-seong pressed clothespins into the prisoner's mouth. 5 months later, a bus was parked in front of the correctional facility. The boy clamped his hand around the criminal's throat. Sang-cheol was shaking, his eyes rolled up from suffocation. Looking back, the boy asked his cellmate to check on him, because the bully had fainted for the 4th time today. The prisoner drew a symbol on the wall. The huge number of hieroglyphs on the wall meant that the boy had lost consciousness almost 900 times. The criminal said that they had been knocking him out every day for 5 months. Frowning, the student asked him to shut up and continue watching. Looking through the bars, the cellmate shouted that they were coming. Someone was quickly walking down the corridor, not understanding what was happening. Pointing his finger forward, Chanok asked why it was so noisy here again. Putting his hands on his hips, the policeman asked if those were the guys from room 203. The people behind bars answered that it wasn't them. Someone said that the noise was coming from room 204. The officer clenched his teeth furiously. The protagonist looked out the window on the door. One of the prisoners asked why the guards never said anything to them and only treated their cell badly. The officer looked back silently. Heading forward along the corridor, the man shouted that everyone should behave quietly and reminded them that they could see everything from the cells. Looking at his angry colleague, the school employee praised him for his good work. Frowning furiously, Chanok asked what the point of his job was and why they should only treat room 204 differently. Introducing Gwak Hyan holding his index finger in front of his lips, the policeman explained that the chief had asked them to do this and that there was nothing else they could do. The officer replied that this had gone too far. The man added that the prisoner would be leaving in less than a week, so they only had to hold out for a little while longer. Yoon-seong looked away. In 6 days, his stay here would be over. The boy turned around and looked at Sang-cheol. Steam was coming from his wet pants. The boy realized that he needed to prepare well. Hearing a voice from the speaker, the young man turned around. The voice said that those who had visitors should come to the meeting room under the guidance of the teachers. The school gate was closed. The voice from the speaker repeated its words. A girl in a short skirt walked forward. She was holding a large bag. Taking off her glasses, the stranger said that it was very hot here despite the fact that autumn had arrived. The people looked at her in shock. Smiling, the woman asked if everything was okay with her charge. The schoolboy looked up. The girl looked at him, resting her head on her hands. The protagonist asked her to stop smiling. Closing her eyes, the stranger asked if he didn't like it when his beautiful girlfriend smiled. The supervisor stood next to them. The woman reminded them that they were playing brother and sister and suggested that she needed to smile so that they looked like a family. Yoon-seong asked why she came to visit him in a formal suit if she had to look like a family member. With a stern frown, he said that Sang-cheol was almost finished. Smiling widely, the stranger asked if her friend felt any relief from revenge. The boy asked her not to talk nonsense and give him the materials on the next person. The students went out the school gate. The girl said that the first target moved to Gangnam and now lives there. His family was very rich. The stranger folded his hands behind his back. The guy remembered that he was the great-grandson of the hospital director. He had one very strange feature. Sitting in a computer chair, the teacher asked if the students' grades had improved again. Smiling, Youngbyum thanked her. There were many people in the teacher's room. Someone said that his colleague was lucky that this particular student became the class president because he took good care of his classmates and even got good grades. Holding a pile of papers in her hands, the teacher asked the student to distribute these printouts to the 3rd grade and bring her their homework. Taking the papers, the guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked where the teacher got the ring from. The girl happily raised her hand. Looking up, the man at the next table said that Teacher O proposed to her and assumed that many students would cry. The woman laughed. There was a red box on the table. The teacher said that she was getting married. The young man congratulated her. Closing her eyes, the woman asked him to keep it a secret from the children and said that it was time for him to go. Youngbyum headed towards the exit of the teacher's lounge. As he walked down the hallway, he thought about the fact that the teacher was getting married. The student licked his lips and realized that she would become a married woman. Squinting, the student thought that this was wonderful. Raising her eyebrows, the prison visitor suggested that this student was probably a good student and behaved diligently. The woman said that in addition to good grades and victories in various competitions, Youngbyum was a member of the student council. The protagonist sat silently and listened to her. People sat opposite the prisoners in the meeting room. Yoon-seong asked what his target's usual route was. The girl said that the guy never goes anywhere except school, academy, school cafeteria, and his own home. Putting a photo on the table, she asked if this was really the one she was talking about, because even his characteristics were clean. The boy looked at the photo. It depicted a smiling Youngbyum. A scene appeared in the memories, how, filming everything on his phone, Sang-cheol introduced the culprit of the fire in Dongho to the audience. The bully explained that his crazy classmate did it while on drugs. Youngbyum adjusted his glasses and called the boy. The scared student looked up. Leaning towards him, the bespectacled boy asked if he really had an older sister. Smiling, he asked how old she was and if she was pretty. Placing his hand on the photo, the protagonist confirmed that this person had ruined his life. Looking at the ceiling, Yoon-seong explained that this student could be a model student for the others. Looking away, the boy added that it was just an act. He looked forward. The prisoners were kneeling in front of him. They shouted that their cellmate was back. The boy raised his eyebrows. Frowning, the criminal said that Sang-cheol had skipped lunch and had been sitting on the floor all day. Hearing the outcast's voice, the trembling bully turned around. Grabbing him by the neck in a hold, the boy said that this should not happen and decided that this was also part of the tax. The veins on the prisoner's face bulged from the suffocation. He tried to apologize, but the student looked away and called out to him. Squeezing his neck even tighter, the protagonist reminded him that he had asked him not to talk to him. Looking up, Yoon-seong said that only humans can talk. Sang-cheol asked him to stop, tears streaming from his eyes. Speech disorder, frequent ataxia, impaired concentration, decreased consciousness, and even PTSD were caused by repeated bullying. The bully fell on his back. The other prisoners watched as their cellmate tried to apologize. The brain damage caused by lack of oxygen had greatly reduced his intelligence. Raising a shaking hand, the criminal tried to say something. Suddenly, his hand dropped. His whole body went limp. Finishing his 899th strangulation, the boy looked up and thought. Hearing his name being called, the prisoner opened his mouth in fear. Looking at Sang-cheol's body, the boy asked for the number to be written down and for some tissues to be brought. In the 6 days left, he could fill his time with 1,000 strangulations. Looking back, the young man said that the bully had defecated again. Someone smelled an unpleasant odor and the sun's rays were shining through the cell window. The man stamped the paper. 6 days later, the schoolboy left the juvenile colony. Closing his eyes from the bright light, he mentally laughed at his own calculations. Taxi cars drove along the road. The protagonist pursed his lips. Looking ahead, Yoon-seong thought he had strangled Sang-cheol 1,200 times. Raising his eyebrows, the boy asked if his friend had waited too long. Joanna adjusted her sunglasses. Smiling, she reminded him that she had asked him to call her sister. Hugging her friend, the girl asked if he was ready to leave right now. Pouting her lips covered in gloss, the woman announced that she was done with the preparations. Holding a brush and powder, the makeup artist said that the makeup held well because the model was so pretty. Looking at the guy, she said that it was the first time in 12 years that she had such fun doing someone's makeup and asked where her friend had found such a person. Smiling, Joanna agreed that her friend looked like a child. A large van was parked on the side of the road. The makeup artist put on a wig and announced that everything was ready. Looking at her colleague, the woman said that the student would become very handsome if they covered his burn scar. The young man was wearing a black wig. The girl asked him to study hard in exchange for such beauty. The makeup artist silently pouted. The main character said that he was ready for anything. Youngbyum was sitting at his desk and writing something in a notebook. Yoon-seong said that he would return to Sa school in Gangnam. His bangs covered his left eye along with the burn. The boy opened his mouth. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, he decided that he looked quite good. Closing his eyes, the makeup artist said that he had no manners at all. Joanna agreed with her. Smiling, she said that it was normal because all teenagers behaved like that. The guy looked away. There was a Korean flag hanging above the school board. Squinting, Youngbyum thought that the mere thought that the teacher would soon get married was driving him crazy. Taking his phone out from under the table, he decided that this would not work. Hearing someone shout that a new student was transferring to the 3rd grade, the guy with glasses looked up. The young man looked around when his classmates said that the new student was very handsome. Someone suggested going to see him. The man tapped the table with a magazine. Standing in front of the class, the teacher announced that there would be a new student studying with them from today. Without taking his eyes off the children, the teacher asked him to introduce himself. The main character greeted the class and said his name. The girls smiled shyly. A blush appeared on their cheeks. The boys frowned in displeasure. The man was surprised by such a short speech and asked the new student to take a free seat. Yoon-seong went towards the desks. The girls looked around to look at him. The teacher said that the trial test was coming up soon and that this time the consultation would only be after checking their academic performance, so the children should take it seriously. The boy looked down. The classmate in front of him gritted his teeth. Frowning, he said that his performance was annoying. The students in the back looked at each other and laughed. The teacher walked out into the hallway. The student clenched his fists as the bullies ordered him to speak louder. Someone called him to ask why the newbie had such an annoying performance. The student narrowed his eyes and agreed. The boy smirked and asked him to hurry up. A leg appeared in front of his face. The protagonist violently threw his desk away from himself. Frowning furiously, the boy swung his fist. However, at the same moment, his opponent's fist flew into his face. Yoonseong took a fighting stance. Gritting his teeth, the bully called him crazy. Rising to his feet, he rushed towards the newbie who was beating up his friend. The boy frowned menacingly. The boy grabbed his arm and threw him over his back. The rest of the students opened their mouths in shock. The student put his hand to his chest. Looking down at the victim, he asked if his introduction had sounded too simple. The eyes of the beaten boy turned white. The student said his name and age and said that he liked to read and play sports. Opening his mouth, the protagonist added that the person he hated was not here. His gaze seemed menacing. Youngbyum held papers in his hands, talking to the teachers. The sun was shining on the school building. Someone told his friends about the new student who beat up Sanho and his classmates on his first day of school. The students walked along the corridor. One of them suggested that the new student's entire school life would turn into hell after this. The guy with glasses carried papers with his classmate. Raising her eyebrows, the girl said that everyone at school only talks about this. Squinting, the boy said that he was not interested in this because this was another random bully out of nowhere. Walking down the hallway, the girl was surprised that his friend was not interested in such things. The student explained that he did not want his school life to be too noisy and that he did not care who fought with whom. Stopping, he asked for printouts so that his friend would not carry heavy things. A crowd of bullies gathered in front of the main character. The guy with earrings frowned and asked if this was the new student who beat up his friends. Yoonsun frowned sternly. Raising his hand, the student asked the other students to mind their own business and said that they were not allowed in this toilet. Suddenly, his friend's head broke through the glass door and hit him on the back of the head. Someone asked what was going on. A mop hit the boy's legs. The boy swung it and knocked the bully down. He looked back. Straightening his leg, the student kicked one of the bullies. Running forward, the student was able to knock out all the members of the school gang. The main character grabbed their leader by the ear. The boy fell to his knee and asked to let him go. Yoonseong looked at him and asked if he was wearing designer clothes because they were in Gangnam. Kicking him in the head, the boy suggested that there must be a rich person studying there because all the members of the group had a decent amount of money in their pockets. Kicking him again, the boy said that he envied them and that he would also like to buy a similar shirt if he knew someone so rich. The young man behind him narrowed his eyes. Sanguk frowned sternly and asked who the new guy was. The students watched what was happening through the broken door. The bully said that he came here because he was curious about who beat up his younger comrades. Youngbyum looked towards the toilet. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that they should do something. She suggested calling the teacher. The boy silently looked forward. His gaze was filled with genuine admiration. The beaten Sanuk opened his mouth in anger and asked his opponent to stop. The protagonist kicked him in the jaw. He silently frowned. The other students watched their fight. Yoonseong looked at them. The girl ran down the hallway, trying to call out to her classmate. Out of breath, the girl leaned over and asked where Youngbyum was going and why he left her here with all the printouts. Yosul opened her mouth in surprise and asked if it was because of the fight. The guy turned around and asked her to be quiet for at least a minute. Grinning madly, the young man said that he needed to think about something and asked his classmate to go to the teacher first. Dumbfounded with shock, the girl agreed with a trembling voice. The sunset sky hung over the school. The protagonist was walking down the street. He looked away when someone called out to him. Sanwook stood behind him, his eye bandaged. Squinting, the bully asked the newbie to follow him and promised to do anything for him. Yoonseong raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy stood silently in place. Youngbyum sat on the roof in front of his subordinates. Smiling, the boy greeted the newbie. The young man was surprised that he managed to knock out several students right after transferring to this school. The student silently looked at him. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the student noticed his physical strength and asked about his studies. Not hearing an answer, the student closed his eyes and assumed that the newbie was a quiet one. Looking at the sky, Youngbyum explained that he was a sponsor for students who were good at fighting. Licking his lips, the boy suggested that they get straight to the point. With a mad frown, he asked how much money the newbie needed. There were different inscriptions on the windows of the building. The young man said that the fighter can ask for as much money as he wants because his family owns this building and has several more similar ones at their disposal. The protagonist stopped listening to his words and silently looked ahead. In his memories, a student with glasses sat down next to him and asked where his classmate lives now because his house burned down. Yoonsun opened his mouth in fear. The student assumed that it must be very hard for him in a temporary shelter. Youngbyum licked his lips. Squinting, he decided that his classmate's family needed money. Not forgetting this even for a moment, the boy opened his mouth and thought that this was another reason why they had to meet. The student said that he came all this way just to meet his classmate. The guy with glasses looked at him in surprise. Frowning menacingly, the student said his name and asked if his former classmate remembered him. With his mouth tensely open, the young man could not believe what he heard. In his memories, they were sitting at the same desk, and he asked the student how beautiful his older sister was. Youngbyum bared his teeth and asked if he was the outcast in front of him. The boy grabbed the student by the hair. His face was covered in cold sweat. After removing the hair and not seeing a scar underneath, the young man said that it was not true. Pushing his hand away, the main character repeated his words. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Yoonseong said that he was the student who was bullied right on the TikTok stream. During school, Sangcheol, filming the outcast on his phone, said that he was going to reveal a series of cruel acts committed by his classmate. The bully's friend stood next to the quiet one. The boy apologized to all his namesakes, because people with this name are criticized. Sticking out his tongue and showing his middle finger, the boy said that it wasn't his fault and that their mothers were to blame for giving their son such a name. Sangcheol explained that he would simply create a new account if he was complained about, and Yongbam turned away. Standing on the roof, the boy said that he wanted to meet him and asked if his former classmate was really in the same gang. Frowning, he asked if his old acquaintance understood how much it irritated him. Opening his mouth in fear, the boy asked if the outcast really wanted to meet just because of that. Leaning towards him, the student explained that compensation would console him a little. Grinning, the protagonist decided to test the sincerity of his offender. He hoped that the words about the sponsorship were not a lie and decided to start with that. The boy raised his eyebrows in shock. The student brought his fist to his mouth. Youngbyum smiled broadly and found it funny that the outcast had the nerve to say such a thing. Yoonseong looked up at him. The boy asked if he really wanted an equal relationship with him, and said that his old friend was good at more than just fighting, since he didn't want to work under someone else's leadership. The setting sun was reflected in the windows. The young man said that he liked it and suggested that they go down. As they walked down the stairs, he explained that this building belonged to his father, but he was the one in charge of everything. The characters were reflected in the glass door. On the second and third floors there was a student cafe. On the fifth floor there was a hotel with single rooms. Sometimes children who ran away from home stayed there. Opening the door to the sauna, the student said that on the first floor there was a cafe and an underground sauna where you can come and relax. A tall man with tattoos came out of the bathhouse. Squinting, he asked if his friend had just arrived. Youngbyum smiled and was surprised that his friend was in the sauna. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. There was hatred in his eyes. Smiling, the girl in his memories asked him not to worry and promised to take care of everything. Yoonseong pointed at the person behind her. The boy frowned. He flinched when his name was called. Looking at his friend, Kenmin said that the new guy had the same name as the outcast. The guy with glasses said that he was also surprised. Turning away, the young man explained that this person was different from the quiet one and was good at fighting, so he should be given some work. The bully said that he didn't like all this, especially the fact that the new guy was closing one eye. The student opened his mouth and called out to him. Throwing a furious look at him, the protagonist asked if he knew him and why he wanted to fight when they first met. Kenmin sighed, closing his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked if the newbie had gone crazy. The heroes looked at each other, looking like they were going to fight. Youngbyum raised his hands and tried to stop them, but they continued to argue. Squinting menacingly, the young man in glasses ordered them to stop arguing. The heroes fell silent and looked at him. The student asked if they hadn't heard him and didn't want to work anymore. The corners of his lips drooped. Pityingly knitting his brows, the guy asked if his subordinates were looking down on him. The guys frowned. Youngbyum suggested they solve everything in a good way and said that the newbie now had something to do. Turning to him, the guy explained that a kind of test awaited him, which would prove whether he could be trusted. Smiling, he said that his comrade simply needed to go to the designated place and bring the children there. Two girls were sitting on the bench. One of them looked up when someone approached her. The main character looked down at her. Smiling, the girls called him handsome. Dipping a cookie in his tea, Youngbyum was surprised that he did it so quickly. Walking up to him, Yoonseong informed him that the children were at the specified location, a hotel with single rooms on the 5th floor. The guy asked if they knew about the underground sauna. The boy answered in the affirmative and said that the girls would clean themselves up and come here. The girls were talking about something in their room. The young man praised his subordinate for his good work and explained that the hotel was actually used as a shelter for runaways. Kenmin crossed his arms over his chest. The student asked his friend to go with him and said that he would tell him about the next task. The student went ahead. The heroes went down the stairs. Looking ahead, the student decided that he needed to get closer to the rich kid. A memory of standing in a room with Joanna flashed through his mind, telling him that he needed to get into a gang so that Youngbyum would trust him. Frowning, the protagonist decided that the guy would definitely pay attention to him, but he would have to gain his trust for everything to go well. Raising her eyebrows, the girl explained that he needed to do this because they couldn't just lock the boy up for a small act of violence. Imagining the face of the smirking student, Yoon-seong thought that this man always had a meticulous and very careful escape plan. It was this plan that needed to be completely buried. Kenmin pressed the numbers on the panel. In the room, people were sitting at computers. The boy looked at them silently. The guys were pressing buttons on the keyboard, looking at the monitor. On the screen was a photo of a girl. The guy asked his subordinate to hurry up, because they can't mess around with this all day. The man looked back and said that he understood everything. Holding the cards, the boy noticed that this driver's license was ready and asked when the date for picking up the vehicle was set. The man replied that it would take about 3 days. The protagonist asked what they were doing here. Kenmin closed his eyes and replied that they were working. Yoon-seong asked what kind of work this was. Photoshop was open on the screen. The boy replied that they were creating a fake ID. They then make fake documents when someone comes to the orphanage and rent a car in their name. The people in front of the expensive car shook hands. There were empty license plates on the floor. The gang then sells these cars to an illegal car dealer and makes the children owe them 50 million won in the identity of the criminal who committed the identity theft. The boy added that these students can borrow a lot of money and they can give this money and use their parents' insurance as collateral. The boy silently looked forward. Approaching him, Kenmin explained that this way, the children would unknowingly owe them over 100 million won. Smiling, he explained that the gang was giving them 3 options to choose from. Turning away, the protagonist said that the easiest way out was for their parents to pay the entire amount at once. Looking down, Yoon-seong added that the second option was to work under the gang's leadership. The boy asked how he knew this. Recalling the bandaged Sanwook, the boy explained that those people did not look like people who worked for money. Imagining the bully standing behind him, the student said that their clothes were replicas and that they seemed like people who worked because they owed something to the gang. Smiling, the boy confirmed this. Imagining a multitude of students, Kenmin explained that all those who had ever been to the orphanage were indebted to Yongbyon. People walked forward on the street, each of them a person who would do anything the gang leader asked. The guy with glasses was writing something in a notebook. An entire district of the city was under his control. The young man licked his lips. Raising his eyebrows, the bully said that the third option was an activity for girls who had neither money nor power. The main character looked down. Kenmin assumed that he already knew this too, and hoped that they would get the girls. Imagining him behind the brunette, Yoon-seong thought that Youngbyum preferred older girls and was not going to touch young girls. The guy put his hand on the shoulder of the girl in sportswear. Looking at her, he licked his lips lustfully. Squinting, the young man said that the outcast's older sister was very beautiful. The boy looked ahead, thinking that he came here to personally send all these people to hell. The schoolboy bit his lower lip. He looked furious. Raising his hands, Kenmin said that he often practiced this method. Remembering how the guy put his hand on his sister's shoulder, the student decided that his revenge should start with him. Looking at his back, the student thought that his enemy could laugh as much as he wanted. The young man turned around. The protagonist decided that today was the last day of his vile laughter. In the hands of the bully was an agreement to provide asylum. Yoon-seong took it in his hands. Kenmin asked if he knew the instructions, and asked his subordinate to go to the room and collect their fingerprints, because it was now his responsibility. The boy read the terms of the contract. At first glance it was a simple document. In its text there were 3 points in which the fraudulent closure of loans was skillfully hidden. Grinning, the guy said that whoever briefly reads the contract and signs it will go to hell on a lifelong express. Imagining the girls sitting on the bench, the boy thought that with their beauty, they would soon repay the debt, so there was no point in worrying. Raising his hand, the bully stated that they were always in high demand and asked his subordinate to take care of the signatures. The protagonist looked at his back. Pulling the door handle, he realized that he had to collect fingerprints on this fraudulent contract. The girls sitting in the room looked around when someone entered. Surprised, they raised their eyebrows and asked what was going on. Dropping the papers, Yoon-seong asked them to put their fingerprints here. The consents fell on the floor in front of the girls' feet. The boy explained that they had to put their fingerprints if they wanted to stay in this shelter. Frowning, the blonde said that they would be leaving soon and asked why the boy threw the papers at them. The girl said that she would not rush to sign the contract. The boy looked down at her. In his memory, Kenmin licked his lips and said that getting signatures would not be that easy. The schoolboy smiled. Looking at him, the girl said that they would not sign something like that and would leave if forced. The protagonist realized that he could not have been given a simple task and that the gang wanted to get fingerprints by any means possible. The girls sternly knitted their eyebrows. Yoon-seong headed for the exit. Deciding to do what was expected of him, he approached the door. The blonde asked where the stranger was going. Her friend smiled and assumed that the man was going home because he was afraid of the police. The boy slammed the door and locked it. The girls looked at him in fear. The door was closed. One of the girls asked why he closed the door so suddenly. She asked the stranger to stop. There was a room number on the door. Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle were heard behind her. Suddenly, everything in the room became quiet. The light of the lamp illuminated the corridor. Running to the door, Kenman asked where the key was. Raising his eyebrows, he called his subordinate crazy. Seeing the student strangling the brunette, the boy asked what was going on. Looking back, the protagonist explained that he simply knocked out the girls. The blonde was lying on the floor. She resisted quite strongly, but left her imprint on the paper. Yoonseong asked why the boy came here if he promised to wait. Squinting, the bully explained that he was simply worried about how things were going for him. Looking at the girls lying on the floor, Kenman thought that he had deliberately sent them to the room with the surveillance cameras to keep an eye on the newcomer, but he immediately strangled the schoolgirls. Looking at the frowning student, the guy wondered if this was a normal person in front of him. Looking back, the boy wondered if his plan had worked. The test was needed to test him. The heroes silently looked at each other. Remembering how he threw the papers on the floor, the student thought that he knew from the very beginning that there were cameras here. Some time ago, Joanna gave him a phone with a picture of a girl. The protagonist knew that they were actually adult actors hired by the gang. The phone screen showed a blonde woman. The test was over. Someone came down the stairs. The person approached the hotel room. Hearing his voice, Yoonseong looked away. Smiling, Youngbyum decided that his subordinate was very excited and apologized for it. The heroes looked at him. Due to the nature of the gang's business, trust is the most important thing, so they needed to be sure. Clapping his hands, the guy with glasses said that he liked the newcomer. Smiling, he said that they would get along well. Walking up to the boy, the young man asked him not to worry about the girls who were brought here. The schoolboy smiled slightly, deciding to act like a real villain so that his opponent would come out of his snake hideout. Youngbyum smiled widely. He squinted and asked if the newbie really wanted to have fun with them and suggested that they start working tomorrow. Kenman pressed the switch. The lights went out in the room. Stepping forward, the guy promised to teach the newbie everything he needed to know and decided to start with the girls' rooms. Putting a piece of red plastic to the phone, the young man assumed that his subordinate did not understand why they turned off the lights. Picking up the phone, he asked him to take a closer look. Hidden cameras appeared on the screen. There were several well-hidden cameras throughout the room. The bully explained that this was how they made money from the girls who ended up in the shelter. The protagonist looked around. Kenman offered him to take the job. Holding the camera in his hand, the guy said that they needed to pick up a real client. Yoonseong reached up. Looking back, the young man asked him to be careful so as not to break the camera. The boy frowned as he hid the camera. The bully asked him not to put it in a visible place and said that they just needed a good view of the girls. Standing on the dresser, the student hid the camera on the cabinet and thought that he finally managed to get into the criminal environment of his enemy. Looking down, he thought that all the preparations were finished and that the crime would begin soon. Smiling, Kenman said that their leader was very smart. Looking back, the boy explained that Youngbyum created this hotel only to make money from gullible people. Imagining a smiling student with glasses, the young man assumed that he must have committed all the possible crimes related to the internet. A huge hand hung over the student. The bully said that in the past, they had an outcast in their school whom his classmate constantly bullied. Sangcheol was broadcasting live from the classroom. Kenman said that this was also his friend's idea. Youngbyum smirked. The guy said that this man never came forward and only manipulated people behind their backs. The protagonist thought that he had long known that his former classmate was not the type to get his hands dirty in blood. Yoonseong frowned when the boy said something about his older sister. The boy put the camera on the cabinet. The bully remembered that this quiet guy's family needed money because their house burned down. Licking his lips, Kenman remembered everything. Squinting, he said that Youngbyum called that girl this one and laughed. Remembering her face, the guy put his hands in his shorts. Touching the fire alarm system, the student said that for some reason this camera does not turn on. Looking around, he asked his colleague to check what was wrong with it. Slapping him on the back, the boy asked what happened and asked him to move away. The bully raised his eyebrows and asked why the camera wasn't working. There was an unplugged extension cord lying on the floor. Kenman looked back. The student was holding the cord in his hands. The veins on his neck were bulging with anger. Frowning, the boy asked what the newbie did. Clenching his fist, the youth asked why his subordinate was silent and holding the cord in his hands. The protagonist grabbed his arm. Yoonseong kneed him in the elbow. Seeing that his arm was dislocated, the bully screamed in pain. The cord was wrapped around his arm. Pulling the cable towards himself, the boy pinned his opponent to the floor. Kenman's arm twisted in the opposite direction. The student narrowed his eyes, relieved, because he was able to stick to his plan without any regrets. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked why the newbie was breaking his arm. The girl was standing in an empty room. The student said her real name. He continued to pull the cable towards himself while his opponent screamed in pain. The boy asked why he was attacked so suddenly. The protagonist looked at him sternly, clutching the wire in his hands. Tears were pouring from the bully's eyes. Yoonseong asked if he really didn't understand what was happening. Leaning towards the victim, the boy decided to tell him an interesting story. Sitting on top of Kenmin, the student said that Nahyun was his older sister. Turning around, the boy asked what this meant. The student repeated his words and added that he was the outcast from middle school. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist urged his bully to laugh as he did just recently. The little girl hugged her little brother. They were only 3 years apart. The boy smiled. Being smaller and shorter than all his peers, he often relied on his sister. The girl had her back to him. Despite the small difference, she had supported her brother a lot during difficult times. The sky turned red, ash rose into the air. There were no people on the street. After the arson incident, their house turned from a temporary home to an annex of a government agency. Despite the fact that it was a semi-basement with poor conditions, they were very lucky that the agreement with the victims was going smoothly. The protagonist helped his mother fold laundry. His sister, being old enough, lived in the dorm. The woman looked up and asked what happened at school. Yoonseong looked at her in surprise. Looking at him, the mother said that she never believed that her son could take drugs and set the house on fire. Cockroaches were running on the wall. Raising her eyebrows, the woman asked if her classmates ordered her son to do this, saying that it would be fun. The boy looked down when his mother asked if he was being bullied at school. Sweat was pouring down his face. Looking at the worried woman, he wondered if she would believe him. The boy swallowed hard and began his story. Nahyun walked down the hallway. When the girl opened the door, the boy fell silent. Opening her mouth, the girl asked what happened. Frowning, she asked why their house had turned into this. Looking around, the student was surprised that his sister had already arrived. The female student waved her hand. The student covered his face with his hands in fear. Pressing her hands to his cheeks, Nahyun asked what happened to his face. Turning to her mother, the girl noticed that her face had become very thin and decided that her family had suffered a lot. The woman suggested talking about it later and asked if her daughter had eaten. The girl said that she could not eat in peace. The protagonist trembled. Raising her eyebrows, the female student said that their house had burned down and said that the college had allowed her to look after her brother. A student of a sports college with a cheerful character was the support of the family. Looking at her, Yoonseong thought that even in this situation, his older sister was simply amazing. Nahyun looked away with displeasure. She asked if the grandmother was really in a coma. Looking away, the woman confirmed it. The girl asked if the old woman really had a mental trauma because of the fire. The boy silently looked at her. Looking at the back of his sister boiling with anger, he could not say a word. The guy looked down in disappointment, thinking that he should not have done this. The sun was shining on the school building. The teacher announced that the lesson was over. Opening the door, the man asked the person on duty to go to the teacher's room and get the printouts. Hearing the sound of the notification, the young man reached into his pocket. The screen displayed correspondence with classmates who ordered him to dance in front of the teachers. When asked if he could go to the teacher's room, the man with the nickname Frodo with glasses answered yes. Holding books in his hands, the protagonist walked along the school corridor. He always had to get permission for everything he did. A chat appeared on the screen. The person who gave permission was Frodo with glasses. Imagining a smiling Youngbum, Yoonsen guessed who could be in charge of all this, but he had no exact proof. The boy put the papers on the table. Looking at the class, he said that he left the printouts on the table. Classmates ordered him to speak louder. Someone asked if the student really did something only after permission. Sitting at the desk, the guy was chatting. His message was a request for permission to go to the toilet. The user under the nickname Frodo with glasses declined the request. The sun's rays illuminated the stadium. The school bell rang. Opening the door, the student said that today it was too hot to play football after lunch. Pulling the collar of his shirt, the student asked if his save was not cool. Grinning, his friend asked who could not block such an attack. The guy in the black shirt looked back. He asked if his friend smelled a foul odor. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. The classmate said that it smelled like urine. School life was just hell. Showing his friend his phone, the young man explained that the outcast did not get permission to go to the toilet. Carrying many backpacks, Yoonseong was on the verge of going crazy. The entire school gang was walking in front of him. Kicking him in the back, the bully ordered the quiet one to hold their bags properly. Shoving him in the shoulder, the guy ordered him to hold the bags properly. The boy fell on his stomach. The bullies began to laugh at him. The guys began to kick him with their feet so that the outcast would follow orders. Someone came up to them from behind. The schoolboy closed his eyes. His sister watched him being beaten. Nahyun frowned angrily. The boy smiled and ordered his servant to stand up. The girl slapped him. Hearing the screams, the protagonist opened his mouth in shock. It happened in an instant. There were many bullies who bullied him, but his older sister somehow noticed it and grabbed one of them by the throat. She was so angry that she lost her mind and, opening her mouth wide, loudly asked what these people were doing. The middle school students were having a hard time defeating the high school girl. The girl asked where the bullies were trying to run away. Yoonseong's eyes widened in surprise and felt relieved because the difference in physical strength between the opponents was incredibly large. Youngbyum blushed and began to breathe heavily. Standing in front of the victim of bullying, the boy looked forward. The boy turned around and looked at him. His relief disappeared when the boy was delighted by the sight of his sister and raised his eyebrows in amazement. Smiling, the bully promised to grant permission for all of the outcast's requests. However, he then changed his mind and promised to forbid everything. The protagonist pursed his lips in fear. He had a bad feeling. It was evening, the lights were on in the windows of the house. Sitting on the mattress, Yunsun pressed his hands to his head. The phone on the table vibrated. The boy reached out his hand to it. Nahyun snatched the phone from his hands. Looking at the screen, she asked what it was. Seeing the correspondence in which the bullies laughed at her brother, the girl repeated her question. Frightened, raising his hands, the guy said that these were just jokes from his friends. Opening her mouth, the girl called her brother by name. Leaning over, the high school girl hugged him. The student suggested that it was very difficult for him to go through this alone. The young man widened his eyes in shock. Tears poured out of his eyes. Nahyun said that everything will be fine now. She opened her mouth. The girl frowned menacingly and asked her brother to trust her. The lights in the house went out. The girl said that she could be counted on, sternly knitting her brows. Kenman licked his lips. Standing in front of him, the high school girl asked if he was the one who started bullying her brother. Closing his eyes and sighing, the boy realized that she didn't understand at all. The boy said that he just dropped out of school and was running an errand. The outcast raised his eyebrows in fear. His older sister frowned. The bully said that he was asked to accompany the girl. Youngbyum sprayed perfume on his jacket. He was sitting in the car parked in the parking lot. Blushing with embarrassment, the boy thought that everything was going according to plan. The car's headlights were on. The boy remembered that he had a breath freshener just in case, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. Spreading his arms wide, the bully thought that he would get into trouble if they did it here. An image of his classmate's sister in a dress appeared in his head. For a man who had just entered puberty, the allure of talking to an older woman was very arousing. Someone opened the door. Nahyun looked into the car. Youngbyum was glad that she came, raising an eyebrow questioningly. The girl asked how he knew her name. There was no one else in the parking lot. The boy replied that it was not strange to know the name of his close friend's sister. The girl interrupted him with her mouth open. Grabbing him by the collar, the high school girl asked if this was the same Frodo in glasses. She threw the guy out of the car. Clenching her fist, the student asked if his parents knew that their son was bullying other children. The fantasy of getting intimate with an older woman turned to dust, and with a threatening frown, Nahyun asked where the middle school student got a car. Noticing her approaching him, Youngbyum considered whether to apologize or run away. Looking down at him, the girl asked if the student knew how to drive. The boy, getting up from the ground, realized that she didn't know how kids behave these days, and said that such behavior was quite acceptable. Narrowing his eyes, the boy asked if she didn't know anything about juvenile delinquents, and said that nothing would happen to them no matter what they did. Smirking, he explained that the girl would hurt her little brother if she attacked him. The high school girl slapped him. The high school girl raised her hand, expressing her desire to bring him to his senses. She slapped him a few more times, mimicking his words. While continuing to punch and kick him, the student said that it was his lucky day to find out if his little theory was right or not. The student's nose was bleeding. He was shaking in the driver's seat. Nahyun put her hand on the window and called out to him. Looking into the car, the girl said that she called the driver so that Youngbyum could go home as soon as possible. Pointing her finger at him, the girl said that she would tear him apart if the boy laid a finger on his brother. The high school girl promised to keep an eye on him. The boy, who had experienced complete shame, lowered his gaze. He felt an all-consuming humiliation. The student left the parking lot. The beaten boy frowned angrily. Putting his hand on his stomach, Kenman thought that something was wrong with his dinner. Seeing the student leaving, the boy was surprised that they were already finished. The boy smiled widely when he was called out. Youngbyum looked out the window and ordered him to catch Nahyun. The boy stepped on the gas pedal. Seeing the headlights, the girl looked back. The boy asked how dare she humiliate him. The car crashed into a tree. The bully managed to jump to the side. Kenman looked back in fear. Falling to the ground, the girl asked if the student had gone crazy. Looking at the car, the guy said that his friend almost killed him along with her. The high school girl raised her eyebrows in shock, her face covered in sweat. Looking out the window, Youngbyum was surprised that she managed to dodge. Turning the wheels of the car, he said that a student would not be able to dodge this. Nahyun opened her mouth in fear. The boy asked if she played sports. Grinning, the bloody guy promised to run over her legs and cripple her. The car rushed forward. The headlights illuminated the girl's frightened face. Blood sprayed in the air, and the girl lost both her legs after that incident. The world went dark in her eyes, and she had to quit track and field and take up swimming. But after that, the high school girl died in an accident. Bowing down in front of the sobbing Kenman, the boy asked if he could remember the story. Frowning, Yunosan said that the gang had ruined his sister's life. The boy asked what was wrong with that, opening his mouth wide, and suggested that his former classmate had returned to take revenge on them. The bone in his hand crunched, and the young man asked if the boy really thought something like that would work on him. The schoolboy pulled the cable, twisting his arm, and a scream was heard. Looking up, the bully screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot. Looking down, the student said that physical violence had its limits and decided to try something new. A notification appeared on the phone lying on the table. The protagonist explained that he came here to destroy everything that they are connected to, one by one. Sitting at the computer, Youngbyum looked at the phone. Seeing the message that his account was blocked, the boy assumed that this was some kind of phishing. Leaning back in his chair, the young man looked at the screen. His eyes widened, noticing the huge number of the same messages. Open-mouthed in shock, the bully asked why all his accounts were blocked at the same time. Yoon-sung smiled. Looking away, a sobbing Kenman asked what they were talking about. The boy said that something had already begun. Sitting on the back of his bully, the student decided to share with him the first stage of his exquisite plan. Pulling the cable, he said that he would be found dead right here. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear. Turning around, the boy asked what that meant. Clenching his fist, the student said that he was not going to kill him. The bully bit his lower lip tensely. The protagonist explained that he would be killed by Yeonbyum himself. Looking at his phone, the guy with glasses trembled with anger. The protagonist, sitting on Kenman, told him that he would be found dead right here. Tightening the rope, the protagonist said that it was not he who would kill him, but Yeonbyum. The guy cried after hearing his words. At this time, Yeonbyum bit his lower lip. His face distorted with anger when he asked what was going on here. After a while, he began to hit his door, scaring his parents, who immediately entered his room, asking what happened to him. The guy did not answer right away, trying to calm down. After that, he surprised his parents by asking them for forgiveness. Barely smiling, he told his mother and father that his grades had worsened slightly. Approaching them, he said that he did not expect this, so he was a little surprised. When Yeonbyum began to close the door, his father advised him to go outside and take a walk. The boy's parents were worried looking at the door to their son's room. The boy himself listened from behind the door as his parents expressed their concern about his condition. A moment later, he bit his lip again until it bled. At this time, Kemen, angry and crying, asked the protagonist why Yeonbyum would kill him. The protagonist pulled the rope and asked Kenman if he remembered the savings book he gave him. Then he looked at the boy and asked if all their savings were tied to it. Then he remembered how Yeonbyum, smiling creepily, asked him if he really wanted to be with them. Handing him the card, he told the protagonist that he could start working from tomorrow. When the protagonist looked at the savings book, Yeonbyum told him that he would use it for his monthly salary. The protagonist did not take it right away, and then Yeonbyum told him not to worry because the savings book was registered to a homeless person and the police would not find him. The protagonist chuckled slightly and said that he noticed that they had deleted all the transfer history, so he restored it and it turned out that they were all related accounts. When Kenman heard the protagonist report everything about him, he became furious. Remembering Joan, the protagonist told Kenman that he reported them using his name, and if he didn't go to the police, Yeonbyum would never know the reason why the accounts were blocked. The protagonist then chuckled and asked how Yeonbyum would suspect him in that case. Pulling the rope slightly, the protagonist told Kenman to choose wisely since he was giving him a chance. Introducing Yeonbyum, Yoon-seong asked Kenman if he would let him go if he told him about him. The boy looked at the protagonist with fear, who said that if something went wrong, he would bear full responsibility for snitching and that person would find him. Hearing his words, Kenman began to cry even harder. He involuntarily imagined the person who would come for him, after which he would start beating him, and with one blow he would send him flying. Young-soo, adjusting his clothes, told Kenman that his lie was not convincing. The guy frowned slightly and said that he was sure of his betrayal from the first day. Then he looked at Yeonbyum and asked if he was right. He slightly parted his lips. Then, narrowing his eyes, he told the guy that he was the main suspect in his business. Approaching him, the boss of the group said that this was not the first time. Moreover, only his accounts were blocked. Yeonbyum, slightly bending over, said that he did not want to suspect him, but the coincidences turned out to be quite suspicious. Kenman, who received the blow, cursed mentally. Looking at his boss, he realized that Yoon-seong wanted him to pretend that he did not know anything. The guy involuntarily clenched his fist. The protagonist at this time was standing outside the door, and looked at her, waiting for the right moment. He involuntarily remembered how he stood in front of Kenman, and he asked him what his way out was. Nervously, he said that there was no point in all this. The protagonist abruptly interrupted the guy by shouting at him, after which, angrily, he asked Kenman if he did not understand what situation he found himself in. Yeonbyum and Young-soo looked back, hearing something. Turning around, they saw the protagonist who had come to them. He was frowning heavily, looking at them. Yoon-seong, not paying attention to these two, approached Kenman, after which he stood in front of him and kicked him right in the face. All the students who saw this were shocked. Yoon-seong himself could not calm down because of anger. He continued to kick Kenmin. Young-soo frowned and decided to intervene, but Yeonbyeom stopped him. Looking at the protagonist, he told Young-soo that he was their new student and he was doing something interesting. The protagonist turned around calling Yeonbyeom. Turning to him, he asked him if he wanted to drag him into this mess too. While Yeonbyeom was asking the protagonist what he was talking about, the protagonist took something out of Kenmin's pocket. After showing it, he said that he was a drug addict because of whom they could have failed the operation. Yeonbyeom was shocked because the person managing the money turned out to be a drug addict. Yoon-seong swung his fist, saying that all of this was because of Kenmin. The protagonist did not react to the guy grabbing him. He took his blows, mentally cursing the guy. Seeing how the guy screamed with each blow, Kenmin called him crazy. Yoon-seong stopped hitting when Yeonbyeom asked him to do so. Looking at Yoon-seong, Yeonbyeom asked him if the accounts were blocked because the guy used drugs. The protagonist calmed down a little and nodded. The irritated boss asked Yoon-seong what reasons he had to be upset about this. The protagonist angrily said that he was given a safe account, but it turned out that he could lose everything he put into it. Standing in front of the boss, the protagonist asked him how he was going to be responsible for his money. Yeonbyeom opened his mouth in amazement, after which, the protagonist surprised him by laughing slightly. He grinned and said that he finally understood why this happened. Looking at the guy, he told him that he would compensate for everything. After Yeonbyeom extended his hand to the guy, offering him to stand in the place that Kenmin had previously occupied. Kenmin himself was barely conscious, trying to understand if this was Yoon-seong's goal, who was now standing in front of Yeonbyeom. The beaten guy finally realized that he was being used quietly. Looking at the protagonist, he called his plan perfect and him a genius. Yeonbyeom was like a snake that was ready to eat its own kind, so the protagonist simply took advantage of him. Yeonbyeom was now spreading his arms to the sides, explaining the tasks and benefits of Kenmin's position. Jong-soo abruptly intervened, telling the boss to wait. He turned around and looked at the guy. Kenmin, lying on the ground, understood that Jong-soo was different. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that he looked too suspicious. Warming up, Jong-soo said that the guy was too cunning. After Jong-soo bowed his head, telling the protagonist that he was lying. Standing right in front of the guy, the Mongol said that he would rip out his eyes. The protagonist only smirked upon hearing him. Jong-soo saw this and was slightly puzzled. Putting on his hood, the protagonist asked Jong-soo if he thought that he would be scared just because of his height. Yoon-seong himself remembered how his comrade had advised him something. The protagonist began to tighten his hood, after which he took a stance to fight against giants like Jong-soo. The protagonist's assistant was slightly puzzled, asking him if he was going to fight in a mask. Taking the wig in his hand, Yoon-seong said that he would use glue to fix it, but the mask might fall off in the middle of a fight because fighting from a distance with a huge opponent is risky, but in a cramped space, the mask might fall off. The guy thought about it after hearing Yoon-seong's words, after which he advised him to at least put on a hood. His words slightly surprised the protagonist. The events returned to the present. The protagonist put on a hood and approached Yoon-soo asking if he knew him. Yoon-soo frowned and asked what he was going to do. A moment later, Yoon-seong abruptly grabbed the guy with his arms. Making him puzzled, he could not understand what kind of hold it was. He immediately grabbed the guy's hoodie asking if he thought that he would not be able to hit if he grabbed him. Yoon-soo abruptly pulled the hoodie up, helping the protagonist take it off. The guy frowned seeing this. Yoon-seong stood in a stance, remembering how his comrade told him that the reason he needed to tighten his hoodie tightly was not to protect his mask. Looking away, the guy said that it was to easily take off his clothes. Yoon-seong began to approach the opponent, trying to make it so that he could not use his fists. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward, aiming at the blind spots that appeared as soon as he took off his hoodie. Then, with one kick, he knocked down Young-soo, forcing him to fall to his knees, and then he hit his opponent in the face with his knee. Blood immediately spurted out of the guy's nose. The protagonist angrily asked Young-soo if he was going to beat him because he was new. Swinging his leg to kick, Yoon-seong asked if he looked too weak. But when the protagonist was about to kick again, someone ordered him to stop. That person turned out to be Yeonbyeom, ordering him to stop the fight. He then looked at Young-soo, who raised his fist to strike. The angry guy told the protagonist that he would definitely kill him, but Yoon-seong himself did not pay attention to him, looking at Yeonbyeom, after which he let go of the opponent's head. Turning around, he told Yeonbyeom that if he says to stop, then he will do it, because at least he obeys the boss. Turning slightly, he told the boss that this way their team's affairs will be easier to implement. Young-soo was shaking with anger while Yeonbyeom smiled slightly from the protagonist's words. After Yeonbyeom shocked Yeonbyeom by telling the protagonist that now he can take all the affairs that Kenmin had previously handled. After that, the guy froze because of Yeonbyeom's angry cry, after which, turning around, he told him that he should listen carefully when the boss speaks. When the protagonist was almost out the door, he heard Yeonbyeom order Yeonbyeom to remove Kenmin. The protagonist sighed, admitting that it was quite dangerous. Jong-soo himself was shocked by the boss's words. The protagonist, walking down the hallway, decided to be more prepared in the future because Jong-soo essentially remained unharmed after his blow. The events take us to high school. The teacher was telling the class that they should now try to do their homework as she said. Then she glanced at Yeonbyeom telling him to come to her. Soon, the teacher was walking with the guys down the hallway. She was smiling and praising the guy for getting 100 points on the mock exam. The guy smiled when the teacher asked him if she should have expected him to get 100 points on the CSAT. The protagonist was watching them at the time. He knew that Yeonbyeom was pretending and acting like an ideal college student. The way he always talked to the teacher was just a pretense. He smiled at the teachers, perfectly separating his personal life and work. But in his personal life, he shed a lot of blood. Although outwardly Yeonbyeom is a gangster, he maintains a respectable appearance at school and in front of his family and gets catharsis from this. The guy smiled when the teachers told the students to be like him. Events transfer us to the protagonist, who, clapping his hands, called out to the guys. When they looked at him, Yoon-seong said that now he will be in place of Kenman. Seeing their reaction, Yoon-seong said that there was nothing surprising in this because he is not that good. At this time, Yeonbyeom picked up a sheet of grades, after which he handed them to the teacher, who smiled and praised him because he was in 10th place in academic performance at school. The guy, slightly embarrassed, said that it was all thanks to her. But there was no joy in his gaze, only coldness. Smiling, he pleased the teacher and students by saying that all his merits were thanks to the teacher and her good teaching. When some students started joking saying that the teacher and Yeonbyeom looked good together, the girl got embarrassed asking them not to joke like that. Yeonbyeom followed him to his seat after that. When the girl started teaching, someone approached her office. After that, Kim suddenly opened the door and frowned looking at the students. The teacher looked at him puzzled asking what happened. He looked at Yeonbyeom and asked her to let him talk to him for a few minutes. Soon they were outside the school. Kim stood in front of the guy and asked him why he did that. He frowned slightly and asked what the teacher was talking about. Kim showed his phone reminding him that he couldn't reveal that he had the tests. On the news, there was a heated discussion about how the tests got into the hands of the students. Taking the teacher's phone, Yeonbyeom asked if he gave the tests to anyone else. Being furious, Kim said that he only gave the tests to him, so what will he do if he gets into trouble? Yeonbyeom suddenly became serious. He frowned and scared the teacher by saying that it was not him. All this time, the protagonist was hiding and watching everyone. He slightly peeked out when Yeonbyeom asked the teacher if he knew how much money he gave him every month. The protagonist remembered how he called on the phone and told him about the school teacher and his business. Jonna listened to him and told him then that all this could not be done without the teacher. The girl herself looked at the news about Gangnam High School and said that she did not expect so many people. After which she began to drink juice asking if she should have just posted all the information online. Yeonbyeom sighed tiredly, ordering Kim to delete the post from the school page. At this time, Yeonbyeom's teacher was shocked. She was the one who was next to the protagonist. Slightly horrified, she could not believe what she heard. The protagonist, pointing at Yeonbyeom, said that this is exactly how he really was. The teacher covered her face and said in disbelief that this simply could not happen. Yoonsun chuckled when he heard her. Joanna once asked him on the phone how he was going to control public opinion. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yoon-seong asked her why she was surprised. Smiling slightly, he asked if she wanted to hear something more interesting. Approaching the teacher, the protagonist told her that Yeonbyeom installed a hidden camera on her desk. The events take us back in time to when Yeonbyeom gave the teacher an automatic diffuser. Then the girl slightly embarrassed the guy by thanking him. The guy looked at the diffuser and told the teacher to tell him if it runs out. And now returning to the present, the teacher looked at the diffuser he gave her, from which a weak aroma came out refreshing the room. The teacher frowned looking at him. Then she looked away. Looking again at the diffuser, she remembered how the protagonist told her that it was not quite a hidden camera. He then approached her saying that a camera was built in to monitor her every move. The teacher looked at Yoon-seong in shock, suggesting that he contact the police. Yoon-seong suddenly and abruptly denied the suggestion, saying that they themselves could suffer because of this. Slightly bowing his head, Yoon-seong said that Yeonbyeom could have framed their victims as the culprits. The teacher was frightened by his words, but the guy asked her to leave everything to him. At this time, Yeonbyeom, standing with his back to the protagonist, said that someone posted something to frame him on the school bulletin board today. Young-soo and Yoon-seong, standing behind him, thought about it, realizing that either the excellent students or the vice principal could have done it. Young-soo frowned and said that they needed to track down the culprit and beat him up well. Yeonbak glanced at Young-soo in annoyance. Yoon-seong sighed, calling the guy a fool. Then he angrily looked at him, asking if he really wanted to find the one who did this. If so, then why did he only want to make the situation worse? Jong-soo grabbed the guy by the clothes abruptly, wanting to hit him, but Yeonbyeom stopped him. The protagonist looked at Yeonbyeom and said that they need the IP. Then the protagonist looked at Jong-soo and said that they would track down the IP of the person who posted this. Then the protagonist handed the sheet to Yeonbum, saying that he already knew that Jong-soo would do this, and therefore he had already done everything as soon as he heard the news. The boss got angry while reading the information on the sheet. Throwing away Jeong-soo's hand, the protagonist said that they first need to catch him, and that a high school student lives at this address. Then the protagonist looked at Jeong-soo. Then he smiled, telling him to take advantage of the chance. Jeong-soo shuddered when he heard the boss call him. The boss, experiencing great anger, ordered Jong-soo to bring the high school student to him. Soon the guy left, deciding to beat the guy up good. Then Yeonbum thanked Yoon-seong. The protagonist himself did not feel joy looking at the guy, after which he grinned. Standing in front of Yeonbum, he told him to immediately tell him about what happened next time so that he would come up with something. Yeonbum sighed when he heard the protagonist demanding a lot more money. The events again take us to school. Yeonbum entered the office of the teacher who called him. She was sitting in her place in front of him. The girl smiled and asked him to help. When the guy agreed, the teacher said that this time the director appointed her responsible for the sanitation of the environment, and she had a lot of things left. Yeonbum was suddenly shocked. He turned his attention to the table and did not see the diffuser. Then he abruptly approached her, asking if she had thrown out the diffuser. The teacher glanced at the guy after hearing his question. The guy himself did not stop looking at her, becoming serious. A moment later, the teacher smiled, after which she surprised the guy by saying that the director took the diffuser for environmental health. The teacher stopped smiling and apologized. Yeonbum's body shook in anger after hearing that. He bit his lower lip, being too cautious about his business. The protagonist had told the teacher recently that crimes related to it were very severely punished in their country. Yeonbum's business was run under strict management and control, and even if a problem arose, he had already thought of an escape plan for himself. And even in the case of the teacher, Yeonbum had a backup plan. The teacher worriedly asked what she should do. The protagonist chuckled and said that he was going to block Yeonbum's escape route, because the surveillance camera could be turned into a hidden camera in the girls' restroom. At least, that was what Yeonbum thought when he came here. He squinted at the restroom door. If someone found out that the camera was installed in the diffuser in the staff restroom, he would not be able to escape punishment and would become a criminal for installing a hidden camera in the restroom. Yeonbum clenched his fist, realizing the danger of the situation. While he was mentally cursing, two teachers came out of the restroom. They immediately turned their attention to the student. Looking at his back, the teacher asked what he was doing here because the lesson was about to start. Yeonbum did not react at all, trying to hide his nervousness. The teacher, irritated, told the student to quickly return to class. Yeonbum began to sweat when the teachers began to discuss how nice the new diffuser smelled. Hearing this, the guy began to mentally curse and get nervous. He looked at the toilet door, deciding not to let himself get caught. Approaching the door, he decided to pretend to be crazy for just a minute. His palms sweated from fear. He himself also began to sweat actively. A moment later, he grabbed the door handle. Then he opened it. Joanna was asking the protagonist if he was going to expose Yeonbum to the public eye by making him look like a criminal with a hidden camera. Yoon-seong answered her by saying that they found the camera, but they would also track down who installed it as soon as possible since they could use digital camera analysis. Standing on the stairs, the protagonist said that becoming a criminal in Korea who hangs hidden cameras was like signing your own death warrant. Joanna was looking through the information on the computer and asked if she should expose the criminal who hangs hidden cameras in the women's restrooms to everyone. A moment later, the girl was surprised when the protagonist denied it. At this time, Yeonbum entered the women's restroom, but looking at the sink, he saw another diffuser. Reaching out his hand to it, the guy tried to figure out where his diffuser was. At this moment, in the men's restroom, the teacher asked who brought the new diffuser here. Ding-woon lifted the diffuser and saw something on it. Yeonbum heard the teacher say that something was blinking and was horrified. The protagonist chuckled, asking Joanna to wait. Looking into the distance, he told her that he didn't say that the diffuser was in the girls' restroom. Yeonbum froze in the girls' restroom, listening to the teachers yelling and cursing, trying to figure out what kind of crazy person put a hidden camera. The protagonist smiled, asking Joanna to post information about it. Yeonbum bit his lower lip in anger. His whole body was shaking with anger when he realized the consequences of finding the camera. The events take us to the northern province of Gyeonggi, to the last school in the ranking. Looking at Young-soo, the students asked him if he really thought that they posted something bad about their student. Young-soo, looking at the sheet in his hand, said that here is the IP address in the computer room of Yonsei High School. The upperclassman swearing approached the guy, starting to laugh at his accent. Young-soo frowned, thinking about what was happening. Remembering Yoon-seong, he assumed that the guy had tricked him. Soon, Young-soo's fist was covered in blood. He stood in the middle of the defeated high school students, angry as hell. At this time, Yeonbyeom bowed his head, listening to the teachers discussing the hidden camera. Dinwoon picked up the diffuser and said that it was definitely a camera. A moment later, Yeonbyeom heard the angry screams of the teachers. The guy bit his lip until it bled from anger when he heard the teachers start calling the police. Dinwoon got very angry looking at the diffuser. A second later, he said that he knew how to catch the owner of the camera. Then he looked at his friend saying that everything was under control because you can do a digital examination. Yeonbyeom heard this and fell into a stupor. Then he turned around in fear when he heard teacher Dinwoon say that if the digital examination does not help, then he will look for the model of the camera and find out the place and time of purchase. Dinwoon swore, not understanding how it was possible to do such a thing. Yeonbyeom, standing in the girls' restroom, felt a strong fear. The events take us to his house, where he bit his nails out of nerves and fear. Sitting on the bed, the guy was nervous. Kim had helped him earlier and he was able to get off easy. The guy was shaking with fear because it was a matter of time before he would be caught. Suddenly, his phone rang. Yeonbyeom looked at it and calmed down a little. The protagonist who called him greeted Yeonbyeom. The guy picked up the phone and said that he was not in the best condition today. Standing in the middle of the room, the protagonist said that he just wanted to tell him that they had already received a dozen new ID cards. Smiling, Yoonsun said that they only had to talk to the used car dealer. Slightly bowing his head, Yeonbyeom interrupted him saying to discuss everything tomorrow. After which, remembering what happened, he got angry again. Yoonseong, slightly interested, told the guy to tell him because he could help. Yeonbyeom, sitting on the bed, froze. His lips parted when he asked the guy to meet him. The events take us to school, where the protagonist came. Standing in front of the entrance, the protagonist assumed that something unpleasant had happened. He remembered how Yeonbyeom told him that there was a misunderstanding because he bought the diffuser for personal reasons. After which the guy squinted, saying that he was sure that the diffuser was in the ethics teacher's nightstand. And it really was there. The protagonist, looking at the diffuser, decided to take it. He stood right in front of the nightstand. Then he extended his hand. It was dark outside at that time. The protagonist handed the diffuser into Yeonbyeom's hands. He saw it, smiled and thanked him. Taking off his mask, the protagonist told the guy that although he didn't know why he needed him, he was no longer involved in this. After which he turned around and left. Yeonbyeom sighed in relief, telling himself that Yoonseong was more useful in some situations than Jongsu. But when checking the diffuser, he noticed something strange. There was a beacon on it, which surprised him greatly. He began to look closely, trying to figure out how it ended up there. At this time, Dinwoon angrily shouted, telling Yeonbyeom's teacher that he was almost there. He drove the car angrily, saying that he had almost arrived at the place where the beacon was. Yeonbyeom heard Dinwoon's shouts and became nervous, while the ethics teacher drove past the protagonist. Yoonseong grinned when he saw the ethics teacher. He remembered how he personally handed the beacon to the teacher. When the teacher took it, he told her that these were often used lately. The teacher became slightly nervous when the protagonist asked her to attach the beacon to the diffuser. The teacher went and did so immediately, after which she followed Yeon. Unexpectedly, Dunon appeared next to her asking what she was doing here. He was surprised when the teacher turned to him. The girl looked at him and asked him to go to the men's room and check the diffuser. And now the man was rushing in a car, saying that the location of the beacon was changing. The girl, sitting in her apartment, said that it was definitely that criminal. At that moment, Yeonbyeom broke the diffuser. After that, he began to trample it. And then he fell to his knees and began to look for the memory card. Soon he found it. But a moment later, Dinwoon came to him and ran after Yeon, who immediately began to run away. He tried to run away, ignoring the screams of the teacher. He shouted after him in anger. Yeonbyeom tried to run away from the man, trying not to think about anything else. He looked at the city ahead, realizing that if he was caught, then he was dead. The guy tried to catch his breath after the escape. He hid in the parking lot behind a car, and looked out to see Dinwoon, who was cursing, trying to find him. Looking around the parking lot, he was trying to find the criminal. The guy took out the memory card, realizing that she was to blame for everything. He immediately broke it, realizing that now no one had evidence. The guy was barely breathing, deciding to clean up the remains of the diffuser after that. Dinwoon shouted, calling the guy. Stopping near one of the cars, the man said that as an ethics teacher he would give him a chance. Raising his hand, he said that if he surrendered after the count of 3, he would give him mitigating circumstances. The guy covered his mouth, trying not to make a sound. The teacher looked around, starting his report. He stopped in the middle of the parking lot and counted to 3. Then he sighed. Yeonbyeom frowned, trying to think of a way to escape. The very angry teacher called Siri. Yeonbyeom immediately took out his phone, going to turn it off. But when he took it out, the teacher started calling Bixie instead of Siri. And the guy's phone, which was not turned off, immediately answered him, making Yeonbyeom fall into horror. He looked up and saw the teacher's shadow. He parted his lips, greeting the guy. Then Yeonbyeom involuntarily remembered the situation in the girls' restroom. He remembered the teacher's screams and the fear of becoming a sex offender in Korea. Finding himself above Yeon, Dingwoon greeted him. The protagonist was answering the phone at this time. Looking at the alley, he said that they could continue as planned. Joanna, sitting at the computer, said that he should tell her when they started. The protagonist suddenly put the phone away, hearing something. He saw Young-soo running up to him. The very angry guy called the protagonist a traitor. Then he approached him, saying that he would die today. The ethics teacher, riding a car, said that he had worked with people like him for more than 10 years. Yeonbyum got very angry and gritted his teeth, after which he immediately ran away. He cursed on the way, trying to escape. Dingwoon followed him, deciding to catch the criminal. He went outside and immediately looked at the sky. At this time, it started to rain for the protagonist. Chong-soo, standing in front of him, told him that he would die. The guy got angry and said that although he did not know what Yoon-sun was planning, he had to teach him a lesson. The protagonist smiled and said that he did not expect him to think of it. Chong-soo, hearing him, immediately rushed to attack. Yoon-sun dodged his fist, after which he moved at great speed and kicked Chong-soo, but he was able to dodge. The guy looking at the protagonist said that he would not let him hit the same place twice. Unexpectedly, the protagonist grabbed the guy and was able to knock him down. Chong-soo, hitting the ground, got even more angry. Yoon-sun stood up, asking him if he thought he would hit the same place twice. Standing up, Young-soo said that he would make sure the guy died today, after which he fixed his hair. Suddenly, he sighed, trying to calm himself and focus. Starting to approach the protagonist, Young-soo said that people from his hometown can control their anger. A moment later, he threw a punch, but Yoon-sun was able to dodge. But the guy's second punch made the protagonist block and let him go back. A little angry, the protagonist asked Young-soo why he became Yeonbum's right hand. Young-soo rubbed his chin and thought. He involuntarily remembered his mother lying on the bed, who asked him not to worry about her. But Young-soo assured her that he had a rich friend who was the son of the owner of the hospital. Clenching his fist, Young-soo told the protagonist that he simply could not understand him. Slightly lowering his gaze, Jeong-soo said that he really needed Yeonbyum's help. Suddenly, the protagonist threw a cap at him. Then he kicked him in the face. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he didn't care about touching stories. Removing the cap, Jeong-soo got angry again. Suddenly, the protagonist kicked him in the leg, knocking the guy over. Looking at Jeong-soo, Yoon-seong told him that he needed to watch his step carefully. A moment later, Jeong-soo fell headfirst onto the ground. Watching the protagonist slightly remove his hoodie, the guy realized that he had lost his vigilance again. The protagonist covered the guy's neck with the hoodie. Then he began to strangle the opponent with his sleeve. Jeong-soo began to choke due to lack of air. The protagonist chuckled. He remembered how his friend told him that he would teach him the Houdini noose now. And now the protagonist used it. It was like strangulation with a kimono. Soon, Chon-soo lost consciousness. Then the protagonist loosened his grip. Then he stared at the defeated guy. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth. Then, in anger, he grabbed the hoodie and began to resist, surprising the protagonist. Chon-soo tried to loosen the guy's grip with his hand. His whole body was shaking while he was trying to get out. The veins on his hands and forehead bulged because of this. And although Chon-soo gathered his courage and managed to get up, but this courage was only for a moment, because of which the protagonist was able to make a dash. And turning around, he began to knock the guy down. The protagonist smiled, saying that he really appreciated what he was doing. Chon-soo clenched his teeth and began to lose consciousness, at the same time remembering what he saw in childhood. Video about crocodiles, the best predators of the Amazon. Their distinctive feature was the bite. Once bitten, the crocodile would not let go of its victim. The host smiled, advising to leave when meeting crocodiles. Jeong-soo involuntarily remembered the appearance of the victim. The appearance he had now. His grip tightened. But a moment later, his strength ran out. Falling to the ground, Jeong-soo mentally called Yoon-seong a crocodile. He only slightly turned around without even looking at his opponent. Seeing his condition, he decided that he had completely lost consciousness. Realizing this, he immediately called Joanna, telling her to get ready to come here. Putting on his cap, the guy said that he would take care of the rest. At this time, Dingwoon extended his hand, trying to grab the criminal. A moment later, he fell along with the guy caught by the leg. A second later, the sound of a blow was heard throughout the parking lot. Getting up, the teacher told Yeonbyum that he would not let him go. But suddenly the guy kicked him in the face. He cruelly began to kick the teacher, shouting to let him go. Continuing to kick the teacher, Yeonbyum asked him why he didn't leave him alone. The boy angrily said that since he was a teacher, he should only teach. The boy's next kick knocked out the teacher's teeth. The guy sighed in relief when he realized that Dunon had passed out, after which he started yelling and cursing. Then he stood up and walked home. Suddenly, he stopped when he saw something. He immediately rushed away when he saw a police car. Yeonbyum ran away while the police started calling for backup. Soon, the guy ran outside. Standing in the rain, he mentally said that no matter what he did, it would only get worse. The guy leaned against the wall of the building from fatigue. He could barely breathe due to shortness of breath. Yeonbyum started calling Youngsoo, but he did not pick up the phone. Lowering the phone, the guy began cursing. Frowning, the guy looked back when he heard a familiar voice. Yoonsung, standing behind him, asked what he was doing here. Slightly adjusting his cap, the protagonist asked what happened to him. Yeonbyum, slightly wary, asked the guy what he was doing here himself. The protagonist standing in front of the guy said that they were near the office. Yeonbyum grabbed his head trying to understand how much he ran. Then he sighed saying that he did not even notice it, after which he suddenly approached the protagonist, and leaning on the protagonist asked him to carry him to the office. Standing in the rain, Yeonbyum told Yoonsung that he was the only one he could trust. The protagonist smiled hearing him, then looking into the office told Yeonbyum not to worry. Yeonbyum leans over the boy, asking him to take him to the office. He leans on him, declaring that Yoonsung is the only one he can trust. A phrase about the intention to take revenge is heard. The boy only smiles, agreeing with the thought. He has a frightening look, and he tells the man in glasses not to worry. Yeonbyum frowns, listening to him. He is surprised when he suggests taking a walk instead of going to the office. The man is confused when the boy makes some movements. He is grabbed by the throat from behind. He is shaking from suffocation. Suddenly, Yeonbyum's eyes widen with a scream. He is sitting on the diving board, coughing. The man is breathing heavily, asking where he is. He turns around. Yeonbyum watches in amazement. His hand slips when he notices the pool. The man begins to fall. He splashes into the water. His glasses fall off and Yeonbyum screams. He splashes around, asking for help. Something under the water pulls his leg. Yeonbyum dives under the water. His thought of bewilderment sounds. Suddenly, the man notices blood. It turns out that he wanted to step on the bottom. A question sounds about where the blood came from. It becomes known that there are buttons all over the bottom of the pool. The man splashes in the water, scared. He grabs something with his hand and asks why there are so many thumbtacks on the floor. Yeonbyum turns around, noticing someone. The man is sitting with his head down. The man angrily yells at him. Without looking up, Yoonseong calls out his name. Yeonbyum looks at him in shock when he is asked if he remembers the story of The Little Mermaid. A book with a mermaid on the cover is shown. Yoonseong starts talking seriously about the story of the princess who wanted legs. Yeonbyum looks at him in shock. The boy grabs the chain. As he pulls out the plug, he decides that the man does not remember the story. The water starts to drain. A man with a mermaid tattoo is shown, and Yoonseong wants to make Yeonbyum remember everything. A girl paddles with her hand. The excited commentators are surprised by her speed. Nahyun moves forward, and a statement is made that she is invincible. She touches the wall of the pool. A girl raises her hand in triumph when it is announced that she won first place. She looks proud of herself. The fans cheer her on. A woman in the stands cries. It is said that Nuna was an amazing person. It turns out that she lost both her legs in an accident. Nahyun stands with her hands raised. It is said that she did not give up and took up swimming. It is revealed that the girl became famous very quickly. A newspaper with a photo of her is shown, and it is said that agencies have started contacting her. Her post on social media is shown, and it is said that her appearance also influenced her popularity. There is a large trophy on the table, and it turns out that the boy respected Nahyun a lot. A woman with a plate in her hands calls Yoonseong to eat. She frowns, hurrying him because they need to go. A court sign is shown. The courtroom is full of people, and it is announced that the court session has begun. The judge adjusts his glasses, noting that the victim claims the crime was intentional, while the defendant claims he confused the gas pedal with the brake. Nahyun is distraught, and it is said that it does not matter because the defendant is a minor and has not received a driver's license. Yoonseong looks at Yeonbyum's family, thinking that justice was questionable, but they are also shocked. The boy sits with his head down, and it turns out that his parents had no idea that their son, whom they thought was a quiet person, was actually bullying others and running over people with his car. He is unperturbed, and it is said that the court needs evidence, but there is none. The wrecked car is shown, and it is said that there are no surveillance cameras at the scene of the crime, and the dash cam in the car was turned off. The judge reads what is written on the sheet and mentions several attempts to reach an agreement. Yeonsung sweats from excitement, and it is said that the accused claims that it was not done on purpose, but made several attempts to resolve the conflict. The idea is voiced that the young man's family has an advantage. The judge announces the verdict into the microphone. A clear blue sky is shown, and it turns out that the accused, Yeongbum, is sentenced to 180 hours of correctional labor. The girl is sitting at the computer in a wheelchair. She does not move, even when her name is called. There are tears in her eyes, and a phrase is heard about her mother being very worried about her. An article about her harassment of a minor is seen on the screen. A critical comment is shown, and the idea is heard that Yeongbum will not stop there. A video recorder is shown, which was thought to be turned off. The young people's remarks are shown, when it turns out that the entire conversation was recorded. It is reported that this changed public opinion. people look at her with disapproval, and it is said that because of this, Yoonseong's sister immediately became a criminal. She is scolded in the comments, and it is said that she has become a target for society. A human foot is shown when it is said that it is like stepping on needles. There is blood on the ground around the needles, and it is said that the agony does not stop even if you scream. The girl lowers her head, and it is revealed that people did not stop, only saw one side and condemned. Nahyun does not move, and it turns out that she did not say a word. It is assumed that she could not say. Yoonseong, breathing heavily, holds the phone to his ear. He runs down the street. The young man mentally, worriedly asks his sister to pick up the phone. In the girl's hand is the phone with a call from her brother. She has a lifeless look. She is on the roof. Yoonseong is sweaty and scared, and the phrase about the Little Mermaid is heard again. There is only an empty stroller on the roof, and it is said that The Little Mermaid is a story about the unrequited love of a princess who lived in the sea. A body falls on a car behind the boy, and it turns out that there is a special character in the fairy tale. It is said that the main character is a beautiful person. Yoonseong turns around, and it is revealed that the heroine also had a pure heart. His look changes to a dumbfounded one, and it is said that the girl was rejected twice, and in the end, she could not tell the truth. A bloody body lies on the car, and it is said that the distinctive feature of this story. The wallpaper on Nahyun's phone is shown, and the thought is heard that the fairy tale had a bad ending. Yoonseong breathes heavily in horror, and it is said that his sister, who was the smartest of all, ended up as an ordinary schoolgirl. Standing in front of Youngbyum, the boy asks him what he thinks. The water continues to descend, and the question is heard about whether the boy still does not remember the fairy tale. The student is stunned and is asked to give a hint. Yoonseong steps right onto the buttons, talking about the Little Mermaid. He heads towards Youngbyum, talking about the pool now. The boy throws his hands up, asking what Yoonseong is talking about, when the phrase about the DVR is heard. He is suddenly pushed to the floor. He falls head first, and it is said that the boy cannot answer even after the hint. It is said that he needs to be punished by someone. A horrifying grimace is depicted on Youngbyum's face, and it turns out that the boy always wanted him to ride on the road of spikes, which is why he tried so hard. Yoonseong calmly looks down at him, listening to indignant screams. The boy grabs his shoulder, asking if he knows him. He gets up, breathing heavily. He is kicked in the legs, and Yoonseong remembers his words from their first meeting. He reaches his hand to his face, reminding himself of his name. The idea that Youngbyum controlled his life is heard. The moment of his sister's death is shown, which is what is said. The guy falls head first on the buttons. They are right next to his temple, and it turns out that the boy can finally speak. His jaw drops to the floor. Smiling, Yoonseong introduces himself as Nahyun's brother. He holds the enemy by his clothes, preventing him from falling. The guy's entire jacket is covered in buttons. He looks at the floor in horror, and Yoonseong continues to provide information about himself. Looking at him, Youngbyum asks if he is crazy. The boy stares at him as he is accused of illegal actions. He calmly lets the boy go. Youngbyum flies straight into the buttons. Yoonseong does not react to the screams. The boy begins to squirm, talking about his face. His face is pierced by buttons. The sharp things fly around as they start hitting him in the face. Yoonseong calmly tells the boy that he does not need to worry about anything. A parked black car appears, and a phrase is heard about how they came here on Youngbyum's transport and they have a lot of time to spare. The boy's face is disfigured, and he is asked how dare he. The car is covered in raindrops, and Yoonseong notices that this is the same car his enemy used to hit his sister. He reaches into his pocket. Taking out the car keys, the boy asks how Youngbyum has the audacity to still drive it. The boy just clenches his teeth. He screams furiously, wondering why they are doing this to him. The explosion in the house is shown, and young Baem asks if he burned it. Remembering the moment of Yoonseong's sister's death, he asks if he killed her. Frowning with anger, the boy says that everything happened only because the boy is a fool. He is hit in the face again. The thought of relief sounds. Yoonseong strikes the enemy. It turns out that young Baem has not changed at all. The boy has a frightening look. He hits the boy over and over again. There is not a drop of pity in his eyes. Young Baem is already spitting blood when he is hit again, and the name Nahyun is heard. He is told to never forget this name. At that moment, Yoonseong begins to actively attack him. Blood spurts, and he notices that young Baem took away his sister's legs, took away her voice. It turns out that he took her life after that too. A diving board is shown with raindrops pouring down it. The boy remembers his sister talking about the name of the mermaid princess. A tattoo of a mythical creature is depicted. Yoonseong's entire torso is covered in tattoos. The name Nahyun is heard. There is almost no living place on Youngbyum's face. The boy's hand is raised. Without changing his expression, he decides to give him one last chance to apologize. The boy frowns when it turns out that he needs to apologize to the boy and his sister. Yoonseong looks at him searchingly, telling him to apologize with all his heart. He does not lower his hand and hears the boy's half-dead laughter. Yoonseong looks at him in bewilderment. The boy's mouth is covered in blood and a tooth is knocked out. Despite his condition, he begins to laugh. Suddenly, the boy's gaze becomes frightening after the enemy's remark. Smiling, Youngbyum asks why he would apologize to him. Yoonseong does not take his eyes off him when he hears the phrase about his sister burning in hell. The guy frowns, deciding that he can't just leave Yoonseong like that. Youngsu appears behind the boy after the order to attack. He looks stern. The red-haired man turns around calmly. The man takes a step. He starts walking towards the young people. Youngsu remains silent while he is being reproached. Looking at him, Youngbyum tells him not to answer, but to just help him. Suddenly, he is punched in the face. Youngsu knocks him to the floor. The boy's head breaks through the tiles in the pool. Yoonseong watches this indifferently. The man only has tears in his eyes. The moment is shown when, having crouched down next to him, the boy said that he was deceived. The girl under the umbrella remembers that Youngsu's mother is in the hospital and says that in fact, she needs urgent surgery. Youngbum is shown looking pleased, and it is said that he deliberately dragged it out and neglected the man's mother in order to take advantage of him. The boy provides the necessary evidence. Youngsu looks confused. Yoonsung seriously states that if his mother had surgery now, the illness would not have lasted so long. The man's punch is shown again, and the boy is heard saying that he will hardly be able to win the lawsuit. Youngsu is crying, and it is said that even if he tries to leak this to the media, Youngbum will simply cut off their oxygen supply. Yoonsung, squatting, says that as a result, the man and his mother will have a hard time. Smiling, he asks if Yoonsu still wants to be Youngbum's right-hand man. The boy's face is all bloody and swollen. He is shaking and angrily calling out to the man. The student tries to raise his head, and the question is heard about what he will do now. Clenching his fist, Youngsu claims that he knows the guy lied to him and purposefully didn't treat his mother. Gritting his teeth, he declares that it's because of him that his mother is sick and now he's going to make him suffer. His fist flies towards Youngbum, which he tries to stop. The line is that even if the man does this, nothing will change. Yoonseong watches indifferently as the guy asks if there is evidence of his guilt. Youngsu calmly says that if they act according to the law, it won't matter. Youngbum looks at him in surprise, and it's said that the man doesn't understand the laws or evidence because he's stupid. Youngsu frowns, realizing that he's going to lose in court. He clenches his fist tightly, deciding to do what he does best, which is turn Youngbum into a chop. The guy trembles in terror when he's told to get up. The man terrifyingly declares that he will kill him today. The idea is voiced that in Korea, there is only one thing more important than the law. Making a terrifying face, Jongsu talks about the only way to get revenge in their country. It turns out to be his fist. Youngbyum is shown telling him that they say it cannot be cured. Jongsu is dumbfounded and it turns out to be a hernia, and if his mother is operated on, the consequences will be terrible. The man sweats and a phrase is heard about how, although it is more expensive, the doctors say it is better to hospitalize her. Jongsu lowers his head, remembering that he does not have children. Youngbyum adjusts his glasses, telling him not to worry about it. He takes his hands, saying that he does not usually provide such services, but for the sake of his mother's health, he will ask his grandfather to help. The man looks at him hopefully, and it turns out that he does not need to worry about money. Tears well up in his eyes and he is told to do a couple of errands. Mental gratitude is heard. Here, Youngsu strikes again, sobbing. It turns out he trusted him. Youngbyum breaks his head through a tile. Yoonseong watches indifferently, and the thought is heard that Youngsu trusted the guy to take care of his mother. The moment when the truth was revealed is shown, and it is reported that he missed the right time for the operation. Youngsu is stunned, but it is said that this will not kill his mother, but it seems that she will need hospitalization for the rest of her life. He listens in a stupor to all the information about his mother. The man clenches his hand into a fist, and a phrase is heard about Youngbyum striving for this for so long. The girl under the umbrella watches, while Yoonseong says that the guy wanted to miss the timing of the operation and connect Youngsu with him, knowing his weak spot. Tears stream down the man's face. He makes a terrifying grimace. Looking at the half-dead Youngbyum, he decides that he will kill him. The man's fist lands in his enemy's face again. He continues to cry and punch. The guy tries to defend himself while they tell him everything. He is hit on the top of the head. While actively beating him, Youngsu tells him to be quiet. Suddenly, someone grabs his wrist. Yoonsung seriously tells him to stop. It is said that if he does anything more, he will not be able to pay the hospital bills for his mother. Youngsu silently looks at him. Blood drips from his fist, and he agrees. Youngbum is practically dead. Youngsu, with tears in his eyes, claims that he considered him his teacher. He leaves, stating that the guy does not even know what is going on in people's heads. Without turning around, the man says that he will never trust the people of Yosung again. Youngbyum is shaking and is told to give money to pay the hospital bills or else he will be killed. Yoonseong watches indifferently as the boy's puzzled thoughts sound. He reaches into his pocket. The boy hands him an object, asking if this is what he is looking for. Yoonseong, looking intently at the enemy, says that it was in a box on the 6th floor, which is always locked. Youngbyum rises up, dumbfounded. It turns out that Yoon heard this from his close friend. A wounded boy appears who gives all the information. An account book is shown, and it turns out that all of Youngbyum's secrets are in it. The boy recoiled, claiming that he did not know the password. Yoon holds the thing in his hands, declaring that he infiltrated the student's company for a reason. The boy looks at him menacingly, saying that he did this to first get acquainted with his social circle. Looking down, he says words about hiding his identity for the sake of a goal. Youngbyum sits with a swollen face, and it turns out that it's all over. Yoon stands over him, telling him that he has nothing left. The guy silently lowers his gaze. The guy does not look away. Youngbyum sobs and apologizes to him. He covers his face with his hands, claiming that he is very guilty before the red-haired man. The guy wipes away his tears, noticing that Yoon had a hard time. Youngbyum desperately declares that he will give up and try to atone for his guilt for the rest of his life. Tears flow down his face, and the guy says that he will think about the boy. Suddenly, Youngbyum notices his car keys lying on the floor. He takes off. Yoon glares after him angrily. The guy hurriedly runs away. He is already at the exit. Youngbyum presses the unlock button of the car. Breathing heavily, he gets into the vehicle and notices that he can start the engine. Suddenly, something is blocking its movement. Holding the hood of the car with his hands, Yoon tells him to get out. The vehicle is stopped, and the boy gives Youngbyum one last chance to apologize to him and his sister. The boy is stunned, and it turns out that if he leaves now, there will be no way back. He only makes an obscene gesture. Yoon frowns in response. Youngbyum presses the gas pedal. The boy jumps back, and the car starts moving. He watches it. The vehicle, with its headlights shining, rushes down the road. The boy furiously hits the steering wheel. He drives the car discontentedly, declaring that Yoon is making a mountain out of a molehill by recalling the past. Drops of water fly off the wheels. Taking out his phone, Youngbyum decides to make a statement to the media. Suddenly he frowns, noticing something ahead. It turns out that the road is blocked. He presses the brake pedal. The guy looks down. The car continues to drive straight at the fence. A red umbrella is visible. The girl approaches Yoon, asking if he is okay. She seriously informs that she is monitoring the perimeter. A phrase is heard about how Youngbyum never apologized. The boy stands still, and a saying is mentioned. The guy panics, and a conversation is about a person because of whom a person sheds tears. The vehicle crashes into the fence and crashes, and the idea is heard that a person needs to be ready to shed blood and tears himself. Youngbyum raises his hands, and it is said that if he is not ready for this, the car flies off a cliff, and it is said that in this case, the person does not even need to start. The girl looks at Yoon. He closes his eyes, mentally admitting that he is sorry. His sister's image is shown, and it turns out that he finished too late. The lady's face is smiling, and it is said that she can now rest in peace. Nahun is genuinely happy. An empty stroller with an umbrella is shown. A boy in a yellow raincoat asks his mother what it is. It turns out that she doesn't know either. Everyone passes by this stroller. Cars drive by. Someone's leg is visible. The man is standing with an umbrella in his hand. He seriously notices that Yoon has already started to act. Youngbyum's parents are dumbfounded. A smiling girl confirms the idea. She hands over a sheet of paper, saying that it is a list of their son's misdeeds. The man and woman are shocked after listing everything. Youngbyum's mother becomes ill. Her husband catches her, and it turns out that if they hand the case over to the police, he will be punished. Smiling, the girl asks him to make a choice. The man frowns and says that it was a great stroke of luck that the incident with the hidden camera in the toilet ended with their son being expelled from school. The phrase is heard that the guest does not understand what kind of family she is dealing with. To this, she only resolutely reaches into her bag. The girl takes out a photo of two men. Youngbum's dad is shocked when a reminder is heard about the case of driving without a license. The lady rummages through her bag, talking about the settlement deposit, but she is stopped. The man sweats, asking her to stop. A bed with a wounded man is shown. It turns out that this is Youngbum. There is practically no living place on his face, and the thought is heard that his spinal cord is severely damaged. The doctor stands near the bed, reporting that the nervous system of the left half of the body is completely mutilated. The guy's parents are surprised when it turns out that this is a serious case. It is said that now it will be difficult for their son to lead a normal life. Youngbyum stares at one spot. He lies motionless. The boy looks at his legs, realizing that they are now useless. He frowns, realizing that he will not be able to walk for the rest of his life. His parents are looking at him. Youngbyum, without moving, shoos them away. His mother is sobbing inconsolably. The boy drops the IV in a fit of anger. Blood oozes from his arm. Two men look at him with displeasure. They, smiling joyously, offer him to come with them. Youngbyum is grabbed by the arms. His parents look after him. They look sad. The moment is shown when both were stunned by the phrase about a psychiatric clinic. The girl asks contentedly if they like a juvenile colony or a prison. The man looks away while the lady explains the likely course of events. She hands over her consent for hospitalization. Young Baem's father frowns, and it turns out that this is the consent of the family members. The decision to discharge their son is possible only if the main approving person agrees to it. After clarification, the girl calmly confirms the idea. Yun Seong stands on the roof while a phrase is heard that if this person does not give permission, young Baem will not be able to leave the clinic. A request to make a choice is heard. The young man shows no emotion, and a question is heard about whether the parents want to send their son to prison or to a clinic where he will be cured. Yun Seong takes out his phone, deciding that it is over. In the messages, Joanna says that the man and woman agreed to sign the consent. The moment is depicted when the young man is shy in front of young Baem. The guy is shown breathing heavily. Now he is on the floor in front of the girl. His wild face is visible. The moment emerges when young Baem raised his head to the man. The next second, he is already half dead. Jongsu appears behind Yunsun. The guy gets hit on the top of his head, and again he crashes the car. Once again, the vehicle is shown flying off a cliff. The boy puts on a helmet. This covers half of his face. A white and blue building is shown, and the thought of moving on to the next person is heard. There is a video camera. It turns out that some kind of filming is taking place in the room. The boy greets everyone with a smile. He sits opposite the interviewer, and it turns out that he is an idol of the youth. Junhyuk looks pleased. It is reported that he is handsome and eloquent. He embarrasses the girls by greeting the writers. It turns out that the guy is a rising movie star. It becomes known that there are many rumors about his problems with women. The man behind Junhyuk smiles awkwardly, and it is said that he has been honing his acting skills since childhood. The interviewer is embarrassed, warning the guest about personal questions. It is reported that the guy has no problem working in the entertainment industry. Junhyuk is taken aback when asked what his school days were like. He starts his sentence in a stupor. Frowning, he asks the same question to the journalist. The interviewer becomes uncomfortable when he mentions that he, too, started his career in the entertainment industry at an early age. The girls begin to whisper. They tense up, asking why Junhyuk suddenly got mad. The ladies are taken aback when he says that nothing like that happened. Looking at them, Junhyuk states that he did nothing wrong. His school life also went quite smoothly. The man takes a step forward. It turns out that it is Yun Seong, wearing a helmet, already heading towards the building. He has a determined look, and the question is asked if the guy likes life in the entertainment industry. Junhyuk gets angry, and it is said that he has to restrain his fickle nature. Yun Seong remembers his school days when he was bullied. The bearded man turns around and is told that the audience is just dogs and pigs. He waves his hand, saying that Yun Seong is not allowed here. Suddenly, an envelope is handed to him. The young man in the helmet claims that it is an urgent letter. The man is perplexed, and the thought is voiced that if there is a problem, a person will think about it, even if it is a trifle. Clenching his hand into a fist, Junhyuk repeats the request to refrain from such interviews. It is said that he has an easy life, he can come up with some excuse and the problem will be solved. The journalist tries to calm him down. The guy furiously shouts at the manager to prepare the car, but someone breaks into the conversation. The man in the cap announces an urgent letter. Yun Seong leaves and thinks that Junhyuk will understand everything as soon as he opens the letter. The young man has a stern look, and they talk about the things the guy did to him. His third tattoo is shown, and its meaning is discussed. The guy disrespectfully tells him to give him the letter. He is confused when it turns out that it is not addressed to him. It is said that the letter is for Minwoo. He looks dumbfounded. Junhyuk becomes even more angry. The reporter stands up and says that he is embarrassed. He laughs nervously when the guy says that the gift should be amazing. Smiling, Minwoo takes out the contents of the envelope. His face immediately darkens. Junhyuk takes the photo. He looks at it in shock. There are 3 guys in the photo. The guy, sweating, asks why Minwoo looks like one of them. Suddenly, his face is grabbed. While the others are talking to each other, the reporter tells the idol to shut up. A phrase is heard about how if anyone sees this photo, he is a corpse. Junhyuk looks at the interviewer in fear. Minwoo, with a terrifying expression, tells him to pretend that he did not see anything. Yun Seong walks down the street wearing a helmet, and it turns out that Minwoo is on a completely different level than Youngbyum. The boy looks up at the sky, and the thought sounds that the man is even more abnormal than the guy with glasses. Yun Seong's face is frightening. The blonde guy from the photo appears again, and they talk about when he will reach his maximum height. The guy makes a face, and it turns out that a young man will be waiting for him there, and as soon as they meet, he will certainly throw him into hell. A film crew is depicted, and it turns out that they are about to start refilming. The girl shouts at the young men that they will soon start again and that they need to get ready. They stand opposite each other motionless. Minwoo forces a smile after the repeated warning. Junhyuk looks at him in bewilderment. The man, putting his hand in his pocket, notes that he is not a very good interviewer. The guy sweats, and the question of his school days comes up again. Holding out a voice recorder, Minwoo notices that the idol had a fan club in his school years. The girl is tense. She holds the phone to her ear, arching an eyebrow. Yoonsung is riding a motorcycle, and it turns out that Minwoo was the first to start bullying him. Two guys are shown, and it is reported that they just followed suit. The girl stops, confused. The boy is tensely silent after the question of whether he did something wrong. He rushes down the road, asking about the most common cause of violence at school. Yoonseong begins his sentence seriously. Joanna is stunned when he talks about a joke that makes no sense. A sign for Sanjin Middle School is seen, and it is said that Yoonseong was bullied at school for literally no reason. The story is told about what happened 4 years ago. The boy has a backpack on his back. Sanjin Middle School is mentioned. The boy looks up in surprise. A tall guy passes by him, bumping shoulders. Yoonseong apologizes in confusion. Looking after him, he assumes it is Minwoo. It turns out that he and the guy had nothing in common. A moment from his childhood is shown, and it is said that they only went to the same elementary school. The boy looks tense and realizes that he and Minwoo were assigned to the same school. It becomes known that, according to rumors, the boy was a hooligan. Yoonseong starts to run. It turns out that at the time he was terribly afraid of something. He bursts into the toilet. There are guys smoking in it. They stare at him. It is reported that the young man tried his best not to cross paths with these guys. The thought sounds that he is unlikely to get to another toilet. The boy is sweating from fear. He awkwardly walks on, deciding to quickly do his business and leave. It turns out that he inadvertently attracted the attention of hooligans. Yoonseong opens the door to the stall. There, Minwoo is sitting on the toilet, smoking. The boy immediately turns around and goes to the urinal. The guy smiles slyly, looking at him. Presumably, this is when it all began. Yoonseong is sitting at a desk with a book in his hands. Someone sits down next to him, saying hello. It turns out that it is Minwoo, who kindly offers him to change places for a while. The thought that Yoonseong now understands how strange his request sounded is heard. Minwoo, still smiling, rudely asks to give up his seat. A friend is mentioned, with whom the boy has never spoken before. The red-haired man tensely changes seats, and it is reported that the blonde man pretended that they were close and asked for a favor. It turns out that the boy naively thought that it was a simple request. He is covered in sweat, and the beginning of the lesson is announced. It is reported that he was actually chosen. There is a clock on the wall. Yoonseong clutches his stomach while the teacher speaks. He winces from the unpleasant sensations. Biting his lip, the boy notices that because he did not go to the toilet then, his stomach continues to rumble. He realizes that he can no longer stand it, but he is patted on the shoulder. Minwoo bends over, saying that he wants to take a nap and asks to cover him. The boy nervously tries to answer him, but in response he only hears a request to help out his friend. The blonde smiles after his agreement. Yoonseong frowns, realizing that he can't wait any longer. Minwoo sticks his tongue out at him behind his back. It turns out that the same thing happened again in the next lesson. A large school building is shown. It is reported that the boy was unable to ask to go to the toilet before the next break. He is all sweaty. Yoonseong sits in the toilet with relief. It turns out that Minwoo did not let him ask to go. The boy notices several strange legs near the stall. He looks up in fear. A bunch of cameras are pointed at him. The guys start laughing, asking what the name of this student is. The guy next to Minwoo asks what is going on there. It is reported that the blonde enjoyed every second. The phone films Yoonseong in the stall, and it is said that an outcast first year was born before their eyes. Minwoo looks at his friend, asking if he is interested in why he was chosen. Minwoo smiles, stating that it was just like that. He narrows his eyes, stating that the boy looked like an easy target. His eyes are angry, and he says that Yoonseong smells weak. The boys surround the red-haired boy, laughing. Minwoo breaks into a smile, telling his friend to eat this weakling. The dark-haired boy is taken aback. The boy has a wild expression on his face. He starts laughing, repeating the request. The boy clenches his fists, looking at Yoonseong. He tenses up, and Minwoo leaves. The boy tries to hide his face from the cameras. Sweat runs down the boy's face. He licks his lips greedily. It turns out that this is how it all began. It talks about what Yoonseong had to go through. He thinks it was hell. It is said that if Minwoo had just opened the gates to this hell. The man holds the phone in his hand, and a thought is voiced that Yoonseong would not say. Minwoo crosses his legs in displeasure, and it is said that he is even more abnormal than Youngbyum. In the chat, he asks who sent him an urgent letter. Frowning, the man asks why Youngbyum did not answer. The driver turns around, noticing that Minwoo cannot find the sender. The car rushes down the road, and a question is heard about why the man assumed that a simple delivery man could know something. Suddenly, a motorcycle appears in front of the transport. It drives towards them. Yoonseong has a determined look. The driver laughs, asking if Minwoo thinks the same. The young man decides to take revenge on him in a different way than on Youngbyum. The man stares ahead in a stupor. The motorcycle moves directly in their direction. It is reported that Yoonseong took out Youngbyum, having prepared a careful plan. The car and the motorcycle are heading towards each other. The boy wants to brake Mina. The vehicle immediately swerves. The thought is heard that the red-haired man will take everything from him. The motorcycle wheels collide with the car wheels. The man holds onto the seat in fear. He covers his face with his hands. It turns out that Yun Seong is breaking the glass. He looks at it indifferently. The boy decides not to hold back at all. The bat breaks the car window. Min Seong is grabbed by the throat. They talk about what Yun Seong will do. The man is thrown to the floor. It turns out that the boy is going to do exactly what he wants. A fist flies into Mina's face. Yun Seong has a terrifying look. It is reported that this is his entire plan for revenge. The guy has a wild smile. The question is asked whether the boy knows why he became a victim. He is surrounded by a group of guys. Yun Seong is crying, and it is said that he was chosen. Min Seong watches from the side. He smiles, and it is reported that even when he was chosen, he can't do anything. The injured man clenches his fists. He is given a powerful slap. He frowns, throwing insults. Suddenly, he is hit on the top of his head. Minwoo is thrown face first onto the floor. Yun Seong continues to attack him multiple times. The man in the cap runs towards them, asking who it is. However, he is immediately thrown aside by one blow. Minwoo's nose is already bleeding. He is hit in the face again. Yun Seong turns around to look at his motorcycle. He gets on it, and the man with tattoos sadly calls out to Minwoo. The one being called is lying on his back, and a question is heard asking if he is okay. Minwoo is shaking from the multiple attacks. The wheels of the motorcycle are spinning vigorously. Yun Seong rides off into the distance and hears threats behind him. A bunch of journalists with cameras appear. They are aimed at Minwoo in the hospital bed. He only frowns when the questions begin. A replay of the beating flashes through his mind. He remembers the boy, thinking he is an avenger who hits everyone instead of the person he knows. Minwoo clenches his teeth in irritation. He thinks he will find his attacker at all costs. Everyone looks at the man who coughed. Smiling, the man with the scar enters and asks to vacate the room. Wonton's expression changes, ordering his bodyguards to send away the extra people. The order is carried out and he heads to Minwoo. The patient looks at him sadly. Making a terrible grimace, Wonton says that this could be a problem. The room is guarded, and a phrase is heard about how everything happened unexpectedly, and right now all the newspapers are writing about Minwoo. The man with the scar thinks about it. However, the man, clenching his jaw, says that he will not leave it like this. Wonton smiles widely when he hears the intention to find that person. The patient is told not to worry. He only frowns. The man has a phone in his hand. He puts his hand in his pocket and says that he is calling everyone right now in search of information. A group of people follows him, and it turns out that familiar police officers have promised to help secretly. The thought sounds that Yunsun has prepared everything. While talking on the phone, the man gives a positive answer. Gritting his teeth, he says not to involve the police. The boy changes his clothes in a dark place. He has 6 tattoos on his body. One of them appears, and phrases from the past scroll through the red-haired man's mind. Yun Seong lowers his head, and the phrase sounds again. He looks up with an indifferent gaze. Minwoo is sitting on his bed on his phone, and the boy decides to return what he asked for. The man looks focused. A news story about an attack on him is shown. He looks away. The comments wish him good health. Minwoo breathes a sigh of relief. Wonton seriously tells him not to bother his head with it, but to just focus on recovery. He throws up his hands, believing that thanks to the attacker, they have a great scenario. Smiling, the man with the scar says that Minwoo became a devoted victim because he tried to protect the manager. Yun Seong's motorcycle is shown. A phrase is heard about someone finding it. The people stand around him, deciding that he is definitely the one. Someone else is heading their way. The man in the cap decides that the culprit must be nearby and turns around. A young man in a helmet is walking towards them. He has a determined look. They ask why he is carrying a stick. They call him to come over. Smiling, Wonton says that Minwoo got hurt because he was trying to protect his manager. He is on the phone, claiming that the idol is supposed to be in a drama, so they need to blow the story out of proportion. Minwoo just watches as they say that they will make a news bomb and then release a drama. Wonton approaches him and tells him that it is decided. Yunsung is heading somewhere with a helmet, and a thought of an unpleasant feeling is heard. He drags a man along the floor by his hair. Wonton looks away, saying that Minwoo needs to fix his body. He suddenly looks ahead questioningly. A young man appears in the room and is bombarded with questions. The man has his back turned. Wonton and Minwoo watch. Suddenly, the idol is shocked by what is happening. Yunseong shows the beaten guy. Wonton asks worriedly what the boy is doing and who he is. Minwoo immediately tenses up. The red-haired man takes off his helmet. The man is covered in sweat. He sees the boy's hair. The thought sounds that this cannot be. Wonton jumps up, advancing on Yunseong, and repeats the question. The guest only smiles. He seriously states that he is Minseong's friend. The man with the scar is taken aback. He turns around. The patient smiles awkwardly, confirming Yoon-seong's words. It is reported that they went to high school together. A moment from that time with blonde Minwoo is shown. He is standing in a group of guys, and a phrase is heard about how they will become adults from next year. A tense Yoon-seong is depicted. It shows us how he is being bullied, and it is said that the boys can play with him properly. Youngbum smiles, and it is decided that they need to create vivid memories. It is said that they are underage. Yoon-seong is standing at the door, but suddenly Minwoo asks him to sit down. Being scared, the man tells him to close the door first and then start talking. It is said that he will be filming a drama this time. It turns out that now they have one last thing to do. Yoon-seong has a merciless look. It is said that the person Minwoo bullied at school has appeared in front of him. The man gets up from a lying position, remembering that they seem to get along well. It is said that Yoon-seong will now ask him something. Minwoo smiles awkwardly, and it is asked what he can do. The moment of the attack is shown, and it is said that the person who attacked him is a victim of the school bullying that he committed. Minwoo is portrayed as an interviewer. The question is about what he can do if he becomes famous. Wonton has a slightly frightened look, and you can hear the thought of what Minwoo can do in front of everyone. Yoonsun only smiles, realizing that his offender can't do anything now. He looks down, mentally declaring that he will open the gates of hell for him with his own hands. Wonton flicked the ash, and took a drag on his cigarette. He smoked and turned the fact that the hero was Minwoo's buddy over in his head. Then the guy stood in front of him next to the body and answered that they had been friends since middle school and asked not to worry. He smiled and said that they didn't usually communicate like this. Wonton then swung his arm, but was called out. Minwoo stood behind him and promised to explain everything later, but therefore asked to give them a minute alone. Wonton grimaced, remembered this request to leave them for a minute. He took out a cigarette and began to be indignant. He tapped on Minwoo and the hero's personal files, noting that he had a troubled past. He sighed heavily and said that things were getting troublesome. Chin wrote and asked if Appa was okay. He was led by two men. Tak-hyun wrote that he heard that Minwoo was seriously injured and asked how he was. Minwoo angrily looked ahead. Bochin wrote that the guy should take this chance and rest. After all, he has many envious people. A crowd of reporters were waiting at the exit. Siyi expressed her concern for him. Minwoo looked at the crowd with a cold gaze. Loud voices asked how he was feeling. People talked a lot about the recent incident. The guy continued to lead him through the crowd. The reporters asked if it was true that he was hurt more because he tried to protect the manager. They asked to talk to them. Minwoo silently got into the car. People asked what was wrong with him. He was on the front pages of the newspapers now. What could he be unhappy about? Someone suggested that he was watching his face, and if he looked happy after the beating, it would not be cool. Minwoo pressed his lips together. People asked him to stop talking about it today, because anyway. He glared into space, and the man outside said that his fame would only grow with this opportunity. The driver looked at him with concern and asked if he was okay. The veins on the guy's face were bulging. The driver advised him not to even think about walking alone, because the principal thought this was his chance. The driver looked at the road and said that he himself used to bully little kids at school, so he often hears about them. He said that the revenge of these losers will not last long. The car sped forward, and the driver said that such people live in fear, and he was sure that after what happened, he must have felt better. The combination lock on the door was broken. The man said not to worry about it. He and Minwoo looked at the open door in surprise. The meowing of a cat was heard from inside. Yoonsun was lying in the middle of a destroyed hotel room. The cat was hysterically standing in the rubble. Yoonsun smiled and greeted them. He started to get up, said that the guy had a cool house, and someone moved to a semi-basement due to the lack of fire insurance. There were broken photo frames and photos on the floor. Yoonsun said that the stars live the sweet life and he is even dating another celebrity. Minwoo bit his lips in anger. Yoonsun said that he was very jealous of him. The veins on his face bulged. He trembled. The man began to reach into his bag. The hero mocked and said that it was great to live like a celebrity. After all, he was dying to be one. Yoonsun came up and put his hand on Minwoo's shoulder, while the guy realized how the hero decided to act. He smiled and asked the guy to make his face simpler, because if someone saw, they might think that he was a victim. Minwoo realized how the hero would treat him. The hero walked away, but said that he would come back because they were bros. Minwoo was shaking all over. He already knew. The man was calmly picking up things from the floor. Minwoo knew what Yoonsun wanted. He looked down angrily. He knew why the hero did this. He knew that he was trying to provoke him. The hero was already riding a motorcycle. Riding forward, Minwoo understood that he wanted to drag his past into the light, and he did not intend to listen to apologies and forgive. Yoonsun was focused on the road. Minwoo remembered how he was beaten up by bullies. Behind the bully, next to Yeonbyum, there was a blonde guy. He watched the beating and thought about creating a real educational concept, like the one on TikTok. It is popular now. He asked the guy if he heard that if he did this, girls would start writing in private messages. He leaned towards the guy's ear and asked if he didn't like older guys. The hero was being kicked at that moment. The blonde guy started talking about a way to attract adult women. He said that first you need a Mercedes and a bouquet. Minu is exactly that kind of freak. He is the catalyst for everything. Minu with an old hairstyle smiled ominously. He started everything. The hero looked at him with tears in his eyes, while 2 feet approached his head. Minu then looked away absently and said sorry. He approached the bandaged Yunsen and said that he did nothing wrong with him, but decided that he needed to apologize for everything. Yunsen was sitting on a hospital bed and asked again in surprise. The guy said that he was sorry. He thought about it. Apologies were the usual caution on the path to glory. Minu trained hard. The hero remembered his words and cried. Remembered how they mocked him. Remembered the explosion of his apartment. He was sitting on a hospital bed and said that Minu started it all. He remembered the bully licking his lips and saying he couldn't stop bullying him. Yunsen said Minwoo was the one who incited them. He was lying on a hospital bed and crying. Minwoo looked at him incredulously and asked if that was enough, told him to keep his mouth shut. The hero was shocked. His mother looked at this scene with concern. Her face expressed sadness. His mother saw everything. He had to stop her. Minwoo called and told the boys to get ready. The man looked at him. Minwoo said that he would need a lot of boys. He didn't know and assumed that the hero had learned to fight somewhere. The caller smiled and asked how many guys he needed. The leader of the biker gang, Baktoro, smiled and asked if that was enough. The bikers looked around. The leader laughed and told Minwoo not to worry because he couldn't stand up to such a crowd. Minwoo closed his eyes. The biker was indignant that he only called him in such cases the life of a star, but Minwoo asked to discuss it later. The guys exchanged cheerful glances. Minwoo's voice told him to repay him in full and when he finished, not to call him, but to immediately inform Director Lee. The biker hung up. The gang went forward. Minwoo lit a cigarette, thinking about how he asked an old friend for help after so long. He hoped that his gang would never betray him. The bikers walked in the alley where the hero should be. The leader ordered to turn everything upside down here. Minwoo decided that he would respond to the hero's provocation. The biker smoked. A subordinate approached him and said that they would leave no stone unturned here and then the hero himself would crawl out. The guy swung, but Yunsen immediately asked him to stop. He was holding a helmet in his hands and said that he did not think it was necessary. He stood in front of the gang. The veins on his face bulged. The bikers began to recognize him by his features. The gang leader approached the hero, who appeared earlier than he expected. He asked what they were doing here. Was he waiting for someone? He was silent. The biker heard that the hero was from Sangan Middle School. In his mind, the hero wanted to ask again what he said. Joanna pulled off her sweater and asked if he really had to fight a dozen people. Yunsung stood on the other side of the locker room. The girl asked if he thought there were too many opponents. He said that was why he decided to fight them in the alley. She began to put on his pants. The hero said that when you fight against a crowd, you can't show your back. The hero's gaze was hidden under his cap. Joanna considered this idea reckless. Now he calmly looked at the crowd and mentally told his partner that everything was fine. The bandits approached him with bats in their hands, but the hero knew that this was not the only reason to fight in the alley. The guys exchanged funny glances and asked if he was sure that this was the one in front of them. The guy ran at the hero, swinging the bat, shouting that they could beat him up first and then sort things out. The real reason to start a fight in the alley was that. The guy looked away. Everyone suddenly looked back. That way, the bandits wouldn't be able to escape. The big guy started beating up the bikers, asking if he really called him just to deal with these bugs. The bikers looked at him with fear. The stranger said that in his hometown on Sakhalin, they don't forget either good deeds or enemies. The crowd was surrounded on both sides. Block both the front and the back, corner them and beat the shit out of them. The man looked at the bikers and asked them to get ready. He grabbed another one by the hair and said that today he was ordered to kill them all. He smiled and said that he would show them a whole different level of loyalty and the difference between the vile people of Joseon and the greatness of Goryeo. He was from the 4th generation of Goryeo. The bikers turned to the hero. He said that now they will begin. He got into a fighting stance and put on his helmet. The glass reflected the helmet. He said first they need to drive them into a dead end and fight them all at once. He remembered how the guy said no. They were standing in a warehouse. The guy said that fighting a crowd is dangerous and he will not teach him anything. He looked down and said that if the opponents bring weapons with them, but the hero said that he must anyway. He looked at the guy and said that nothing is impossible for him and he must win. He clenched his fist, said that the guy already knows how serious he is about revenge. Minwoo appeared before his eyes and the hero said that he cannot forgive himself for what he did to his mother. He came even closer and asked to be trained. The guy was silent and the hero began to beg. He looked at him. The guy said that the first thing a hero should know is to never do it alone. He asked to find at least one person he could trust. Jiangsu beat one after another. Yunsun looked at them. The teacher's words sounded in his head. He said that if there were at least 2 of them, they would be able to reduce the zone. He put on his helmet. The teacher said that he should protect the back of his head. The biker turned sharply at him. The teacher asked not to forget that the fatal point of alley fights is the back of the head. Yunsun kicked him in the balls, touched the helmet, because if he was unlucky in a fight, he would become a vegetable in the blink of an eye. He hit the guy in the jaw and mentally apologized to Binchun. He kicked another, mentally said that he was not afraid of anything. There were fewer and fewer bikers left. The hero had no one left to protect. Minwoo looked nervously at his phone, while the hero thought that this was the reason he was no longer afraid of anything. The CEO wrote to him to come to his office. He approached the driver, who asked if the boss called him. Minwoo looked at him angrily. The driver said that since he called, then let him go. Of course, he thought the boss wanted to help him solve the problem. Hyan turned around. Minwoo grabbed his face. He looked at him angrily and asked what he did. He squatted in front of him and said that Hyan told the boss that he called his friends. The guy began to apologize. Minwoo began to laugh. The man said in a trembling voice that if Minwoo interfered, there would be more problems. He looked at the guy tensely. Minwoo looked intently into his eyes and asked if he had forgotten who he was talking to. Now the biker was reflected in the hero's helmet. He mentally said that he could not let Minwoo go. He would have to remind him of the past injury. Yunsun dodged the blow, kicked the enemy in the leg. The remaining biker watched as his gang member was beaten. He froze. The gang member screamed that his leg was broken. Then Chonsu grabbed his arm from behind, calmly twisted his arm and asked if that was enough. Yunsun looked at him. Surrounded by bodies, the man asked if he was happy with the people of Koryo's loyalty to their word. Chonsu frowned and said that when the hero asked for help, he was very surprised. Yunsun began to take off his helmet. The man said that they, the Sakhalin people, do not forget either friends or enemies. The hero froze in front of the thrown money. The man said that he did not need to pay him. He looked at it. Chonsu said that he, having given his word, would not stumble. He remembered the crying woman. She covered her face with her hands and said that she was sorry, very sorry. Yunsun looked in shock at the bag of money. Mom said that this was money for her sister's life. Now the bills were lying under his feet. Jiangsu looked at the hero, who said that he didn't need them either. He walked away and said that the money was his. Jiangsu looked at him silently. The hero said that he could throw it away. Yunsun froze. The Sakhalin resident called him a pathetic person. After all, he pretends that he has nothing to lose. Hyan was lying all beaten up and groaning. Minwoo's fist was covered in blood. He said that they went to the same school. He grabbed him by the nose and said that the man should have remembered his character. Minwoo screamed and began to open his mouth. He screamed that Hyan knew. He hung over his body and began to scream that he had tried so many times to curb his character all this time. Blood splashed on his face. He screamed that he had done it well all this time. He tore Hyan's jaw and screamed that it was not he who would get his hands dirty, but his friend. Blood splashed again. Hyan's hand was shaking. Minwoo called him a pathetic loser. He turned away and said that if he didn't twitch, a lot of people who knew him would think he was an idiot. He started to go down, said this is why it's bad to hold back your temper for too long. Underground parking. Minwoo unlocked one. He frowned and looked away. There were 2 men in front of him. The guy asked who they were. Another guy appeared behind him. He said that Minwoo had a good job. The veins on Young-Hek's face bulged and asked if the guy was really of legal age to drive a car. Minwoo was surrounded. He thought that they had chosen a good time and even if they were beaten, they would remain silent. He sighed with a smile because both sides are always to blame. The veins on his face bulged. He said that he would not leave it like this because they did not allow him to live in peace. The cigarette was smoldering. The one called on the phone. The phone and blood began to ring. Minwoo was covered in blood. He stood among the beaten bodies. Wanton shouted angrily and asked why the guy had answered so late. Minwoo lit a cigarette. The director asked where he was hanging out and if Jiangti was nearby. Wanton froze. Minwoo sat on Jiang-Hyuk's body and said that they would end it here and now. He looked away angrily and said that he couldn't handle the life of a star anymore and offered to end it. Wanton yelled at him, but Minwoo offered to choose between the director accepting his character and him continuing his career as a star. Minwoo looked forward and said that either he would tell the press that he had fun with their trainee and they would sink together. He curled his lips and asked again when the director asked what he was talking about. He looked forward angrily and said that if he didn't cover for him, he would go down with him. Wanton looked forward in surprise and Minwoo said that he was just warning in advance and called Yoonseong an idiot. Minwoo took the phone away from his ear and said that it was turning off and that he should choose wisely. In his mind, he called him a corpse. He started to go through his contacts, intending to bring out his PTSD. The phone rang in front of the angry dogs. Minwoo was going to do whatever it took to send him to hell. The big guy was playing a game surrounded by pets. He was smoking and turned his attention to the phone. Junwon answered. Minwoo looked ahead angrily. The man asked if the guy was calling after so long, but the guy told him to listen carefully. Junwon frowned. Minwoo said that Yoonseong had started to carry out his revenge. Minwoo looked ahead and said that after him, the hero would go after him. He was going to gather all the guys. He said that he would gather all his. The couple looked ahead angrily. Minwoo was going to slap him first, because that way he could survive. The hero remembered the funeral photo, remembered that after her death, complete chaos reigned in his family. Mom was crying at the altar. She sobbed and raised her hand. It affected her especially strongly. She almost lost her mind. Their house burned down. Tears streamed down her face. Nuna died. The hero decided that it would be strange if she did not go crazy. Behind the building, Minwoo stood in the alley and asked her what she needed. The hero's mother stood in front of him. The guy asked why she kept coming to his agency every day when she was inconvenient to him. He smiled and asked if she was really going to sue him. He raised his hands and asked if he was the one who burned their house down or pushed Yoonseong Nuna off the roof. The woman looked at him in fear. Minwoo angrily walked up to her and asked what he did. Did she have proof? His mother thought Minwoo was behind everything. She watched his apology. The hero fell on the bed. She saw his exhausted look. Now she looked at the guy with worry. She believed that everything was like that. Minwoo said that when he came to apologize to the hospital, did she really put all the blame on him and that's why she was here? She interpreted the situation in her own way and went to look for him. The veins on the guy's face bulged. He said that he would sue her. He put his hands in his pocket and asked how the woman got her number. Did she know that it was a breach of privacy? The woman sweated. Minwoo said that their agency had a team of lawyers. He said that he would sue her and show her what would happen if his agency decided to sue her. Of course, it was a lie. He glared at her again and told her not to come back to him again. Otherwise they would see each other in court, and there they would destroy her in an instant. He was bluffing shamelessly, but after this ridiculous lie, his mother could not help but believe him, and all because she had only finished comprehensive school. She was folding clothes with her son. She looked up at him. Managing money, studying as a hero, everything rested on his Nuna's shoulders. She looked at the guy in fear. He asked if she was listening to him. Did she understand who she was dealing with? He clenched his fist and asked if she had proof that he did this, shouted and demanded to know. The woman's mouth twisted. Minwoo said that he would soon send them to the very bottom. The hero's mother suddenly began to cry. Minwoo looked at her indifferently. The stupid hero's mother had nowhere to turn. She began to beat her chest and ask what to do. She had no one to complain to. She fell to her knees, began to sob and asked if she really had gone crazy and now deserved to die. Rena came to him, full of despair. Minwoo looked down on her angrily. She covered her face with her hands. Minwoo sat in front of her and asked if it was really her fault. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked her to admit that she had been wrong about him. She looked at her hands. Minwoo asked her to give him her phone. Minwoo was now talking on the phone. Junwon played, holding the phone with his shoulder and said that it was none of his business. He was cursing in the chat and said that Minwoo was the one who started this mess and wasn't he doing a great job of covering his tracks. Minwoo was screaming for him to listen while the big guy was asking why he even became a star. Jinwon kept playing and suggested that he just apologize, get on his knees and beg and it would be over. He said he was hanging up but Minwoo wouldn't let up. He kicked the car. He walked away and said that this idiot was no good. He thought he should find this little idiot first and finish him off. He turned around and said no. One of the bikers' phones was ringing while Minwoo was trying to figure out where they had disappeared to. The whole gang was lying in an alley. Minwoo gritted his teeth and asked what was going on. He looked at the screen and asked if they weren't good enough. He touched his forehead and asked if this was real. He wiped his forehead and thought about what he could do now. He walked forward, thinking about what to do and how to get the most benefit. He remembered that he was going to be filming a drama soon. After everything that happened, he was getting offers to star in commercial films and variety shows. He sighed heavily, thinking about what would be the best choice. His career was right in front of him. He looked down, decided that there was nothing he could do. After a while, he cried. He had only one way out. He knelt down in front of the hero and Youngsoo. He put his hands on the floor and began to say that he was terribly sorry. He asked for forgiveness. Yoonsung looked at him silently. He said that he must be crazy. He looked at the floor and apologized for everything he did, asked for forgiveness for pretending not to know him. This was the only way for him to survive if he wanted to continue living as a star. His fist clenched. He barely said that he was truly sorry. He looked up with a tearful gaze and said that even if he had 10 mouths, he couldn't express it all in words. Yoonseong looked at him silently. Minwoo said that if the hero asked him to stop being a star, he would quit. Yoonseong thought about it. He looked at him and didn't believe that Satan was apologizing to him. He closed his eyes and noticed that Minwoo even knelt down. He remembered moments from the past. He remembered how he looked at him cheerfully. Now Minwoo was looking at the floor. Yoonseong extended his hand to him and asked him to stand up. Minwoo took his hand. He smiled and said thank you. He closed his eyes and said that he was truly grateful to him. He said thank you for accepting his apology. Yoon-seong angrily asked what he was talking about. He broke his arm with his knee and asked when he accepted his apology. Minwoo screamed. The hero asked him to wake up. He asked if he was really sorry. He glared at him and asked if he really thought he was such a moron. He knew everything he had done to him. In the past, Minwoo looked at Yeonbyum and said that Yoon-seong's mother was still. He came to his agency. The guy was looking at his phone. Minwoo said irritably that he had already sent the insurance for her daughter. He put a cigarette in his mouth and asked if he found them disgusting. He said that they were sticking their noses where they didn't belong and playing the victim. He started making faces and said that they needed to be taught a real lesson. He remembered how he took the woman's phone and said that she was clearly a stupid woman, because when he found the right words, she got scared and then he took her phone under the pretext of recording. The hero's mother looked at the guy worriedly. Minwoo then installed a hacking app. Minwoo smiled maniacally and offered to take all the money from her account. Yeonbyum asked if he thought it was unfair. A woman in a bank asked in shock how she could only have 3 million won in her account. The employee smiled politely and said he was sorry, but there was a record of a transfer of funds. She took the receipt of the transfer of money from this account in horror. After a while, the policeman looked at her and said that they could not find anything. The woman stood in front of him. The policeman said that there were fake bank accounts recorded here, and they in turn were linked to overseas accounts. The woman fell to her knees while the police tried to understand what kind of fraud they were dealing with. In the end, she cried. The last insurance nuns, his mother lost to scammers. She cried. In front of the stunned hero lay a bag. His mother said that she was very sorry. He looked at 3 bundles of bills. His mother said that she did not understand how she fell for the trick of scammers. He froze in horror. The woman said that the bank and the police said that they would not be able to find the money, and this was the price for his Nuna's life. Yoon-seong asked angrily why should he forgive him. He glared at the boy and said that he had ruined his life. Minwoo stepped back, holding up his broken arm. The hero realized that Minwoo thought he didn't know how he had deceived his mother. He grabbed his broken arm. He twisted his arm, stepped on it with his foot and swung it, asking if Minwoo didn't understand the situation he was in. Minwoo screamed. His eyes were red, asking him to stop. The hero told him to listen carefully. He pressed on his arm and said he wouldn't let it go. Yoon-seong frowned and said he wouldn't repeat it twice. The boy had to understand why the hero had gone so far. He leaned over and said he wasn't here for an apology, he was here for revenge. He pressed on the broken joint. Yoon-seong calmly watched Minwoo suffer. He was lying on the floor and trying to say sorry. He started crying, sniffling and begging for his forgiveness. Yoon-seong froze. Minwoo said he was truly sorry because he didn't know how much the hero had suffered. He screamed and said that he would apologize to him and to his Nuna for the rest of his life. The hero took his hand. Minwoo asked to forgive him just once. Yoon-seong rested his foot on the broken joint again. He was surprised that Minwoo was apologizing to him. He closed his eyes. He raised his fist, because as expected, a fist is better than a court. He imagined the destroyed statue of Themis. He realized that the payments ordered would not help the victims in any way. Yoon-seong imagined his enemies. It was funny to him to see how each of them asked for this in absolute desperation. He pulled the guy's hand. If he had not decided on this revenge, they would never have begged for forgiveness. Minwoo was crying. Yoon-seong knew that they would have kept their mouths shut until the very end. He let go of the broken hand. Minwoo fell to the floor and screamed. He turned around. The hero said that he did not want so much from them. He turned away, said a sincere apology and honest actions are everything. The hero stopped and turned to the guy. Minwoo bit his lips. The hero said that he should visit his Nuna's crypt every year if he wants to continue living as a star. Minwoo screamed, holding his hand. He screamed thank you. He cried and screamed that he would change for the better and live with the thoughts of atonement for the sins he committed. The heroes left. Yoon-seong showed him the middle finger at the end. The day had come. Minwoo signed the contract. He smiled. He was asked to try his best. It was an honor for him to serve such an important person like him, but Minwoo said that on the contrary, he should ask the man for help in the future. He looked at his broken arm and said that this role, the man asked if he really broke his arm during the incident with the manager. He smiled, laughed and said that it was true and for him it was like a medal of courage. Minwoo starred as the lead in a drama about school violence called Time of Violence. Articles were shown about his recovery. He gave interviews about forgiving the criminal who attacked his manager. He posed for photos. He was at the top of the views. They held microphones to his mouth. He smiled contentedly. They asked him what ratings he expected from the new drama. This was the pinnacle of his career. He bowed and said that he was very grateful to them. This was the peak of his life. He put his 2 hands together and said thank you for their interest in him, to repay them in full. It was worth it to shove his pride away just once. He smiled and said that he would become a better version of himself in the future. And now a quiet life was revealed to him. Articles were written about him. This was the real jackpot. Wanton slammed his glass on the table. He looked at the actor contentedly and asked if he thought everything had turned out well. He turned to Park and asked how many offers there were for Minwoo this time. Minwoo calmly took a sip. The manager said that they had agreed on 3 dramas, 4 commercials, 3 photo shoots, and 2 radio shows. Wanton smiled and reminded him that he had said that life is unpredictable. Even if he is a pompous jerk, he is a duck that lays golden eggs. He patiently closed his eyes, remembered that he was beaten and threatened, but they could not do anything. The agency, Minwoo understood that the executives did not care about anything as long as they made money. He winked, mentally asking them to wait and see what happens when his contract expires. Wanton poured alcohol and asked if he read the contract before signing it. Minwoo looked at him and said that he checked everything. Why? The director chuckled. The guy asked, "Is there really a problem?" He put the contract on the table and said that all his dramas are pre-production and he needs to check a lot of things beforehand. He just reminded that if Party B causes a conflict that hinders the progress of the work, Party A has the right to collect damages. Minwoo sat in front of the contract in front of the guy. The guy apologized and said that there have been a lot of talks lately. He looked at the condition. The lawyer said that this is a mandatory part and they will also need insurance for such cases. Minwoo smiled, because being a star means working on your image, and if something goes wrong, only they will have to start over. Minwoo smiled and said that the gentleman is right. He sighed, thinking that Yoon-seong had already forgiven him. Now he looked ahead in shock. He wondered what if a problem arises after the completion of post-production. Wanton grinned slyly and asked if he understood what he was talking about. He said that the actor is in good shape now and if the contract is terminated, it will be a little problematic. Minwoo sweated. The director asked how much the fine will be. He began to count and said that it is a bit much. Wanton frowned and asked if they were sure they had resolved everything peacefully with his friend. He remembered the hero's face and reminded him that he had visited him in the hospital. He remembered that they had talked about bullying at school. Minwoo bit his lips. The director said that it would be troublesome if he had not resolved the issue yet. His veins bulged. He bit his lips and asked him not to worry about it. Wanton looked at him incredulously. The actor said that he had settled everything and there would be no problems from now on. The director looked at him again and asked if he was sure. Minwoo was thinking about whether to go to another agency. Minwoo turned around abruptly. The director ordered someone to come in. Yoon-seong entered the office with Joanna. Wanton took a drag on his cigarette, said that since the actor was sure, he trusted him and called him. Joanna smiled and greeted the actor. Yoon-seong looked at him calmly. Joanna said that they were from MBS. Minwoo looked at the hero dumbfounded. His partner said she wanted to interview him briefly about his school violence. She smiled, said she had done some research and then it turned out. The hero mentally told him that he had said he would beat him half to death. He had said he would bring him down from his high. Mentally he asked if Minwoo had had time to enjoy it to the fullest. Minwoo twisted his mouth. Joanna said his agency had said he couldn't have done such a thing. They had agreed to let them check the information. Minwoo turned around, scared. Wanton put his hands on the table and said that Minwoo had said he had settled everything. He chuckled and asked if he had the money to pay the fine. He put his hands on his shoulders and said that his career had just begun, so he couldn't have that kind of money. He leaned over his ear and asked him not to worry, because the agency would pay the fine for him. Wanton stood behind the actor, said 3 advances and 13 agreements. If he cancelled them all, it would probably be 2.5 billion. Minwoo froze. The director asked him not to worry, because there were so many ways to pay the money even with a damaged reputation. He trembled. The director asked Park to prepare everything. Minwoo felt in his gut that he was finished. Wanton smiled and congratulated the guy. He began to massage his shoulders and said that he thought they could work together. Minwoo realized that he had messed with the wrong person. Wanton sat down in a chair and picked up a folder. Yoon-seong looked at him. The director asked, "Will everything really come out?" Yoon-seong looked at him. The man said that this kid just starred in a drama about school violence. He frowned. The hero said that even if they tried to hide the news, the effort would be useless, since he would do everything possible to bring this guy to the bottom. Wanton squinted at the hero, who said that the guy must first suffer enough, otherwise he will not be able to live in peace. Yoon-seong fell silent. Park kept his hands behind his back and frowned. The director thought about the hero's words. He clapped his hands and said okay. He got up from the table, noted that the hero was full of determination and he could not do anything about it. He stood behind him and said that his uncle wanted to propose to him. Yoon-seong turned around. The man said that they had common interests. Wanton said that the hero wanted to see Minwoo's life go downhill, right? He looked menacingly at the hero and asked him to let him do it. Yoon-seong froze. The director said that his goal was revenge and he just wanted to make money off of him. He smiled, sticking out his tongue, said that if they united, they could turn his life into a living hell on earth. He asked what the hero thought. Minwoo broke the bottles, pointed them at Wanton. He shouted, threatening with a bottle, and ordered me to stop lying to him. Wanton covered his face with his hand. Minwoo said if he mentioned the fines again, but the director interrupted him. His veins on his face bulged. He asked what the guy was doing in front of a reporter. Park slapped the actor, told him to just look at this rude guy. Minwoo fell to the floor. Park looked at him and said that he was too arrogant. He grabbed his ear and asked if he really thought that the life of a star was so good that he could behave badly. He pinned the guy to the floor, told him to listen carefully, called him a product. He pulled him by the ear and called him a product that would make them a lot of money. Yoonseong and Joanna looked at each other. Park asked them to wait and see how the school bullying scandal involving him would burst into flames if he did not do as he was told. He said that the fines were just compensation. Yoonseon looked at the guy in surprise. Park said that as long as he could pay, they would sign him up for any possible event. Minwoo looked at the hero. It was clear to him that he had become a product, the price of which had increased greatly. Wonton lit a cigarette. He was going to squeeze the maximum out of the product. Everyone froze. His boss saw the situation as an opportunity, not a crisis. Joanna put on her glasses and asked again. Yoonseon stood next to him and said that this boss did not want to lose anything. He was sure that all businessmen were like that. He handed over his glasses and said that they always choose the lesser of two evils. Joanna looked at the hero thoughtfully. He bet that Minwoo's boss would work with him until his death. He calmly looked at his partner. She said that the reason he got involved with. He briefly said yes. After all, who better than people from the same industry should know? The driver looked at Minwoo. Such people knew better how to fleece a guy to the last thread and make him work until his last breath. Minwoo looked at the driver angrily. 3 days had passed and he couldn't sleep properly and was still filming programs. He was cheerfully hosting a show at a stupid event outside the city. He realized that the boss really wanted to kill him with these events. The car was driving fast. Minwoo was thinking about jumping out. Would they leave him okay in that case? The driver turned to the actor and asked him to concentrate. The car stopped. The driver said that they had arrived for the last event of the day. Minwoo looked out the window incredulously and asked what kind of event it was. The driver lit a cigarette and said that this was a place where VIPs come. He said not to show off and not to cause trouble. Minwoo looked ahead nervously. The driver said to be polite and told him to keep a straight face. People were jumping on the dance floor. A star in the entertainment industry is a profession that completely depends on the interest of the public. And in this world, there are unfair contracts. And the worst of them is a contract full of toxicity where all the conditions put the interests of the agency first. And no one can refuse it. The girls danced on stage because if I don't sign the contract, I won't be able to debut. The agency uses support and investment in the stars as bait. The girl smiled and forces them to sign a one-sided contract. In the production system, where huge amounts of money are needed, contracts with slave conditions are inevitable. The men stood sullenly behind the cameramen, and in the process of fulfilling it, if you have to work in shady establishments, then. The man looked at the girl next to him with satisfaction. Wonton laughed. All thanks to one fact alone, the agency gets a powerful weapon that tightly binds rising stars. The very guarantee, because of which they will not betray the agency. Minwoo sat in a luxurious room, thinking about what he would have to do here. He looked at the interior, thinking that everything here looks like it costs 100 million. What kind of guests should come here? He imagined old ladies, because he had heard that the owners of large companies like to have fun with the stars. The door opened. Minwoo tensed up. An old woman in expensive clothes looked at the guy and asked if he was Minwoo. She hugged his hand, said that she had heard about him. They sat down on the sofa. The woman asked him not to worry because everything would be over quite quickly. Minwoo closed his eyes. His veins bulged. The old woman asked if this was his first time here and said how handsome his face was. He imagined the heroes and thought that no matter what it took, he would take revenge on them. He clenched his fist, thought that all these disgusting memories, no matter what happened, he would never forget it. He stared blankly ahead and mentally said that he would destroy them all, no matter what it took. Men entered the room. He tried to endure everything. The man looked happily at the lady. They heard that they had a new guy here. He began to undress. To get naked, he was interested to look at him. Minwoo was horrified. The man said that they heard about him from the boss. He asked not to be afraid and said that they were gentle. A dubious establishment is the very guarantee for obtaining the weakness of a star. The man was smoking. The director exhaled contentedly. He grinned and called Minwoo impudent. Men's hands reached out to him. He attacked the wrong person. This is the true beginning of life in hell. His face began to touch. He clenched his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged. Pak was standing next to the director. The director poked at the photo of the hero and asked if Pak knew why he offered this kid to unite. He exhaled smoke contentedly and said that no matter how spoiled the star's life is, because they will always be useful. This business is based on appearance, so they can force them to engage in fraud and money laundering, using them as hosts of broadcasts. He said that they can also be made the face of their investments or forced to work at idiotic events. Park frowned at the boss, who was about to tell him why he did this to get Minwoo sent to the butterfly while on the verge of a scandal with the school violence story involving him. He chuckled and said that he just didn't write off Minwoo. He looked at his smile and said that it was hard to create a rising star, don't you think? His hand reached out to help but was blocked by others. This is how the director will teach Minwoo a lesson and keep him in the agency. Park frowned ahead. The director said that the problem was with Yoon-seong. He asked what he had to do to make him shut his mouth. Wonton looked at Park grimly and said that he would kill him. The rule is that to fill the lotus leaf, you must first empty it. He said that he would not tolerate any harm, and now that they could control Minwoo, he told Park to kill the hero. Minwoo looked ahead tiredly. He followed the driver, not realizing what time it was. He started to stagger. He didn't understand how many days had passed. He looked ahead in horror, not understanding what he had been doing all this time. Hyun turned angrily and told them to go faster, because if they were late for the broadcast, the CEO would be furious. Minwoo followed him listlessly. He sighed and said yes. He followed Hyun with his head down. Now he was living in hell. The host laughed cheerfully and shouted about the limits of human capabilities, offering to overcome the limits of his own body. There were 2 teams on either side of him. The host announced that he had started the 3rd quarter. Minwoo looked around tiredly. The host went to another actor and asked what was with his expression. He turned around. The guy shouldn't do that anymore. His gaze was riveted on Minwoo. He was staring into space. The host was calling him. The host turned to the cameraman and gestured to remove the actor. A shadow hung over the guy. The man looked at him angrily and asked, "Is he really making fun of him?" Minwoo looked at the man blankly. He said that he was not focused from the beginning and was ruining the whole atmosphere. Minwoo didn't understand anything. Somewhere in the background the man was telling him to say if he didn't want to do it, asking if he was laughing at him. He angrily waved his host card, while Minwoo was thinking that he was tired, wanted to destroy everything and give it all up. Life was in full swing around him. He thought that if it weren't for the fines. The phone in his pocket began to ring. Minwoo smiled wearily. He took the phone. He saw that the check for his appearance on the screen had gone up in price, and his fees had increased significantly compared to what they had before. Of course, Wonton had ripped off most of it from him, but it was definitely a lot of money. He smiled, thinking that since things had turned out this way, he would just make a lot of money. They were watched from the sidelines. Minwoo was thinking that he just needed to be patient for a little while longer. Wonton started calling him. Hyun answered and looked ahead tiredly, said that he was with him. The host raged. Minwoo smiled stupidly. The man said that the actor might be giving up. Wonton was sitting in the sauna. The man said that as expected, because of the money, he began to accept his position. Wonton looked at the ceiling and said understood. He looked at Park and said that Minwoo was already taken care of, said that he seemed to be under their control. They were sitting in the sauna. The director said that as he predicted, the pathetic guy could not do anything to them. Park thoughtfully looked ahead. The director asked how he was going to get rid of that kid. He looked at the director and said that under Korean law, a person gets the harshest sentence for murder. He imagined a knife attack and said that one of the key elements in the law is planning. He said that unlike a case of negligence, the punishment and sentence will be much more severe because there is no room for error. Wonton thought about it. Park said especially for a murder case, the minimum sentence is 10 years in prison. Park looked away and said that is why their days in the criminal world found another way to provoke a murder. Wonton asked in surprise as the sun was setting. Yoon-seong walked through the city, thoughtfully looked ahead. He knew that they were coming to kill him. Joanna picked up the phone in the bathroom and asked him to repeat what he said. The hero said that Director Wonton was actually a gangster. He was in prison for organized violence. This is his past conviction. The partner looked ahead with excitement. The hero said that if she dug deeper, she would find out that he was suspected of attempted murder and incitement to murder. She asked if they were really going to kill him. Yoon-seong picked up something in his hands. The girl said that if that happened, it would be a big problem. They should not have touched him. He looked at the device in his hand, said that if he touched Mina, he would become an opponent that he would have to face anyway. Joanna put on a towel. The hero said that he promised her that if he accepted her help, he must keep his promise. Joanna sighed and told him to pack his things. He looked at the bag. The girl told him to pack all his belongings and change the address. They did not know what could happen. Yoon-seong looked ahead. Joanna asked him not to forget. Now he was walking down the street, thinking about the fact that the reason for helping him was not only because of the promise. There was a device sticking out of his pocket. He was looking ahead. He knew her. The reason Mrs. Joanna and the others were helping him was not only because of their promise, but no matter what happened to him, he had to keep his promise. He walked up to the crossing. He looked to the side sullenly. The traffic light was red. There was a homeless person on the other side. He was drunk, hiccuping, his eyes looking in different directions. Yoon-seong froze. He reached for the device. The traffic light was on. Since he didn't know what situation he might end up in, he would prepare a telescopic baton. He walked forward. After all, he decided that everything was okay. The homeless person came to meet him. He made faces and moaned. Wonton was drying his hair. Puck said that he hired someone. The director asked what kind of person he was. Puck said that the punishment for a planned murder is harsher. He said to get the least sentence it had to be manslaughter and committed by a person with mental and physical limitations. Wanton looked at him. Puck said that it was much better than hiring a hitman. Attempted manslaughter was in fashion these days. The hero crossed the road with the homeless man while Puck said that they could be easily eliminated if something went wrong. Until they could reach an agreement with the families of the victims, even if they proved the act of murder, it would only get 4 years. They crossed the same line. Puck said that in their day, people with anger management issues or mental disorders got shorter sentences. The man hiccuped and smiled. Yunsen adjusted his cap, holding the cap in his hands. The homeless man was left behind. Yunsen froze and began to watch him go. Puck said that among them, the most commonly used method was drunk driving. The car began to approach the hero. He turned sharply. Park asked the gentleman not to worry. The man looked at the road in shock with a bottle in his mouth. The homeless man turned to the hero. Park said that he had created the perfect situation. Yunsen opened his eyes wide. Park said that if the laws of Korea have not changed, then they will be more lenient in the case of drunk driving, and there are still many loopholes for this. The car was approaching. Park said that a short article will be published tomorrow. This is how bad luck suddenly fell on the hero. He could not move. Before dying, he remembered his mother and sister. Before death, people have their whole life flashing before their eyes. His eyes opened wide. This moment is called Chumidin. The light of the headlights filled the entire space. The hero was sorry that before dying inside Chumidin he did not have happy memories. There were only people he worried about and missed. A bright flash flashed in front of the man. The main character widened his eyes in fear and opened his mouth. In Yunsen's red eyes, there were reflections of different people's faces. In his last moments, he did not see happy memories. The cap flew into the air along with a splash of blood. The protagonist turned around, looking at the objects flying around. The man smiled madly, laughing loudly. On the road, there was a man lying in a pool of blood. His mouth was open and his arms were outstretched. An ambulance was driving quickly along the road. Doctors were transporting the victim, loudly shouting that his pulse was dropping. A red lamp was burning brightly above the operating room, while the doctor was shouting for someone to bring a defibrillator because his heart had stopped. The word operating room was written on the lamp. The lamp stopped emitting red light. The doctor took off his mask and exhaled dejectedly. Sweat was running down his face, and he said that they were able to save the victim. There was blood on the doctor's clothes, and he added that the patient was in bad condition. The protagonist clenched his fists when the doctor said that there was no guarantee that she would not become disabled because she almost died. Yunseong pursed his lips tightly, and the doctor said that they would need to observe the girl for a while. A car was rapidly approaching the young man in black. Suddenly, the wheels turned to the side. Yunseong stumbled as 2 cars collided in front of him. Joanna gritted her teeth, clutching the steering wheel with her hands. The cars pushed apart and glass shattered around them. One of the cars pushed the protagonist. He fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Yunseong turned around, hearing someone laugh. The wrinkled man smiled. The protagonist was lying on the road in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide. Joanna was drying her hair with a towel, telling Yunseong on the phone that he should not go too far. The protagonist opened his mouth, remembering the girl saying that his life was at stake now, so he should not overdo it. He ran to the car, remembering Joanna saying that they could do this together if he was scared. Yunseong looked out the car window, remembering the girl's words that he could come to her house and live with her because she lived alone anyway. The protagonist grabbed the car door. He broke the glass with his elbow. The girl was lying on the airbag, bleeding. Joanna opened her eyes and quietly called out to Yunseong. The protagonist froze, his eyes wide in shock. He clenched his fist so hard that the veins were visible through the skin. Yunseong burst into tears, screaming loudly. The protagonist quickly ran on the phone. The doctors were wheeling Joanna on a couch. Red blood was running down the girl's face. Yunseong ran, frowning. The nurse stopped him, saying that the guardian should wait here. The girl sweated in fear when she realized that Yunseong was not Joanna's guardian and that he also needed treatment. Yunseong stood motionless. His head was bandaged and he was sitting on a chair. Someone approached the protagonist. A woman with short hair sat down next to him, asking if he was okay. She covered her face with her hands, saying that she knew something like this would happen someday, but it was too early. Yunseong hung his head, saying nothing. The woman looked at him, and he said that she was right. Someone was clutching a glass ashtray, and Yunseong said that it happened sooner than they thought. Glass shattered next to the man in the black suit, while someone screamed loudly in rage. Blood ran down his head, while someone screamed that he couldn't even take care of one guy. The man with a scar over his eye furrowed his brows when his subordinate said that they were supposed to throw him off like a tail. The police officer was talking to the injured man, and the subordinate told his superior not to worry about the consequences because even though the driver was drunk, the accident was caused by Joanna. The man leaned his hand on the table and the subordinate said that it would be resolved like an accident. The subordinate put his hands behind his back, adding that the problem was not the incident. Joanna was lying in a hospital bed. He explained that the real problem was that it seemed like they had found out about their intentions to harm them. Yoon-sung and the pink-haired woman were standing next to Joanna, and the subordinate added that it was as if they had noticed something and were prepared, which is why it ended like this. Young-soo abruptly opened the door. The man was breathing heavily, saying that he heard that there was an accident. The woman turned around and said that Joanna had been in an accident. Young-soo gritted his teeth as she added that the girl was in very bad condition. Joanna had a mask on her face, and the woman said that the doctors said they needed some time to look after her because her whole body was damaged. The man clenched his fists and turned away. The woman ran after him, asking where he was going. Chang-soo furrowed his brows and said that he would just kill them all and go to jail. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room while Chang-soo said that this revenge was endless and that things like this would happen in the future. The woman raised her hands when Chang-soo said that he had to make this revenge end and that he didn't want to do this anymore. Yoon-seong turned away and thought that according to their original plan, the CEO would use Mina until he was consumed by a tragic ending. The man sat in the car. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that only then would they finish him off. Joanna's eyes were closed and Yoon-seong thought that the situation had changed now. Chang-soo and the woman turned around when the protagonist said that the man was right. Yoon-seong looked at Joanna, saying that since things had turned out this way, it was only right to end things. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that they were starting Plan B. The woman's face became scared when Yoon-seong added that they would use everything they had. The protagonist walked up to them and told them to listen to him carefully. Yoon-seong opened his mouth. The woman and Chang-soo stared at him in shock. They were standing at the exit of the room. The woman raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking if Yoon-seong would really do this. The protagonist looked at her sternly when she asked if it would be okay. He opened his mouth and said that they brought this on themselves because they shouldn't have crossed them. Yoon-seong looked at his comrades and said that they needed to prepare themselves because these scoundrels had crossed the line. There was a white sign above the doors, and the protagonist thought that from now on he would make them pay in full. Someone called the black phone. Kenmin turned around when he heard the sound. A man with tattoos on his arms was drinking from a glass. When the man in the gray sweater picked up the phone, the other man shouted that it was his. He picked up his gadget, and the older employee asked if a dealer could leave his phone like that. The man frowned and said that although they were just selling used cards, they needed to earn the customer's trust. He turned around in surprise, looking at his colleague. Kenmin's hand, which was holding the phone, was shaking. Yoon-seong put the gadget to his ear, saying that there is a saying that trash should be dealt with by trash. The pink-haired woman and Chang-soo looked at the protagonist in fear, who added that he was talking about human trash that they could not even imagine. Kenmin sweated and gritted his teeth. He furrowed his brows and asked what Yoon-seong wanted from him. He remembered sticking out his tongue while telling the male lead that his older sister was really cute. The man licked his lips maliciously. Kenmin remembered screaming in fear while asking for forgiveness. Yoon-seong held the phone to his ear, saying that he would use this trash and catch Minwoo and Wonton in the most unpredictable way. Kenmin gritted his teeth, looking at the phone screen in horror. The male lead furrowed his brows and thought that no one would dare to even think about it. The man in black shoes took a step forward. He walked into a large white car. Minwoo was lying on a chair. He looked at his phone when someone told him that after the next filming, he would be filming in Yeongcheon Province, where he would spend 4 days filming on an island. A group of men sat in the middle of the forest, and Minwoo thought that he would be paid good money for such a difficult job. The man frowned and thought that for the sake of money he could bear it. The young man in the white t-shirt looked at the phone screen, saying that this was a reality show where he would have to watch his words, and Minwoo cursed loudly. The driver turned around, asking what Minwoo had just said, and the man called someone a scoundrel. There was 01 in the general savings account. The bank employee smiled, holding up documents. Minwoo, who was wearing a cap and a mask, frowned in shock when the man said that there was a report of a transfer of funds from this account. Minwoo stood up from his chair, shouting loudly that this bank was very irresponsible if the money in his account just disappeared. The employee looked at the piece of paper and said that there was a confirmation of the cancellation of the transfer of funds at the specified time. Minwoo placed his hands on the table, and the employee asked if he could confirm this information. Minwoo's eyes turned red and he raised one eyebrow in confusion. He picked up the document. Wonton's name was in the middle of the list. A woman in a white dress had her legs crossed. Sunho was sitting on the table, stroking the man in a black suit's face. The girl frowned, asking if Wonton was sure he would be promoting her this time, and the man said he had even arranged a golf game with the producers for tomorrow. Wonton smiled and added that he had also reserved the bar, and that the girl only had to show up when he called her. Someone walked quickly down the hallway as the man said that it was time for everyone to know how beautiful Sunho was. Minwoo abruptly threw open the doors to the office. The girl turned around, kneeling on the table. Minwoo adjusted his hair and asked through clenched teeth in anger if he could ask Wonton one question. The man wrinkled his nose when Minwoo asked if he had touched his money. Minwoo stood in the middle of the doorway, loudly repeating his question. A broad-shouldered man appeared behind him and Wanton called Minwoo a rude scoundrel. The man kicked Minwoo in the back. He started punching him and Wanton asked what kind of game Minwoo was playing this time. Minwoo raised his hand, loudly asking if Wanton took his money. The guard punched him in the cheek. He punched him non-stop, saying that he had already said that Minwoo was just a product. The man's eyes turned white with rage and he added that a product should shut up and do as he was told because all he had to do was figure out how to sell himself better. Wanton raised his eyebrows, looking down. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had taken the money. Yoon-sung stood next to Chang-soo, saying that he had fishing in the same way that the man had tricked his mother. The pink-haired woman remembered how she had snuck into Minwoo's dressing room. She pointed her phone's camera at the QR code and installed a phishing app on the man's phone while he was sleeping, leaving a trace that his boss had attempted to withdraw funds. Yoon-seong and Chang-soo walked down the hallway while the protagonist said that he was going to do this for 3 or 4 years, enjoy watching Minwoo get used, and when he had the most money, fish him to pieces. Joanna was lying on the hospital bed, and Yoon-seong added that the timeline for that plan had been pushed forward. Chang-soo looked at the protagonist, asking if he could handle a fight with Minwoo, since there were gangsters and even a UFC fighter among them. Yoon-seong smiled and asked if his comrade thought Minwoo was weak. The man fell to the floor, blood splattering around. A blonde boy stood in the middle of the people. A boy in a blue shirt ran towards him, screaming loudly in rage. The blonde hit him in the face with a rock. He pursed his lips and blood spattered past him. He turned around and asked if it was over. There were 3 boys behind the blonde, and he asked Sang-cheol if those weaklings hit him. Sang-cheol frowned and confirmed it with a trembling voice, and the protagonist thought that this guy was really crazy. The blonde put the rock in his pocket and reminded him that he had already said that kickboxing in real life was nothing. He hugged Sang-cheol and added with a smile that jiu-jitsu was the best. Yoon-seong stayed behind the 3 boys while the blonde said that if you are confident in yourself, no one can defeat you. The protagonist raised his hands and opened his mouth in shock. Minwoo bit the man's ear. He grabbed his back with his hands. The guard tried to push Minwoo away from you, screaming in pain, blood spurted into the air. And the protagonist thought that Minwoo had been holding it all in all this time, and no matter how much money the company took from him, it was still a decent amount. Minwoo fell to the floor, coughing up blood, and the guard grabbed his ear. Minwoo hit the man in the face with a heavy object, and Yoon-sung thought that Minwoo no longer had the motivation to hold back. The young Minwoo was wearing a wrestling uniform, and the protagonist thought that this man had been training in jiu-jitsu for 5 years since middle school. Minwoo, who had a bandage on his face, looked at the 3 guys behind him. Yoon-sung thought that the same thing happened to Jeong-sung's group in the parking lot. The boys were lying on the ground. Minwoo was sitting on one of them, smoking a cigarette. Minwoo swung a bloody gold tablet. The protagonist's face showed no emotion. Looking straight ahead, he said that if Minwoo was already going crazy, even someone like Wanton would have a hard time calming him down. Wanton and Sunha watched in horror as Yoon-sung said he didn't care who won because he would kill whoever was left. There was fresh blood on the gold tablet. Wanton was kneeling and Minwoo walked up to him. He smiled madly and asked if the man really wanted him to kill him. The guard was shaking on the floor and Minwoo demanded that Wanton give him his money back. Sunha started running away and Yoon-sung thought that he personally hoped that he would win Minwoo. Wanton looked at Minwoo in fear, who asked if the man had decided to stab him in the back after sending him to the brothel. The black-haired man's face was bleeding and he asked what he had done wrong. Minwoo sat down in front of Wanton, screaming that he had done everything he had asked. There was a big white device behind him while Minwoo was screaming that he had endured all of this, and the male lead thought that he still had the best scene that he had given to Minwoo. The black-haired girl and the blonde boy were looking up in shock while Minwoo's screams were heard. People were crowding around listening to this, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces, and Yoon-seong thought that losing money alone would not be enough. There was a statue of a warrior. Minwoo was screaming loudly that he had become so pathetic just because of a small thing, and the male lead thought that the popularity he had been trying to achieve all this time would be destroyed to the ground. On a tall building, Minwoo's face was visible, loudly yelling at Wanton. People were taking pictures and whispering. Saliva was flying out of the man's mouth while he was loudly asking if bullying that little creature was such a grave sin. Wanton moved to the wall, asking Minwoo to calm down. He covered his face with his hands, saying that they could talk about this misunderstanding. Minwoo put his hand on his waist and sighed. He looked up, not understanding why things had turned out this way. Wanton put his hands together in a prayer gesture, crying, and Minwoo thought that he wished he could turn back time. There was blood on the man's clothes, and he thought that he wished he could go back to middle school when he didn't have to worry about anything. Wanton carefully called out to Minwoo, who thought that he just wanted to pretend like nothing happened. The man looked at the ceiling, suggesting that he and Wanton make a deal. Minwoo furrowed his brows and said that he would pretend like nothing happened. Wanton raised his hands, and Minwoo added that he would forget about the brothel, the slave contract, the beating, and more. When Minwoo said that in exchange for this, he was asking for release from the contract, a woman in a black suit ran into the room. Minwoo turned around and the woman screamed that they had a big problem. Someone was watching the live broadcast on their phone and the woman screamed that everything that was happening was being broadcast online. There were a lot of comments in the chat and the woman said that there were already 3,000 viewers watching the live broadcast. People crowded around the huge screen and the woman said that someone had hacked the electronic screen and now everything was being broadcast in the middle of Gwanghwamun Street. Other workers ran into the office, screaming that they were getting a lot of calls from reporters. Wanton's mouth dropped in shock as his subordinates screamed that the producers of the broadcasting station insisted on meeting him and the sponsors were also furious. They wanted to know what was happening. The stock chart showed a sharp decline and the workers said that they could not stop it. Minwoo stood behind while an employee screamed that the information was spreading too fast, as if someone had planned everything in advance. There were drops of blood on Minwoo's shirt. The staff reported that a camera was installed in the air purifier. Minwoo gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in anger. Someone was typing on the keyboard. Chang-soo and Yoon-sung stood behind the man, who was sitting in front of several computers. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. Kenmin was typing on the keyboard, while Yoon-sung praised him for his excellent work. The boy began to sweat when the protagonist added that he made the right choice by calling him. Yoon-sung approached the trembling Kenmin, asking if he knew why he called him. Kenmin raised his fist, saying that he did not know. Chang-soo choked the boy, and he assumed that it was because of Minwoo's phishing or a fake bankbook. Yoon-sung approached Kenmin and told him to think about what he was really good at. The protagonist smiled when the boy said evil deeds. Kenmin was putting something on top of the cabinet and Yoon-sung said that he was really good at installing hidden cameras. The protagonist looked down, remembering how he ordered Kenmin to install cameras everywhere Minwoo might go because it had to look fancy on the broadcast. Kenmin was typing quickly on the keyboard, thinking that Yoon-sung was really crazy. The protagonist put his hand on Kenmin's shoulder and the youth said that everything was ready. He turned around and Yoon-sung said that he could go. The protagonist leaned towards Kenmin's ear and told him not to stay late next time when he received a call. Wanton furrowed his brows, looking down. He clenched his hands into fists while the staff members shouted that they should call the police first. The three of them turned around when they heard someone's voice. A man in a blue shirt approached them, asking if they were making fun of him. The national MC named Jumok furrowed his brows and asked what was going on. He pressed his forehead to Wanton's, saying that he bought shares of this agency yesterday, but today there is already some kind of chaos. Wanton raised his hands, saying that the camera is still recording. Jumok placed his hand on his forehead and asked if it was the young man's fault. Minwoo lowered his head, clenching his hands into fists, and the host said that he said everything in front of the live camera. Jumok waved his hand, asking Minwoo to come to him. Suddenly, the host was hit in the face. Minwoo grabbed a long stick and began to beat him. He swung his weapon. Blood sprayed in the air. Minwoo beat Jumok with the stick, asking why they can't just leave him alone, because he is just trying to live a normal life. Minwoo swung the long stick over and over, yelling that he is trying to pull himself together. Jumok covered his swollen face with his hands, while Minwoo yelled that they are not letting him live. The man beat the host mercilessly, asking why they had to drag him down. Minwoo dropped his hockey stick, looking at Jumok on the floor. Chang-soo crossed his arms, watching the live broadcast, where Minwoo could be heard saying that he lost. He walked over to the air purifier. Minwoo grabbed the device, asking if he had done something so terrible that he deserved this. Kenmin turned around when Minwoo yelled that since the protagonist had ruined his life, he would kill him. Minwoo looked away. Yoon-seong put the phone to his ear. Minwoo furrowed his brows when the protagonist asked if he really wanted to kill him. The man kicked the door when Yoon-seong said that he would send him the location where they would meet. Minwoo walked through the doors. Reporters ran up to him, asking him questions. The man in the gray suit raised the microphone, asking if what Minwoo said in the video was true. Minwoo kicked the reporter. His eyes were red with rage and he told them not to get in his way. The fallen reporter turned around, looking after Minwoo. Minwoo gritted his teeth in anger. A church building was visible. Minwoo thought that Yoon-seong would finish him off. There was a wooden cross hanging on the wall. There were several red chairs near the steel. The protagonist was sitting on a bench. He closed his eyes and folded his hands. Yoon-seong opened his eyes. Minwoo was standing behind him, breathing heavily. His face and shirt were covered in blood. He clenched his hands into fists, saying that a childish act of revenge made such a noise. The protagonist opened his mouth and called out to Minwoo. He stood up and said that he had tattoos. Yoon-seong turned around and added that he got them on his body so that he would not forget all the bad things Minwoo did to him. The man frowned as the protagonist said that he made the mermaid the symbol of Yongbum. Yoon-seong stood in front of Minwoo, saying that he understood what it meant. The protagonist walked up to Minwoo and said that he would now ask him one question. Minwoo gritted his teeth when Yoon-seong asked if he knew which tattoo was dedicated to him. The man's eyes widened and he said that he didn't care. Minwoo raised his fist and Yoonseong said that he would give him an answer. The protagonist picked up a whip and said that he dedicated a prayer tattoo to Minwoo. He hit the man in the face. Minwoo grabbed his cheek, screaming in pain. He stood up and ran towards Yoonseong. The protagonist hit him again with the whip. Yoonseong hit Minwoo many times. Minwoo stumbled while the protagonist was hitting him with the whip. The man raised his hand and Yoonseong thought that Minwoo shouldn't be so impatient. Minwoo gritted his teeth in pain and the protagonist thought that he would tell him everything. The man's finger bent back and Yoonseong thought he would tell Min why the prayer tattoo was dedicated to him. The whip flew across Min's face and the protagonist thought he would explain why he brought him to this particular church. Yoonseong opened his mouth and told the man to be patient. Minwoo fell to his knees and the protagonist told him to get ready because he would tell him everything. Someone put their hands together in a prayer gesture. The blonde boy looked straight ahead while someone asked him for something. The woman closed her eyes, begging him to give her that money back. The protagonist's mother was kneeling. He remembered how when she lost all the money, she was not quite herself. The woman looked at the blonde boy with fear. Yoonseong thought that in order to find the missing money, she asked for help from everyone around her. The protagonist looked at the table in shock. During that time, she was absent from home for several days. There was money and a note on the table. Yoonseong thought that at first he believed that his mother's efforts were in vain. A large hospital building was visible. The protagonist thought that it was not in vain at all. The woman put her hand on her chest, raising her eyebrows. The policeman adjusted his hat and asked if anyone had touched her phone. He showed her the QR code and assumed that the woman had been hacked using it because there are programs like this now that make it easy to cover your tracks. The protagonist's mother clenched her hands into fists, and the policeman asked again if she had given her phone to anyone. The woman was kneeling. The man assumed that this person might know something about it. The protagonist's mother bowed, asking Minwoo to return the money. He looked at her when she said that no one but him had touched her phone. They were standing in the middle of an alley. Unfortunately, seeing this scene, Minwoo thought that this woman was so stupid that she didn't even call the police or slap him. Yoonseong's mother folded her hands and lowered her head. Minwoo smiled and came to the conclusion that he could get even more money from her. The young man leaned over and called the woman. Tears were rolling down her cheeks and Minwoo said that he himself did not know why this had happened to her. Minwoo put his hands on his knees, saying that he had only installed a recording application at the time, and asked if he could take a look to see if there was anything wrong with the file. The woman handed him the phone, asking if he could find the problem, and Minwoo said that he could not promise that. The young man smiled and said that if the installed program was to blame, he would take responsibility and return her money. The woman put her hand on her chest, thanking Minwoo. The young man put his finger on the screen, saying that in order to open the program, he had to pay for it. Minwoo looked at the woman and said that he did not have a penny right now, and asked if she had money. The protagonist's mother opened her mouth in shock, and Minwoo remembered that she had said that she did not have any. The woman grabbed the boy's leg when he said he wouldn't be able to test the program and asked how much money he needed. Minwoo produced a wad of cash and said the company was asking for a large sum and that 1,000,000 would be enough. He produced more wads and said that more money would be needed since it was a foreign bank account. Minwoo produced a pile of bills and said that the company had suddenly stopped communicating and that they were almost done. There was a large black bag by the door and Minwoo said that everything was almost ready and that all she had to do was pay for the tracking app and then she would get the results right away. The woman swung the doors open. There was only a large bag in the empty closet. Yoonseong's mother grabbed the handles of the bag, having been scammed out of the remaining money their family had. The woman approached Minwoo and said that there was 1,000,000 in the bag, the money that had been set aside for his grandmother's hospital bills. The boy clenched his fist. He had separated the protagonist and his mother to the last penny. There were trees growing outside the building. Yoonseong thought that this was not just his older sister's money, but their family's last hope. The students were talking. Minwoo put his feet up on the desk. He was surrounded by his classmates. They looked at the boy's new backpack with admiration. Minwoo looked away. The protagonist was lying on the desk, and Minwoo said that he bought a new backpack. Yoonseong cried, gritting his teeth in rage. He looked at his desk, thinking that Minwoo was a very bad person. The blonde looked at the phone screen. The protagonist thought that after taking all their money, Minwoo eventually said that it was his mother's fault and left. There were many apps on the screen, and the blonde said that the woman installed a lot of unnecessary things on her phone, and the company said that they would not be able to find anything because everything was too complicated. Yoonseong's mother opened her mouth while tears were streaming down her cheeks. On the table was one band note and a note to the protagonist from his mother. Yoonseong took the piece of paper in his hands. After that, he never saw his mother again. He stood in the middle of the room. The protagonist crumpled the note. Minwoo's finger was bent backwards. Yoonseong beat the man with the whip, thinking that this was the reason he prayed every day from that incident on. The protagonist frowned, swinging the whip, thinking that at first he prayed for his mother to come back. Minwoo's face swelled and he gritted his teeth, insulting Yoonseong, who thought that then he prayed for his mother to call him. Minwoo swung his hand, but the protagonist dodged it. He kicked the man in the leg, thinking that then he just prayed for his mother to be okay. Minwoo bent his knee, screaming in pain and hopping on one leg. The man frowned and yelled that he was going to be gentle with Yoonseong. The protagonist knocked Minwoo down with a punch. Raising his hand, Yoonseong said that he would now list the basics of fighting. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that the first rule was to be cool. Minwoo fell to the floor. His cheek was swollen and his nose was bleeding. Yoonseong sat on him and used a Houdini choke. The protagonist looked at Minwoo with hatred. The man whose hands were tied to his neck frowned his black brows. Bloody fingers gripped the fabric. Minwoo stood up and Yoonseong guessed that the man expected him to choke him. Minwoo grabbed his throat, asking if Yoonseong was playing with him. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if Minwoo really didn't know why he was doing this to him. The man clenched his fist and Yoonseong said something about the price of life. He clenched his hands into fists and said that Minwoo should pay for the life of his older sister. The man extended his hand to the side and asked what the protagonist was talking about. He furrowed his brows and yelled loudly, asking if Yoonseong meant that Minwoo stole money from his sister. The protagonist stared straight ahead silently. They walked closer to each other, and Minwoo asked if Yoonseong had any evidence. Minwoo rolled up his shirt sleeves, yelling that the protagonist did this because his mother was deceived. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Yoonseong pulled out a small object and said that he would now tell him why Minwoo was the third target. The protagonist was holding an external hard drive in his hand. Youngbyum, whose face was swollen and bleeding, was lying on the ground, and Yoonseong remembered how the young man asked him why he infiltrated the company and stayed close to him. Holding the external hard drive in his hand, the protagonist said that this was all he wanted. Youngbyum sat up, asking how Yoonseong had his external hard drive, and the protagonist said that it was not just a piece of metal. Yoonseong presented a lot of documents around Yeonbum and said that it contained black ledger materials and records of all the funds. In the middle of the list, there was a record of the transfer of funds made by Minwoo. The protagonist frowned and said that he had proof that Yeonbum and Minwoo stole his mother's money. Yoonseong walked forward. He came closer to Minwoo. Imagining a young Minwoo smiling at his phone, the protagonist thought that he would definitely slip away by saying that Yoonseong had no proof. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that therefore, he could not allow himself to make any mistakes during his revenge. Minwoo frowned when Yoonseong asked if the man thought he could deny what he had done after that. The protagonist slapped Minwoo in the face and asked if he now understood why he was third in line. Yoonseong held an external hard drive in his hands, saying that with this proof, Minwoo would pay for everything. The protagonist prayed with his hands clasped. Yoonseong held out his hand and told Minwoo not to even try to get out. Blood spurted out of the man's mouth and the protagonist said that his revenge was planned like this and that his anger was pushing him forward. Yoonseong frowned and said that he did everything so that Minwoo would not have time to think about anything else. The protagonist clasped his hands together in front of him. He prayed day after day because there was nothing else left for him to do. Yoonseong on a wooden bench, surrounded by people like him. Every time he defeated them one after another, he prayed. The protagonist furrowed his brows, making a chokehold on the guy, who gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. The tattooed hero sat against the wall, tilting his head to the side and rolling his eyes. A man in a black car drove past the protagonist, splashing him with water from a puddle. The beaten man sat behind the wheel of the car, clutching it tightly in his hands. The boy watched him go. Yoonseong raised his hands clasped above himself. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. The boy prayed for his mother to be safe. He did not ask her to come back, so he simply prayed for her to be safe. The woman closed her eyes and smiled. Yoonseong looked up, looking ahead. The boy really wanted to tell her that the money they lost was not her fault, but that man's fault. The girl walked next to the protagonist, raising a red umbrella above her head. The hero was punching the dark-haired man in the face. Blood was coming out of his nose. Yoonseong frowned sadly and raised his fist again to punch. He sat on the hero lying on the floor, delivering a hail of punches. Bright marks were left in the air from his abrupt movements. The boy held out his blood-stained hand in front of him, calling the name of the protagonist. The boy's eyes widened, raising his fist above his head. The hero kicked off, throwing the boy off of him and telling him to stop. The boys jumped apart, looking at each other. He held out his hands with broken fingers and traces of blood, asking where the boy learned to fight like that. The dark-haired boy frowned and assumed a fighting stance, saying that today the main hero would definitely die. Minwoo remembered himself in a blue uniform, saying that the boy must have forgotten how he practiced the sport. When he grabbed him, he would tear him apart. The hero took a step forward. Yoonseong assumed a fighting stance and looked up at his opponent. The boy frowned, thinking about the fact that he practiced jiu-jitsu. The boy, whose eyes were hidden by his bangs, opened his mouth, saying that this was an effective martial art. It was best suited for a real fight. But the hero would not be able to fight fairly in a street fight, so he had to use dirty tricks and put his opponent on his back. Yoon-seong frowned, listening attentively to his words. The stranger smiled, saying that even if he couldn't pull it off, he still had a chance to win. Minwoo, whose face was covered in bruises and abrasions, held out his hands. He asked if that was why he called him to the church, so that they could fight in a narrow and uncomfortable room. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, not taking his eyes off him. Minwoo kicked a wooden bench nearby, saying that the boy had used his brain after all. The boy frowned, calling him a fool. He turned his head and saw a camera on a tripod on the floor. Minwoo called the opponent standing in front of him annoying, noticing that he was broadcasting live. Yoon-seong clenched his fists, looking forward. The guy frowned and came closer, asking if he was having fun, since he was having fun playing with people like this. The protagonist noted that this was not the only reason. Minwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Yoon-seong put his fists in front of him, saying that the reason he called him to the church was not only about space. Today was the last day of his prayer. The young man frowned. He was going to end it by catching Minwoo, after which he would give up his dream. The hero called him here because what was happening would be his last prayer. He would show what kind of psycho he was ready to turn into for the sake of his revenge. The two men watched the events happening through the computer monitor. The guy, whose face was hidden in the shadow, did not take his eyes off the phone screen. The woman sitting next to the girl on the respirator held the phone in her hand. Yoon-seong frowned, telling him to attack. Minwoo frowned and screamed. A brown mat appeared in front of him. The protagonist kicked him in the face. The guy widened his eyes, calling him a brat for pretending to box but actually using dirty tricks. The protagonist frowned, raising his fist. The guy flew back and fell on his back. He frowned, trying to dodge the approaching protagonist. Yoon-seong grabbed his leg with both his arms and legs. Minwoo frowned, realizing that he was performing a knee lock. The guy clasped his hands together and pulled his leg. The guy screamed in pain. Yoon-seong frowned, holding his leg and saying that not only Minwoo learned jiu-jitsu, he beat his friend Jaehoon the same way, so it was all fair. The boys were lying on the red carpet in the aisle between the rows of wooden benches. The main character frowned, starting to twist his opponent's leg again. He leaned his whole body on the boy's leg, saying that he understood perfectly well that revenge begets revenge, but he had nothing left to lose. The boy frowned, pulling Minwoo's leg harder. He remembered his time with his mother, their entire family, and his smiling sister with a golden cup. Minwoo frowned and rolled his eyes in pain, screaming loudly. A tremor ran down his leg. He called the boy a brat. Minwoo sat up, his whole body shaking, talking about how he took his mother's money. Yoon-seong frowned, twisting his leg harder. He imagined the woman sitting on her knees and asking for forgiveness from the blonde boy. Minwoo noticed that she was crying her eyes out in despair. It must be hard to live with such a mother. The protagonist's eyes widened and he glared at him, twisting his leg. He closed his eyes and twisted his leg sharply. The boy screamed in pain. Minwoo fell on his back and spread his arms out to the sides. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. The protagonist punched him in the face. He prayed every day, even though he knew it was futility, but he still continued, hoping that she survived. Yoon-seong furrowed his brows, punching his face one after another. Bright marks from his swings remained in space. There was blood on the boy's fist. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Minwoo was lying on the floor, his face disfigured and bruised. Yoon-seong kicked him in the head, saying that this was his only wish, the only reason to live, because he wants to believe that one day his prayers will reach God. He wants to find his mother, but hope is always tragic, because reality is too cruel. The beating of the boy was broadcast live on camera. The main character continued to hit. Yoon-seong frowned, blood splashed on his face. He kicked him in the face with all his might. The woman with short pink hair opened her eyes wide, looking at the phone screen. The man folded his arms and frowned. The police rushed into the church, ordering them to stop the beating. People gathered outside. They took out cameras to record what was happening. The police held out their hands, asking them to enter. People approached the main character. There was an order to arrest him. His palms were stained with blood. He clasped his hands in front of him and bowed his head, saying that this was his last prayer. Yoon-seong raised his eyebrows. There was a bright light behind him. He opened his eyes wide. Everything around went dark. It was over. On the news program, a girl with dark hair reported that an unprecedented incident occurred in the center of Seoul. The people at the table opened their eyes wide and their mouths dropped open, asking if this was true. This was crazy. The woman came closer, looking at the TV screen, asking what was wrong. The man waved his hand, saying that there was too much noise, everyone should get back to work. The woman opened her mouth wide. It was vain to have wishes, because reality was too cruel, But if you were desperate enough, then by chance, your prayer would reach God, because when everyone prayed for one person, the prayer would come true. This was called a miracle. The man pointed at Mrs. Kim, who was frozen in place, asking if she hadn't heard him tell her to get back to work. The woman opened her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Raindrops fell on Yoon-sung, who was clasping his hands in front of him. The men watched attentively through the computer screen. The woman, sitting next to the hospital bed, kept her eyes glued to her phone. Mrs. Kim knitted her brows and opened her eyes wide, tears streaming down their sides. The prayer finally reached his ears. People had gathered outside the police station. A blue sign said interrogation room. The man, typing on his keyboard, asked him to repeat what he had said. He looked at the boy sitting across from him, asking if he really didn't have a guardian. Yun-seong frowned and opened his mouth, saying that he did. The detective raised his eyebrows, saying that now was not the time to make jokes. The male lead, sitting across from him, said that minors could not be interrogated without the consent of their guardians. The man knitted his brows, asking what he had just said. The boy held up his phone in front of him, which had the time on it, and said that they had 46 hours left, which was the amount of time they could legally hold him here. The detective raised his eyebrows. Yoon-sung frowned and looked at him seriously, saying that they can only interrogate a suspect caught red-handed for 46 hours, and late interrogation can be cancelled after 9 in the evening. After all, it is the law of Korea, so they must abide by it. The detective smiled and raised his hand to his face, noting that even he knew this, but his behavior and action will be recorded and shown to the judge. The young man furrowed his brows and clutched his phone in his hand under the table. The man asked if he knew who a judge was. Yoon-sung stood next to an elderly man in front of the judge in the courtroom. If he continued to lead such a lifestyle, he would end up behind bars. The boy raised his eyebrows and gave the judge the middle finger. The detective approached him and frowned, asking if he really thought that prison was the same as a juvenile detention center, because prison was a real hell. The hero looked at the screen of his phone. The man leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs, saying that he was making good use of his minor status. He ordered the hero standing behind him to find his guardians at any cost. The boy said he would do so. The detective frowned and smiled, saying that the young man was well versed in the law, since he was trying to wriggle out of it and leave here. Because of people like him who abused the law, such abominations were committed. Yoon-sung stared ahead with wide eyes, not saying a word. He closed his eyes, laughing to himself, and decided that there was no problem. They were protected by the juvenile law, so everything would be fine. Considering the defendant's minor status, the court sentenced him to 180 hours of community service. They were young, and young people like them did such things and had fun like that. The boy stabbed the main character in the stomach. The heroes in glasses and suits were sitting in the courtroom. The battered tattooed guy opened his mouth wide and rolled his eyes. His face was smeared with blood. The young man did not open his eyes. He turned to the detective sitting opposite him. The man frowned and folded his arms. The guy opened his mouth, noting that he had already told him that this, although insane, was still the law of Korea, and also, he did not need to deal with this now. The man raised his eyebrows and adjusted his hair. A vein bulged in his neck. A bright light was shining from the windows of the building. A doctor and a nurse ran forward, frowning. The man looked at her, asking if a celebrity had been brought to their hospital. The girl frowned, saying that it was. The situation was very sad. The journalists outside were making a noise. The girl was adjusting the sheet on the hospital bed. The nurse entered the room, asking where the patient was. She looked at the doctor and the girl who had arrived, saying that the patient had been transferred to a hospital that his agency knew. The guy's mouth was covered with tape. He was trying to make sounds while tied up on the floor of the room. Park squatted down, addressing the hero and asking if he knew what he had done. He slapped Minwoo across the face, telling him that he had screwed up. The man raised his eyebrows, continuing to beat the guy and tell him that he was an incompetent brat. Park raised his hand and, sitting next to Minwoo, asked if he knew how many hundreds of millions of won they had lost because of the incident he had caused. He removed the tape from his mouth, telling him to answer. Minwoo sat up and frowned, saying that if it was all about money, he would take care of it. He, lying on the floor, opened his mouth wide, saying that he would become a broadcast host. He would sell his face. He was ready for physical labor. Even if he had to work like a horse, he would definitely pay everything. But first he needed to talk to the boss. He admitted that there was a misunderstanding. Park lowered his head and raised his hand, asking for the item to be handed to him. The man unscrewed the cap of the red bottle. Park arched his eyebrows and poured out the liquid, saying that it was over for Minwoo. The boss ordered him to make sure that he would walk around with a disfigured face for the rest of his life. The guy opened his eyes wide, looking at the drops of liquid flying at him. The man told him, "Goodbye." Minwoo arched in pain, steam coming from his face. The guy began to kick and scream in pain. The last thing he had was finally behind him. Minwoo frowned, writhing on the floor. His face turned red. Yoon-seong sat at the detective's desk, looking up. The man jumped up, asking what he meant by that. That's not what he was supposed to be doing. The detective frowned, and his angry rant was interrupted by the assistant who burst into the room. He said that they had managed to contact the boy's guardian. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the man turned around. Detective Lee asked if they had really found the guardian, and the assistant said that they hadn't heard from her in years, but that the communications specialists had been able to track her down. Yoon-seong's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. The detective turned to the boy, asking if it was true that his guardian had been reported missing. The protagonist sat at his desk, not saying a word. The man held up his hand, saying that he didn't know what had happened, and was interrupted by the boy's cry. He turned around, asking what he had just said. Yoon-seong tilted his head, asking if it was that easy to find her, so they could have easily found her. The hero remembered his younger self standing in front of a police officer who was saying that maybe she just left for a while, but they couldn't find her that quickly, so he needed to wait at home. The guy in uniform was holding a pen in his hands, looking away. The detective folded his arms across his chest and looked at the boy silently. He waved his hand, asking the assistant to step outside for a minute. The boy immediately did as he was told. The man put tea in a paper cup on the table. He scratched his head, asking if the boy had calmed down. Detective Lee asked how long it had been since he last saw his mother. Yoon-seong hung his head down. The man closed his eyes and pressed his hand to the back of his head, saying that he understood the boy's feelings. There were probably certain circumstances, but they also had work to do, so he suggested that the hero end things amicably. He stood in front of the boy sitting at the table, saying that his uncle would try to make him as comfortable as possible. The detective said that the boy could trust him. The assistant called out to him, saying that someone had come. The man turned around, raising his eyebrows. His assistant and the silhouette of a tall man stood at the door of the office. The hero prayed every day. If there was a tone, he thought, then he would hear his prayers. But right now, for him, the concept of God did not exist. Yoon-seong opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. Behind the assistant stood a man in a white shirt and with dark long hair. The hero opened his mouth, asking how the young man was doing. In the doorway, raising his hand, Jun-won appeared. The guy, holding the phone to his ear, asked if it was really Yoon-seong, to which he received the answer, yes. He believes that the guy went to take revenge on the children who bullied him during his school years. The hero asked his interlocutor, who he thinks the main character will come for after him. The answer is obvious, for Jun-won, so they need to unite. Dobermans stood by the bright screen of the phone, baring their fangs. The tattooed guy was sitting at a computer monitor. Jun-won raised his eyebrows and, holding the phone on his shoulder, asked what he was talking about. The hero frowned, the veins on his forehead bulged. He told him to just come, because he himself was not afraid of someone like Yoon-seong. The guy asked if he really had to be that guy again after all this time. The protagonist's eyes widened. The detective asked who he was, if he was a guardian. Jun-won came closer, saying that he was Yoon-seong's friend. The guy asked if they fed him well. He smiled and frowned, saying that they should have come earlier, but there was an accident on the way here. Jun-won looked away, saying that a woman was crossing the street. It seemed like she was in a hurry. Yoon-seong's eyes widened, sitting at the table. The hero leaned towards the protagonist's ear, saying that she said that she needed to go to the police station to meet her son. The boy opened his mouth, asking what happened. Jun-won furrowed his brows, asking if the boy wanted to know if he was alive or not. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, the boy called out to him. Yoon-seong widened his eyes, saying that if it was true, he would make him regret it to the depths of his soul. He knew that Jun-won would come here to him. After all, he was his fourth target. A wide smile appeared on the boy's face. Jun-won furrowed his brows and smiled, looking at the boy's face. He said that after everything, he would eat him up to the last piece. In fact, this story happened a long time ago, before his life fell apart. 3 Dobermans bared their teeth, collars with spikes on their necks. Yoon-seong sadly raised his eyebrows, looking to the side. A boy with glasses stood on the street. A tear flowed down his cheek. He bowed his head down, clenching his hands into fists. This is the story of how Yoon-seong lost his friend. It all happened a little earlier. The wall clock showed 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Behind the main character sat a blonde guy sticking out his tongue. This is the day Manhwa chose him. The guy was filming Yoon-seong on his phone while he was in the toilet. The guy put his hand out trying to cover the camera. This is the day when trouble happened in the toilet. The students were laughing while looking at the phone screen. 2 guys appeared in the doorway. Then Minwoo and Jaehoon appeared there. Jaehoon raised his eyebrows, asking what was going on. Did someone do something wrong? The guy with the phone laughed, standing next to the protagonist, saying that he just created a new outcast from the first year with his own hands. The guy looked after Minwoo as he left, asking if he did it again. The guy laughed, asking what do you mean again? Minwoo rubbed his chin and raised his eyebrows, asking if everything was okay with his latest toy. There were broken glasses on the floor. The guy was being kicked by 2 students, while one of them stood and watched. The boy picked up the boy by the hair, saying that he heard about him smirking while staring at Jaehoon's leg. The girl behind him smiled and covered her mouth, saying that she saw everything, This loser was smirking on his own. The boy frowned and clenched his teeth. The boy said that such a thing did not happen. The bully punched him in the stomach, calling him a pervert. The hero opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. He continued to hit the boy, who was bent over in pain, saying that he needed to be taught a good lesson. In childhood, the reason for bullying could be something trivial, or justification for violence for absurd reasons, or finding a reasonable reason for violence for absurd circumstances. The boy held the boy by the hair, hitting his body with his other hand. Milk was pouring out of a cardboard box. The contents of the boxes were poured on the heads of Yoon-sung and the boy sitting next to him. The hero holding the milk cartons smiled and told the 7th grade boys to kiss as fast as they could. The boys looked at each other worriedly. They moved their lips to each other. It was horrible. The boy smiled widely. The girls giggled behind him. The heroes widened their eyes. Every day was hell. Yoon-seong and the boy sat on the floor, milk cartons lying next to them. The boy tilted his head, asking why they were doing this when they had done nothing and yet they were still being bullied. He watched the crowd of laughing seniors walk away. The boy reached for his glasses, saying that there was no reason. Yoon-seong handed him the glasses, saying that they just needed someone to take their anger out on. He stood up, asking the boy not to blame himself for this when he had done nothing wrong. The boy looked at him with his eyebrows raised high. The guy caught up with the main character and asked his name. He introduced himself. There were white clouds floating slowly in the blue sky. From that day on, they immediately became friends. They had so much in common: their family, environment, hobbies. Although others scolded them, the guy still became his first friend in middle school. An-hyun smiled, standing in front of the main character. The guys sat at the same desk, opening their textbooks. They ate together in the cafeteria. The guy put a dirty tray on their table. An-hyun was a very important person for the hero. The teacher raised his eyebrows, telling everyone to say hello to the new student who was transferred to the 7th grade. Jungwon was standing next to him. All the problems began when he transferred to their class. The guy frowned, looking ahead with displeasure. After the transfer, the hero immediately began to bully others in the class. Jungwon stood over the beaten guy, holding his bloody nose. The hero looked away. Like all middle school students, he began to show off by bullying others. Jungwon turned around, putting his hands in his pockets. An-hyun was kneeling, his face was covered in bruises. The boy kicked him, frowning in displeasure. He told him to pay attention to him. An-hyun's eyes and mouth were wide open, trying to catch his breath after falling. Jungwon kicked him again. The boy continued to repeatedly hit the prone youth. His bullying became more and more unbearable with each passing day. Jungwon frowned, raising his fist above his head. He was especially cruel. 3 vicious Dobermans stood in a group. Jungwon held them on leashes near him. An-hyun stood at the edge of the building's roof. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what he just said. Could he really not carry out his orders? The boy did not understand. Perhaps the hero was out of his mind. An-hyun put his hands in front of him, trying to calm the aggressive dogs. Jungwon frowned, saying, "North." An-hyun raised his eyebrows in fear and put his hands in front of him. Jungwon's favorite game was called Magnet. The rules are simple. He himself is the North, and the South must always run to him and stick to him. But if the North is not him, then you need to automatically jump away from him. The hero imagined Jungwon and An-hyun standing on the poles of a magnet. The young man ran up to the guy, initially standing on the North. When Jungwon himself stood on the North, An-hyun fell down due to the incompatibility of the poles. The guys smiled and jumped away from Jungwon. For some, this is an ordinary game, but for others it was worse than the worst torture, especially in such a situation. An-hyun frowned in fear, asking what he just said. Jungwon repeated again, "North." The guy backed away in fear because there was the edge of the roof. The young man said in a trembling voice that if he did this, he would definitely fall. The hero frowned. Jungwon approached him and knitted his eyebrows, repeating again, "North." Tears came from An-hyun's eyes. He bowed his head sadly. The young man began to climb over the railing on the roof of the building. The guy jumped, letting go of his hands. It was terrible. The heroes behind Jungwon's back opened their eyes in fear. How sad it was. The guy noted that it was okay, because he would not die from such a height. An-hyun opened his mouth wide and screamed, holding his leg with his hands. Jungwon looked at the guy from the roof of the building, saying that lately he had not been listening to him, so he needed to be trained. The Dobermans sat in a row, their mouths open. The young man's leg was bandaged. Yoon-seong frowned, asking if he was okay. The protagonist asked how he could jump from such a height. An-hyun sat on the bed, clenching his fists. He bowed his head, saying that the school was in complete chaos. The protagonist frowned sadly. An-hyun closed his eyes, tears came out of his eyes. He screamed that he really wanted to die. A shudder ran through his body. He took the boy's hand, asking for help. Yoon-seong closed his eyes and nervously pursed his lip. 2 days passed. The sun's rays fell on the school building. The students walked around the classroom and discussed something among themselves. An-hyun opened the door to the office. He moved with the help of crutches. His leg was bandaged. The hooligans immediately approached him, surprised that he had already been discharged from the hospital. The guys turned to Junwon, who was sleeping at his desk, informing them that the boy had returned. He raised his head with his brows furrowed, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Onhyun opened his eyes wide and raised his crutch above his head. Yoonseong walked down the hallway, carrying a stack of papers in his hands. The guys ran past him, saying that something serious had happened. Onhyun had done something bad, jumping on Junwon with a knife. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. There was a crutch on the floor, stained with blood splashes. That's right, his friend the bespectacled one is called Onhyun, and a man with the same family background as him. He is Joan's younger brother. The guy held the knife above his head, pinning Junwon against the wall. His hands were cut, he frowned. Onhyun opened his eyes wide, tears were running down his cheeks, his uniform and face were covered in blood. Junwon looked ahead with a stony face. After a few seconds, he laughed loudly. He looked at Yoonsung and laughingly asked if the guy was really going to eat him to the last bite. He came closer and asked pitifully how the protagonist was going to do it. Junwon smirked and said that Yoonsung would only be able to leave in 48 hours. He looked at the angry guy and asked how he was going to do it. Junwon leaned towards the protagonist's ear and whispered that the guy should sit still all the time and watch what he would do outside. He turned to the detective, who folded his arms over his chest and addressed him. Junwon put his hands in his pockets and told the detective to make sure that Yoonsung was not let go. Junwon asked if the detective knew that everyone on the internet had gone crazy and said that if they were going to let the guy go, he would not forgive it. The detective clenched his hand into a fist and was about to rush forward when suddenly his assistant stopped him. He covered his face with his hand and started whispering something in the detective's ear. He was surprised, asking if it was true, to which the assistant replied that he had heard it. Junwon put his hand on Yoonsung's shoulder. Junwon smiled widely and raised his hand, telling the boy to do whatever he wanted inside. He remembered Jonah and said that the result would be the same as last time. As he left, he asked Yoonsung if he remembered the accident with On Hyun. A few years ago, on the desk lay a survey of students about school violence, in which Yoonsung wrote that Junwon constantly hit On Hyun and behaved like a bully, and the last time he made him jump off the roof. Sitting at his desk over the sheet of paper, he did not know. He continued to believe that he could change something, but there were papers posted on the school bulletin board. Yoonseong couldn't even imagine that there were people who could move the world. He looked at the posted papers in horror and knew that it wouldn't take long. The paper said that An Hyun was expelled and at the bottom it said order number 10. His classmates were whispering about this situation. The boys were saying that An Hyun would be taken to a juvenile colony and laughing that he got number 10. Yoonseong was lying on his desk and listening to them say that if he was taken to a juvenile colony, he would be screwed. They laughed loudly and said that he would definitely become a punching bag. The main character pressed his lips together in anger when he heard that he was used to it and could handle it. Lying on his desk, he was choking with tears. An Hyun was sitting in the colony with his eyes lowered to the floor. Yoonseong looked at him with horror and asked how his body was and if he was okay. An Hyun closed his eyes and smiled, saying at length that he really was fine because he thought the kids in the colony were kinder. He said that teenagers were dealt with separately. He spread his arms out to the sides and laughing, said that since he was in the colony because he had caused trouble, no one dared to mock him. The protagonist sighed with relief and said that since everything was fine with An Hyun asked Yoonseong how he was doing. He actively gestured with his hands and asked how his life was, because it was clearly not harder since An Hyun was not there. Yoonseong clenched his fist tightly and shook with fear, saying that no one was bothering him anymore. He closed his eyes and with a grin on his face said that it seemed like everyone was in shock because of this incident, so thanks to An Hyun, everything had gotten better. They lied while looking into each other's eyes. Yoonseong remembered being beaten in front of the whole crowd and thought it was for their own good. Junwon kicked Yoonseong while he was lying down and asked if he had written about him to the school violence committee. He raised his hand and asked if the protagonist thought Junwon wouldn't find out. He whispered in the scared Yoonseong's ear that his father was a senior judge. Junwon pushed him to the ground and said that no matter what pathetic people like Yoonseong did, it wouldn't affect him anyway. That's it. He thought that Onhyun was an untouchable child. He was from a very influential family that was higher than the clouds. In the colony, he was beaten in the chest. The boys surrounded him and kicked him, asking if he was the one who stabbed H1. The boy squatted down and asked if he would mind stabbing him too, then shouted even louder for Anhyun to stab him. He stood up and asked Anhyun to get ready, while the others laughed that he was trying to curry favor with a kid with a gold spoon. The boys asked how else they could torment Anhyun lying on the floor, because while he was here, they had to make Anhyun beg for death. The guard walked down the hallway and yawned, calling out the morning roll call. He passed by the first 2 rooms and said that everything was clear. He turned to the 3rd cell, from which not a sound came, and asked for answers. The boys sat in the cell in horror and looked at Anhyun's hanging body. They justified themselves by saying that he was already hanging like this when they woke up. The lies that he and Anhyun told each other, Yoon-seong thought. The protagonist said that he was the only one who did not know the truth. The detective looked ahead thoughtfully, holding a cigarette in his hands. He cast an angry look ahead and asked Yoon-seong if he really used to be friends with Junwon. He asked if Junwon was the son of the former senior judge. Yoon-seong looked at the floor and asked to let him go. He put his head on the table and said that he needed to go out. The detective looked at him and said that they would finish the investigation later. He said that since Yoon-seong was a minor, he had to hand him over to his guardian, so the protagonist would not be able to leave until his mother came. He remembered Junwon and said that he did not have much time. Yoon-seong said that he did not know what Junwon would do outside. The detective shouted that the guardian had to come first because that was the law. He asked if Yoon-seong wanted to tell him anything. He asked if this was all because of the school violence. The detective asked if this was his revenge because of the violence he had faced. Yoon-seong understood everything after his friend died. He remembered Anhyun crying and thought that if this was just revenge, it wouldn't change the world. The detective handed the protagonist a piece of paper with a pen and asked him to write down what happened today because he wanted to pay careful attention to detail. The protagonist took the pen in his hands and called out to the detective, saying that he was asking him for the last time. The reason he went so far was because he didn't want it to end as an act of personal revenge. The detective kept refusing him. The protagonist stuck the pen into his wrist and, with a stone face, asked to take him to the hospital. To carry out his plan, he asked if the detective knew what would happen if the suspect hurt himself and asked him to hurry and take him. He had to leave that place. The detective turned away from him in horror and asked him to call an ambulance. Children of high-ranking officials who are not afraid of anything in this world. Yoon-seong thought that Junwon was terrible. Blood was running down Yoon-seong's hand while he thought that Junwon had to die for the world to change. He thought that he would get revenge by killing him. Junwon answered the phone and said that he had just spoken to Yoon-seong. He walked forward and said that the protagonist was really preparing to do it. Someone on the phone asked about Yoon-seong's mother, to which Junwon replied that he was just kidding. Yoon-seong's mother ran past him while Junwon asked how he knew where she was. He said that the protagonist's mother could not do anything on her own. She ran to the prison and began to quickly look around. One of the guards adjusted his cap and asked if he could help her with anything. Yoon-seong's mother grabbed his hands and screamed that her son was not like that. The guard asked what she was talking about. The woman screamed even louder that Yoon-seong was not like that. The guard looked at her in surprise and asked if she was Yoon-seong's guardian. He said that if the woman was his guardian, she would need to provide written confirmation. The guard looked at the worried woman and asked if she was okay. The woman recalled the letter in which she wrote that she had no moral right to see him, so she would earn money in return. The guard extended his hand forward and asked again if she was okay. The woman began to cry, holding her dress, and said that she had no right to be called Yoon-seong's guardian. Yoon-seong's mother already knows that she cannot help her son in any way. The woman knew that the protagonist could suffer after her interventions. The worried girl was tormented by the anxiety that she could be taken advantage of because she was not savvy enough. She closed her mouth because this feeling made her do it. The woman stood in front of the guard and began to stutter. He looked at the crying woman and asked what she said. The guy standing behind her asked if the woman was Yoon-seong's guardian. He looked at Yoon-seong's crying mother. There were people like that, who could hesitantly side with the weak. There were many strangers standing behind the guy, people who were ready to fight injustice. The woman looked around and asked who they were, people who would do anything to reveal the truth to the world. The guy said that they wanted to fight the injustice that Yoon-seong, a victim of school violence, faced. These people started a movement. The guy handed over a piece of paper and said that they would need the woman's help. The guy's name was Yoon-kyun. He was an advisor for finding the truth about school violence, and he said that it was all for Yoon-seong. Yoon-won walked thoughtfully down the street and thought about Yoon-seong. He smirked and said that Yoon-seong really thought that he was the main character in a movie. He looked at the chat on his phone and thought that judging by the actions of the main character, it does not seem like he is doing everything alone. He wondered who it could be. Junwon walked forward quickly and thought that it was Joanna because there was a daughter in that family too. Minwoo's hand was broken along with his fingers. He was lying on the floor with broken legs. His entire face was covered in small blisters from the acid. Minwoo was lying on the dirty floor of the storage room while the phone next to him lit up. After hearing the vibration on it, tears began to flow from Minwoo's eyes. He tried to scream with all his might, insulting his offenders. Junwon called him and he shouted that he would take revenge no matter what it cost him. Junwon laughed and asked how Minwoo's body was. He said that he warned him and that's why he told him to stupidly kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Just as he was about to say that he should have listened, Minwoo suddenly interrupted him. He screamed that he wanted to take revenge on Yoon-seong. He yelled into the phone that even if he died, he would still take revenge on him. Junwon said that he called him thinking that he would want to do something like that. He asked him not to worry. The guy said that he would help him take revenge on Yoon-seong while he was remembering Joanna. Junwon asked where the girl was now. Next to her in the room were Youngsoo and a woman who were very worried about the girl. Minwoo asked why Junwon needed Joanna. Junwon said that Junsung was relying on the media now, so he was trying to awaken the ridiculous public opinion. He smirked and said that they needed to make him realize reality again. Junwon laughed loudly and said that this was the most villainous role, so he asked Minwoo to do it. He drove up to the intensive care unit and said that they would show the real villains. Junsung's arm was tightly bandaged. He sat on the bed and examined his arm. The detective folded his arms and said that if the protagonist did that again, he would kill him himself. He said that thank God Daehyun Hospital was nearby. Junsung was thinking about the most important thing. He was thinking about keeping Joanna safe. The protagonist was afraid that Junwon would go after the girl. He sat on the bed and thought that he had already calculated the course of events. Yoonsung thought that if he dealt with Minwoo at the Sanjun church, he would be taken to the nearest police station, Sanjun Station. While he was slicing his arm, he was thinking about one thing. He knew that if he messed up at the station, he would definitely be taken to the nearest hospital, Sanjun Hospital. Yoonsung knew that right now he was in the same building as Joanna. He was convinced that Youngsoo was next to her, guarding the room. But he knew not to relax. The woman leaned over to Youngsoo and asked if he was okay. Yoonsung knew that their enemy was Youngwon. The woman said that Youngsoo had not slept for days, to which he replied that he was fine. Youngsoo looked at Joanna and said that Yoonsung asked for help to guard the room, because the next target could arrive at any moment. Veins appeared on his forehead and he said that he would protect the girl and show his loyalty and honesty. An unfamiliar voice was heard outside the ward. Youngsoo and the woman exchanged glances. The guy asked who was there. Someone grabbed the handle of the door to the ward. Strangers entered the ward. The woman looked at them in horror. Yoonsung's phone vibrated sharply. The woman texted him that something bad was happening. She asked him if he was in the hospital now. Yoonsung realized that Junwon had made his move. The protagonist asked if there was anything to eat because he was very hungry. He knew he had to act quickly. He looked at the detective and said that he had been interrogated all day and was starving. The detective asked if the guy really had time to think about food. The guy couldn't do otherwise since the signal had come. Yoonsung hurried the detective, saying that he was very hungry. The detective remembered the doctor's words in his head, saying that Yoonsung had slightly missed his vein and that he had not eaten well, but that he was growing. He went to get some food and ordered his assistant to continue watching the boy. The detective looked at Yoonsung and said that he would be back soon. The door to the store was open. The detective came out of there, talking on the phone. He shouted when he heard that Yoonsung's mother had arrived and asked where she was now. The detective asked him to bring her as soon as possible and said that he would send the address now. He hung up and said that he would finally go home because today was his daughter's birthday. He exhaled deeply as he approached the hospital. He entered the ward and saw his assistant lying face down on the bed. The detective began to shout for him to wake up and shake his head. He shouted, asking where Yoonsung was. The assistant said that in the blink of an eye, the protagonist ran out of the ward like a bullet. Yoonseong ran, breathing heavily, thinking that he didn't have time because he didn't know what would happen. He ran to the ward and leaned his hands on his knees to catch his breath. He looked at the woman who sadly put her hand on her heart. The head doctor said that there were no significant changes in Joanna, so they would continue to observe her for a while. The protagonist asked what happened and where Junwon was. The woman handed him the phone and said that something bad was happening. The news was talking about an incident that happened. They showed Minwoo. The TV host said that Minwoo did something terrible. He said that in his will, Minwoo stated that everything was unfair. Yoonseong thought that Junwon was the devil because he used someone's life to turn public opinion upside down. Some time ago, Junwon was sitting in front of Minwoo with a rope in his hands. The second man suddenly asked in shock what he said. He looked at Junwon in front of him and asked if he should kill himself. Junwon squatted in front of him and said that there was no chance for him to recover. No matter what he did, there was no way to return to his old world. He tried to appeal to his pity and asked if Minwoo thought it was unfair, because wasn't he angry at Yoonseong for making him like this? Junwon handed Minwoo a rope, surprised. He asked him to show it. Junwon hung the rope and, lifting Minwoo up, told him to show everyone how cheated he felt, because only in this way could he change public opinion. With tears in his eyes, Minwoo held onto the hanging rope and looked at it with fear. Junwon said that this time they would make Yoonseong the villain again, so public opinion would change again. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that Junwon was the real devil. With a cold gaze, he watched Minwoo climb into the noose. Yoonseong thought that this time his enemy, a monster, he thought, remembering Junwon's wicked smile. The protagonist thought that he was the most vicious and cruel of them all. He looked ahead with tense lips, but he had to do it. He knew that his position had never been easy and remembered Sangcheol. Even though there was constant danger, his second target was Yeonbyum. A terrible trauma was lodged deep inside Yoonseong. Standing over his victim, he thought that he had always fought back and won. With bloody hands, he looked down. He knew that this would always be the case, so this time he would win his revenge again. Yoon-seong thought that if his enemy was the devil, then he should just kill him. The protagonist looked at the woman's phone and did not know what to say. Suddenly, screams were heard from behind the door. It was the detective and his colleagues who ran to Joanna's room and reported that Minwoo had committed suicide. The guy's neck was disfigured. The man reported that the guy had scars all over his body as well as a noose mark on his neck. Hearing this, the detective was very surprised, then turned to his colleague and said, "So it turns out." But before he could finish speaking, his colleague said that everything was so. Then he finished speaking, "It was not a simple suicide." The detective looked at the man and did not know what to answer to this. The next second, his colleague said that someone either killed him or pushed him to do it. Some time ago, Minwoo was holding a noose in his hands with tears in his eyes. Young-won was standing behind him. In his head, the guy was thinking that this was a very bad idea. Suddenly, he turned to his comrade, smiled and said that he did not want to die. The next second, he said that no matter how much he thought about revenge, death was still the answer. But before he could finish his thought, Jun-won kicked the chair out from under the guy's feet, and his neck flew into the noose. Minwoo immediately began to twitch madly, trying to get out. Jun-won looked at this and, smoking a cigarette, said that the guy had always been an idiot and had not changed a bit. Minwoo continued to twitch in the noose, spraying blood in all directions, while his killer said that if he wanted to become a Korean celebrity, he should have read about the new trends. After these words, he walked to the door, stopped and said at last that if he had done so, everything would have ended differently. With a mad smile on his face and contempt in his eyes, he turned to the victim and said that he was very boring. The next second, he opened the door and said to himself that Minwoo should not worry because the main character will soon join him. At present, the detective continued to run to Joanna's room and ask if this was really not a suicide. Yes, his colleague answered firmly. A few seconds later, they ran to the door of the girl's room, and the guy said that now the main suspect is Yoon-sun, who is now here in the room. Then he said that this guy is not so simple. In his head, he remembered how the main character received a message on his phone. The next second, he showed it to the detective and, although it was sudden, having caught his breath, he finished saying that the main character managed to catch the detective who was watching him by surprise. He knocked him out with one quick and strong grip and then ran away. Therefore, you need to be careful with him. Hearing such a story, the detective was shocked and did not know what to say. A few seconds later, the door to the room suddenly opened and the detective raised his gun, shouting for everyone to not move. When suddenly they all stopped abruptly, after which they asked where the main character was. Only the patient, Chong-soo, and the woman were in the room. The detective immediately approached Chong-soo and asked if it was true that the main character was here since they had seen it on the surveillance cameras. Then he ordered them to answer honestly. Chong-soo looked down at the detective and said nothing. The detective's colleague was searching the room and joined the conversation, saying that if anyone hid information, they would be in big trouble. Suddenly, Chong-soo said loudly in broken Korean that he did not speak the language. Everyone who burst in were shocked by what they heard. At this time, Jong-soo continued to say that they did not understand the situation here, so they had better call the embassy. He stared at the detectives and said that if they did not call a diplomat, they would exercise their right to remain silent and call a lawyer. At this time, the protagonist got out of the hospital while his friend was saying that they were not Korean, so this was illegal. Yoon-seong ran with all his might. He quickly covered long distances, realizing that the situation was not the best. After a short pause, he said that, of course, he expected Jun-won to do something like this. At that very second, he imagined the crazy face of his rival. Then he said that everything happened too fast. He ran past all the people, pushing them in front of him. Now they are looking for him. At this time, Jun-won was watching a live broadcast on his phone. In his head, he kept saying that now, the public opinion. On Jun-won's phone was the REKAKA TV channel. The man was talking about the latest news and, of course, he talked about Minwoo's death. Jun-won went on about his business, watching each stream, and on each, the author talked about Minwoo as well as Yoon-seong. On the news, two men were talking about Minwoo when he was in middle school. They were loudly saying that the youth law is the root of all evil, because these days, teenagers have completely lost their fear. Someone said that Korea is a time of change. These words made Jun-won grin. He went into the elevator and said that he knew this would happen. He continued to watch the news on his phone, where the men were discussing today's events. At this time, he mockingly said that Yoon-seong thought that society always takes the side of the outcast, but that would have happened only 10 years ago. Then he added that the current world is full of simulations. Upon entering the apartment, he was met by his dogs. Their owner continued to say that there was no one left who would take the side of the weak. He quickly took off his shoes and said that there were only a handful of people who were different from everyone else, but what would they do with them? The guy put food for the dogs, handed them a bowl, and with a smile on his face said that they did not want justice, because they just needed an official reason to punch someone in the face. The next second, he said that they had been through this but still did not understand anything. A few years ago, there was a sheet on the bulletin board at school that said that the guy Anhyun was a suspect under order number 10. All the students passing by looked at it. The protagonist was also among these people. Suddenly, Junwon approached him. He stood behind the guy and said menacingly that they needed to leave. A few minutes later, when they had moved away, the bully kicked Yeon-sung in the chest. A circle of bullies gathered around them, watching as Jun H-wan furiously beat the protagonist, asking if he had snitched on him to the principal. The protagonist covered his face with his hands from the furious kicks of the bully, who mockingly asked if he would snitch on him too. The next second, he leaned over to him and told Yeon-sung to also write a post on the internet, maybe it would help. After these words, he straightened up and added that this would show the protagonist that no one cares about such small fry. On the same day, a post appeared on the internet from a student of Sangjun Middle School, which wrote about bullying by a student of Jun H-wan. Its author was the protagonist, not to say that he did not try. The ratings on his post were terrible, people only gave dislikes. He did everything in his power. In the comments, people wrote that all this was not true, and they would do the same to outcasts. Reading all this, Yoon-seong drooped and lay down on the table. It was not that simple. He looked at the monitor, clenched his teeth in rage and thought, he must pay attention to the violence. He needs to describe everything in as much detail as possible so as not to give them any room for doubt. The line between good and evil must be clear. At least someone will definitely be interested in it, and someone will be able to promote it to the masses. But unfortunately, a lot of articles with celebrities began to appear on the internet, because at that time there were a lot of scandals. Yoon-seong saw all this, which made him jump out of his chair. No one noticed his posts. And now, when the main character remembers the events of the past, he realizes that the time was not right. At present, Junwon smoked a cigarette and said that everyone is such simpletons. He sat in his chair and said that he knew the type of people who would remain silent even if you pinned them down, and losers always fought among themselves, trampling the weakest. After these words, he grinned and asked who the main character knew about Korea. A second later, he said that it was because of him. At that time, several police officers were running along the ground. Then Junwon finished speaking, even the police were bullying. The law enforcement officers were already in the underground parking of a huge building. The detective ran ahead of everyone and, looking back at his colleagues, asked if they were sure, to which his comrade replied that they had just received the data. That time, everything was the same. The police quickly climbed from one floor to another, saying that he was here and that they had also been sent evidence of the murder. He deserved it himself. A few seconds later, the law enforcement officers were already at the door they needed. The detective asked what was going on with the warrant, to which he was told that it would be there soon. Junwon was saying to himself that the main character would definitely come to an end. One of the police officers approached the detective and said that they had all the evidence in their hands, after which he offered to come in because the criminal could escape. The detective's colleague did not break in, but simply rang the intercom. The guys looked at each other and began to wait for an answer. A minute later, the detective looked at his colleague and told him to call again. The guy pressed the call button again. Suddenly, a rough male voice was heard asking who was there. The detective's colleague answered that they were from the Sangjun police. At that very second, he wanted to say why they came, but the front door immediately opened. Junwon's face appeared from the door, who was not very happy with such a late visit. The servant of the law immediately said that they were in connection with the death of Minwoo. Junwon opened the door completely and asked discontentedly what they were talking about. The detective did not answer anything, but immediately asked to go with them. The guy stood there, asking what they were all talking about. The detective stared at the suspect and replied that it was over because they had evidence. The next second, he took out his phone and showed the audio recording, which proved that Junwon was with Minwoo at the time of his death. Not far from this house, the main character was standing, holding the phone to his ear. He looked at the floor where many police officers had gathered and said that he was also here, and the police arrived just in time. Young-soo was on the other end of the phone. He held the phone in front of him and said that they had already shown the file recorded at the time of his death to the police several times. After these words, he turned his gaze to Kenman, who was sitting next to him. A second later, he said that he was currently hacking the phone of the deceased Minwoo. Kenman, with a very tense face, was typing something on the keyboard and wondering in his head why him again. Jong-soo remembered how they installed a hacking app on Minwoo's phone, which, fortunately, recorded everything that was happening. Some time ago, a woman with pink hair took Minwoo's phone and did all this. Jong-soo reported to the protagonist that, of course, initially they wanted to use it to get into the guy's personal life, but still. A few seconds later, he finished, "It's all over." Yoon-seong silently looked at the asphalt, not answering. In his head, he said that Junwon. The guy stood in front of the law enforcement officers, trying to make himself look innocent. Then the protagonist finished that he seemed to be celebrating his victory. Junwon began to realize that his attempts were futile, so he began to be overcome with rage, and veins appeared all over his face and neck. He probably thought that Yoonseong was still the same. Junwon had no choice but to scream in rage while the police looked at him. He was wrong, because the protagonist is bigger. The guy looked at his floor and heard the screams of his opponent. Then he finished speaking, not a whipping boy. Junwon continued to scream and insult the protagonist without stopping. At this time, Yoonseong said in his head that he had completely changed in order to crush his opponent. Rage overwhelmed Junwon, who screamed so hard that drool flew out of his mouth. The protagonist became a different person, and his opponent definitely lost. He calmly looked at the floor, where the crazy guy furiously screamed at everyone, cursing Yoonseong. But this is not the end. The protagonist said emotionlessly that this was not the end. The next second, he turned around and started to walk away, saying to himself that his revenge would not end there. He calmly walked into a dark alley, adding that everything would only end with the death of his opponent. Junwon gritted his teeth in rage, realizing that he was caught off guard. A few seconds later, the protagonist said that everything would end when he completely destroyed him. And that, the guy's face was hidden in the darkness. Just the beginning. Junwon furiously screamed the name of his opponent again, when suddenly his screams were stopped by the detective, who again said that it was over. He stared at the criminal and said that he needed to go with them. Junwon clenched his teeth in rage, not knowing what to do, while the detective continued to say that he had no other choice. Otherwise it would only make his situation worse. Then he said that they had all the evidence. Unexpectedly for them, they heard a rough male voice asking how many pages he had in total. The law enforcement officers turned around and saw 3 pairs of legs. They were 2 men and a woman. They were carrying suitcases and wearing expensive formal suits. As soon as they saw the police officers in front of them, they immediately greeted them. The man in glasses ran up to the detective, shook his hand and thanked him for their work, even though the weather was whispering today. The detective immediately asked who was standing in front of him. The second man immediately handed over a business card and said that they were Mr. Youngwon's lawyers. The man in glasses was called Woojin. He and his colleagues were from the C law firm. The protagonist turned around and started to leave. In his head, he said that he knew perfectly well who his opponent's father was, a bastard with a lot of money and connections. Yoonsun slowly walked away into a dark alley. People like that rarely end up behind bars. Woojin stood in front of the detective and smiled broadly. The protagonist understood that in order for everything to really end, Junwon had to die. The lawyers immediately stood between their master and the police, saying that from now on, Junwon was under the protection of the C agency. The next second, Woojin said with a smile on his face that Junwon should no longer say anything to the police, because from now on, this was their task. Suddenly, the criminal, biting his lip, walked past the lawyers, pushed the police aside and began to leave. The lawyer immediately rushed after the guy, ordering him to stop. Woojin immediately offered to discuss everything. The detective stopped and furiously shouted that there was no point in this because they had an audio recording in their hands. Hearing this, Woojin tensed up greatly, slightly lowered his head and asked what other recording. Then he asked what about the law on privacy. The detective and all the other policemen stopped. After a short pause, the lawyers blocked the way again, and Woojin asked if the detective really wanted them to check whether the recording was made with Mr. Junwon's consent, because if it was not, it would be considered a violation of the privacy law and would not be accepted as evidence. After listening to the lawyer, the detective objected and said that the recording was made from Minwoo's phone, which recorded everything that happened to him, and recording a private conversation is not a violation. At that point, he wanted to ask the lawyers to move out of the way, but before he could finish speaking, Woojin interrupted him and asked why the detective assumed that it was a conversation. He stood firm and, without moving from the aisle, said that the police must prove that only 2 people were present at the conversation. Then he said that now the detective can just let Junwon go until they find more substantial evidence. The detective and his comrades were angry, but did not know what to say. The man screamed in his head that the evidence was right in front of them. The next second, the lawyers turned around and went after Junwon. The detective asked himself in his head if they should really let him go because of this lie of theirs, adding that this is not a country, but a horror. Some time passed. A small high-rise building. Inside one of the rooms, Junwon was kicking chairs in rage and cursing loudly. His lawyers were standing nearby and looking at the gentleman. The next second, Woojin approached the guy and put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down. He wanted to offer to do something, but Junwon did not listen and simply hit the man in the face. Woojin flew back from such a blow, and his colleagues rushed to help him up. Woojin could not get up, so he held his nose and said that Junwon's father told him to stay in the place he gave him. Then he added that if this became known. But before he could finish speaking, the guy glanced at the lawyer out of the corner of his eye and ordered him to shut up, adding that his enemy had set him up and now he should just sit still. At that very second, he said that he would do anything. Then suddenly Woojin interrupted the gentleman and asked would he really kill the guy. The next second, he put his hand on his leg and said that now Junwon was the main suspect in the Minwoo murder case. Rising to his feet, he added that thanks to them, he would not be arrested, interrogated, or imprisoned, but if he did whatever came into his head, then even they would not be able to prevent all the consequences. A few seconds later, Woojin removed his hand from his nose, from which blood was flowing, and said that from now on, the gentleman should entrust the rest to them. A second later, he added that they would take care of Yoonsun and Junwon should not interfere. At this time, the main character was standing on the street in front of some building. He thought for a moment and stepped towards the entrance. In his head, he understood that his opponent was now. He entered the building and continued to walk. In his head, he continued to talk, would start hunting for his friends, and now he would find out about Joanna. He remembered all the people who had at least some relation to him. He understood that his opponent would take revenge on those who helped him. At this time, he was already taking the elevator to the desired floor. In this case, his way. The elevator doors opened and the protagonist, looking at the floor, walked forward. There was only one left. In his room, Junwon was smoking a cigarette. He needed to figure out the main problem. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. The lawyers and Junwon looked towards the door. There was a deathly silence. A few seconds later, there was another knock on the door, which made everyone present exchange glances, when suddenly the door slowly and creaked open. Unexpectedly for everyone, the protagonist entered it. He saw a tense Junwon and said that he knew he would find him here. Then he looked at the shocked lawyers and said that he knew that his opponent would be hiding there behind the backs of his lawyers. The next second, he greeted him coldly. He stared at the guy and said that less than 2 days had passed and they had seen each other again. Right after these words, he rushed at his opponent, ignoring Woojin, who was trying to stop him. Junwon stood still and watched as the protagonist ran towards him to hit him. The next second, a powerful blow was delivered to Junwon's face by Yoonseong. Then he said that the guy had broken the law and seemed to think that he would stand aside. What the lawyers saw shocked them. The protagonist said in his head that his opponent could not predict anything. From the powerful blow, the guy lost his balance and fell on his back. At that very second, the protagonist finished saying that this is why he is unable to resist him. Junwon quickly recovered and grabbed his jaw. The main character did not waste time and immediately tried to kick him in the face, but his opponent managed to dodge. Junwon immediately grabbed the leg of the chair. Jumping to his feet, he threw it at Yoonsun, who managed to block it with his hands. Junwon decided to take advantage of the moment, so he immediately rushed into the attack, sweeping away everything in his path. All the office supplies flew at the main character. Junwon suddenly appeared in front of the guy, who swung his leg. The next second, the blow hit the main character's hand, because he was able to easily block the attack. Junwon was going to hit him with his hand, but Yoonsun did not get lost and grabbed his opponent by the shirt. With a deft movement, he grabbed Junwon and pulled him towards himself. At the same second, he threw his leg over the neck of his opponent, who was shocked. A second later, he was already lying on the floor and his hand was in the main character's grip. Yoonsun did not wait and immediately twisted his opponent's hand. Junwon screamed shrilly from the sharp pain. The lawyers immediately rushed to help their master. Woojin grabbed the main character and started shouting, ordering him to let Junwon go. A second later, he shouted that he would complain, but before he could finish speaking, Yoonseong said, "Go ahead." Then he himself ordered the lawyers to call the police. The guys heard this and fell silent. That was all the main character needed. Yoonseong continued to twist the arm of his opponent, who was already red from the pain, and said that he was going to go to the police with Junwon anyway. After these words, he turned to the lawyers with a crazy smile on his face and added that they knew that they were both suspected of killing Minwoo. The next second, he said that if he came on his own, the police would lose their pants from happiness. The protagonist was not going to let his opponent go, and the lawyers did not dare to touch him. Then Yoonseong added that the investigation of the case would also go much faster, and the information would leak to YouTube. He remembered many streamers and news channels, after which he said that everyone would only closely monitor the situation. At that very second, he again repeated to Woojin to call. The lawyer looked at the protagonist in confusion, and cold sweat poured down his face. Yoonseong looked at the lawyer out of the corner of his eye with disdain and remained silent. At that moment, the lawyer clearly understood. It was as if he was blinded by a bright flash. They wouldn't call the police, or at least if they did. Woojin's mind was in turmoil and panic. They wouldn't be able to control the consequences. Woojin went down into his memories. He remembered sitting in Junwon's father's office. The man said that there was little time left before the election. He said with his head down that he was the chief judge, so a lot of attention was focused on him. He put his index finger to his lips and said that they should do this as quietly as possible. After that, he left his memories. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth in rage, trying to hold back. His face turned red and covered in veins from rage as he furiously yelled at the protagonist. In his head, he knew that the guy had outplayed him, from the very beginning. He remembered everything in his head that happened when they saved Junwon. At that very second, he finished in his head that Yoon-seong had calculated everything before acting. The protagonist seemed to read his mind and immediately said that Woojin was a quick learner. The shocked lawyers looked at the guy and did not know what to do. Then he asked if he had already understood everything. The next second, with eyes full of hatred and contempt, he said that if yes. He stared at the lawyers and ordered them to leave, or he would kill Junwon right now. Junwon's father put his hand on his knee and was silent. Then he said, he and Woojin were sitting in the office, and the man was saying that he only had one son, but he was causing so much trouble. After a short pause, he slightly lowered his head and asked what the lawyers thought. Was the situation really that serious this time? Woojin sadly replied that it was, because this problem was related to school violence. Junwon's father looked at Woojin and said that this was all they were talking about now, and then asked if his son was still doing this. The lawyer thought for a moment and replied that he believed that the incident was related to the issue that happened in middle school, but he needed to know more to be sure. Okay, the boy's father answered quietly. The lawyer looked at the boss, who added that he understood everything. Woojin left his memories and gritted his teeth in rage, recalling the words of the boss, who said that he used to be the chief judge, so a lot of attention was focused on him. At that time, he asked for a favor. At this time, the protagonist again began to twist his already broken arm. Woojin, seeing this, shouted, ordering him to let go of the master. He recalled the words of the boss, who asked him to do everything as quietly as possible. Veins stood out on his forehead from rage, and the lawyer continued to shout that everything the boy did now would be used as evidence, and he would use it against him. Yoon-seong heard this, turned to the lawyer and addressed him. The next second, he twisted his opponent's arm a few more times and asked if he hadn't asked everyone to leave. Junwon screamed from the insane pain. Then the main character said that if the lawyers did not listen right now, the guy would get even more hurt. Suddenly the door opened and two guys ran in, excitedly asking the lawyer what was going on. Woojin turned around, waved his hand and ordered everyone to get out of here. After these words, he rushed to close the door behind the guys, loudly cursing at the main character. In his head, he suddenly remembered the words of the boss, who put his finger to his lips and asked to do everything as quietly as possible. Then he remembered how the man said that in their days, everyone uses social networks, so public opinion is a scary joke. In rage, the lawyer clenched his teeth and did not know what to do in such a situation. Yoon-seong knew. He stared at the main character, who was not even going to let go of his opponent. He perfectly understands the situation the lawyers are in now. The lawyer looked at the guy with his hands down and did not know what to do. Now the main character is just playing with them. Woojin looked at the floor with crazy eyes. Or maybe he wants something from them. Suddenly the main character called Woojin. The man looked up in surprise. Money, he asked himself in his head. Yoon-seong, without letting go of his opponent's hand, looked out of the corner of his eye at the lawyer and said that he did not know what he was thinking now. But this was not so. At the same second, in the same pose, he added that whatever the lawyer thought was useless. Then he said that his opponent would soon. When suddenly the door to the room opened slightly, the detective immediately ran in with shouts and pistols in his hands. He and his comrade pointed their pistols at the guy and ordered him to stop and stand up. Woojin turned to his colleagues and asked if they were really the ones who called the police, to which they replied that it was not them. The detective again ordered Yoon-seong to stand up and raise his hands up, and quickly, suddenly a shot rang out. The lawyers shook with horror. Smoke was coming out of the pistol, and the detective said that he would not repeat it twice. He aimed at the protagonist again and said that this time the bullets were not blanks, but live ones. Yoon-seong still had his opponent's hand in a grip. He looked out of the corner of his eye at the detective, who said that he understood how unfair it was, but if Yoon-seong did this, he would be in danger. After listening to the man until the end, he let go of Jun H-wan's hand. The next second, he leaned over and whispered in his ear, ordering him to listen carefully. At that very second, he said that he would kill him. Jun H-wan, with horror in his eyes and cold beads of sweat on his face, heard the protagonist say that his revenge would only be realized when he killed him. After these words, he stood up, raised his hands, and walked towards the detective. Two men immediately took him by the arms and dragged him along. That was enough. While he was being led away, the protagonist looked out of the corner of his eye at his opponent. He understood that this was enough for now. This was his declaration of war on him. Junwon was left lying in the room with a broken arm. A little less than an hour had passed. On REKKAKA TV, the host spread his arms and shouted that he had very important news about Manhwa's death. A detective was watching the broadcast on his phone, saying that there was complete chaos everywhere. The next second, he turned to the main character and said that he was now a celebrity. Yoon-seong silently looked ahead and did not answer. The detective showed him the phone and asked if he understood his current situation. Did he realize what madness he had done? the police car drove quickly along the road. At this time, the detective continued to say that Minwoo was dead and everyone thought that he had killed him because of the tragedy caused by his victims of school violence. At this point, all personal information, family, relationships, everything was available. Then he remembered and said that they received the information from an anonymous source. The main character silently lowered his head and did not answer. The detective continued to say that the killer was Minwoo Junwon and that they had been sent a recording. He turned it on his phone and asked if it was true that the recording they had been given was sent by the protagonist. Junson did not answer. The detective looked at the guy through the mirror and asked why, because it would have been easier if he had simply uploaded it to the internet. Then he asked why the guy did that. The protagonist heard the question and raised his head, thinking, because, he said to himself. The next second, he closed his eyes. Then he finished saying that this was not the punishment he wanted for Junwon. He was not finished yet. He remembered in his head how this guy had brutally beaten him. The protagonist firmly said in his head that the killer should not be punished by society. At this time, the detective silently looked at the detainee, and silence reigned in the cabin. A few minutes later, the car stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived. The detective said that he would take the guy himself. A few minutes later, they were walking down the corridor. Then the man told the boy to go inside first. The two of them walked forward. Suddenly, the detective asked if he realized whose family he was crossing. The protagonist walked with his head down and did not answer, while the man said that it would not be easy because his superiors were already putting pressure on him. They walked further and further, and the detective continued to say that public opinion may also not be on Yunson's side. Then he asked if the guy still wanted to do it. Yes, the protagonist answered firmly. The next second, he looked at the man and added that he had to. Hearing this, the detective chuckled. After that, they stopped, and the man said that the boy was very stupid. A few seconds later, he inserted the key into the protagonist's handcuffs. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and looked questioningly at the detective, who replied that he did not do it for the reason he thought. The next second, he told Yunson that his mother was here. As soon as the guy heard this, shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. The detective looked at the door and said that the guy should meet her, but he thought it would be better to do it without handcuffs. The protagonist also looked at the door that the man was looking at. After a short pause, the detective invited the prisoner to come in. The protagonist was very confused and did not know what to do. He looked ahead with frightened eyes. In his head, he asked himself what he had just said. He stared at the door with the words "Honest Citizen Police" written above it. The guy gathered his strength, walked up to the door and reached out for the handle. Cold sweat appeared on his face from excitement. In his head, he said what was behind that door. He saw a black silhouette behind a small window. Then he finished speaking, his mother. Yunson remembered all the moments associated with his mother. Leaving them after a few seconds, he opened the door. At that very second, he finished speaking, the one he missed so much. The door opened slowly and creaked. Suddenly, what he saw made him very surprised. Chongkyun was sitting at the table to the left of the entrance. As soon as the advisor saw the guy, he turned to him and said hello. He wanted to say that he was glad to see the main character, but Yunseong didn't let him finish and asked what it was. The next second, he turned to the detective with an angry face and asked what happened. Didn't the man say that his mother was waiting for him here? Suddenly, a woman's arms hugged him from behind. The next second, the woman said her son's name. Shock and surprise enveloped the main character. The woman said with tears in her eyes that it was his mother. She did not let go of her son and asked if she was very late. Everyone has at least one thing that no one can take away. For some, it is money, or a friend, or a loved one. But, for Yunseong, it is his family, which was taken away from him so easily. The woman's hands were shaking violently with excitement. The main character felt it with his body. That is why he missed his mother even more. Trying to contain his feelings, he bit his lip hard. Now, his mother suddenly asked for forgiveness. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes from what he heard. No one can take away the protagonist's family. The woman pressed herself against her son's back and cried bitterly. The protagonist bit his lip, trying to hold back, but he couldn't hold back his tears. He wanted to see her so much. The mother didn't let go of her son and said sadly that she was very late. He missed her so much. Tears were streaming down the protagonist's cheeks, but he was in no hurry to turn around to face his mother. However, he was straining so hard that a thick vein appeared on his neck. Yunseong can't. While his mother hugged him, he stood there with his eyes closed, not moving. In his head, he said that emotions should not control him. After a short pause, he slightly lowered his head and asked his mother if she was feeling okay. He didn't look. The woman immediately replied that everything was fine and she was fine, and her tears did not stop. Yunseong would not look at his mother's face until he was done with his revenge. Okay, he said quietly with tears on his cheeks. After that, he stepped forward, broke away from his mother's embrace and told the detective that he would see his guardian later. The woman looked at her son in shock, not understanding anything. Yunsun repeated again, later. The next second, he suggested that they talk to his mother later. The woman lowered her head in disappointment upon hearing this. The protagonist approached Changkyun and said that since he was not sick, in his head, he was simultaneously saying that he should not show weakness. Changkyun smiled warmly and turned to Yunsun. A second later, they shook hands and the guy suggested that they talk together for a while. The detective was very surprised when he saw this, so he immediately asked if they really knew each other and from where. Then he asked how that was possible. Yunsun and Changkyun turned to the detective at the same time. Some time ago, it was raining heavily outside. People were walking around the square with umbrellas, and in the center of it stood a wheelchair with an umbrella on it. Not far from this place was a road with a lot of traffic. On the opposite side of the road, a person's legs appeared. The person under the umbrella said that Yunseong seemed to have already started. Under the umbrella was the school violence truth seeker, Young-kyun. He wondered in his head if he was too late. 3 years ago, there was a form for the school violence truth seeker on the table. Young-kyun took it for consideration. After a short pause, he put the sheet down and asked the protagonist, who was sitting in front of him, if it was all true. Then he asked if a student named Young Hwan was really bullying him and his friends. Yun Seong sat with his head down and replied that it was true. A few seconds later, without raising his head, he said that he tried to write online and did many other things, but nothing changed, so he was asking for help. Young-kyun put his hand on the form and replied that he understood. The next second, he said that he would fix everything. After some time, there were 2 thick journals on the table, which were labeled as a report on the gun case at Sanggun Middle School. It was in Chief Changkyun's office, who firmly said no. Hearing this, the boy spread his arms and shouted in rage, asking why he said that they could not look into this case, since even a blind person could see that this was a serious case of school violence. The chief put his hands on the table and calmly replied that if he said no, then no. Then he added that Changkyun would be better off looking into other violations, since he had a lot of work to do besides that case. Hearing this, the boy became furious, and the veins on his forehead stood out. Suddenly, he slammed his hands on the table furiously and shouted that he categorically refused, since he had to continue to look into this case, since he had promised that student. After a short pause, the chief said that it was time to get it into his head that no meant no. The rage did not leave Changkyun, who did not know what to do. At present, Changkyun and Yunsun were sitting in his office. The former put his hands on the table, apologized and said that he was always tormented by the fact that he could not help him then. A few seconds later, he slightly lowered his head and with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, said that he was not going to help the guy with revenge. Then he remembered how the last time the protagonist came to him with a request to help him commit revenge, and he refused. Now his decision did not change. He imagined Korea, which is illuminated by the bright sun, and said that in a state governed by the rule of law, private sanctions cannot be applied. Then he added that Yunsun could provide him with everything this time, and he would try to help everyone he could. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist interrupted him and quietly asked, "Help." With empty eyes, he looked at the guy and asked, "Now, and with what?" At that very second, he firmly said that it was too late. At this time, Junwon's lawyers were sitting in their office and discussing something. There were a lot of papers on the table, and Junwon himself was sitting in front of them. The main character was saying all this time that they, in turn, had already begun preparing for the final game. The lawyers were talking among themselves, interrupting each other. They were saying that so far they had managed to get out of this, but this recording. Junwon, with his arm in a cast, was silently looking at the lawyers, when suddenly he said loudly that all this should go to hell. As soon as his people heard this, they turned around in surprise. Junwon overturned his chair and began to leave, while the lawyers were shouting after him, asking where he was going. Opening the door, the guy turned around and asked with an angry face if they had all gone deaf, because the main character had told him that he would kill. Then he added that Yunsun had clearly stated that everything would end only with his death. The lawyers looked at the guy in surprise and didn't know what to say. Junwon came out through the open door and said that now it was impossible to avoid it. Then he added that it would only end if he killed him first. The main building of the hospital. Chonsu came out of Joanna's room. He carefully looked around. Suddenly he saw Junwon standing nearby. Junwon was looking at the guy intently and with a very angry face asking where Joanna was now. Chonsu looked at the guest, exhaled heavily and asked why him. Suddenly, veins appeared all over his face and he clenched his teeth and finished saying, "Not to go to hell." At that very second, another very tall and wide man appeared behind him. He immediately slapped him in the face. It was Chief Park. He looked at Youngsu with contempt in his eyes and asked if he was really Yoonseong's friend. Some time ago, Park was outside and talking on the phone, asking what his interlocutor had just said. He continued asking if he had really found out Yoonseong's weakness and who he was anyway. His interlocutor was Junwon. He walked down the hallway and asked himself who it could be. The next second, he said that he was the one who had watched the online broadcast where Park was beating Mina. The man immediately realized that he was talking to him. Junwon calmly continued walking down the hallway and saying that he could help him because he could help catch the main character. Then he said that Park had only beaten Mina, but now he had miraculously died. As soon as the man heard this, he became furious and veins appeared all over his face. Junwon continued to say that he must be in a ridiculous situation. A few seconds later, he said with a smile on his face that Park should not worry because the main character would still turn everything upside down. After these words, he remembered the moments when Yoon-seong broke his arm and said no, adding that he would definitely make sure of it. A few seconds later, he left the memories and said that for now Park should help him because now he is in bad shape. You just need to do everything, he says. How to survive with each other. Young-soo wiped his nose from the blow and looked at his opponent. You must not forget that this is all there is. Young-soo suddenly recognized the man in front of him and said that he had seen him before. Park looked at the guy in front of him with contempt and disrespect in his eyes. Unexpectedly for him, Jong-soo mockingly said that he was slapped by Minwoo, a damn weakling. As soon as Park heard this, he was enveloped in rage and his eyes were bloodshot. Jong-soo straightened his back and with a displeased face told Park to step aside, but at that very second, his opponent's fist appeared in front of his face. At the last second, Jong-soo managed to raise his hands and block the blow, but Park did not retreat and immediately increased the pressure of his attacks. Jong-soo received blow after blow, flying further and further. He heard his opponent cursing and saying, "Everyone is looking at him for the loser." The next second, he delivered a very strong punch to the face of his opponent and furiously screamed that he was a former professional UFC fighter. From such a powerful blow, Jong-soo lost his balance and fell. Park immediately rushed towards his opponent, saying that it was worth only one time Minwoo caught him by surprise, so he became a scapegoat. A few seconds later, he started tearing his shirt off with his eyes shining and saying that he was going to kill everyone here today. When Jong-soo started to get up from the floor, his opponent had already stripped to the waist. Junwon stared at his comrade at that moment, while Jong-soo said that he hoped that he had learned something, knowing that he would be fighting someone like Park. The next second, he said with a very calm face that he would show his opponent. Then he got into a fighting stance and finished telling what it was like to fight a martial artist. Hearing this, Park rushed to attack his opponent, shouting that he wanted to see what he could do against him. After these words, they both grappled and began a furious fight. Junwon looked at them and said that they were idiots. A few seconds later, he wished them a good fight and turned around, adding that he had no interest in watching such a lengthy fight. After these words, he opened the door to Joanna's room and said that he only needed one thing. Suddenly, his face changed from what he saw. At this time, Yoon-kyun shockingly asked the protagonist, "What does it mean that they have already started the final game?" Then he asked what the protagonist was talking about, adding that then the situation becomes dangerous. Yoon-seong sat at the table with his head down, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly, he said that everything is fine. Hearing this, Yoon-kyun was slightly surprised and a drop of sweat appeared on his face. After a short pause, the protagonist said that a dangerous situation. At this time, Junwon looked at the empty bed in Joanna's room. At that very second, the protagonist finished speaking. They had already prevented it. Junwon looked at the empty room and with bloodshot eyes furiously screamed, asking where to do the girl. When suddenly a black silhouette appeared behind him and a female voice said that she knew that he would come. At that very second, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Junwon heard this and turned around in surprise. This is the final game. The protagonist looked up at Yoon-kyun and said that it was very different from all the acts of revenge he had committed before. The girl in the hospital cape said coldly that the protagonist was an avenger. She paused for a second and said that Junwon did not need to try to remember because she was nothing to him. She stared at the guy who was looking at her out of the corner of his eye. After a short pause, she remembered kneeling in front of her brother's grave. Then she asked Junwon if he knew that after Onhyun's death. The girl took out a small folding knife from her pocket and finished speaking. There was not a day that she did not think about Junwon. The protagonist said that they would commit this revenge together with Miss Joanna. Junwon looked at the girl with a displeased face while she said that she was very pleased to meet them. She went down in her memories and remembered herself when she was still in school. She and her brother were not very close. She stood apart from him even during school trips. To be honest, Anchin was always alone and looked at his feet. His sister did not like him. He did not study at all. The girl remembered how her brother just sat in front of his notebooks, doing nothing, and when it came to sports, the ball often flew into his face. He was very bad at sports. He often came home beaten. He and his sister were not even friends. Anchin looked at his sister, who was sitting on the couch and silently looking at him. At the same time, he asked himself in his head what was wrong with her. Some time passed. a huge educational institution abroad. And then, Joanna studied at this institution. She thoroughly got down to her studies. Then she found out that her brother got into trouble and ended up in a juvenile colony. Then there was only one thought in her head. There was worry in her eyes. In her head, she wondered what was wrong with her brother. Was he still like that? How pathetic, the girl said to herself. She often sat in the library with a bunch of books that she read and studied. After a while, she was already in a suit and everyone around her was crying. Her parents were kneeling and crying bitterly. After them, she personally went to her brother's grave to say goodbye, when she heard that her brother had committed suicide. In the photo, there was a photo of Anshin, who had a smile on his face. Then Joanna thought. Tears suddenly flowed from her eyes, which surprised her greatly. Night fell. In the girl's room, envelopes with letters lay on the floor. She finally understood. Joanna was sitting on the bed with one of the letters. She held her face with her hand and cried loudly. This letter was from Anshin, which he wrote to her abroad. They said that he would try very hard to become a good person so that his family would be proud of him. Reading all this, Joanna cried bitterly. She realized, after a while, she was outside, which she shouldn't have. The girl leaned back against a sturdy tree and waited for someone. After a few minutes, she saw the one she was waiting for. The protagonist was standing in front of her not far away. After a short pause, he greeted the girl. Joanna silently looked at the guy. The protagonist looked at the girl coldly and apologized for being late. See that guy? Yoonseong came closer to the girl and introduced himself, adding that he was Onyeon's friend. This was their first meeting. Joanna left her memories and said that she was pleased to meet the creature who was responsible for her brother's death. Youngwon turned around in shock and extended his hand, asking how. I wonder, the girl asked. She slightly lowered the knife and asked, tell me. Tense Youngwon looked at Joanna and waited for an explanation. Suddenly, the girl said that she was only pretending to be in a coma. The next second she remembered that when she woke up, the main character was standing next to her, saying that if she spread a rumor that she was in a coma, she would cope at all costs. At first, everything was real because she almost died. Her entire face and clothes were covered in blood. But, fortunately, she quickly came to. After these words, the girl left the memories, tightly squeezed the knife and said that she was stronger than she expected. Junwon listened to the girl, laughed in confusion and asked why she needed a knife. Then he asked if she really wanted to stab him. After this question, Joanna raised her hand and silently looked at the knife in it. Suddenly, she threw the knife at her opponent's feet. This caused shock and surprise in Junwon. Now, Joanna said loudly. The guy silently looked at the knife near his knife, when suddenly the girl loudly and firmly ordered the opponent to raise the knife and stab her. Then she said that she was giving the guy a chance. Junwon did not waste time, looked around and bent down to the knife, saying that his opponent was sick. He took the knife and straightened up, and Joanna asked why. Were there surveillance cameras here, and if she stabbed him, would he upload the video to the internet? Junwon listened to the girl, raised his hand with the knife and with a smile on his face said that if not, then now he had the advantage. A few seconds later, the girl emotionlessly asked if he was sure he would do it. At that very second, with eyes full of hatred and contempt, she said that she was giving him a chance, or she would make it look like he had committed suicide. Then she said the same as the guy did to her brother. As soon as Junwon heard this, he was overcome with rage and veins appeared on his forehead. Joanna remembered how she sat over her brother's letters and cried bitterly. She read the same letter over and over again. She especially remembered the lines in which the guy wrote that he was fine, adding that life was not easy, but he would definitely cope somehow, to become a person that his mother and sister would be proud of, and he believed that if he tried hard, he could become a person. She looked at the letter from her brother with tears in her eyes that did not stop. Then it was already very late in evening. The main character was walking towards her. Coming closer, he adjusted his cap and introduced himself as a friend of Anhyun. He immediately apologized for coming so late, so it was better to get straight to the point. Joanna looked at the guy in surprise and was silent until he reported that Anhyun did not commit suicide. Then he added that he was killed. At this time, Junwon's German shepherds were barking loudly. Their owner was playing on the computer and was not paying attention to his pets. He remembered asking if Anhyun knew anything. Junwon was sitting silently at the computer and smoking cigarettes. Yes, the guy answered. Veins stood out on his forehead from accumulating rage. Suddenly, he tensed up even more and sank into memories, remembering that he had ordered to kill Anhyun. The guy who was sitting in front of him and eating chicken legs asked what Junwon was talking about. Junwon firmly said that Anhyun should be killed. Then he added that it should be done as if it were suicide. The guy with a scar on his face shook from what he heard, and beads of cold sweat appeared all over his face. Junwon suddenly added that everything should be done very quietly. Then he said that he would take care of the evidence and the commotion, and the guy just had to kill Anhyun. He leaned back in his chair and spoke about it indifferently. Some time passed, and the guy who was supposed to kill Anhyun said in his head that he did it in front of the guys. With his hands, on which veins stood out, he strangled someone. Then he added that Junwon told his version of the story. Therefore, he cannot do nothing. He strangled Onhyun, whose eyes were already bloodshot. The guy firmly said in his head that he needed to kill Onhyun. He cruelly strangled him while his comrades were nearby. Onhyun was suffocating and waving his arms. The guy with a plastic cup in his hand stood on a chair and shook with horror. He covered the camera with the cup. The killer laughed madly in his head and said that they definitely had to kill Onhyun. Joanna left the memories and took a step towards Junwon, asking if he remembered now. Then she reminded him that he told the guy to kill her brother. Junwon looked at the girl with confusion and didn't know what to say. Joanna came even closer and with contempt in her eyes said that he should die too, and that it should also look like a suicide. After these words, Junwon didn't think long and rushed to attack Joanna in rage. The next second, he plunged a knife into her stomach. With a crazy smile on his face, he mockingly said that even with one hand he was stronger, so yes, he killed her brother. Joanna powerlessly lowered her head on the killer's shoulder while he added that he staged everything as if it were suicide. After a short pause, he asked what she was going to do about it. Suddenly, the girl put her hand on his shoulder. The guy stepped back in shock and saw that there was no wound on Joanna's stomach. The next second, he looked at the knife in his hand, asking what was going on. A few seconds later, Joanna took her opponent's hand and asked if he hadn't realized yet that he was holding a fake knife. After saying this, she showed the blade moving and said that of course the weapon was fake, although the difference in weight was minimal, which is why it was so hard to notice. After a few seconds, she asked if it was true that good fake knives were made these days. As soon as Junwon heard this, he was overcome with rage and veins appeared all over his face. She lifted her shirt slightly while Junwon looked at her and asked if she really took him for a fool. Joanna did not answer the question, but asked if her opponent had heard about Sang-chul. She remembered the dead body of the guy and said that the main character ended up in a juvenile detention center and carried out his revenge. Under her shirt, there was a small canister. The girl continued to say that Yun-seong beat Sang-chul with one finger. After saying this, she took out a pepper spray, pointed it at her opponent, and said that with one finger she could now cover the entire difference in their weight. The next second, she pressed the button and sprayed pepper into Junwon's eyes, who immediately covered them with his hands. Joanna didn't waste much time and kicked her opponent in the groin with all her might. Junwon immediately doubled over in terrible pain. He began to groan and try to hold back his screams while the girl in front of him looked at him. After a few seconds, she asked what it felt like. Junwon heard this and raised his head, beads of cold sweat running down his face. "Does it hurt?" Joanna asked. She came closer to the guy, who was kneeling and shaking in pain, and said that until now she had only trusted her father, so she knew how scary the world could be. Then she asked what she could do. Hearing this, Junwon looked up at his opponent in surprise, who firmly said that now it was his turn to find out. As soon as Junwon heard this, bewilderment appeared in his bloodshot eyes. He stared at the girl and asked what she was even talking about. At this time, the lawyers were preparing for something and discussing something loudly. Woojin was shaking papers and ordering to quickly organize things. He stood in front of the table and said that Junwon's situation was too serious to fail. Suddenly, his phone rang. He immediately picked up the phone and greeted the senator, when suddenly he heard something that made him very surprised. The next second, he asked in confusion what he meant by stop, since he asked to protect his son. The man on the other end of the call held the phone to his ear and firmly said that the situation had changed, so they should stop and just wait. After these words, he put the phone down and said that they should do it their own way. Next to him were the detective and Young-kyun. They looked at the man who was saying that even to the point of abandoning his son, he did not know what he would get in return. He folded his arms and rested his head on them, tensely saying that if the terms of the deal disappointed them, they would still pay. In front of him sat the protagonist with empty eyes. The man's name was Myung-jin, a former deputy judge congressman. The man looked at the protagonist and said that he wanted to offer him a deal, so he was listening. Then he wanted to ask what Yun-sung knew about him. But the guy didn't let him finish, as he firmly and loudly said that he knew the man damn well, because he was a former deputy judge of South Korea and now a leading politician, who was spoken of as a candidate for the presidential election. They were at the police station. After a short pause, the protagonist said that now, of course, with his son a murderer, although Myung-jin was not involved. The politician dropped his hands on the table and repeated discontentedly, "a murderer," after which he called his interlocutor names. But the protagonist ignored this and with a very calm face said that now he would make him an offer that he could not refuse, so he had better accept it. The two of them stared at each other as Yoon-seong said firmly and confidently that this would mark the climax of Mr. Junwon, adding afterward that he only needed one last thing. With a very calm face, he looked at the boy's father and said that Junwon killed a man with someone else's hands. The next second, he remembered Minwoo appearing and saying that this was not the first time, and now his victim was a celebrity. Myung-jin looked at the boy with a very tense face and listened as he said that 4 years ago, it was a man named Onhyun, who was his classmate in middle school. The detective and Chongkyun stared at the politician and listened to the protagonist, who continued to say that of course they had evidence, recordings, and witnesses. After saying these words, he remembered how he had pinned down the guy with the scar on his cheek, who was Anhyun's killer, and said that they also had a suspect who had participated in Anhyun's murder back then, and another juvenile delinquent would also be brought to trial. Myung-jin suddenly couldn't stand it and asked what Yun-seong was trying to achieve. The protagonist heard the question, lowered his head slightly, and asked if the man really wanted to know the reason. After a few seconds, he firmly said that it was very simple. He leaned closer to Myung-jin and said menacingly that if he didn't give up his son, then this revenge would be meaningless. After saying these words, he leaned back and calmly said that he was going to change the world, adding that in his world, criminals would tremble and eventually be exterminated. The man listened to all this with an angry face and did not know what to say, while Yoon-sung continued to say that for this he needed high-ranking people like him, who had a high status, a lot of money, and who could influence society. The next second, with eyes full of contempt and hatred, he said that Myung-jin should make a public statement and apologize, and then Yoon-sung would save the protagonist from destruction. After saying these words, the congressman's lawyer leaned towards him and whispered something. Then he said that they needed a minute. Myung-jin stood up from his chair to leave with the lawyer. In his mind, the protagonist said that Congressman Myung-jin. At this time, he saw that the two were about to leave, so he immediately said that he did not have time and he could not give them time to think. The next second, he finished silently saying that he could not refuse. After a short pause, Yoon-sung slightly lowered his head and slowly said, "So now." He continued to speak to himself because Myung-jin. They stared into each other's eyes as the protagonist continued to say that within an hour the man would hold a press conference and make an announcement. At that very moment, he said in his head that he valued himself more than his children. And he knew it. At that moment, in the hospital, Young-soo, with a bloody nose, was furiously screaming at Park. He didn't wait long and rushed at him. He grabbed him by the waist, but was about to throw him over himself, when suddenly, Park himself lifted him up without much effort. Shock and horror enveloped Young-soo, who suddenly jumped up. The next second, Park threw his opponent to the floor with all his might. The patients heard the crash, ran out of their rooms and started calling for help. Park looked at his opponent with contempt in his eyes. Then he said that even a pig like him looked down on him. Young-soo smashed his face into the floor, so everything was splattered with blood. Park saw that the guy was not moving, so he turned around abruptly and started to leave. At this time, Young-soo continued to lie face down. He sank into memories and recalled the words of the protagonist, who asked him to listen to him. Yoon-sung stood in front of him and said that fighting against professionals was madness. He gave the example of Park, who trained in boxing in the arena with a coach. He told the guy that there are people who constantly train and maintain self-discipline, so Young-soo will not defeat them in the usual way. Young-soo listened to Yoon-sung with a sad look while he said that if he had to fight them anyway, then he would need to fight in an unconventional way. After these words, he left the memories and, lying face down, asked himself in his head in an unconventional way. Yes, the protagonist answered firmly in his head. A second after that, the fingers on his hands moved. For example, the next moment, he was behind his opponent with objects in his hands. Use dirty tricks. Park immediately noticed his opponent, so he turned around slightly and asked if he was really going to go all the way. At that very moment, he turned around sharply, swung his arm and shouted that it was time to end it all. At that very moment, Jong-soo shouted loudly that he had nothing to lose. These words greatly surprised his opponent, causing him to hesitate. Jong-soo, with a fire extinguisher in his hand, ducked and avoided the blow. The next second, he struck back, but his opponent deftly dodged the blow. Park immediately jumped up and furiously shouted that his opponent had a fire extinguisher, but before he could finish speaking, Jong-soo's fingers were in front of his eyes. Jong-soo almost perfectly hit the opponent's eyes, but missed by a little. This move greatly disoriented Park, who jumped back and was very confused. In Jong-soo's head, he heard the words of the main character, who said that no matter how much he trained, no one would teach him. He stood with his arms folded across his chest and finished speaking, use objects, aim for the eyes or break fingers. He finished the next second. Jong-soo took advantage of his opponent's confusion and grabbed his fingers on his hand. With a powerful and fast movement, he bent them so hard that a loud crunch was heard and his opponent arched from terrible pain. With a bloody face, Jong-soo looked at Pak and said that he learned no matter how hard he worked, you can't learn it. Then he added that he became stronger for the sake of loyalty. He did not let go of his opponent, whose face was already red from pain and anger. For the sake of loyalty, he continued to say. After these words, he delivered a powerful knee strike to Pak's face. The man lost his balance, and Jong-soo immediately pounced on him, delivering a strong blow to the face. He looked at his opponent with contempt in his eyes and said that he was a man who had something to protect, so he would not lose. He could not lose. At this time, behind him in Joanna's room, a girl was standing in front of a guy. With narrowed eyes, Junwon looked at Joanna and asked what she meant by the world that scared her. The girl stood above him and with hatred in her eyes answered that she was scared of the world and how crazy it was. After these words, she squatted in front of her brother's killer and said that she was just saying that she wanted to make peace with him for now. The next second, she smiled falsely and added, in order to destroy him perfectly later. While she was saying these words, guards and doctors burst into the room. The guards immediately ran up to Junwon, grabbed his arms and pulled him away from the patient, shouting that they needed to call the police. The guy with frightened eyes looked at the girl, not even resisting. He asked himself in his head, was she really going to finish him off too? While he was being pulled away, the phone in his pocket rang. Junwon took it out and saw a message. It was from a lawyer who wrote that he should run away. At that time, many people with cameras were filming something. They were filming Mangjin, who was saying that his son was a murderer. He, as the main character said, gathered a conference room and told everyone that his son had killed a classmate he had bullied and had recently indirectly committed another murder. With a tear running down his cheek, he said sadly that he had known nothing about it until now, so he was ashamed of having trusted his son all these years. Mangjin wiped away the tear and said that it was all his fault. A few seconds later, he proudly raised his head and said that he would help achieve justice for his son's victims and would cooperate with the police to extradite him. After these words, he bowed and said that he would bring his son to justice and punish him severely. Then he added that he apologized to the families of the victims. One of the journalists, after listening to the man, put the microphone to his mouth and asked if it was true that he did not know about his son's previous crimes. Myung-jin, with his head down, answered that he had only recently been informed of the events that had taken place. A few seconds later, he added that he had immediately launched an investigation against his son, and this time they had irrefutable evidence. Hearing this, the journalist was a little confused, but asked how the man felt now since, as he understood, this was his only child. Myung-jin stood with his head down and answered sadly that his heart was broken, adding that he believed that this was karma for his past sins. While being photographed, he said that the sin of not knowing his son's crimes was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. After a short pause, he firmly said that he was truly sorry. There were also people in the room who were sitting at laptops and recording something. The guy wrote a big headline called "The Law is Written Even for Politicians." It was an article about Myung-jin, the son of Yeonbu. At this time in the hospital, Junwon turned around because he heard Joanna's voice, who said that she knew that his father loved him very much, but she stood not far in front of him and with hatred in her voice and eyes said that this time had passed and he lost. As soon as the guy heard this, he broke free from the guard's hands and ran. He ran with all his might, cursing in his head. He ran one corridor after another, asking himself in his head what was going on. Stopping, Junwon looked out the window and saw that there were already several police cars below. The police outside saw his silhouette and realized that the criminal was inside, so they immediately rushed inside. Junwon heard loud screams announcing that the police were raiding the hospital. He immediately ran to the roof, realizing that the first floor was already occupied. He quickly climbed up to the door to the roof. Pushing it with his hand, the guy found himself at the very top. Then he stopped and tried to catch his breath. Junwon felt there was no one else on the small roof, that his end was near. The guy looked around, not knowing what to do. But, suddenly, a girl's voice was heard behind him, mockingly asking if he was already giving up. Junwon turned around and saw Joanna, who was climbing the stairs towards him. He couldn't know. The girl quickly climbed up to him and menacingly asked when he would stop running. What would be his end? Junwon retreated in fear. His own end. Joanna came closer and said that it was time to stop this. What it would be like. The girl remembered her brother falling from the roof and said that what Junwon did to her brother. She remembered how the guy looked at Anhyun from the roof, mockingly, and continued when they were standing on the roof was animal behavior. Junwon gritted his teeth and angrily asked what she was talking about. North, Joanna suddenly said loudly. As soon as the guy heard this, he was very confused and did not understand what she was talking about. The girl angrily asked if the guy was deaf. A second later, with hatred in her eyes, she repeated loudly, North. Since childhood, Junwon had a lot. Thanks to his father, the chief judge. Men often came to him with gifts. These uncles sucked up to him in every possible way. They often gave him money for free. In fact, the boy liked them more than his father. The men were praising and talking to Junwon. The man was carefully handing him 100,000 won and asking him to take it. Suddenly, they heard the judge's menacing voice, asking, so you're smart. They looked around and saw the boy's father drinking. He raised the glass to his mouth and with eyes full of contempt, ordered his son to go to his room. Junwon immediately turned around and went to his room. His father was a terrible person. When his mother, who was a famous star, accidentally got pregnant, the boy's father said that she could have entered a better family and lived happily if it weren't for him. Junwon heard every argument they had and realized that his father was a disgusting person. When he grew up, he found himself a company of hooligans. Still, there were more pros than cons. They often smoked behind the school and drank energy drinks, laughing and talking. Suddenly, a man called out to them, who in a menacing voice ordered them to come to him. All the kids realized it was the gym teacher, so they immediately stood up. Only Junwon didn't move or say anything. The teacher looked at the boy, coughed into his hand in confusion, and asked him to come to the student workroom later. After that, he ordered the others to follow him. Junwon had a satisfied smile on his face because he knew he wouldn't be punished. This was his world. The boy often played games alone. He could do whatever he wanted, and his parents didn't care about him. Sometimes he felt lonely, but it was bearable. He had loyal German shepherds. He often went for walks with them and scared passersby. But even if they didn't show interest in him, his power never went away. He always had a satisfied grin on his face and disrespect for everyone in his eyes. With power alone, he could live the way he wanted. After that, he left his memories and found himself back on the roof, on the verge of the end of his life. Everything was exactly as he wanted. Joanna came closer and closer to him, repeating the word north all the time. The guy stood there, confused, asking what she was talking about, to which the girl responded by asking if he hadn't heard of the north. But before he could answer, he received a powerful blow to the face. It was dealt by Chonsu, who had defeated Pak. With a bloody face, he raised his fist, covered in veins, and said that Junwon needed to remember the meaning of this word well. While Junwon was getting to his feet and wiping the blood from his lip, Chonsu began to explain that the north was the side of a magnet that pointed to the north. The next second, he leaned close to his opponent's face and said that if you tie a magnet in the middle and let it dangle freely, then the side pointing to the north is it. A few seconds later, he raised his head high and firmly said the north. Junwon wanted to say something again, but Chonsu's lightning-fast blow was again in his face. The next moment, an insanely strong blow knocked the guy off his feet and threw him aside. Junwon rolled across the roof from such a blow. A pile of construction materials helped him stop. Suddenly, something cracked and fell off behind him. Joanna came up to him and, while her brother's killer was groaning in pain, she said that she would do it again. North, she said the next second, looking intently at the guy. Junwon tried to get to his feet, cursing loudly at the same time, when suddenly Youngsu jumped up to him and delivered a strong blow to the stomach. This time he did not stop. Youngsu jumped on his opponent and began to furiously deliver blow after blow. Junwon cannot block blows with a broken arm, so he got hit by each blow. He watched as Youngsu swung his fist at him over and over again and asked himself in his head how he ended up in this situation. In his head, he remembered all the times when he bullied his classmates and said that all this happened to him because of Yoonseong and Onhyun. At this time, the main character was walking down the street. A detective was walking next to him. The man suddenly turned to the guy and said that he was letting him go, adding that the investigation now did not involve arrest, because this was not bullying, force would not be used, so there was no need to worry. A few seconds later, he added that he released Yoonsun at his own discretion. The protagonist, hearing this, continued to look ahead without answering. After a short pause, he thanked the inspector. To this, the man smiled warmly. They continued walking forward when the guy said that he had a very interesting story, but it was only for the detective. An interesting story? The man asked again with interest. Yes, the protagonist answered firmly. At this time, blood was dripping from Youngsu's hand. The protagonist said that he had several tattoos on his body. On the roof of the hospital, Junwon lay on the floor, not moving. He was breathing heavily and groaning in pain because his entire face was broken. Yoonsun continued to tell the detective that among them was a tattoo of an animal. Tattoo? The detective asked in surprise. The protagonist introduced him and said that this tattoo symbolized the hellish Cerberus. He imagined a huge monster in front of him and explained to his interlocutor that it was a terrifying and furious creature that pushed people into hell, a guardian. After a short pause, he, looking forward, said that in general, this is Junwon's life. The detective heard this and looked at the guy in surprise. A few seconds later, the protagonist slightly raised his head and said that if hell were removed from management, then Cerberus would actually be. He imagined Junwon with 3 shepherds and finished, a useless dog. Then he said that it was just a dog with 3 heads. At this time, Junwon slowly got to his feet. He looked at the guys in front of him, swore loudly and asked if they really thought that something would change. They looked at each other, and Junwon continued to say that they were doing all this only because of that damn Anhyun. Suddenly he screamed furiously, drooling everywhere. What do they expect from him? The guy was already dead. A second later he continued screaming that if they hounded him, he would not come back to life. Youngsu heard all this and said that Junwon was just a bastard. He wanted to go up to him again and hit him, saying that he still seemed to be insane. Joanna stopped him and asked if the guy really didn't know why she was doing this. She said with hatred and contempt in her voice that she would make him suffer like her brother. Junwon was on his knees, unable to get up, while the girl said that there is a saying that if you make someone cry, be prepared to cry bloody tears yourself. After a few seconds, she calmly said that she would repeat it one last time. The next second, with eyes filled with anger and hatred, she ordered him to jump. Then she added that the guy needed to jump and apologize to Anhyun. Hearing this, Junwon turned around in fear. At that very moment, he saw how far he was from the ground. He looked at the ground and didn't know what to do. In his head, he said that these bastards were so well prepared. Turning around, he saw Young-soo and Joanna in front of him. Then he finished speaking, asking himself if they were just trying to set him up. He looked around in horror, realizing that he had to make a decision. There was no choice since the police had already arrived. Many cars were parked below, and the staff were running inside the hospital. The guy knew he had to wait for them to get up, because even if he fell, at that very moment, he remembered how he had forced Anhyun to jump off the roof. After that, he said in his head that no one had ever died from falling from the 5th floor. His nose was bleeding non-stop, and he continued to look at his opponents. He knew that until the police got to the roof. At that very moment, he told the guys that one day they would regret it. He had to pretend that he agreed with them. Turning around, he said that one day. He looked down and could not look away. There was fear in his eyes, and beads of cold sweat were running down his face. Turning away, he saw Young-soo and Joanna in front of him. In his head, he said that he would definitely kill them. Junwon stared at them and waited for the police. In his head, he continued to say that he would definitely survive somehow and then he would. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a policeman who burst onto the roof. Everyone immediately paid attention. The policeman was ordering everyone to put their hands up because he was under arrest for conspiring to murder Anhyun. Hearing this, Junwon laughed. Enough, he said firmly in his head. He laughed and slowly backed away. In his head, he said that these were typical Korean police. When suddenly, the fence that was keeping him from falling shook violently. Junwon was still saying in his head that she always came too late. Immediately after these words, the fence behind him broke and the boy fell down. Shock and fear appeared on his face. He waved his arms and legs as he fell. From the roof, Young-soo and Joanna were looking at him. Not like this, Junwon said to himself. He fell lower and lower, turning upside down. In his head, he remembered the main character. The boy said that it was all because of these losers. There was nothing but contempt in Yoon-seong's eyes. After that, he realized that everything was not going according to plan and began to violently wave his limbs and scream loudly. He was falling head down and screaming that he would not let this go. He wanted to scream something, but suddenly he fell silent from shock. On the ground, he saw the ghost of Anhyun looking at him. They looked at each other as Junwon fell down. In Anhyun's eyes, there was hatred and contempt with which he looked at his killer. He did not take his eyes off him, devouring him with his gaze. Suddenly, his appearance began to evaporate, and Junwon saw something. It was a small, but very sharp stone. The last thing Junwon saw was the stone he fell face down on. The doctor with glasses raised his eyebrows and told the congressman that the situation was dangerous. Myung-jin frowned and the woman cried when the doctor said that her son almost died, but fortunately he was left blind in one eye. The man with the bandage wrinkled his nose. Ju H-wan sat on the blue bench. He pursed his lips and closed his eyes. He barely survived. He remembered looking at the stone, bleeding. Even though his life was saved, he was blind in one eye. The reporter held a piece of paper in his hand. At this time, public opinion on school violence was becoming more and more violent, and sympathy for the main character was growing. The young man in the green sweater spoke into the microphone. It was critical that because of the testimony of the past incitement to murder and the evidence in the Minwoo murder case, he was sent to juvenile detention. Minwoo, whose face was covered in burns and blood, held a noose in his hand. The criminal's hands were cuffed. The prisoners were walking around the prison grounds. Junwon was standing far away from everyone, and someone shouted at him to move. The young man looked at his interlocutor with irritation and told him not to rush him. Junwon raised his head and said that he was dying of thirst and wanted an energy drink. A prison worker slapped the young man, asking if he was crazy. Junwon opened his mouth in bewilderment when the worker said that he was not free. Yoon-seong walked down the corridor, thinking that Junwon must be in a panic right now. He opened the door and thought that Junwon was being treated in a way that he had never been treated before. The protagonist sat down at the computer. He drank the soda and thought that Junwon probably expected a juvenile detention center to be like a correctional facility. But if he continued to panic, they might get into trouble. On the screen was a video of a man in a suit raising his hand, shouting that in order to solve the worsening situation of juvenile delinquency, Junwon needed to be held accountable. The man with glasses furrowed his brows, saying that it was important to make a decision on Junwon's case, but the key decision would be to lower the age of responsibility for juvenile offenders. There was a remote control next to the TV, and a man in a black suit was saying that the current system encouraged juvenile delinquency. A woman with brown hair rested her cheek on her hand and said that because of Junwon, the current social situation was tense and this debate was quite popular. A psychologist named Oh In-yeon closed her eyes and smiled. Junhin turned around and said he was not interested and asked to quickly end their meeting and assign him a room. The woman continued to smile and the boy asked if she knew who his father was. Inyun signed the psychological consultation report. The man in black pants left the room. Junhin followed the prison worker, holding hygiene supplies in his hands. The boy closed his eyes, not understanding where they were going. The worker turned around and said that they had arrived. Junhin entered his cell and the prison worker told him to behave. There were many other prisoners in the room. The boy with a scar on his face grinned and said hello to Junhin. He frowned when the stranger said he wanted to beat him up. Another prisoner looked at his comrade and said that Junhin was the congressman's son. Junhin grinned contentedly when he realized that these guys knew him. The prisoners surrounded Junhin. Suddenly, a prisoner punched him in the chest. Junhin fell to the floor and the others started kicking him, saying that he was nobody here. Junhin closed his eyes in pain. The protagonist thought that a juvenile prison was different from a correctional facility. Yoonseong looked at the computer screen, thinking that only the most violent criminals were sent there because they had a criminal record at such a young age. The prisoner clenched his fist, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that they only understood the language of cruelty and strength. The young man with a scar on his face looked down and said that what they hated the most were guys like Junhin, who hid behind his connections, arrogant idiots who could not prove their status. One of the prisoners was sitting in a wheelchair. The young men kicked Junhin, saying that here he would regret not dying. The prisoners turned around when their cellmate in a wheelchair asked if Junhin was from Sangjin Middle School. The protagonist thought that Junhin would pay for what he did in this hell. Junhin was lying on the floor, and the disabled prisoner recognized him. There was a scar on the boy's lips, and Junhin asked who it was. Jahoon put his hands on his legs and asked if Junhin remembered him. The boy furrowed his brows, saying that he remembered him, and asked what he was doing there. Junhin put his hand on the floor and asked why Jahoon was in a wheelchair. Jahoon leaned on his knees and said that it was all because of Yoonseong. Junhin began to carefully get up while Jahoon said that the protagonist ruined his life. Junhin sat in front of Jahoon, who suggested that they take revenge on Yoonseong together. He extended his hand forward and said that they would prepare a plan for revenge. Junhin's sweat dropped when Jahoon said that they would then pay the protagonist back in full for ruining their lives. Junhin took Jahoon's hand and thought that he expected prison life to be horrible, but he was lucky enough to meet a classmate from middle school here. There was a full moon in the night sky, and Junhin thought that he was lucky. He was sleeping, lying on a blue pillow. Suddenly, Junhin opened his eyes. Jahoon was looming over him, his eyes wide and scary. He covered Junhin's mouth with his hands. Another inmate grabbed his hand. A young man with dark hair raised his hand up. He covered the cell with a white glass. Junhin frowned as Jahoon covered his mouth. He was without pants and sat on the boy, asking if he wanted to help get revenge on Yoonseong. Jahoon licked his lips and said that if that was the case, Junhin should give him strength. He opened his eyes wide and said that he was burning up. While two prisoners held Junhin's arms, Jahoon said that there was only one way he could help him. Jahoon opened his eyes wide, thanking Junhin. Junhin cried, frowning. The stars were visible above the prison building, and Jahoon said that he would end it the way Junhin wanted. White clouds floated in the blue sky. 3 months later, Junhin stood in the middle of a bright room. A dark-haired prisoner walked past him, asking if he could count on him again tonight. A stream of drool flowed from Junhin's mouth, and the prisoner said that he was not afraid of the consequences because he had nothing to lose anyway. Junhin clenched his trembling hand into a fist when the prisoner said that his father had never visited him. There were drops of blood on Junhin's bare feet. Jahoon looked at him and called him an idiot with a smirk. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if he really wanted to take revenge on Yoonseong. There were energy drinks and water on the shelves, and Jahoon added that the protagonist knew everything. Yoonseong chose a drink. He took a can and Jahoon said that Junhin would not be able to defeat the protagonist. Yoonseong walked on his face. He was wearing a black jacket and a cap, thinking that the death of many is just a number, but sometimes one death can change the world. The protagonist drank an energy drink while passing by other people. The police ran into the prison room where the prisoner was hanging. There was an urn with ashes and a photo of Anhyun on the shelf. Joanna was crying with her hand on her forehead, and Yoonseong thought that everything would definitely change significantly. The protagonist held a tin can in his hand, thinking that now they should tremble in fear. Who committed such crimes? The students looked at the screen of the phone. Someone was talking. The boy's brows furrowed, and Yoonseong thought that everything would change for those who considered school their world. The protagonist's face was serious. He looked straight ahead and thought that his revenge was just beginning. A news article was displayed on the phone's screen. A man with tattoos was lying on the bed. The man came out of the shower asking what happened. The long-haired girl had a pendant around her neck, and she mentioned Junhin, her friend from middle school. The girl was holding a phone, asking if Yoonseong would come for her too. She smiled and asked what she should do. The protagonist was sweating in fear until a classmate called out to him. The girl, whose cheeks were red, stuck out her tongue and said that she wanted to lick Yoonseong's scar. Jaein was holding a phone and asked if the protagonist would be able to do what he hadn't done in the past if he came. She blushed and smiled. There were flowers near the frame with Onhyun's photo. Joanna leaned her hand on the shelf, saying that Junhyun was finally finished. She touched the photo, saying that her brother could rest in peace. Joanna concluded with a serious expression that Onhyun's revenge was not completely finished. She turned around and thought that the world had to change. The girl walked away, thinking that society had to change too. Joanna frowned and concluded that she would not stop until then. The girl was sitting in an office chair. Joanna crossed her arms when Yoon said that he would tell her the details of the next target. He pointed his finger at a photo of Jaein. The girl was wearing a purple top and cape. Yoon said that she was 18 years old and was currently a student at Sungching High School. The girl was sitting at the head of the table with many guys, and the protagonist said that her nickname was Queen Bee. Jaein was smiling widely while holding a tambourine in her hand, and Yoon said that since a long time ago, a swarm of men always hung around her. The black-haired man smirked and told Jaein that it was really a long time since they had seen each other. The girl laughed when the man asked if she had changed. The protagonist thought that it was impossible to get such a nickname just because you were surrounded by men. Jaein was holding an e-cigarette in her hand. The man asked what her boyfriend would say about her coming here, and the girl replied that she didn't care. She took a drag on her cigarette and added that she had more than one boyfriend. Jaein looked at the man and said that with that mindset, she doesn't belong to anyone. The dark-haired girl was wearing a yellow sweater. She was holding the hand of a dark-haired boy. It all started when she was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. The boy raised his hand and said that if someone bullied Jaein, they would die. The girl smiled happily. She thought it was cool to be proud of such a great guy. Jaein hugged her boyfriend. The girl frowned, looking away. Eventually she entered middle school. 2 boys were kicking Yoon. The male lead covered his face with his hands. Jaein looked down while the other girls said they hated those boys. Jaein smiled when they added that boys always do that to Yoon, who is a nerd. The girl's cheeks turned red. She remembered sticking out her tongue while looking at the main character and thought it was funny even when she was in elementary school. The girl leaned towards Yoon, placing her hand on his thigh. Jaein winked and smiled, thinking that she was a little embarrassed to talk about what was going on back then. She hugged the arm of the fat man with tattoos. Jaein stood next to the man in the suit, thinking that she later learned what it meant to be popular. The girl smiled and bowed her head. The man with glasses also looked at her with a smile. Jaein thought that she also understood the secret to success. There were cosmetics and perfumes on the table. Jaein's classmates surrounded her, asking if all this was expensive, and the girl confirmed it was. While applying blush, Jaein said that her boyfriend bought it for her. Jaein looked at herself in the mirror, explaining that she was talking about the wrong businessman. The classmates' sweat dropped in shock when Jaein said that she had another rich boyfriend. Jaein was holding an expensive Chanel mirror. Her real nickname was Crazy Idiot. Yoon-soo stood behind Joanna. Yoon-sung said that based on what Jaein did to him, she was more of a psychopath than a cruel villain. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He closed his eyes. Yoon-sung remembered holding his hand out in front of him, yelling for Jaein to stop. The protagonist looked straight ahead, remembering his screams. Yoon-sung looked at his classmates and said that the plan would be the same and that he was going to pay the girl back in full for everything she did to them. Joanna crossed her arms, saying that she had a rough idea of what kind of girl she was, and asked Yoon-sung what he was going to do this time. The protagonist stood still, not answering Joanna's question about whether he was going to hit the girl. Yoon-seong stood in front of them, saying that this time was different. The protagonist furrowed his brows and explained that he would first get rid of Jaein's entourage. Chang-soo stood next to Joanna. Yoon-seong said that this would not be a simple infiltration of spies, but a face-to-face battle. The protagonist looked at them and added that he would first destroy the people around the girl, and then take on her. Yoon-seong imagined Jaein crying in the middle of a crowd of men and said that if they touched her first, her entourage would not stand idle. Joanna crossed one leg over the other and asked how many people were on Jaein's side. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that there were 100. He looked straight ahead. Yoon-seong imagined Jaein in the middle of the crowd and said that among those guys, there were those she was dating and those she had useful connections with. Joanna's mouth dropped open in shock, asking if the protagonist was going to destroy 100 people. Yoon-seong put his hands in his pockets and replied that this plan would probably take a long time. He looked at Joanna, saying that it was very reasonable. Standing in front of the huge board, the protagonist said that there was nothing they could do and that his revenge had always been too difficult. Chang-soo nodded and agreed with these words. He raised his hand, saying that Yoon-seong was not alone. The man turned around, saying that together they could do it because that was what friends did. Joanna closed her eyes and sighed. The men looked at her when she said that they could try, but she was not sure if they were doing it right. The girl stood up and asked how long it would take to kill 100 people. White clouds swirled in the blue sky, and Joanna asked Yoon-seong to give her an approximate estimate because she also needed to prepare everything, and the protagonist replied that it would take about 6 months. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Someone took a step forward. Half a year later, 2 people were walking along a snowy path. Chang-soo stretched his lips forward. They walked side by side while someone was saying that a certain villain was destroying Jaehyun's entourage one by one. The boy in the blue shirt raised his hands, saying that he had heard about it and that the villain was just picking fights and causing trouble. Chang-soo opened the door. He opened his mouth and called out to the group from Dabong-gu. Chang-soo frowned and said that he had come to kill the leader. The man looked ahead and said that Jaehyun's ex-boyfriend had met his end today and that he would not touch the rest. Suddenly, a wooden stick appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The black-haired boy hit Yoon-seong. The protagonist shook off his jacket and the boy turned around, asking if these were the same villains. Holding the stick in his hand, he was surprised that only 2 people had come. The man in the white shirt walked through the crowd. Dokman clenched his fists and said that they had come for him. The leader of the team stood in front of Jong-soo and asked if he had gained strength. Dokman opened his mouth and asked what to do. He extended his hands to Jong-soo and said that he was stronger. Jong-soo stomped his foot on the floor. Dokman stumbled, receiving a punch to the face. Blood spurted from his nose, and Jong-soo grabbed his shirt. The man began to punch the leader. Dokman opened his mouth, bleeding, and Jong-soo said that he did not know that true strength comes from precision technique. He opened his mouth and told the leader to watch and learn. Jong-soo raised his fist and said that his fighting style is to flutter like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Yoon-seong took off his hood and said that it was time to begin. His red hair was visible. He said that if he came home late today, Joanna would scold him. Snowflakes were falling from the sky. The protagonist and Jong-soo were walking down the road. Joanna waved and said hello. She approached her comrades, asking if they were okay. The girl smiled when Yoon-soo said that he was fine and that a man's fate was full of blood. Joanna asked how Yoon-seong was feeling. The protagonist shook the snow off his down jacket, saying that he was fine, and asked what request Joanna was talking about. The girl remembered sitting at the laptop and said that she had settled everything and organized all of Jaehyun's connections, even her entire entourage. Young-eun smiled and Joanna said that he helped her a lot because he wanted to help Yoon-seong. The girl looked at the protagonist, saying that it had been half a year. She asked if everything was going according to plan. Jaehyun posted a story, saying that she hadn't posted much lately because she was being stalked. Yoon-seong said that so far everything was going according to plan and there was a reaction from the girl's entourage. The protagonist remembered how he and Yoon-soo fought and said that they had been getting rid of her allies for the past 6 months. Yoon-seong adjusted his hood and Joanna asked how many people were left. The girl and Yoon-soo looked at the protagonist carefully. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and replied that there were 3 people left, not counting the ones they had dealt with today. His red hair covered one of his eyes. Joanna put her hands in her pockets and asked if Yoon-seong would handle them quickly, and he replied that it would not be easy. Yoon-soo frowned when the protagonist added that if you take into account the ones they had dealt with before, they were literally nothing compared to her. Joanna closed her eyes and came to the conclusion that Jaehyun was really out of his mind. 5 years ago, the girl was holding a phone with the camera on. Jaehyun was standing against the wall, typing something on the screen. She started a live broadcast. Her classmates walked past her. Jaehyun's Instagram page was visible. Back then, she was just like any other middle school girl addicted to social media. The profile picture was of Jaehyun. The only thing that distinguished her from the others was her followers. Jaehyun pointed the camera at the blonde girl, asking her to smile. The girls looked at the camera, and Jaehyun asked if there was a handsome guy she could meet at school. Behind the girls, a boy was beating someone up, and Jaehyun's eyes widened in surprise. 2 boys were kicking the main character. He covered his head with his hands. It was an unusually calm day without a breath of wind. The commentators asked what was going on, saying that they should call the police instead of laughing. Jaehyun sweated, saying that the viewers had gotten it all wrong, and that the boys were just messing around with each other. The girl pressed the end button for the live broadcast, yelling that she would explain everything later. The boys lined up in front of Jaehyun, who furiously asked why they were doing this during a live broadcast. The black-haired boy hit Yoon-seong on the head, telling him to apologize. The male lead walked up to Jaehyun and apologized. He opened his mouth in surprise when the girl asked him for a favor. Holding her phone, Jaehyun said that she would restart the broadcast and Yoon-seong would explain that it was nothing and a prank. The male lead looked at the girl in shock. She approached him and asked him to wipe the blood from his nose first. Yoon-seong walked down the hallway. There was no one around him. He looked out the window. There were white clouds in the sky and Yoon-seong thought that the weather was very nice and that time seemed to have stopped. A bespectacled boy ran towards the male lead, calling out loudly. He put his hands on the male lead's shoulders and shouted that something bad had happened to his older sister. Yoon-seong opened his mouth in shock when the boy shouted that Nahyun had gone missing after writing a will. There was a black ribbon on the frame with Nahyun's photo. Yoon-sung sat on the floor with his face in his hands. He rested his elbow on his knee. It was the day his sister died. The protagonist turned around when someone called him. Jaehyun waved at him. The girl blushed, saying that she had been waiting for Yoon-sung, who had not shown up at school for a long time, and asked if he had checked his phone. Jaehyun walked up to the protagonist and told him to stand up. The girl smiled and said that now that Nahyun's death was over, it was okay to laugh. That day Yoon-sung met another sick person in the head. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when the girl said that her followers were asking him to explain what was going on. There were two more girls standing behind Jaehyun. Yoon-sung burst into tears, screaming for the girl to just leave him alone. Jaehyun's mouth dropped open in shock when the protagonist asked if she was even human. The girl furrowed her brows in anger. Yoon-sung gritted his teeth. Jaehyun turned away. She turned around and said that tomorrow, Yoon-seong would see how many people she had who were willing to help her. Joanna's lips were closed, thinking about what she had made Jaehyun suffer. She furrowed her brows. Standing in the middle of the hallway, they discussed how Jaehyun was rumored to be a crazy person. The male lead looked straight ahead when Joanna said that she had heard that Jaehyun's emotions were beyond the normal human and that she thought differently. Joanna and Yoon-soo looked at Yoon-seong, who added that this was the reason why Jaehyun was dangerous. The girl was crying, and the male lead said that the three guys who were close to her were the ones she treasured the most. Jaehyun was wiping her wet face with her hand. A drama was on the TV. The dark-haired man hugged Jaehyun, saying that she had a very gentle heart. Kukbong furrowed his brows and asked how the girl would survive in this world. Jaehyun looked at the man and said that she had been having a hard time lately. They sat on the floor and the girl explained that she was worried about Junwin's case. Jaehyun covered her face with her hands, screaming that she was very scared. Gukbong tensed up so much that the veins on his neck became visible as the girl screamed that her close friends were being attacked one after another. Jaehyun cried, resting her head on his shoulder. Gukbong furrowed his brows and told her not to worry about it because he would not let them lay a finger on her. Jaehyun closed her eyes, crying loudly. There was a skull pattern on the black hoodie and Gukbong said that there was a villain who was threatening women. The protagonist was walking down the street. He put his hands in his pockets. Gukbong, wearing a white uniform, is a former taekwondo fighter. Yoon-seong furrowed his brows and thought it was worth mentioning that Gukbong had served 2 years in prison for sex crimes. The man's hands were cuffed. He raised his eyebrows. The protagonist thought that violence had been added to these crimes and that this guy was an incorrigible trash. Yoon-seong flipped through various articles, thinking of a way to get rid of such trash. The protagonist furrowed his brows as he looked at the screen. A black phone in someone's pocket vibrated. Gukbong grabbed his pants as he walked down the stairs, saying that today was all in vain again. He took out his phone and said with a smirk that the thought of possessing Jaehyun was stimulating him. A message from Soyun was visible on the screen, and Gukbong expressed his displeasure. He stood on the street, saying that a man should have a car. There were many cars in the parking lot. Gukbong sat in the driver's seat. He was texting Soyun, saying that she was clinging to him. The man looked out the window. The protagonist, whose face was hidden by a hood, was standing by the car. Gukbong frowned and asked if it was a runaway teenager. He got out of the car, saying that it was not a good idea to go to such a scary place, and told Yoon-sung to get in. A look of horror appeared on Gukbong's face. The protagonist silently looked at him, and he realized that it was not a girl. Gukbong frowned and asked if Yoon-sung wanted to deceive him. The protagonist frowned and the man began to recognize his face. Gukbong smirked. His cheeks turned pink, and he asked if the protagonist was bothering his Jaehyun. The man began to hover around Yoon-sung, saying that he missed him. He frowned and said that this was a very bad idea, and the protagonist thought that he had fought a lot in the past 6 months. Yoon-sung was standing in front of a white car, and Gukbong told him to take his hands out of his pockets. The protagonist stood motionless and the man started yelling at him. Yoon-seong thought it was time to show what he had learned in the past 6 months. Gukbong's forehead became furrowed with anger. Yoon-seong looked at the man and said that even with such trash there was a way to find a common language. He remembered the silhouette of the young man, his second teacher, who had shown him how to fight. The protagonist stood in front of the muscular man. His hands were in his pockets. Yoon-seong looked straight at him and said that he would show Gukbong how to win a fight without taking his hands out of his pockets. The man laughed loudly, spitting. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Gukbong licked his lips and asked if Yoon-seong was bragging about his skills after beating up a few guys. The man blushed and raised his hands, saying that he would play with the protagonist all night. He clenched his hands into fists, saying that if he won, Yoon-seong would bring him to Jaehyun. He swung his leg, but the protagonist dodged it. The man lunged forward and Yoon-seong asked if he thought he could win. The protagonist kicked him in the legs. Gukbong gritted his teeth in pain and cursed loudly. Yoon-seong kicked him again. The protagonist kept his hands in his pockets as he attacked Gukbong. The man screamed loudly as Yoon-seong's foot came close to it. He swung his arm, asking why the protagonist only hit one place. Yoonseong dodged Gukbong's attacks. The protagonist tripped the man. He gritted his teeth, saying that Yoonseong was serious. The device on Gukbong's ankle began to glow brightly. He knelt down on one knee, screaming in fear and pain, and Yoonseong asked what he was doing. The protagonist raised his leg and said that he couldn't stand to stay here all night with it, and now his electronic bracelet was broken. Gukbong raised his head and Yoonseong added that when this bracelet breaks, people from the Ministry of Justice arrest him within 30 minutes. There was a bright flash. The man swung his leg, loudly insulting the protagonist. Yoonseong deftly dodged the blows. Gukbong kicked the ground and yelled that he would destroy the protagonist in 5 minutes. The protagonist, whose face was shadowed by the hood, said that the first rule of fighting is to not lose your temper. He stepped on the man's foot. Yoonseong then kicked Gukbong in the chest. The man began to cough up blood, not believing that the protagonist fought using jiu-jitsu. Yoonseong bent one leg, standing next to a crack in the asphalt. Gukbong flew backwards, not understanding whether the protagonist learned such kicks from a trainer or mentor. A strand of hair covered one of Yoonseong's eyes. The muscular guy put his hands in his pockets, asking why the protagonist came to him. When the coach asked if the protagonist thought that what he had learned so far was not enough, Yoonseong furrowed his brows and confirmed it. A shadow fell on the man's face as the protagonist said that for the sake of his revenge, he needed to become stronger. He stood in front of the muscular man, saying that he was willing to learn anything. The coach rubbed the back of his head, asking if Yoonseong had come here to learn this from him. He bent his knee and said that he had never taken a student before. The protagonist fell to the floor from the force of the blow. He crossed his arms, and the coach said that he should watch him practice while visiting the martial arts club. The man raised his leg and said that when it came to fighting, he preferred to learn from experience. A shadow hid his face, and he added that if Yoonseong was going to fight with his style, he should not disgrace his name with sloppy technique. The protagonist raised his leg above Gukbong. Blood gushed from the man's nose. Yoonseong hit him on the chin. Gukbong's cheek swelled, and he did not understand why he was losing this fight. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened wide. Yoonseong raised his leg high. A few years ago, there were many people sitting in the stands. The student was wearing a wrestling uniform. It was the final of the national team qualifiers. He frowned. The boy in the red uniform was talking to his coach, and Gukbong wondered in his mind if he would keep his hands in his pockets until the very end. He placed his hand on his chest and thought that his opponent looked very simple. Gukbong smirked when the referee announced the start of the fight. The boy's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. He was lying on the floor. Two men ran up to him, and he realized that he had lost. Yoonseong looked at Gukbong silently. He frowned and said that Gukbong had promised to finish in 5 minutes, but it had not even been 3. The man opened his mouth wide and yelled loudly in anger when the protagonist said that he was disappointed. Gukbong swung his leg, asking if Yoonseong felt good winning by exploiting others' weaknesses. He knelt down, saying that the protagonist was behind this from the beginning. Someone appeared behind Yoonseong and Gukbong asked how long they were going to just stand there and watch. The protagonist turned around and the stranger said that Gukbong was really addicted to adult apps. The criminals from Sincheon-dong named Chang Yi and Changsun put their hands in their pockets, saying that they knew this would happen. They smiled madly and said that they brought a taser. The protagonist turned around as Changsun said that Gukbong had become really boring and pathetic. Yoonseong closed his eyes. Changsun crossed his arms and the protagonist said that they were harassing each other as a group. He looked straight ahead and said that he would do all of them. The lights were on in the apartments and Yoonseong added that he would also fight without his hands. Jaein took off her pants, saying that she had to work hard for Gukbong. The girl changed her clothes, saying that she had become angrier lately and that he tries to do this to her every time. Jaein took off her top, saying that she would talk to whoever dealt with Gukbong later. She looked at her phone and said that she would have to delete his number sooner or later. Gukbong called Jaein. The girl brought the gadget to her ear and smiled, asking why he called her. The protagonist, who had blood on his face, greeted Jaein. Behind him, on the ground, lay the criminals. Yoonseong frowned and said that Gukbong was finished and now there were only 2 left. Jaein stood still while the protagonist said that he would deal with her after he dealt with them. Yoonseong took the phone away from his ear. The girl smiled and assumed that Gukbong, who promised to deal with him, lost right away. The protagonist stood in the middle of the parking lot, and Jaein asked if he was really going to take out her entire entourage. She smiled and asked why he didn't come for her right away. Jaein smirked and asked what was the reason for Yoonseong cleaning up everyone around her. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the parking lot and the girl asked why he was silent. There was a yellow sky above the building. The curtains were covering the windows and Jaein said that if it was because of what happened in the past, then she was disappointed. She remembered Yoonseong's scared face and said that she was sincere that day. The girl remembered how she sat on the protagonist's thighs. She smiled widely, she remembered everything clearly. Her cheeks turned red as she approached Yoonseong. There was a flower pendant on her neck under her shirt. The teacher asked what Jayan was talking about. The girl sat across from him with her legs crossed. The man worriedly asked if he had touched her and threatened her. The teacher jumped up from his seat and raised his hand, asking what she was saying. Jayan, who was sitting opposite him, looked at him, saying that on April 11th at 15:17 in the music room, the teacher grabbed her and touched her body several times, threatening her not to tell anyone. She asked if that was true. The girl furrowed her brows slyly and smiled, saying that if she told and posted it on social media, something bad would happen. The teacher spread his arms out to the sides, asking what social media he was talking about, since he had only announced her grade for the project, as she had asked. The man frowned sadly, saying that he could not believe that he was making up such things out of nowhere. Jayan interrupted him, asking if the gentleman knew what situation he was in now. She opened her eyes wide and approached him, saying that she was a middle school student and she was going to accuse her teacher of sexually harassing her, and if she gave a good story to the police, even if it was fake, wouldn't it ruin his reputation? The man opened his mouth in fear, looking at his palms. Jayan closed her eyes and smiled, saying that he had a family. She asked if they would believe him until the very end. The teacher asked why she was doing this to him. There were numbers 1 through 3 on the sign outside the classroom. The girl said that it was nothing serious, and then asked if Yoonseong was in his class. The teacher stood at the board, drawing a triangle while looking at a book. He frowned and looked away. Jayan told him to do as she said. The protagonist stood by the lockers, half crouching, with his arms outstretched. The guy frowned sadly, his head down. The teacher asked if he couldn't stand up straight, since it didn't look like the posture of someone who was being punished. After the boy's Nuna's funeral, the bullying of Yoonseong began the next day. The hero turned his worried gaze to the side. Smiling students were sitting at his desk, looking at the boy. Not only his homeroom teacher, but other teachers were also taking part. The protagonist assumed a prone position, standing like that near the teacher's desk. Not only Sangcheol and Youngbum, even people he had never seen before. A crowd of guys were kicking the boy lying on the floor. Then they began to threaten Jayan. Because of them, he suffered endlessly. The girl stood to the side with a phone in her hands and smiled slyly. Jayan arched her eyebrows and brought the phone screen closer, saying that she had enjoyed it to the fullest. She asked if it was time to move on to the main points. The girl wrote a message to Yoonseong, telling him to stay after school. The window was quickly covered with a white curtain. Yoonseong's eyes widened and her eyebrows raised, asking what Jayan was doing. The girl was sitting on his lap, facing him. Jayan smiled, asking if he knew why she was pestering him. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was her first time and he seemed so wonderful to her. She was sitting on his lap, saying that watching him live a hard life, from nothing, with nothing, was something she had never seen before, so she decided to use him like a toy for the rest of his life. Yoonseong's eyes widened as Jayan placed her hands on his shoulders and furrowed her eyebrows pitifully. Before he could speak, the girl opened her mouth and smiled, saying that she really wanted to ask if she could lick his scar, because she wondered what it would feel like. Jayan furrowed her eyebrows and stuck out her tongue, looking him in the eyes. Yoonseong frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting that this was crazy. He didn't understand what she was doing. The teacher entered the room. He frowned, saying that the kids called him, and now he sees this. Behind him, the students smiled slyly. Plano Jayan was about to be expelled from school, but thanks to compulsory education, they weren't kicked out of school. In the end, it all ended with him receiving disciplinary action. The man told them to follow him to the teacher's room right now. The protagonist's eyes widened. Jayan turned around and smiled. The guy folded his hands behind his back and bowed his head, listening to the instructions of the teacher standing in front of him. A girl was watching him through the window in the door. Jayan furrowed her eyebrows and smiled, saying that he was stubborn as hell, but he should wait a little longer, because she had a way to kick him out of school no matter what. The real problem began after that. The hero held a sheet of newspaper in his hand, asking if the others knew that the final exam had been replaced with a grade for a project. The exam had been replaced with volunteer help for those in need by donating talents. The boys looked at the teacher with a newspaper in his hand. One of them asked what helping others meant. The man said that everything would be written down in the class register, so they should behave well and take the opportunity to immerse themselves in an interesting career. If someone dreams of becoming a chef, it would be great to donate food boxes. If someone wants to become a psychotherapist, then let him provide psychological counseling. If someone dreams of becoming a stylist, then he can do haircuts or something like that. Jayan raised her eyebrows and looked at the sheet in her hand. The teacher said that they should show scenes of volunteering in photos and videos, so they should not even think about deceiving him. The girl frowned, saying that she did not need it. She crossed her legs, turning to the boys standing next to her and asking why help others in trouble. After all, they are in the 21st century, then there are no unfortunate neighbors anywhere. The hero asked her not to worry, because he was good at editing videos. The guy sitting on the desk next to her laughed, saying that they would help her. The young man said that he could edit everything because his filming skills were cooler than Netflix. The girl frowned, looking at the sheet. She turned to the guys, saying that she had an idea. The heroes turned to her, wide-eyed. Jaein frowned and smiled, asking if Yoon-seong was not an unfortunate neighbor. She told him to take out the camera to film the volunteer work. The main character opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily. The young man quickly ran forward, wide-eyed. She frowned, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Jaein said that she wanted to become a hairdresser and the first scapegoat was the merciless load of the first sacrificial lamb. It was his grandmother. He imagined a smiling girl with scissors in her hands. The guy opened the door and walked into the room, asking his grandmother if she was okay if anyone had come in. Yoon-seong's mouth was wide open, sweat was running down his face. He looked at her carelessly cut hair. The woman was sitting against the wall, her head thrown back, her long, cut locks lying on the floor. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. The woman was calling the boy's name, tears were running down his cheeks. Jaein edited a video of herself cutting her grandmother's hair and handed in the project she received in a grade. Yoon-seong was standing in a hoodie stained with blood. He held his phone in front of him, saying that he never forgot about her. The guy was telling her on the phone that she was not the only one, Sang-cheol, Youngbum and Muru, Junwon and the others too, all of them. The girl was standing in the room, holding the phone to her ear. The protagonist was standing outside, his hoodie stained with blood. Yoon-seong frowned, saying that he hadn't forgotten about them for a minute. Jaein closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she understood everything, but in the end, he hadn't laid a finger on her. She said that she was shocked that he had caught Junwon, but he didn't think that he had accomplished a heroic feat. The beaten guy was lying on the floor, his face was covered in blood. The second oppa he was targeting was on a completely different level. He used to be in a criminal group, and therefore, his capture of a couple of guys in half a year means nothing because he is a difficult opponent. The girl imagined a guy with tattoos, his clothes and weapon were stained with blood. Yoon-seong's eyes widened, looking at the phone screen. Before she could finish, the young man, looking at the phone, asked if he was really a difficult opponent. He opened his mouth, his face was stained with blood. The hero said that he agreed with Jaein. The young man said that he sent Chansu. He sent her a photo of a man holding a beaten Changsu with one hand. She screamed in horror. Jaein's eyes widened, asking when he managed to get to him. The protagonist said that he would always be one step ahead. Yoon-seong frowned and looked up, saying that he was finished, which meant it would be her turn soon. He was waiting for Jaein, he would come for her soon. The girl froze in place, her eyes wide in horror. She continued to stand there, holding the phone to her ear. Jaein smiled, asking if Doohyeon Appa was finished too. She said that he was lying. The girl furrowed her eyebrows in fear, looking at the phone screen, saying that it couldn't be. Doohyeon was much stronger. The phone was ringing near the guy's bloody hand. Doohyeon was lying on the floor, beaten, a pool of blood near his head. Jaein brought the phone to her ear, but the voice said that the subscriber was currently busy. She could leave a message after the beep. The girl couldn't believe it. A shiver ran through her body. She opened her mouth in fear, saying that it was a lie. Jaein nervously bit her nail, saying that this was impossible. Would Yoon-seong, having dealt with them, come for her too? It all seemed meaningless to her. She didn't understand what to do. Jaein searched for the number with trembling fingers, saying that she needed to repeat it to Appa before it was too late. An incoming call came from Gukbom. The girl knitted her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide. She pursed her lip, beads of sweat were running down her face. The girl answered the call. The protagonist brought the phone to her ear, saying that he forgot to tell her that he would be in front of her house in 10 minutes. Jaein opened her mouth wide and knitted her eyebrows. She screamed loudly. The main character looked ahead from under his brows, saying that he didn't want to brag about it. He said the street Seongsu-dong, the house number and the apartment number. The girl frantically began to dial the number on the phone. The young man opened his mouth, saying that he would show her another hell. She just needed to wait a little. The guy frowned, saying that this would suit a woman like her, a real hell. The girl opened her eyes wide, beads of sweat were pouring down her face. On the phone screen, there was a call from Jaein. The guy in the suit brought the phone to his ear. He was walking forward with a bouquet of flowers. The voice on the phone said that the subscriber was currently busy, but he could leave a message after the beep. The hero pressed the call reject button, saying that it was strange. He didn't understand why she wasn't answering, because he was worried. There was a bright, shining gold badge on his jacket. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he couldn't do anything. His face was hidden in the shadow. He looked at the phone screen, saying that he needed to go to Jaehin's house right now. The girl nervously bit her nail, wondering what she should do. Tears appeared in her eyes. She decided that she needed to call and tell Appa about everything quickly. She looked for his number with trembling fingers. A call from Jaehin's beloved appeared on the phone screen. Juchun, standing in a suit and holding flowers, opened his mouth and asked if she was okay. The guy furrowed his brows, asking why she wasn't answering, because he was worried, but he would come to her house soon. Jian furrowed her brows and burst into tears, looking at the phone screen. She asked if he remembered the guy she was talking about. He was going to come and kill her now. Juchen furrowed his brows, asking what she was talking about. Jian fell to her knees, saying that he finished off everyone around her and is now coming for her. She is very scared. The guy furrowed his brows. The girl was asking him to come quickly. He was asking Jian to first figure out the situation and calm down. Tears were streaming down the girl's cheeks. Juchen was walking down the road with a bouquet of flowers, asking if the guy named Yunseong was coming to her house right now. He frowned, saying that it was great. The hero stopped in front of Yunseong, who was standing on the street, and said that it seemed like he came just in time. He was in front of the girl's house now, thinking that he had just met this guy. Juchen said that he would go up to her as soon as he finished here. The protagonist frowned, looking at him from under his brows. The guy frowned and pushed the phone away, asking if he was Yunseong. Juchen remarked that no matter how bad a person he was, he couldn't just barge into his girlfriend's house like that. The boy stood on the road, clenching his fists. Juchen put his hand in his pocket, saying he didn't know who the guy was. The protagonist stood still, saying he finally met Juung's last guy. Yunseong put his hand forward and pointed at him, saying he was the only guy who had captured Juung's heart, but he was more interested in the badge on his collar and where it came from. The guy raised his eyebrows and tilted his head to the side. The boy pointed his finger at the golden badge. The protagonist asked if that was the badge. The golden thing had 3 symbols and circles. Juchen opened his mouth slightly, asking if he was really curious about where he got it from. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked at him, asked if he was curious. The protagonist had a bat in his hand. The dark-haired guy hit the guy in front of him, who was defending himself with his hands. The man opened his mouth slightly, addressing the biggest gang in Gangnam. Juchen squeezed the bat in his hand, saying the man was recruiting new members for the gang, but that was all he could do. He punched him in the face. The boy threw the bat aside, saying that this was simply unheard of, because when he said that he was going to test his strength, he thought he was just joking, but he really thought that they were on the same level. On the body of the lying man, a golden badge was shining brightly. Juchen struck the lying man with his elbow, telling him to listen carefully. He needs to listen and remember if he doesn't want more. The hero reached for the gold badge on his collar. Juchen frowned and, holding the item in his hand, told him to pass it to the boy harder so that next time he would take it himself, but until then, he would take the badge for himself. Juchen furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that it was an old story, but it wasn't important now. He placed a bouquet of flowers on the ground, saying that what was more important now was that the girl he was bullying and the woman he loved were the same person. The boy knelt down in front of the protagonist. He quickly rushed forward, leaving behind dust. Juchen frowned and raised his fist to punch, saying that if the boy disappeared, his Jian would stop being sad. Yunseong blocked in front of him, crossing his arms. The force of the blow made the boy stumble back. Juchen furrowed his brows, thanking the protagonist for coming here, since it looked like Jian would be getting another gift from him since he would catch him. The boy grabbed the boy's sleeve. Juchen's eyes widened as Yunseong began to lift and twist his arm. He raised his knee to strike. The protagonist kneed him in the head. He furrowed his brows, saying that he had definitely seen this fighting style before. The protagonist asked who the boy learned it from, asking him not to say that he learned it from a YouTube video. Juchen furrowed his brows and rolled his eyes. The protagonist quickly moved, kicking up dust. Yunseong frowned, kicking the boy in the side. The protagonist twisted, kicking him in the face with his other leg. The boy frowned, thinking that he hadn't expected this. Juchen furrowed his brows and stopped his leg, saying that the protagonist definitely learned from that person. He never thought he would last this long. The boy clenched his fist. He punched the boy with all his might, sending him flying backwards. Yunseong frowned and blocked in front of himself, thinking about how the hero had strong fists and heavy attacks. The boy wondered why someone like him would stay by Jian's side. The hero moved again, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Juchen frowned, preparing to strike. He jumped in front of the boy, swinging his leg. Juchen frowned, his eyes rolling back. Yunseong stopped him, kicking his face. The protagonist furrowed his brows, looking up. The boy raised his head. Yunseong bent his knee, preparing to strike. The hero saw an image of another person in him. The boy pushed Juchen back, kicking him in the stomach. He asked the boy for permission to ask. The hero frowned and pursed his lips, veins bulging on his forehead. Yunseong put his hands in his pockets and looked down at the protagonist, asking him if he knew what kind of woman Jian really was and what she had done to other people. The guy stopped his leg, grabbing it with his hand. Juchen frowned, saying that it didn't matter to him. He furrowed his brows and opened his mouth, saying that he had made mistakes himself. There were accidents in his past too, but he was not the type to abandon his people. Juchen, squatting, turned around and pulled on the protagonist's leg. He threw the boy forward, getting to his feet. Yunseong's eyes widened, looking at him. The boy punched him in the face. The boy put out his hands, grabbing his hand. Juchin frowned, raising his other fist to punch. Yoonseong furrowed his brows and, looking at him from under his brows, crossed his arms in front of him, forming a block. A bright trace of the quick movement remained in the air. The protagonist grabbed Juchin by the body and threw him over the arch. The boy landed on one knee and skidded to a stop, bracing himself with his hand on the ground. The boy punched him in the face. Juchin punched him in the chest. The boy gritted his teeth. A man with twisted values, who believes that he is justice, thinks that he is the strongest on earth. He has things dear to his heart that he fiercely protects, but he is just a man with the wrong beliefs. The boy frowned, raising his other hand above his head to punch. Yoonseong frowned. He immediately attacked him with a fist. The boys punched each other in the face. Juchin threw his head back and frowned. Blood came out of his nose. The protagonist gritted his teeth. There was a trace of blood on his cheek. The boy ran forward. The boy moved. Yoonseong and Juchin raised their fists, getting ready to punch each other again. A police car with flashing lights was driving straight towards them. The voice told the number 4389 to disperse. The boys stopped, looking at the car in surprise. People were asking for the policeman to come there. The crowd that surrounded them assumed that it was the guy from the Manhwa incident. Juchin raised his eyebrows when he saw the police. His nose was bleeding. People took out their phones, going to take pictures of the boy. Yoonseong frowned, looking away. The crowd of people surrounded the boys. People took out their phones, saying that the police were already on their way. Juchin frowned in displeasure and turned his head, saying that this was starting to irritate him. Before the hero could finish speaking, the girl opened her mouth wide, saying that the police should come urgently, because the guy was here. Jaein held the phone to her ear and watched everything from the balcony, saying that the maniac who wanted to kill her was right here, so they needed to hurry. The main character looked up, noticing her on one of the balconies of the building. He knew she would call the police. That was the last thing she could do in a situation like this. It had been like that since those days. Jaein had taken advantage of her being a woman. He knew she would call him a maniac from the moment he told her he was coming for her. He frowned, looking up. He imagined Jaein nervously biting her nails and dialing a number on her phone. He remembered how she sat in the office in front of the teacher she accused of harassing him. Yoonseong frowned, lowering his phone and looking up. Jaein was standing on the balcony, reporting on the phone that her boyfriend was currently holding a maniac, so they needed to hurry. But she had told the police about the wrong person, because the main character was not a real maniac. While she was looking around, he had prepared another surprise for her. The girl frowned and opened her mouth wide, saying that they were the police, so they needed to hurry. The door to her apartment was open. The light was shining on the floor near the bed. It was dark under the bed. The bed linen was carelessly tucked in. In the shadows under the bed, a man was lying, his eyes wide open. He opened his mouth, saying that he would do whatever Yoonseong asked him to do. It was the protagonist's cockroach. The boy stood in the road, his hands clenched into fists. He finally reached her. The game had begun. Jaein, her mouth wide open, was shouting into the phone from the balcony. The man raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. The girl frowned, continuing to call the police. Yoonseong was going to repay Jaein with the same thing he got from her in the past. Pouting, Kenmin was surprised that his comrades were actually learning to fight. Blushing with delight, he asked if they were really going to train in front of people for half a year. Youngsu narrowed his eyes. The guy said that he had only seen something like this on YouTube and asked if he could train with them. The boy said that he wanted to become as strong as him and learn to fight. The protagonist silently lowered his eyebrows. Taking his hand, the bully promised to learn everything and help. Grabbing him by the collar, Yoonseong asked him not to be so rude. Kenmin raised his eyebrows in confusion. The boy ordered him to start stalking Jaein and not get distracted for the past 6 months. The guy was sitting at the computer. He was told to find out everything about this girl and watch her every move. The boy was watching her from around the corner. Seeing the correspondence with the stalker, someone asked who this person was. Sitting on the couch, Juchin asked if this stranger always knew where the girl was and continued to send messages. The schoolgirl confirmed this and added that this had been going on for 4 months. Some time ago, when she left the apartment, she noticed an open parcel. Cosmetics for daily care were constantly disappearing from her closet. Looking at the closet, Jaein said that she was scared and asked what she should do now. The guy told her not to worry and promised to protect her at all costs. He wondered who would do something like this. The closet door was slightly open. Someone's eye appeared from behind it. The boy asked where this stalker was hiding, leaving no evidence behind. Holding onto the clothes hanger, Kenmin thought that he was always close to his prey. The bully compared himself to a cockroach crawling next to him. Lying under the bed, the boy wondered if he should come out of hiding. Looking away, he thought that his boss had attracted attention at the appointed time, as planned. The boy crawled out from under the bed and decided to take everything into account and start moving. Kenmin stood up. In the past 6 months, he managed to learn everything about his target. The bully frowned sternly. He managed to find out the victim's daily routine. The clock was ticking. Jaein was going about her business. Looking at the girl standing on the balcony, the guy realized that he knew about all her affairs, meetings, and relationships. He raised his leg. Sneaking onto the balcony, the young man compared himself to the girl's shadow. At first, it was difficult because only vile people do such things. The schoolgirl was shouting something, putting the phone to her ear. Closing his eyes and sighing, Kenman thought that today his conscience did not bother him at all because it was a promise. The police were climbing the stairs. Passing them, the bully decided that he would finally finish his task today. Seeing the officers, the schoolgirl asked them to hurry up. Folding his hands behind his back, the man clarified whether Jaein was standing in front of him. The girl confirmed it and said that she called them. Pointing to the main character standing in front of Juchen, she said that this man in a hoodie was following her and trying to kill her, and asked the police to come down. Raising his hand, the officer asked if this stranger was stalking her right now. Hearing that they were not there because they were being stalked, the girl opened her mouth in fear and asked what that meant. Lowering her hands, the schoolgirl asked why they were there. Looking down, the man said that they were informed that she had illegal substances in her home. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the student asked what substances he was talking about, and the policeman explained that they had received a call about hallucinogens hidden in her home. They had received several reports about this, and there were bags of drugs taped under her bed. Hearing that her home needed to be searched, Jaein narrowed her eyes in confusion and asked them not to talk nonsense. Kenman came down the stairs with a satisfied smile on his face. Hearing that the officers had found drugs under her bed, he shed tears and mentally praised himself. The boy remembered how he hid the bags of substances all over the house, starting from the bed like a cockroach. Heading towards the exit to the parking lot, the boy hoped that his boss saw that he managed to do this job. The protagonist looked ahead sternly. Taking a fighting stance, Juchen said that they didn't have much time left. He raised his fist, deciding to finish this quickly before more people gathered. Suddenly, Yoonseong turned around and ran away from the scene of the fight. Looking after him, the guy Jaein asked what was going on. Showing him the middle finger, the boy explained that he was running away from him because he got what he wanted. Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted an insult at him. He rushed to run after his girlfriend's offender. The girl asked what the police were doing in her apartment. Hearing her voice, Juchen looked back. Looking up, the boy saw his girlfriend on the balcony. The officers searched the entire house, finding drug packages one after another. The schoolgirl promised to write a statement on them and ordered them to leave. The student shouted that she would report sexual assault. The young man raised his hands in confusion. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that Juchen had run to his girlfriend. Passing the parking lot, Yoonseong was glad that he managed to get to Juwon. The boy put his hands in his pockets. Looking ahead, he promised the girl to repay him with the same thing he received. Remembering his grandmother, who lost her hair, the guy thought that he was doomed to eternal suffering. Then tears appeared in the student's eyes. Leaving the yard through the gate, the young man decided that the girl would experience the same psychological shock to which she doomed her classmate. Black curls lay on the floor. Pursing her lips, the sobbing schoolgirl said the name of her old acquaintance. Juchen extended his hand to her. The student promised to kill her offender. While running a trimmer over her head, Jaein cursed her former classmate. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked what she should do now. Looking in the mirror, she explained that she had been charged for transportation expenses and was not detained for investigation. Her boyfriend frowned in displeasure. Looking back, the bald girl said that she had only tried hallucinogens once at a party. Throwing herself into the boy's arms, the schoolgirl realized that if she was charged with a criminal case, she had no connections left to buy her way out. Juchen silently hugged her. The student said that he was the only one she had left. Standing in the middle of the cut hair, Jaein explained that she could be given a drug test despite her lack of hair. Looking down, she said that she would not be able to bear it if she was called to the police station again. The girl looked away. Seeing her hair, the girl remembered her former classmate. Memories of the old woman sitting on the floor appeared in her head. Then the students cut her hair, filming it all on their phones. The grandmother closed her eyes and cried. Imagining all this, the schoolgirl squinted and thought that this couldn't be happening. Burying her face in her boyfriend's chest, the student said that she understood everything. Imagining her friend holding the old lady while she cut her hair, Jaein said that her former classmate was taking revenge on her for this. Grabbing his shoulders, the girl decided that he had deliberately planted drugs in her house so that she would shave her hair. Lowering her head, the girl realized that this was revenge for her actions in the past. Hugging her, Juchen asked her to calm down and not to be nervous. Frowning, the guy realized that this man was more dangerous than he could have thought. Imagining the main character raising his hand, the young man decided that he was not above using dirty methods and means to take revenge. Remembering how he was kicked in the stomach, Juchen realized that his fighting skills were at an impressive level. Deciding to stop him before it was too late, the guy lowered his head and asked his girlfriend to listen to him. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he said that he can stop the enemy who is trying to restore justice. Opening his mouth, the boy asked his girlfriend to be honest with him and tell him what was the worst thing she did. Jaein raised her eyebrows in shock. She widened her eyes. Her boyfriend assumed that Yoonseong would rely on the worst cases and definitely do something bad again. With a sad frown, Juchin called out to his girlfriend. The girl bashfully lowered her eyes. Looking at her, the guy reminded her that he will always be on her side despite her past. He asked her to tell everything as it is. The girl silently looked down. In her memory, the boy hanged himself in the school toilet. Upon finding him, the student opened her mouth in surprise. The schoolgirl smiled and said that she did nothing wrong. The heroes stood in front of each other in silence. The student put her hands to her chest. The boy extended his hand to her. Frowning menacingly, she said that his girlfriend was lying. Jaein smiled nervously. Juchin asked if his girlfriend really did terrible things to a classmate. Youngsu ate noodles using chopsticks. The heroes sat at the dining table. The boy said that the taste of this food reminded him of home. Joanna asked him to eat more slowly. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, surprised that this was how Jaein's final act of revenge went. Looking up, the main character confirmed that he had returned to her what she had done to him. There was no one else in the cafe except for them. Yoonsung said that this was the last stage and that Jaein would not be able to do stupid things for a while. The woman looked down, hearing that the main problem was Juchin. With his experience and connections, this man will try to protect his girlfriend. Someone entered the cafe. A shadow appeared in the dining room. The boy explained that he was a difficult opponent who fought well. Approaching the table, the boy Jaein thanked him for the compliment. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The boy said that he had difficulty finding them. Taking a chair in his hands, the young man asked them to continue discussing what they were going to do to him and his girlfriend. The protagonist frowned. Juchin sat down at their table and said that the enemies were planning to make the first move anyway. He raised an eyebrow in surprise when Yoonseong said that now they would not have to look for him and drag him out. The boy interrupted him with his mouth open. The young man hit Kenman, who was sitting next to him, with all his might and asked what did he mean by drag him out. Blood spurted from the bully's nose. Juchin scowled furiously and declared that they would not move an inch as long as he was here and that they would die by his hands today. Noodles flew into the air. Youngsu raised his fist to hit the villain. As he struck, the man stated that there was an old saying that one should not attack someone who is eating. A fist appeared in front of his face. The boy punched him in the face. He narrowed his eyes as the opponent asked him to show manners while they were enjoying a meal. Youngsu tried to punch him and asked if he had not been taught basic etiquette. The boy dodged another punch. The fist cut through the air. Juchin covered his face with his hands to block the blow. As the boy fell onto the bar, he realized who was standing in front of him. Seeing the fist in front of him, he thought that it would be difficult for him to deal with a man with such a build, speed, and technique. The man delivered a powerful punch. Squinting, Chonsu declared that he had caught the enemy. The young man picked up the salt and pepper shaker. At that moment, the ground pepper blinded the man. He closed his eyes and asked what it was, wondering if the enemy had managed to withstand his blow. Juchin grabbed a wooden beam. Pulling himself up with his hands, the guy pulled his legs up. His thighs squeezed his opponent's head hard. The heroes fell to the floor. Jiangsu gritted his teeth. Swinging the frying pan, the guy said that it could have been dangerous if he had more experience. Asking if the enemy would be able to block his attack, the young man hit him in the face with the frying pan. Swinging back, he delivered another blow and asked the enemy not to be upset. The bloody man lay on the floor. Looking at him with disdain, Juchin said that this was not a boxing ring and that they were actually fighting. Rising to his feet, the guy stepped aside. Looking at the remaining people, he concluded that there were only two left. Smiling, the protagonist was surprised that the guy Jaein was making such a noise. Looking at his opponent, Yoonseong said he thought he had more sense. Closing his eyes, the boy said it was funny and explained that he did not think through his plan that seriously. The boy looked at him silently. Swinging a frying pan, Juchin said that he was thinking only about making Jaein happy. Missing, the boy said that he had heard about each of the team members. Blocking a student's blow, he explained that he knew everything that happened to him. Hearing that he knew about the worst thing, the protagonist frowned. The lights were on in the slums. The students were kicking the outcast. Jaein crossed her arms over her chest, asking them to stop. Raising his hand, the beaten Jahoon asked what he did to them. Walking up to him, the girl asked him to collect his thoughts and tell everything normally. A scene appeared in her memories of how the student went to karaoke with Yoonseong. The girl asked what kind of relationship they had. The boy looked at her fearfully. The schoolgirl pouted her plump lips. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She leaned towards the victim of bullying. Jahoon lowered his hands. The student asked if this was true. Smiling, Jaein asked if they were really like that. Her cheeks turned red. The girl asked to take a photo of them doing this so that her classmate would be expelled from school. However, when the video gained a large number of views, the guy tried to commit suicide. he was miraculously saved, and the other children decided that he pretended to commit suicide for attention. Throwing the frying pan, Juchin said that he was sincerely sorry that he had to go through such a thing. The frying pan hit the floor. The main character clenched his fists. The guy said that he would not leave his beloved, even if she did something like that, and hit his opponent. Yoon-sung tried to block his blows, putting his hands in front of him. The young man swung his leg. From the strong blow, the boy was thrown back. His body knocked down the tables and chairs in the cafe. Looking at the fallen enemy, Juchin guessed that he was wondering why he was doing this for Jaein. The reason was simple. Joanna frowned sternly. Walking up to her, the boy explained that his girlfriend had saved him. His shadow loomed over the woman. The boy stated that he had no personal grudge against them. Raising his head, Joanna said that he was talking too much, as if everything was already over. The student rose to his feet. His foot cut the air. The protagonist hit his opponent in the stomach. Blood gushed out of Juchin's mouth. The boy fell to the floor and coughed. Yoon-seong looked down at him and said that he knew the reason for his behavior. Looking up, the boy asked what it meant. The boy added that he knew the reason for his appearance here in their fight. Remembering how Jaein's boyfriend approached their table, the student explained that it was strange from the beginning, because there were 4 of them, and despite this, Juchin decided to cause a stir in the restaurant. Lowering his head, the student concluded that there could only be one reason why the enemy was stalling for time. The protagonist stated that Jaein was planning to hide somewhere. The guy's eyes widened in fear, imagining his girlfriend with a suitcase in her hands. In her hand was a ticket to Vancouver. Yoon-seong assumed that she was going to fly abroad and called it a pretty wise decision. The girl was sitting on the floor, biting her nails. Clutching his chest, the young man asked how they figured it out. Throwing a menacing look at him, the boy thought that the enemy had finally realized that he could not stop his revenge in any way possible. Leaning on his hand, Juchin decided to end it. Running away was the best decision he could make. Raising his hands, the student promised to be serious. The boy frowned furiously. He had greatly underestimated his enemy. Just a minute ago, he had been hit hard in the liver. Then the student had loomed over him and said that he knew the reasons for his actions. Imagining his coach behind him, the protagonist raised his fist and declared that he could not waste another minute so as not to lose Jaein. His gaze was determined. He would have to fight his own teacher. Yoon-seong put his foot forward. Opening his mouth, he said that they should seriously fight the one who helped him learn how to fight. The boy imagined his teachers standing behind him. Raising his eyebrows, the student asked his opponent to hold his jaw and promised to hit him with all his strength. Some time ago, Juchin was sitting on the ground. His life was just terrible. Jaein approached him with a smile on her face, becoming his first savior. Remembering the emaciated face of his mother, the boy thought that his mother was a drug addict who was soon caught for another dose. The boy looked at the back of his father, who cheated on her and then married for the 4th time. Squinting, he thought that Jaein was the only one who was always there for him. They had known each other since childhood, and standing next to him, the girl asked if everything was okay. Juchin looked back, and the girl asked him not to worry. Hugging him, she said that she would always be on his side, no matter what. Smiling, the schoolgirl asked if he would do the same, and the boy decided to reciprocate because no one in the world loved him anymore. His parents argued in front of him, and the boy grew up in an environment where he received neither love nor care. The boy lay on the bed, his hands under his head. Looking at the ceiling, he realized that all this time he did not want to be loved, but to give love himself. Someone swung a leg. Imagining the ghost of a teacher behind him, the protagonist kicked the enemy in the leg. Then Yoon-seong hit him in the face with his knee. He frowned. Jumping into the air, the boy kicked the enemy. Looking down at him, the student found it strange that the man was becoming increasingly clumsy. Putting his hands on his knees, Juchin tried to catch his breath. Kenmin helped Jeongsu stand up. Looking at his opponent, the student decided that the reason was not fatigue, because his movements were strange in themselves. Suddenly, the main character shuddered. Joanna put her hand to her cheek in surprise. Yoon-sun asked what wounds his opponent was hiding under his clothes. The guy straightened up and threw him a menacing look. He pursed his broken lips. The boy assumed that it was a knife wound. Some time ago, the young man stood in a phone booth and talked to his girlfriend. People were walking around. Juchin said that the stalker would continue to stalk Jaein and would not leave her alone. Tapping the machine with his finger, the guy said that the best way out for her would be to move overseas. Pitifully frowning, the girl asked if it was worth it. Her boyfriend asked her to remember what she had done. A scene appeared in her memory of a student hanging himself in the toilet. At that moment, the schoolgirl found him by opening the door of the stall. The boy assumed that Yoon-seong wanted to drive her to suicide. Imagining the boy's look full of hatred, Juchin warned his girlfriend that he definitely wanted to kill her. Frowning, he said that his offer was the best option. The airport building was brightly lit. The girl was carrying a suitcase. She was asked to buy tickets to the farthest country that can be reached without a visa. The schoolgirl adjusted her cap. She put her passport on the terminal and went to check in. The airport employee smiled and asked if she needed help with anything. The student pursed her dry lips. Jaein passed by the woman because the guy asked her not to get on the plane, but to go to the designated port. Remembering how Kenman peeked out from the closet, the boy reminded her that she had been under surveillance for several months. At that moment, the bully grabbed the coat rack. Juchen assumed that he was also hired by Yoonseong. The stalker was watching the room through the crack. The guy was sure that he had conversation records and map data that would make surveillance easier. The girl frowned. They decided to take advantage of this and ruin the enemy's plans. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man explained that she would need to stay in this place for at least 6 months. Narrowing his eyes, he asked her to be careful so as not to get into big trouble if her former classmate turned her in for drug possession again. Juchen said that the country was too dangerous, so it was better to escape abroad. The girl asked what about him with her mouth open in fear. The guy looked away and remained silent. Smiling slightly, the young man replied that he was going to find her a ship. The alley was empty and quiet. Holding a folder in his hands, Juchen asked his girlfriend to give this to Captain Chul, who would meet her at the port. The guy decided that she could figure it out on her own. Jaein covered her mouth with her hands in horror and asked what happened to him. His entire suit was covered in blood. The young man explained that he asked the guys to keep the move a secret, but they had a little fight and the beaten people were lying on the floor of the room. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Her boyfriend stroked her head, said that everything was okay, and offered to go to the port. Smiling, he promised to protect her no matter what. Biting his lower lip, the young man realized that his body was not obeying him. Juchen clenched his fists and thought he couldn't even hold his stance properly. Suddenly, the boy jumped up, deciding to fight for his beloved. The protagonist dodged his blow. Yoonseong pushed his leg away, deciding to fight for himself. The boy continued to throw punches. The exhausted woman with red eyes asked if her son had any money. In the heat of the fight, his eyes turned white. Turning away from him, his father said that he didn't even have it in his documents. Juchen swung his fist. He hit his opponent hard in the solar plexus. The boy's eyes widened and his lips pursed in pain. The boy screamed that he would not let Jaein get to him even at the cost of his life, and he was hit in the face. The schoolboy forcefully pressed his enemy to the floor. The boy opened his mouth and spat out blood. The protagonist said that he did not consider him a terrible person. Looking at his opponent lying on the floor, Yoonseong explained that they both did what they had to do. Looking back, the boy added that he felt like a villain and that he didn't like it. Raising his head, Juchen tried to catch his breath. The student said that he would complete his revenge and go to the port. Hearing this, the guy frowned in surprise. Standing in front of him, the student asked if he really cared how he knew about this. Kenman stood behind Youngsu. There was a ship at the pier. Sitting among the boxes and containers, Jaein tried to understand what was going on. Biting her nails, she worried about her boyfriend, who would probably have to fight her former classmate. Hugging her knees, the girl asked herself many questions about what would happen to her friends and social networks and what people would think. Covering her face with a cap, the girl realized that she would soon go crazy because even her parents did not care about her. With tears in her eyes, the schoolgirl asked herself why she had to suffer. Remembering how she wanted to lick her classmate's scar in school, the student wondered why he was so cruel to her even though he was bullying her. Looking up, Jaein asked why the boat wasn't leaving. Standing up, the girl thought something had happened there. She was scared. Walking out onto the deck, the girl thought she hadn't seen anyone for a long time. The main character was standing on the pier. Looking up, Yoonseong said that his old friend was taking a long time to figure things out and asked if his old friend really thought she could escape from him. The schoolgirl opened her mouth in horror, not expecting him to appear. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy said that tracking her down was pretty easy. He knew that the student would disobey her boyfriend and make his job easier. Juchen put his hands on his girlfriend's shoulders. The guy explained with a stern frown that she would have to use only cash so that she couldn't be tracked by card and turn off her phone. Looking down, Jaein agreed. She got into the taxi. The girl silently looked ahead. The phone was lying under her hand. The girl sat tensely in the passenger seat, not listening to the advice and turning on the phone. The schoolgirl knew perfectly well that this was absolutely forbidden, but she was confused. The taxi was driving along the road. The student bit her nails. Some hardships would have been easy for her, but the lack of a phone was driving her crazy. She picked up the phone. Jaein narrowed her eyes and thought that one time would not hurt. Frowning, the protagonist explained that he determined her location thanks to this, and the rest was easy to predict. The girl clenched her teeth in fear. Yoonseong said that he would have found her even if she managed to hide abroad. Sitting on a chair in a destroyed cafe, Juchen was upset that his girlfriend did this, knowing what kind of person he was. Frowning, the guy insulted her. Looking at her former classmate from the deck of the ship, the girl asked what he wanted from her. Raising his head, the boy said the word Venus flytrap. Every time he remembered his offenders, he got tattoos. He had 6 tattoos on his chest. In honor of the schoolgirl, he had a Venus flytrap tattooed on his side. The student frowned in confusion and asked what it meant. The guy decided to tell her the meaning of this tattoo. Looking at her, the young man asked her to go down to the pier. Bowing his head, he said that it was time to end their story. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the protagonist said that now everything will come to an end. Ju unclenched her teeth in fear, her face covered in sweat. The queen bee sitting on the honeycomb knew from birth that she was different from the other bees. The insects surrounded her. Her black eyes glittered. She knew that all these countless worker bees would be her arms and legs. The hive hung on a tree in the forest. Standing surrounded by her slaves, the queen realized that without them, a higher being could not survive. The bees turned away from her. Soon, some of them flew away forever. The queen sat alone on the honeycomb, destined to die without her worker bees. Taking to the air, the queen decided to leave her shelter and fly away in search of a new colony. She tried everything she could, but she knew nothing of the world outside the hive. A shadow hung over her head. The Venus flytrap opened its mouth. A queen bee who relies on others always meets an unenviable end. With his mouth open, the protagonist asked his old friend to get off the ship. Looking at her, he decided to put an end to this. Jian looked at him in horror from the deck. The girl took off running. As she walked down the gangway, the girl asked why her former classmate was doing something like this because of a stupid prank in middle school. As she walked towards the pier, she vowed to kill him. Under the barrage of insults, Yunseong stood his ground and remained calm. Grabbing his collar, the schoolgirl asked why he was doing all this. Frowning furiously, the student asked if he really wanted to make her commit suicide. Jian shook him by the hoodie and said that he couldn't kill her. Getting close to her face, the boy asked if she was crazy to think that he wanted to make her commit suicide. The girl lowered her hands. The boy said that he wanted her to feel like he was in his place. The boy explained that from now on, drugs would follow her everywhere. The girl, with her mouth open in shock, asked what that meant. The heroes stood on the pier opposite each other. The main character said that drugs would be nearby when his friend met with friends, went to a cafe, moved or sailed overseas. Hearing that even in her home there was a large batch of drugs, the schoolgirl frowned in horror. Putting his hands in his pockets, Yunsen asked what would happen if this scenario repeated itself several times. Age-related concessions would be cancelled. Because drugs would constantly appear nearby, there was a box of illegal substances on the floor. Opening his mouth, the boy added that she would always be arrested, no matter what happened, even if she tried to avoid it. Until she was caught, his revenge would continue. Jian's frightened eyes widened. The girl lowered her head. The guy promised to constantly hand her over to the police. A smirk appeared on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said that this would continue until his grandmother rests in peace. The girl thought that her former classmate was really scaring her. Hearing that his revenge would continue, the schoolgirl trembled. She bit her lower lip. The schoolgirl burst into tears and ordered him to stop saying stupid things. Hitting his shoulder, the student asked what she did wrong if her classmate started everything. Opening her mouth in anger and frowning, Jian reminded him that he did not fulfill her request at the funeral. The schoolboy, sitting on the floor, was supposed to help her film the video. Hitting him a few more times, the girl shouted that it was all his fault. The young man lowered his head. The girl said that all her words were frivolous jokes. All the memories of bullying against him flashed through the head of the protagonist, standing on the pier. The schoolgirl said that he would understand everything if he were in her place. Yunsen opened his mouth and called her name. At that moment, a fist flew into her face. The student fell backwards from the powerful blow. Her cap flew off her head. The boy looked up at her. Jian spat out a clot of blood and said it was just a joke. The angry boy clenched his fist and decided to joke until she died. The young man added that it would not end there. The police had arrived at the pier. Looking down at the victim, the student said that his final act of revenge had just begun and that her free life had come to an end. The news appeared on the phone screen. The anchor reported that more than 1,500 drug couriers had been arrested and that the suspect in the smuggling had been taken into custody. Looking at the screen, the police officer decided that Jian was in trouble. She had been caught for the second time, but now the girl had decided to engage in smuggling. A police car was driving along the road. Looking back, the officer realized that she would not be able to escape punishment and that she would end up there. A man in handcuffs sat in the passenger seat. The man asked him what the girl was thinking. Juchen silently looked ahead. Frowning, the policeman asked him to tell the truth. Looking down, the guy asked how many times he had to repeat that he planned all these crimes himself. With a stern frown, the young man said that he forced his girlfriend to take drugs and transport them across the border and that the incident at the restaurant was also his fault. Juchen mentally apologized to his girlfriend and thought that this was the only thing he could do. The car stopped in front of the building. The officers led the criminal down the hall. Looking ahead, the guy mentally wished Jaein happiness and asked her to forget about everything bad and not miss him. Sitting on the floor of her room, the girl decided to start over. Looking at the phone screen, she thought that her boyfriend gave her a great chance. Scrolling through social networks, the girl decided to find people. A photo of them together appeared on the screen. Tears fell on the phone. The schoolgirl wondered what she would do without him. Smirking, the student insulted her boyfriend. Deleting the photo, Jaein thanked him for being there until the end. Crying with happiness, the girl thought that she could forget about everything and start life from the beginning thanks to him. Hugging her knees, the girl decided that this was a great chance to get to her feet and take revenge. There is a folk wisdom that says that after swimming across the river, no one thanks the boatman. The man walked down the street. The main character was heading about his business. He went into a hairdresser. Yunsun sat down in the chair. The hairdresser began to do a haircut. Human nature was that those who do good are very quickly forgotten. Standing next to the reception desk, the manager asked not to call her anymore. Frowning, the woman said that she had not heard from her for a long time. There was a photo of Jaein with her parents on the table. The salon manager said she hadn't heard anything about there being a boy. The bell on the door rang when it opened. The boy thought the girl had crossed over to the other side of the river and decided that it was all over. Her hair was covering his burn. Getting to her feet, the girl decided to collect her thoughts. Walking to the closet, she decided to go outside because she had a lot to do. Her end was predetermined from the start. Opening the closet, the schoolgirl decided to put on a wig and go to Hongdo. Suddenly, the student's eyes widened. There were drugs in her closet. Frowning, Jaein realized that her enemy had left a stash here. The bag was taped shut. The girl decided to throw it away. Reaching out her hand, the girl stopped. Pursing her lips, the schoolgirl wondered what it was like and why everyone liked drugs so much and decided to try them. The protagonist was walking down the street. Yoonseong remembered the student who promised to make him regret everything. His hair covered his left eye. Jaein crossed her arms. The girl was lying on the floor, shaking from the effects of drugs. She shouldn't continue to live just because she didn't have the right to die. As he passed by the houses, the boy thought that he lived like this all the time, always on the verge of death. The boy frowned, deciding that this was the kind of existence that victims of bullying endured. The lights were on in the factory, and voices were heard. The hooded man said that he wouldn't lend him anything because his client had already owed him for 2 months. Smiling, the drug addict asked him in a shaking voice to find some money. Clutching her shoulders, the girl promised to pay back all her debts. Jaein's red eyes widened, saying that she wasn't always like this. The protagonist looked up. He rang the doorbell. The gate in front of him opened. Yoonseong frowned sternly. The boy opened his mouth and told the teacher that he was back. The boy said that he needed his help. There was a sign on the wall that said Yuhab and Company. Sang-chul's photo was crossed out. There was a red cross on Young Bum's photo. Next to them were crossed out photos of Ju-yeon, Jun H-wan and other bullies. Looking at the board with the photo, the boy said that they had come a long way. Sitting opposite him, Joanna realized that the next target was the man symbolizing the hourglass. Jong-soo narrowed his eyes. The student decided to begin the explanation. Raising his eyebrows, he said that the most important thing was that the sixth target was the administrator of the illegal sites. A pink window appeared on the screen with a message that the withdrawal was successful. Showing his phone and clenching his fist, the man with long hair asked for his money back. People were sitting in the office. The boy said that he earned 10 million won on this site and asked them to give it to him. The criminals looked at him silently. The young man asked if they really thought he wouldn't be able to find their company if the site was illegal. The bully opened his mouth in anger and ordered them to call his boss. His head ended up in the water. Holding him by the hair, the criminal lifted his head out of the basin. The man with long hair begged for mercy. Looking around, the brunette told the boss that someone was looking for him. He asked what they should do. The man was sitting on a computer chair with his back to the office. Turning his head, the stranger asked if someone really came to see him. Rising to his feet, the man with the tattoo decided to meet the guest in person. A huge shadow loomed over the young man. The man assumed that he was upset that they took his money. Grabbing his head, the boss said that if this money was from their site, then it belonged to them. With these words, the stranger dipped the debtor into the vat of water. Looking up, Seon said that he hated those who pretended to be victims the most. Squeezing the boy's hair, the man explained that these people blamed others and the world for non-existent problems. Raising an eyebrow, the gang leader said that he helped himself a few years ago. Frowning, the protagonist explained that this person could ask for financial help at any time. Standing in front of the board, Yoonseong explained that the administrator of the illegal website had ruined many ordinary students' lives. Raising an eyebrow, Joanna guessed that this person simply adored money. The boy confirmed this. The light was on the second floor of the house. However, the reason why he saved money was different. Seon held the boy's head underwater. The man raised his chin in displeasure. He had to work for his family because he had a daughter. Young-soo looked away. The young man said that their target understood that he was doing ignoble work, so he hid his business from his family. The protagonist lowered his gaze. In his memory, a man approached him and asked if the student was looking for his father. He was holding a pair of pliers. Yoon-seong opened his mouth and said that he had to take revenge on him. Sitting down on a chair, Young-soo said that he realized that the man had treated his friend cruelly and promised to pay him back in kind. Looking at her phone, Joanna said that it wouldn't be that easy. Crossing her legs, the woman explained that the man who taught her friend how to fight told them to be extremely careful. Frowning, Young-soo asked how strong their enemy was. Lowering his hands, the boy decided to give a crude example. With a stern frown, the boy explained that compared to the people they had encountered, this man was smart, quick-witted, and systematic. He never moved alone and had good fighting skills. Seon pulled the debtor's head out of the water. The henchmen standing around him watched the events unfold. Looking down at the victim, the man said that he had been in business for several years. He looked down. There was a tattoo of a snake on the guy's neck. The gang leader opened his mouth and insulted him. Gritting his teeth, Seon realized that he was a member of the Black 10 and asked if they had really set this all up on purpose. Smiling broadly, the young man decided to remind them of something. Looking back, the man with long hair asked if they knew what connections he had. The man asked how the guy dared to make such a spectacle. Someone was walking down the hallway. A group of people approached the office. The young man reminded that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to touch the members of the other gang. The casino manager asked what they were talking about. The people entered the office. The gang members looked around. Someone said that they had already discussed breaking the agreement between the gangs. The people were holding hammers. With his hand in his pocket, Sehun said that he would take action as soon as the competitors touched his people. Pouting, the president of the site asked if his rival had no objections because he started all this. Spreading his arms, Seon asked him not to say stupid things because the Black 10 probably planned everything. Taking an iron pipe, the man suggested that his competitor had set everything up by sending his man here to declare war on them. The gang leader cut the air with the pipe and decided that his enemy was trying to find an excuse to destroy their company. Sehun asked him to come up with something more original. Raising his hand, he explained that he simply wanted to pay him back for the way his men had suffered. However, his methods would be rougher, the shadow of the hammer looming over the casino manager's head. Swinging the hammer, the Black 10 president declared that he hated those who blamed others for beating them the most. Clutching an iron pipe, Seon was surprised that he was holding the sledgehammer in one hand. The dumbbells were lying on the floor. Whenever people talked about muscle strength, they often mentioned one test. The weights were attached to only one side of the bar. This was called the grip test. The man lifted the dumbbells like a sledgehammer. Even if it was a weight that people usually lifted easily, with the shifted center of gravity, it felt 6 times heavier. The weights attached to the bar were shining. The man squeezed the dumbbells in his hand. The closer his hands were to the end of the bar, the heavier it became. Sehun lifted the sledgehammer with just one hand. Sehun's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that the original weight would feel 10 times larger. The sledgehammer hit him in the face. Blood sprayed into the air. The site president looked down and compared his competitor to someone who blamed him without knowing their own limits. The protagonist looked up. Joanna crossed her arms over her chest. Young-soo stood next to her. Yoon-sung said that the leader of the Black 10 was only 19 years old. A casino site appeared on the monitor. The boy said that their enemy earned tens of billions of dollars a year, and his site was in the top 5 in Korea. Kenman was sitting at the computer when Sehun was in school. He stabbed the owner of an illegal casino site for whom he worked as a distributor, and after a juvenile detention center, he became an administrator. The guy promised to get to this person. The woman frowned. Hearing the order to start, Kenman looked back and asked if his friend was sure about this. The young man lowered his head and confirmed this and said that they should start right away. Seon was lying on the floor, covered in blood, with a sledgehammer lying next to him. Standing in front of the rest of the gang, Seon asked someone to get a mop. Holding a phone in his hands, his subordinate said that he urgently needed to report something. Hearing that a new user had registered on their site, the site president looked around in surprise. Putting his hands in his pockets, the head of the Black 10 asked if it was so urgent that his colleague would interrupt the conversation because of a new user. Hearing that his first deposit was 500 million, Seon raised his eyebrows. The man pointed at the amount of the deposit. The protagonist held a phone in his hands. Looking at the monitor, Joanna called her friend incredible because this amount was all they had saved up so far. It was the money that was stored on Yongbum's hard drive and Minwoo's fishing site, and some of it was given to them by Junwon's father. The girl imagined their faces. Frowning, the woman was surprised that her friend decided to spend 500 million at once. Looking at the phone screen, Yoon-sun said that he was going to do this from the beginning and that everything should be like this. His goal was to immediately react to the enemy. Sehun turned around. Looking up, his subordinate said that in addition to the huge deposit, the user wrote that the site president took something valuable from him. Hearing the username, the man looked down. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what this meant. Frowning menacingly, the boy decided that he would carry out revenge in a special way. The preparations were complete. The criminal frowned in displeasure. The guy narrowed his eyes. It was time to place bets. It had been 2 weeks since the boy deposited 500 million won as his first deposit, and the website displayed beautiful girls. However, no further action followed. Sehun crossed his arms over his chest. The screen displayed an untouched amount. Looking at the monitor, the man wondered why the user deposited such a large amount but did nothing with it. Squinting, the site president thought that if it really was Yoon-seong, they would soon meet face to face. The protagonist looked ahead. Kenmin held a laptop in his hands, and the team decided to start planning. Sitting at the table, the boy proposed to think of a victorious breakthrough that could completely destroy the enemy. Frowning, the boy decided to make it so that the target did not have a single chance to rise from its knees. He concluded that a gambler must be defeated by gambling, so they should start with a frontal destruction. Crossing his arms over his chest, Joanna asked how they would do it. After presenting a lot of news, the young man frowned and said that political or military disputes and scandals turn public problems into events. On the screen was a website menu. Next to it, in the window, there was a football match broadcast. Private gambling began to rise to the surface in 2014. A cursor appeared on the screen. One photo shook the entire internet. After that, a dispute broke out over bets on the Sergeant Lee case. A choice appeared on the monitor, whether the shooter's victim was righteous or accidental. A bloody soldier lay on the ground. Players had to place a bet. When gambling went beyond reason, people continued to argue. Men pointed at each other. There was a mountain of money on the floor. The more heated the arguments, the more interest the question aroused. This incident contributed to the influx of participants in illegal gambling. After that incident, they began to offer to bet on such things. Joanna frowned in frustration. The protagonist stated that someone's pain has become entertainment in the consumer era. Raising his eyebrows, Kenmin asked if there weren't more scammers in private casinos, and suggested that it would be over for them when the site owner stole their deposit. Looking at him, Yoon-seong asked his friends not to worry about it because he had a plan. Someone poured a drink into the cup. Holding the bottle, Sehun said that it was an honor to meet the chairman. Sitting on the floor, the man thanked him for his hard work. Smiling widely, Gukwan asked how his colleague was doing. Looking up, the boy asked if his comrades had heard of the illegal pirate site Rabbit TV. A page of the site appeared on the monitor. It was possible to watch everything from TV series to broadcasts of foreign sports matches. Hundreds of thousands of people visit this site every day. This site was in the top 3 in Asia. The man was sitting in front of the computer. Frowning, he pressed the buttons on the keyboard. It was safe to say that most of the gambling addicts in Korea use this site. Lines with the inscription premium appeared on the site. Rabbit TV provided reliable guarantees, which were handled by a private gambling company. This was the Black 10. Comments appeared under the video. Kenmin looked back. The guy said that they would take advantage of this trust. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the young man decided to take advantage of the enemy's relationship with Rabbit TV. The deposit amount appeared on the screen. The main character said that if they took advantage of all the advantages, the target would lead itself to destruction. Behind Sehun stood people in suits. Holding a bowl in his hands, Gukwan said that his colleague was incredible. In front of them was a luxurious dining table. The man was surprised that a boy who knew nothing about business ethics could take the place of the president. The owner of the casino site lowered his head when he was praised. The chairman smiled and said that the Black 10 was proof that they had only gotten this far because of the ads they showed on the site. The former gangster from the new international faction put his hands on his knees and said that he was going to raise the commission fees to 25%. He asked if everything was okay with his partner, and Sehun smiled and said yes. The casino president narrowed his eyes and said that they would always work with Rabbit TV, and thought to himself that he really wanted to kill the man sitting in front of him. However, if they become enemies, it will create problems. Gukwan lit a cigarette. Walking to the car, the chairman waved his hand and said goodbye to his colleague. The man bowed to him. Hearing the sound of the car leaving, the head of the Black 10 looked up. Putting the phone to his ear, team leader Park said that he had something to tell the president. Sehun's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard that the new user he was told to keep an eye on was active. The man asked what he had bet on and how much. There were charts on the monitor. Different circles showed the betting ratio. Team leader Park said that the user had bet the full 500 million on the event. Raising his eyebrows in shock, the employee said that it was a bet on a recent incident where a murderer and rapist managed to escape. The photo was of a colonel from the National Police Agency. The criminal managed to cut off his ankle bracelet and escape. It was a case of the police acting late due to media pressure. Looking down, the casino president remembered that during that incident, the police chief intervened and said that he would catch the criminal in 5 days. He assumed that the user had bet on the killer being caught, and Chief Park frowned in concern. Hearing that he had bet 500 million on the criminal not being caught, Sehan pouted in surprise. The protagonist looked at the phone screen. He had managed to divide the bets into small amounts to avoid speculation and thus raise the odds. The casino president asked what the user's status was now, and the team leader said that the others were still betting at incredible odds and were going to split the payouts, and a live chat appeared on the screen. The payouts continued to rise. If something went wrong, the odds would be 26, and the veins on the neck of the tense leader of the Black 10 bulged. Sitting at the laptop, Kenman asked why his comrade had waited for 2 weeks. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had been waiting for the Black 10 to propose an event that would become a problem. The bully raised his eyebrows and said that they had been waiting in vain because the incident had become a problem because of him. The boy looked up in surprise. His eyes widened and he wondered what that meant. Putting the phone to his ear, Chongkyun asked which journalist he was talking about. Smiling, the boy said that he had a very unfair story that needed to be made public and said that only he could help him. The advisor looked away silently. The boy asked why he was so uncomfortable about this. The schoolboy was walking down the street. Cargo containers were stacked on top of each other. Chongkyun asked if his friend was sure he wasn't up to anything. Chongsu was sitting next to one of the containers. Slamming his hand on the iron wall, the criminal desperately asked for help and even promised to surrender to the police. Narrowing his eyes, the man said that he would not let him go because he had to stay here for 5 days. The killer sat on the floor and trembled. Jiangsu explained that if he was caught, the punishment would be even worse. 15 days later, the police chief opened his mouth and cleared his throat. Reporters were filming him. The colonel reported that they had successfully identified the criminal at midnight. The officers led the killer out of the shipping container. About 2 weeks had passed since the incident. The police managed to avoid further casualties. The man broke the laptop screen with his own finger. Looking down, the employee said that right now there was chaos due to crazy odds. Users said that the company knew the source from the beginning and speculated. Saham looked down. Clenching his fist, he guessed that his old acquaintance had planned everything. Frowning menacingly, the man wondered how anyone dared to go against him. The casino president realized that his enemy had decided to bet on psychological warfare. The protagonist looked up. Spreading his arms, Kenman said that they had raised 13 billion. Pressing the keys on the keyboard, the bully couldn't believe it. Smiling, he offered to withdraw the money right away. Yunsen refused with his mouth open. Frowning, the boy asked his friend to put the money back. Looking back, Kenman asked what they would do if they were really cheated. The guy said that he didn't care. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that he had calculated the number of cases. He was curious about the expression on the enemy's face now. Sehun was standing by the panoramic window. Someone ran into his office. Turning his head, the president of the company asked what happened. His employee said that the player who won 13 billion bet everything on the result with odds of 70. Frowning, the man turned around. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he had no desire to carry out petty revenge. He wanted to completely destroy the enemy. Yunsen sternly knitted his eyebrows. The head of the Black 10 pouted in irritation. The bet with odds of 70 begins. Looking down, the boy said that he was a little late and apologized. His teacher was sitting in front of him. There was a tattoo of an hourglass on the boy's side. He looked to the side and explained that his tattoo symbolized Sehun and the theme of revenge itself. An image of the sixth target appeared in his head. Gukwen was smiling. The screen showed the Black 10 website. The young man wanted to cut off the enemy's arms and legs, and then destroy him slowly like an hourglass. Frowning, the protagonist explained that this was his goal. Kenman looked at his friend in surprise, wondering what made him go so far. The heroes were sitting at the table. Yunseong looked at his comrades and said something. The bully did not understand what was going on at all. Looking at his friend, he asked what San did. The boy pursed his lips. There was sadness in his gaze. Kenman said that he was wondering what happened between them. In the past, Jahoon frowned and asked where his classmate hid his underwear. The boys were searching his room. The boy reminded him that he had told him to prepare his underwear for his arrival. Sang Chial smirked and laughed at his friend who always looked for underwear when he came here. Looking down, the boy noticed a certificate of family relationship. Looking at the papers, the bully noticed that the name of the student's father was on it. All the information was written on the document. The boy decided that his classmate's father was hiding since they had never seen him. Sang Chial smiled widely, deducing that the man was going to return. Squinting, he decided to use this knowledge for a good cause. The sun was shining over the city. The boy said that he would use an adult's name to register on the site. People were standing on the roof. The bully happily looked at his phone and said that it was very cool. A gambling game was shown on the screen. The user managed to earn 500,000 won. Sang Chial looked up and said that his friend had a cool sight and that he had won several times. Sehun held a cigarette in his hand. Frowning, he reminded that he would allow registration if his friend got the name of an adult. Their company is the only one that creates bank accounts with only a person's name and phone number. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. Exhaling smoke, the brunette asked him to tell him if he suddenly lost money and promised to top up his account without the boss's knowledge. Squinting slyly, the young man said that he would put $1 million into the account and then his friend would owe him only 300,000. A fist flew into Sang Kal's face. Swinging his fist, Sehun said that the student already owed him 3 million. At the same time, the original amount was as much as 10 million. The guy covered his face with his hands, trying to resist. Smoking a cigarette, the man asked his subordinate to be easy on the debtor. His colleague spoke displeasantly about modern schoolchildren. The brunette grabbed the student by the face. Looking into his eyes, he asked what his friend was going to do. The boy furrowed his brows and asked if the student would pay 3 million or 10 million. Sehun pulled out a pair of pliers from his back pocket and ordered him to open his mouth. Sang Chial promised to pay back the entire amount. Pouting, the boy asked how exactly he was going to do it. The boy squeezed the debtor's cheeks to open his mouth. The boy shouted that he had one option. Introducing the protagonist standing in the classroom, the debtor said that there was a student in their class who could be used. Yoonseong looked away. The student said that there was a way to use his last name. Adult Sehun sat in the car, thinking about the family of his enemy. The car stopped in the parking lot. The driver bowed to the departing president of the company. As the man walked towards the building, he thought that he could understand the reason why the boy hated him. Standing in the elevator, he decided that the student must feel disgusted. As he walked down the corridor, the leader of the Black 10 was sure that his enemy was angry. Stopping in front of the door, Sehun thought that he had things that the enemy would never have. Opening the door, the casino president realized that he had endless wealth in his hands. The little girl rushed into his arms. Walking out into the hallway, the girl was surprised that her husband was free early today. The woman frowned in concern and asked if something was wrong. Hugging his daughter, the man looked up. He let go of his daughter, thinking that he lived only to protect his family. His wife noticed his fatigue and offered him dinner. Opening his mouth, the head of the Black 10 apologized and said that he was a little tired. Entering the room, Sehun said that he would eat later. Putting his hand to his mouth, the girl thought that something had happened. The girl said that everything was fine and suggested that her father had worked hard today. Smiling widely, the child explained that her father had worked hard at work to earn money and please her mother. The girl shouted that she had the best father in the world. The casino president stopped in front of the door. Standing in an empty room, the man thought that he did not expect things to turn out this way. Frowning, he realized that the enemy wanted to fight him. Remembering how the employee came to his office, the head of the Black 10 doubted that he could lose to him. Looking back, Sehun heard that a new user had placed a bet with odds of 70. The casino president asked what this meant. The employee approached him. The man asked how he got such odds for a couple of events. The subordinate opened his mouth in fear. A lot of bets appeared on the screen. The casino employee explained that the user had bet on several amateur sports events on underdogs in the minor leagues. A baseball player ran across the field. The man was holding a phone in his hands. The atmosphere was tense from the beginning of the events. There were many arguments about whether this was the site's strategy. Looking at the screen, the head of the Black 10 realized that it would be difficult for them to influence the lower amateur leagues if the user really wanted to use the strategy. Raising his eyebrows, Sehun wondered what would happen if even one bet was successful. Sitting in his office, the casino president thought about what they would do in that case. Putting his hand to his head, the man realized that he was expecting a 70-fold payout. Looking up, he thought that gambling played a big role this time. There were children's drawings on the wall. The head of the Black 10 decided to ruin the enemy's plans because betting is not that easy. The car was driving down the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, the protagonist said that the competition against Sehun was starting right now. Yoonseong explained that they deliberately chose sports events that no one was interested in. Kenman looked at him worriedly. Resolutely looking ahead, the boy added that they had to guess the results of all the games and that the odds of 70 would make the president nervous. If all their bets win, the Black 10 will really go bankrupt. Joanna was driving. The bully put his hands on his knees and asked if their plan would work. The boy narrowed his eyes and asked if it would be a waste of money if they couldn't guess the results of all 5 games. The schoolboy called out to his friend with his mouth hanging open. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and asked what the probability was that a coin would land on its edge when tossed. Yoonsun picked up the coin and said that the chance of that happening was 1 in 6,000ths. However, there were football teams in history that won with such a chance. Joanna looked tensely at the road. The car sped along the empty road. In order to be sure to catch the opponent, they needed to make exactly these kinds of bets. The boy explained that he didn't bet without a clear plan. Kenman clenched his fist and agreed. He asked if everything would be okay. The car stopped. The heroes went outside. The bully said that sports are sports. The boy asked him not to worry about it. Looking at the door, the young man said that they came here for help. The heroes entered the building. Asking what kind of help they came for, Kenman opened his mouth in surprise. The man smiled. The protagonist greeted the teacher. Covering his mouth with his hands, the bully thought that this was complete madness. Yoonseong thanked the teacher for responding to his request. The stranger raised his eyebrows. Stopping in front of him, the boy noticed that they were a little late. Putting his hand on the table, the teacher said that he himself had just arrived. The only person the boy respected smiled and said that this time it would not be easy. Looking at the guests, he was surprised that his student asked him for help. Raising his eyebrows, Haben asked what they needed. Looking down, the boy replied that it was not that difficult. Looking at the teacher, the young man said that a miracle with a probability of the coin landing on its edge would be enough for him. Any private bets are either rigged or a scam. There is absolutely no guarantee. Joanna smiled and introduced herself as the new manager. She began to chant to the team and urged them to win. The players looked at the girl in surprise. One guy asked what was going on. Where did their team in the 7th Division League get such sponsors? Joanna cheerfully approached the other players, while the guy said that they even got a hot manager. Didn't the previous manager quit due to lack of funding? Joanna smiled. The players remembered that they had few spectators. Before that, Joanna was choosing her clothes, asked about the teacher's colleagues. The hero said that this time they would be helped by his teacher's colleagues. The girl took the clothes and went to the fitting room. The hero said that for this plan they would need a lot of people. The girl asked how they would help. Yoonsun looked at her and said that in general it was nothing special. They would just play in the games he had bet on. Joanna put on the team's costume. They would play in a league far below the professional stage, in games that did not attract interest. Yoonsun calmly looked ahead and said that the teams that took the last places in the 7th Division League, they would play there like professionals. Joanna tied her shirt, looked at herself while the hero said that they would play basketball, volleyball, table tennis, baseball, and even football. Yoonsun approached the girl and said that with their support, their plan would work and lead the team to victory. Joanna handed the guy a bottle of water, said that Yoonsun asked for a favor. He wanted her to support them as much as she could. A player sat in front of her. Joanna was looking forward to their joint work on the plan. She was thanked. The player stood up and said that he would do his best, but he was not sure if it would work. But he offered to get started. An ice cream stand. A man said that he hadn't played basketball for a long time. The girl happily pointed to the ice cream. The mother led the girl to the counter. Sehun's hand tensed. He wondered who she took after. He answered. He was told that it was the team leader Park. He asked him to forgive him for disturbing him in his free time. But Park looked nervously at the screen and said that those games of the 7th Division that he mentioned, he said that everything was going according to the user Yoonsun's plan. He looked at the score and said that the teams that were in last place began to win. Sehun looked ahead thoughtfully. Park said that the basketball match had already ended, and the second game ended in a victory for the underdogs. The girl happily took the ice cream. The team leader said that now the players of the leagues have become more active. The games were held one after another. Park said that they were informed about the recently registered legionnaires. Sehun looked down, asked not to tell him. He looked ahead gloomily. Everything became clear to him. He froze, understood what the hero's plan was. He thought that the user took advantage of the fact that their site did not have a maximum bet limit. He realized that if this continued, not only would they lose their commission, they might need to inquire about dividends. He smirked. Park asked what they should do now, offered to screw him without unnecessary noise. Park fell silent. The president asked again why they would screw him. He introduced Gukwan and said that the same thing affected the relationship with Rabbit TV. He asked if this was their first time in this business. Park looked at the monitor again. The president said that they were not in charge of business to suffer losses. He asked the manager not to worry, because thanks to this friend raising the rates, they could track how many suckers he had collected for them. He said to just wait. The bespectacled man sat at the computer, discussing the betting story. He continued typing, staring at the screen. Sehun smiled and said that now, because of this guy's intervention, the bets had increased significantly, so they might collect the biggest profit in the history of the Black 10. He introduced the users at the computer, said slowly, 10 million one at a time. They were collecting money in the amount of 100 million. And Yoonsun's bets one after another will only fuel the user's excitement. The man began to chew his legs. He asked what kind of rip-off this was. The odds were against them again. He sent the bet, no longer understanding anything. He was just going to see what would happen. Park looked at the monitor, said that he had looked at everything. The president was right and even large users began to copy Yoonsun's bets. The Black 10 website showed that Yoonsun was making huge money on it. He leaked his betting patterns to the people. Sehun frowned. Park said that now he was not sure that their problems would end with Yoonsun alone. He asked what they should do now. Yoonsun looked ahead, while the team leader said that if they had to pay everyone their winnings, the company would go bankrupt. Sehun thought that the hero had a good head to take advantage of the fact that they had no limit on the maximum bet amount, so he not only shifted all the risks to them, but also stopped them from trying to screw people and run away with the money. He even pulled in the suckers from the Black 10. Yunsen stood in front of the road. At that time the president faced a choice. If he decided to screw, then he would have to screw not only him, but the maximum number of members of the Black 10. The hero went forward, but if Sehun did not do this, the hero would fight back to the last. Sehun smiled, began to think what to do in this case. He chuckled because he expected such an outcome of events. In the last game, he would bet on football. People were watching the game. The 18th round of the league was underway. That's when Sehun was going to turn everything 180 degrees. The commentators were cheerfully discussing that their eternal underdogs would play today. The team was moving forward while the commentator was saying that they had trained hard. He noted that the coach had said in the interview that they might get a surprise. The underdogs were moving forward. The commentators couldn't wait to see such a sight. The guys in masks answered the phone. The leader said that they had snuck into the stadium. Naked Sehun hung up his jacket. The guy said that he would see who they hired and they would fake an accident and cut their ankles. There was an athlete in the locker room. Sehun said that if Yunseong trusted them, then they were probably people with certain training and skills. The player was tying his shoelaces. The president said that in order to kill them, they would have to fight them. He said to do everything in time. The people took out knives. The leader asked not to worry because they had prepared everything in advance. Sehun hung up the call. The guy said that he would call back as soon as the job was done. The guys turned around. Their leader looked ahead and said to definitely finish him off. Sehun turned around. The leader told the boy to definitely show them what the pros can do. They walked forward holding knives. Sehun thought that whoever he brought would show him that they were nothing against the pros. To be honest, the system in the minor leagues was lax. Sehun adjusted his shoes, mentally said that even if there was a small commotion before the game, it would be possible to hush it up to a certain extent. His daughter ran to him. He was waiting for this moment. He said that while the basketball, volleyball, baseball games were going on, the reason why he kept his antics a secret is because, as long as he kept betting and winning money, other losers will follow suit. Yunseong watched the game. Sehun said that the more often his bets came true, the more often they started playing big, so he did nothing until today. The player began to enter the locker room. The killer stood ready. Sehun thanked the hero for collecting money for them. In the end, he would completely change the situation. The guy angrily looked at the future victim. Sehun did not care who he brought to play. He looked forward in surprise. A big guy with pink hair and makeup was looking at him. The veins on his face bulged. The makeup artist Sujin asked, "Has he already arrived?" The three looked at the big guy in fear. Another man appeared behind them. He said that he was waiting for them. Changsu began to warm up his fists and said that today would be their end. The big guys surrounded the three killers. Changsu said that he would beat these Koreans to death. Kenmin nervously warmed up his fingers. He looked at the hero with excitement and said that then he did everything he asked. Yunseong smiled. The man said that he did exactly as he was told. Only Sujin and Changsu were waiting in the players' locker room. Yunseong smiled. The man asked if they were doing the right thing. Shouldn't Haben, who taught the hero how to fight? Sweat was pouring down his face. Kenmin said that it might be dangerous. The hero asked what he was talking about. He smiled and asked who was dangerous. Could it be these people? Kenmin fell silent. The hero said that he would understand everything when he saw them, said that everything was planned so carefully. Haben walked up to the players. The hero told Kenmin to go and watch, said that he would implement his master plan in the upcoming game. Haben smiled at the players. They called him a hired player and asked him to take care of them. He scratched his head embarrassedly. The players said that it was an honor for them to play with a celebrity. Haben looked back. The staff were running down the hall and said that there was some kind of commotion in the locker room. Haben smiled sheepishly. The staff said that someone broke through the wall and made a hole. He thought of the hero and asked himself, what was he thinking? He wasn't sure if he asked him for such a favor, but he put his foot on the ball. Now he knew that he had to trust the hero. There was nothing else to do. Haben smiled, said that he had no idea why he ended up helping him so much, but he had to do his best. He smiled and offered to start the game and he would fulfill his student's last request. The daughter looked at her father and asked if he could stay home today. Sehun looked at his daughter. She said that her father promised to stay with her today, but he apologized to her and promised to come back early. He turned to the elevator. His daughter did not let go of his leg. His mother said behind him that dad had to go to work. He smiled and asked what he was watching so closely since early morning. He was watching the game and said that it was work-related. He said that it was a pretty important task. He was sure that everything was already taken care of. The commentators smiled and announced the start of the match. The president was waiting for the elevator. The commentator said that someone hired a player as a surprise today. Sehun tensed up. The host said that no one would even think that such a guy would go on the field. They were going to introduce him. Hobbin went on the field. The hosts introduced a popular YouTuber. Sehun tensed up. Could it be that the Hobbin he knows turned out to be Yoonsung's friend? He looked at his picture. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Sehun asked why he came out unharmed. The makeup artist's fists were covered in blood. Sehun asked not to tell him that they were all beaten up. Number 44 stood next to the man in the wall. There were bodies lying around him. Youngsu stood behind him. Sujin asked if he was hurt. He looked tensely at the makeup artist, who said thank God and suggested continuing. Sujin turned around and said that if the cops showed up, they would be in trouble. He blew a kiss and said that the mission was complete. Fear was the feeling that Sehun was experiencing now. He was silently looking at the phone. His daughter was standing next to him. He frowned at the screen and thought that everything was getting out of control. Things were bad. His daughter was wringing her hands anxiously. The president thought that if Hobbin did well in the team, then Yoonsung's bet would pay off. He called because he couldn't leave it like this. Park answered anxiously. He said that the situation was worse than they expected. Sehun looked ahead and said that he knew. He thought he got hit. Park looked ahead and said that there was more to it. The chairman of Rabbit TV was sitting behind him. He was in the office. The chairman raised his finger angrily and told them to stop talking and told Sehun to run here as fast as he could. Park turned to him. The chairman asked what the Black 10 were doing lately. He said that one nonsense after another was happening. What was he doing? He went to the phone and shouted that he even provided a platform and did everything he could to help them, and they were doing some nonsense without even discussing anything with him. He looked at the screen and asked if they would go bankrupt if they lost this game. Sehun remained silent. Gukwan asked if he was doing this because he was so confident or what. He demanded that he come to him now. He lowered the phone, realizing that Gukwan was suspicious of him and now the outcome of the game that decided too many things no longer depended on him. From all sides, he stood surrounded by problems. The daughter looked at her father with worry and asked if he was okay, if he needed help. She reached for his phone. He pulled his hand back. He looked forward angrily. The daughter was shaking. He realized that things were like this now and he had to act according to the plan. Everything was moving faster than he expected, but recently, the table was full of food. Drunk Guk Kwang looked at Kwan and told him to drink too. He suggested that they be honest with each other. Sehun looked at him sadly and asked what he was talking about. The chairman asked if he was disappointed with the whole situation. He leaned forward and asked when he was planning to run away from the site. He just asked him not to lie to him. Sehun then looked up and said that he didn't do that. That's why people like him go so far. Gukwan asked why he was acting like that. They knew each other well. He picked up the bottle and said that he had nothing to say either because the fate of private sites was a scam. He said that no matter what guarantee they gave, the end of gambling is the closure of the site and only fools continue to turn a blind eye to this. He poured himself some sake, said that the president should probably screw people and run away, but only with conditions. Sehun looked at the chairman in surprise and asked for half of the money. He held the cup evenly. Gukwan promised to plan and organize everything carefully so that they would split it in half. Sehun smiled. Gukwang promised to cover for him and asked not to worry. Kwon smiled and said that of course this would never happen, but purely theoretically he agreed. Gukwang drank a lot. Sehun silently called him shameless because he promoted this site with his blood and sweat. This is money that he earned with hard work. He drank, mentally asking, does he really want him to give him half? For him, this was impudence. He drank people, thought that even if he screwed people and ran away with their money, he would take the entire amount for himself and there would be no half. He drove forward. The white car was parked. Sehun lit a cigarette. He blew out the smoke and asked the hero what awaits them in the end. He looked at the phone and admitted that the hero was smart to start a game against him and even managed to win so much by taking advantage of the lack of a limit on the maximum bet amount. He looked at the phone, realizing that his move had backed him into a corner. He asked himself, what can he do anyway? He decided that after all, he had the hero in the palm of his hand. He made a transfer, thinking that in such a case there was one last way out. He said that rather than lose his money and reputation, he would rather take everything and run away. Instead of running away with Gukwang, it would be better to declare war on him. The 500 million won that the hero gave him would also be useful. He looked at the phone, thanking the hero for raising the stakes at the last moment. There were a lot of messages and missed messages from Gukwang on Sehun's phone. As soon as he turned off the phone for a minute, it was now bursting with notifications. Sehun started poking at the phone and said that Gukwang was no different from his old friends from the past. He answered. Gukwang started asking why he picked up the phone only now. Gukwang was yelling into the phone, asking if he understood what nonsense was going on. He was asking where he was. Sehun calmly said that he was taking his mother to the movies right now. He looked ahead angrily and asked him to stop talking to him in such a contemptuous tone. Was he his subordinate? Gukwing looked ahead in surprise. The president said that he had just withdrawn all the money from the Black 10, said that the server and all the registration records had been deleted. He told him to do everything his own way. There was a phone site with the Black 10 on the chair. The chairman asked what he was talking about. Sehun calmly said that he had grabbed all the money and ran away. Gukwing screamed. Sehun asked why he was doing this. Because it was his choice. Gukwing looked at the floor angrily. The president asked, did he really think he would sit and take it easy, watch all the money he earned with blood and sweat disappear? Gukwing screamed, asking why he was running away with the money when they won. He looked at the score and said that the opposing team lost. They got all the money that people bet. He looked at the score of 5-1 and said that they won with odds of 5-1, and if Kwon just sat still, the money would flow like a river. Sehun looked ahead dumbfounded. The chairman asked, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? His eyes narrowed. The chairman asked, did he swallow his tongue? The president didn't understand why Haben lost. Haben smiled. Park smiled sheepishly in front of him. The guy said that he wanted to play longer, but the manager said that everything was fine. He smiled awkwardly and said that they had agreed from the beginning that he would go out for 5 minutes. On the contrary, he decided to join so unexpectedly that they were very grateful to him. Haben turned around abruptly. Park asked why he decided to play. Because he usually doesn't do this. The guy said that it was nothing special. Yoonseong looked at him from the stands. Haben said that he was just fulfilling a small request. Yoonseong looked at him calmly. He asked him to show up for just a minute. He smiled, because from the beginning he didn't intend to win this game. Sehun sat with his head down. He, pressed against the wall, decided to run away with the money. The hero used psychological weapons. Sehun looked at the floor devastatedly and asked not to tell him that from the beginning he looked at the floor and said that the hero intentionally made a losing bet. People began to approach the car. He looked at the parking lot. His wife asked what it was. The hero told him that he would catch a gambler with the help of a game of chance. His wife and their crying daughter came up to him and asked if he hadn't left yet. The 500 million won he had deposited into the website. He looked at his sad daughter. His wife said he was so angry this morning, asked what happened. The hero said he could take as much money as he wanted. After all, no matter how much he earned, it would be his reward from now on. Sehun looked at his family with concern. Gukwang slammed the table. He was smashing and screaming, cursing Kwon. He spat, pointed his finger and ordered to find the president. He ordered to kill him and bring him back. He clenched his fists and screamed, demanded to bring his family, anyone. He demanded to bring all the people connected to him. Yoonseong walked to the parking lot. He went outside. He asked if the president knew that the situation right now. He remembered the man who had been beaten. Compared to what he had done, 3 people were beating up a man. A mere trifle. Then Yoonseong ran anxiously. He smiled, all sweaty. Now he smiled contentedly, because now the hourglass was upside down. Gukwon screamed. Now the bandits who used to be his allies would turn against him. Sehun looked ahead. The hero asked him if he knew how long he could last. The family looked at him anxiously. 3 months. They silently looked at their father through the window. 3 weeks. Yoonseong smiled. He walked forward contentedly. He said that from now on, the president had 3 hours left. The stadium, the commentators discussed the game. They said that the game ended in Sejong's defeat. The hosts exchanged contented glances. Both agreed that this was a rather disappointing result. Yoonseong calmly watched the game. The host said that Haben still surprised them a lot by coming out on the field. From the very beginning, the outcome of the match did not matter at all. He just made him decide to cheat people out of money and put him in a difficult situation. Yoonseong smiled. The wife looked at her husband and asked if he was okay. She looked at him worriedly, said that he seemed so irritated this morning. People can't think straight in emergency situations. Sehun froze. His wife suggested that he see a doctor. He grinned. He started laughing. He grabbed his head and laughed hysterically. The daughter hugged her mother in fear. The president laughed and said it was funny. Sweat was pouring down her face. He told her to be quiet. He covered his face with his hand and told her to shut up if she didn't want to be hit in front of the child. He put his hands on the steering wheel, said that the hero was a pain in the ass lately, asked about the doctor. The wife looked at her husband fearfully. He said that he had things to do and would have to stay away from them. He decided it was worth a try. Sehun drove ahead, lastly advising his wife to get a hotel room with their daughter. He smiled. He went to the city, asked if it was really that bad. Yoonseong. The veins on his arms were bulging, asking if even after all these years he still wanted to ruin his life. With 500 million won. The veins on his forehead were bulging. He didn't care if he lost everything. He looked ahead tensely, mentally telling the hero that his action in the past hurt him so much. Yoonseong had a father, and although he never saw him again when he was 4, Yoonseong dreamed of meeting his father. His mother angrily said that it was impossible. She washed the dishes and said that he destroyed their family and never contacted them for 10 years. She asked him to consider his father dead and asked him to never mention him again. His mother thought otherwise. For her, his father was a sworn enemy. He only gambled and never took care of the house, and he drank all day. He never took care of his family. But Yunseong still did not lose hope while he was going through hard times at home, being bullied at school. Every day was like hell, but he believed that one day his father would hear his story and stand by his side, that he would be able to meet his father one day. In the past, Sehun looked ahead with displeasure and asked, "So what?" The guy was kneeling in front of the crowd. Sehun told him to get to the point, but the guy said that he needed to explain in more detail. He smiled contentedly and said that the point was to squeeze money out of Yunseong's father. He said that he heard that the guy faked his death due to exorbitant debts. He lost all his money, but he had to make a living somehow. He assumed that the hero's father was currently working in a factory or something. He smiled and said that he must have some money saved up. After all, he had been working for more than 10 years. Sehun calmly lit a cigarette, and the guy said that they would lure him out by pretending to be Yunseong, and then fleece him blind. He said to just find his contact information, and he would sort everything out. The guy clenched his fists. Sehun said that his phone number would be easier to find than he thought. Private gambling sites share players' contact information with each other. If he had ever registered on the site, they could just Google his name in the database and they would find his phone number. Sehun sighed and said that was a good idea. The man was working at the factory while Sehun suggested collecting money. Another worker approached the man and asked him if he wanted to have a drink after work today. He looked at Yunseong's father and said that he had found a great restaurant in town, asked what he thought. The man angrily started pointing at the man, said if they were talking to him, but the bald man interrupted and asked why he was bothering him again. He told him to go because the man was focused on saving money and paying off his debt. Yunhwan worked sullenly. The bald man said that he didn't even touch alcohol. He looked tiredly at the tape. The bald man said that he only wanted to return to his family with a clear conscience. He offered to go without him. He turned to the ringing phone. The man said that he heard that Yunhwan had liver surgery, so you can't offer a person a drink after surgery. Yunhwan took off his hood, looking at the ringing phone. He shuddered. The bullies were cheerfully holding the phone in their hands. The guy said that it was Yunseong. He wrote and said that he really misses him and he really misses him. Yunhwan sat gloomily in the empty hall. The guy wrote that even if his mother hates him, he does not hate him. The bald man looked into the workshop to say something about this month's pay. The guy wrote that he was having a really hard time at school. The bald man walked up to the abandoned chair. The bullies wrote and asked how he was doing. Yunhwan was breathing heavily. The bullies wrote that he and Nuna really wanted to see him. He ran as fast as he could. The bullies offered to ask his mother to forgive him. He ran through the streets. The bullies offered to live happily ever after. They wrote that if he had time, he should come here. They wrote the address. Yunhwan was breathing heavily at the ticket office and asked for the next tickets to Seoul. He turned around. The woman said that the next bus left at 2:30. He said not to be late. Yunhwan looked at his reflection. He was covered in sweat. The hero assumed that his father, with thoughts of seeing him, was as excited as he was scared. He was breathing heavily, wearing a jacket. He looked ahead in surprise and called Yunseong. A crowd of bullies stood in front of him. They asked if this fool really showed up. Sehun calmly looked at the hero's father and asked if it was really him. Yunhwan looked at the bullies in horror. Sehun said nothing of the sort, but Yunseong took the money. Everyone looked at the man in surprise. He asked where his son was. They started laughing hysterically. Yunhwan looked at the guys who were laughing at him in bewilderment. They said that they were both idiots. Yunhwan angrily clenched his teeth and ran at them, asking where his son was. Suddenly, he was hit. Sehun easily knocked him down. Yunhwan coughed. The guy said that the man did not understand the situation he was in. They started beating him and asking him to come to his senses. They kicked him. The man tried to cover himself and asked him to stop. Sehun said that his son owed him money and a pretty decent amount. He said that he owed him 300, but thought about it. Yunhwan said that in 10 years he earned money for the family. He looked at them angrily and said that he would not give anything to freaks like them, and he did not have any money with him. Sehun looked at him in surprise and said nothing can be done. Yunseong ran towards him. Sehun said that he would have to beat him up in front of his son. Let's see how he would whine that he had no money. Yunseong ran forward in horror. He received a message. He had not heard from him for 10 years. He looked in shock at the message from his father. His father wrote that he had made a lot of money and now he wanted to meet. Yunseong ran, all sweaty, thinking that he would finally be able to see his father. They would have lunch together and then go for a walk. He smiled. He turned the corner. He imagined that they would chat with each other the whole time. Someone stepped on Yunhwan's face. Sehun stepped on his naked father. Yunseong stopped in front of them. Sehun looked angrily at the hero and asked, did he really come? 10 years. Yunseong froze in front of the crowd. The leader said that the hero had never seen him before. He had missed his father for the past 10 years. Sehun pointed to the beaten man in his underwear and told him to meet his daddy. The hero had been imagining their meeting for 10 years. He froze. Sehun said that it was a very sweet reunion between father and son. Yoonwon cried, calling for his son. The first time he saw his father in 10 years, Yoonseong opened his mouth wide. His father was very different from the image in his head. The veins on Sehun's face bulged. He thought of the hero, asking how dare he get in his way. He rushed forward, asked if the hero understood what game they were playing. The phone rang. The number was hidden. Yoonseong called him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He put his hand in his pocket and introduced himself. Sehun glared ahead. The hero said he would be brief. He told him to come to a place he would name. Sehun looked ahead. The hero said to come to Gyeong Station, to the intercity bus terminal. He will understand why he chose it when he gets there, because this place is important to both of them. He remembered his beaten father. They walked down the street together. Yoonseong looked sadly at the beaten man. They saw their father after a long time. The man smiled and asked if his wife and daughter were okay. They were very awkward. It was understandable. Yoonseong looked down and said yes. It was the worst reunion imaginable. They went to the stairs. The man said that if his friends bother him again, he should tell his dad. Now, remembering that day, Yoonseong looked at his father. He said that he was with them again and he cannot worry. The hero thinks that his father was ashamed of himself. Yoonhim looked at his son and said that his dad will sort everything out, asked if they had agreed. He stopped and asked not to tell anyone that they saw him. The hero will regret this day for the rest of his life. He went home. He was unable to reveal his true feelings and tell his father that everything was okay. The man walked sadly in the other direction. Although the hero knew then, but this was the last time he was able to see his father. Then, night fell. Sehun was walking down the alley. A man appeared behind him. Yoonin swung a pipe at him. Sehun was able to dodge. He looked at the man in surprise and asked if he was that boy's father. The beaten Yoonhan looked at him with a bat. The guy said that it was just funny. He did not have enough strength for a surprise attack in a fight with a schoolboy, so he resorted to a bat. Sehun put his hands in his pockets. He knew the man was an idiot. Yoonwon told him to shut up. He went forward, said that the guy was bullying Yoonseong, called him trash. Henpul appeared behind him with some thugs. He laughed and asked what was going on. He smiled and asked what kind of freak from which organization dared to threaten their youngest member. The thugs knocked down Yoonwon. Henpul approached Sehun and asked why a member of another organization attacked him. He asked if the guy had forgotten what he said. He glanced at the hero's father, said that if it turns out that someone has a grudge against him, they need to crush them so that they forget about revenge. Yoonhan began to cry, continued to call everyone names. He cried and asked them not to touch his son. Sehun and Henpul silently looked at him. The man said that he would kill them all. Henpul chuckled. He smiled and asked if he really came here because of his son. He thought that everything was starting to become clear. He called with his hand. He thought the man was from another organization. He gave the guy a strong slap in the face. He looked at him angrily and reminded him that he asked him not to play dumb. Yoonhan looked at him silently. Hyunpul said that if Sehun wanted to act like a bad guy, then he should stop. Sehun asked for forgiveness. Hyunpul hit him again. Sehun looked away guiltily. The leader began to threaten that if there was another prank, then a shadow covered the hero's father. He assumed that he was upset because of the actions of one of his people. That's why he came all this way, right? Hyunpul squatted down cheerfully and said that he understood his feelings perfectly. He was also a caring father. Sehun looked at the manager. Hyunpul said that he wanted to make a proposal as an apology and compensation. Sehun frowned. Hyunpul offered to make sure that his son studied peacefully in school. He also had a great way to make money. Yoonhan looked at him perplexedly. The manager asked if he wanted to try. Everything was easy and simple. Tears flowed from his eyes. Hyunpul said that he was required to make a profit and enjoy life for the sake of his family and son. Doesn't he want to become a father who will be proud of? The car drove forward. Sehun got out of the car. There were buses in front of him. He said that the hero chose a stupid place. He looked at one of the buses. He walked forward gloomily. He looked around and asked where he went. He peered between the buses and called the hero a little rat. He squinted from the light that appeared. Yoonseong was standing in front of him and looked at him calmly. Sehun pulled his hand away and said that it didn't look like he was going to wait calmly. He took off. He kicked. The hero dodged, while the big guy asked if it was worth it to try to fight here. He kicked back and asked him to ask one question. He kicked. The hero dodged. The big guy said that 5 years had passed and quite a lot of water had flowed under the bridge. He kicked again, asked why he was taking revenge on him. Why go so far? Yoonseong calmly dodged. Sehun said that he was young then and admits it. He hit the hero in the head and asked if he hadn't made mistakes in his youth. He looked at the hero in surprise. His fist was blocked by his forehead. The veins on his face began to bulge. He asked again. Remembered how his father was beaten, said what Sehun did, calls the mistakes of his youth. He looked angrily at the big guy and told him to repeat it again. Remember the beaten father without clothes? He asked again. He raised his hand. Sehun said it was just a joke. The hero hit him on the head. He hit him again. He had been waiting for this for 5 years. He raised his fist. to take revenge on Sehun for all his past actions. He made a dash. He picked Sehun up in his arms. He would repay him in full and break him into pieces. He slammed his head into the asphalt. Yoon-seong angrily looked at the man and demanded to talk. He pulled a bandage on his hand and said that soon he would not be able to open his dirty mouth. He looked at Sehun with a furious look, who asked if this was really a bandage. Sehun, covered in blood, looked at the hero, who said what happened to his father after that day was the reason why he became his sixth target. He remembered his father and said that the meaning of this bandage. Yoon-seong began to cry and said that Sehun would soon find out everything. He pulled the bandage and said until he choked and puked. Habin looked at the hero and asked how he was going to deal with him. Yoon-seong said that if he were to kill Sehun, he would first have to cut off all of his limbs. He said that it would be difficult for him to win in a fight, but he would try his best. Habin looked at him and said that he understood him and the plan was very clear. Yoon-seong held the bandage in his hand. Habin asked why he needed a bandage for a fight. He began to say excitedly that he could teach him, but the hero said that he had his own reason. He frowned and said that he had his own reason for wanting to finish off Sehun with a bandage. It was a very special reason. 5 years ago, the Black 10 office. Hyunpol stood in front of the executives and asked what Lee was doing. He looked at the hero's father and asked how long he had been working for them. Yoonin said about 10 months. He looked at the approaching manager with concern. He asked what their results were. Yoonin promised that he would try harder. Hyunpol waved his hand angrily. Yoonin said that he missed something, but next time. The manager patted him on the shoulder. He laughed and asked if he had really succeeded in this business so much in just 2 months. Yoonhim looked at him in surprise. Hyunpol said that he only asked to classify the client's data, but he even solved the complicated problems with money. Thanks to him, he found the money that he had long forgotten. In fact, Hyunpol, Sehun looked enviously at the hero's father. Hyunpol sincerely wanted to help him. Hyunpol smiled. He was going to gradually put an end to private gambling and try himself in another business. If the leader of the Lee group joined him, it would be just wonderful. He really felt sorry for his dad. Sehun went to the backyard, recalled that Hyunpol said that he himself was a father and wanted to open a decent business. He asked to help him. Sehun smoked and was indignant. He smoked and thought that after Yun Sung's dad came, he had gone crazy. He gritted his teeth, indignant at the idea of ending gambling. He asked if he had really gone completely insane. A guy appeared behind him. He lit a cigarette and asked if Sehun had wet himself when Hyun Pil announced that he was closing the business. He smiled, said that if this continued, they would be left behind, asked how much time they had put into this, said that it was very unfair. He said that he had a good plan. He knew a bus driver who urgently needed money. After a while, Yun Han was carrying a suitcase and humming a melody. He walked along the street and thought that everything was happening for real. He smiled and thought that they could finally start living anew. He remembered how at the factory the manager told him that he had worked hard and suggested that he go see his family. The old man smiled. He said that he was doing well in Seoul and would now return to his family as a proud father. He said thank you very much for all these years. He happily walked up to the ticket counter and booked a ticket for the fastest bus to Seoul. He turned around cheerfully. The cashier said that he looked much better and was dressed to the nines. Yoonhan looked at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. They asked him if he was really going to meet his family. He laughed and said yes. The bus drove forward, and Yoonhan thought about how much time had passed. He typed a message. He sat in his apartment, which he rented with hard work. He was sure that this time he would be able to see them. He looked to the side. From now on, his whole family. He was riding in an empty bus. He looked at the driver, wondering why the bus was so empty. He swayed while thinking that even if the bus was express, but the bus stopped. Yoonhan asked what happened. They got on the bus. Yoonhan asked how long they had to go. The guys in caps and masks were walking towards him. Sehun pulled off his mask, greeted the team leader. He glared at him and said that they needed to talk to him personally about something. There was a knife behind his back. Yoonhan asked in fear what was Sehun doing. He started to attack, while the hero's father threatened to tell the boss everything. Blood spurted. Now Sehun glared at the hero and cursed him. He threw punches, but missed. He swung his fist again. His bandage got caught in a rag. Yoon-seong wrapped it around his arm. Sehun looked at the hero in surprise. He put his foot on his elbow, stretching out his arm. Sehun screamed. The hero asked what he called a rag. He pulled it, saying, shouldn't he know what can be done with this bandage? He threw it over him. He punched him in the face while he was asking what the hero was up to. He knocked him to the ground. The bandage flew up. Yoon-seong tied it around his neck. He sat on the big guy and told him not to be so showy. He pulled the bandage and said that he knew everything, what he did to his father. Sehun blushed, veins bulged, how much pain he caused him. His eyes were bloodshot. He was surprised that the hero knew everything. Yoonhan's hand was hanging all covered in blood. Sehun tried to understand how the hero knew everything. Yoonhan went outside. He held his wounded hand and asked him to stop right now. Wasn't his retirement enough? Sehun looked at the bloody knife. Yunin said that he would not work in the Black 10 and would quietly disappear. Sehun's partners asked why he stabbed him in the hand. It was just necessary to scare him. Sehun glared at them. His partners said they just wanted to scare him. They suggested they wrap it up. The veins on the guy's face bulged. His partners again began to threaten the hero's father with killing his family if he crossed them again. At the hospital, Yunin said that he really wanted to kill him then, but suddenly backed down. He said it was madness. The doctor bandaged his arm. That's how his father managed to get out of that bus. To fulfill his promise and leave the Black 10, he went to a small hospital for medical help. He looked sadly at the floor. He thought that he knew that everything would be like this because it was a dirty job. There were bandages next to a photo of his family. He was ready to do anything for his family. They walked to the ward. Yunin thought that now he needed to find a decent job. He rented an apartment. He had money. There were guys standing in the alley. The hero's father decided that he needed to start over with a new attitude. The guys were smoking and asked if he would report them for the knife attack and threats. Sehun said that he couldn't do that since they even took him to the hospital. The guy's sweat dropped and said he should thank them and just disappear. The guy turned around while their leader was saying that then they could go back to the Black 10 like the good old days. They asked where that idiot Sehun had gone. He had wrapped a bandage around his hand and was strangling Yunin. He glared at him and asked if he really thought that if he didn't report them, he would be saved. Yunin blushed. His eyes were bloodshot. Sehun said he wasn't like those cowards. He was really ready to kill him. He was reaching for the phone. Sehun said he might go to jail one day. Did he really think that she could scare kids in their day? He twisted the bandages and told the hero's father to go to hell. Now Yunseong was strangling him in the same way. Sehun then said that if he was born with nothing, he would be sadly forgotten. He looked at Sehun and said that he knew that he strangled his father with a bandage. Sehun gritted his teeth and stared into space. The hero said that how he covered up his father's death and used it to profit from the Black 10. He said death. The darkness was thickening. Sehun couldn't see anything. He said that at this rate he was going to die. Yunseong asked, "What do you mean die?" He looked at him furiously and asked did he really think he was going to let him die that easily. He said that he made him remember the last time he saw his father, and after everything he decided that he would just kill him like that. He said that his revenge was not so humane. Yunseong said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He would give him back all the pain he received. He looked at the car and said that death was too luxurious for him. Joanna got out of the car. The hero said that they still had something to settle. She looked back. The wife and daughter looked around and asked if he was really here. The hero said that he knew his ugly nature. The wife looked ahead in shock and asked if Sehun was really here. The hero said that he would get all the dirt from the depths of his soul and show it to him, so let him wait. Yunseong continued to strangle the big guy, who mentally asked him not to tell him that his family was here too. The daughter looked at her mother with concern and asked if dad was really here. They looked at the doors of the abandoned building. Cars appeared behind the woman, while she offered to go with her. 4 cars surrounded the abandoned building. They started getting out and asking if that idiot was here. Gukwan angrily looked at his daughter and wife. He looked at the photo where the hero reported that Sehun with his daughter and wife would arrive at the terminal at 10 o'clock. He said that he did not think that the message would be true. The woman turned to Joanna in fear and asked who these people were and where Sehun was. Joanna frowned at her, and she asked her not to tell her that it had all been a lie from the start. The thugs surrounded her, asking if she knew that her husband had cheated her out of her money. He said that she should be held accountable. Yunsung sat on Sehun and said that there were many ways to repay the debt and not to worry. His eyes widened and said that his family and the Rabbit TV members were here. Sehun stuttered and said that this couldn't be true. Yunsung pulled on the blindfold and said that if he simply took revenge on him, it wouldn't be as fun. He said that the guy had killed his father, so it was as if the methods and means didn't matter. In the past, at the hospital, Sehun understood that the hero would try to take revenge and would do it by any means necessary. He strangled the man and wished him dead. Yunhwan reached for the scissors. Sehun said that he was the only one who had to die. He stabbed the scissors into his shoulder. He pushed the guy off himself. The guy screamed that the idiot would not calm down. Yunhwan stood in front of the fallen guy with the scissors in his hands, trying to catch his breath. He attacked the guy. He had a desperate fight because he had to survive. He cried, tried to hit with the scissors and asked what he did wrong. He had to be reunited with his family again. The blade hung over the guy's face. Yunhwan said that he was just working hard. He did nothing to him. His father was fighting for his life. Sehun gritted his teeth, called his father names, and bit into his neck. Blood spurted. Yunhwan fell to the bed. Sehun stood up, asked what he did wrong. He screamed and said that the hero's father finished him off. He sat on him and began to strangle him, saying that the old man had crossed him and that his very existence enraged him. Sehun not only stabbed his father with a knife, but also strangled him with a bandage. Even after biting him in the neck, he strangled him again. After some time, Sehun stood over the corpse. The guys ran into the ward and began to ask what he had done. He turned around and asked what they were looking at. He looked at them angrily and ordered them to help him because they were now accomplices. Yoonsun sat in the park while Sehun said that if they contacted someone or told what they had seen, after serving his sentence he would come for their souls. Yoonsun looked sadly into space. There was anxiety on his face. Sehun said that they had seen a man die and if they did not want to end up the same way. They agreed to meet his father. He waited at the agreed place for several hours. He looked at the empty place next to him. In the end, his father never showed up. He thought something would change. He walked forward sadly. He was really looking forward to it. From that day on, his father didn't try to contact him. Yun Seong was beaten. He was offended and instead of sadness, resentment prevailed. He was beaten in the alley. He stared ahead blankly, being subjected to countless bullying. He cursed his father in his heart. If he had a dad, it wouldn't have come to this. Everything would be like everyone else. He remembered the painful moments of the past. If only his dad had helped him. The men's room. A hanged man was hanging above the toilet. If his father was going to come back, why did he even appear in front of him? The girl looked at the body in fear. Yun Seong decided that he shouldn't have given him hope. He had lost everything and tried to commit suicide. At some point, when all these mistakes had accumulated, he blamed his father. After a while, he sat with a scar on his neck and dry lips. After the suicide attempt, they began to bully him less. He gritted his teeth angrily. People said it wasn't fun anymore. That was the only reason he wasn't bullied anymore. He cried. He sat alone in class and asked his dad to come back, saying he was so tired. Sehun stood on the other side of the door and heard the hero crying. He kept quiet. Afraid that the crime would be found out, Sehun was very nervous. The big guy called him. He walked up to him and asked if he was looking for his father. In the end, he did something vile that couldn't be undone. He smiled and asked if he wanted him to help find him. Yoon Seong sat on Sehun and said that the pain he felt after losing his father, he would never understand. He looked at him angrily and said that he would do the same to him, but the pain would be different. Sehun looked at him fearfully. Yoon Seong promised to do it in front of him. He pressed himself into the asphalt, asked how dare he. He kicked the hero. Yoon Seong was thrown back. He put up a block. The big guy asked how he was different from him. He threw him aside with a punch, said that he was the same murderer and just trash. How dare he threaten him? Sehun ran forward and said that if he decided to threaten his family, he chose the wrong method of revenge. Yoonsun jumped and raised his leg to kick, threw the big guy back. A mixture of a fire extinguisher flew into his face. Yoonsun mercilessly poured the solution on him. Yoonsun closed his eyes, asked, "Is the hero really going to be a coward until the very end?" Yoonsun kicked him in the legs and dropped him. Sehun fell. The hero said that he didn't care. He took the bandage and promised to return what he got from him. He began to choke him again, said that this is his way. Sehun threw his head back to the sky. Yoonsun said that if this was the only reason, he would become an idiot worse than him. Yoon Seong silently looked forward. The big guy asked, "Does he really think he can handle it?" Sehun grabbed the bandage, asked, "Does he really think he will lose?" He was shaking and sending the hero. He heard what happened to Jaein. In the end, he got her hooked on drugs. She said that the hero constantly tormented her. The wife hugged her daughter in fear. She began to cry. Hands were pulled towards her until Sehun said that his weakness is not his family, asked how he will use them for his revenge. He smiled and said that he does not think so. He began to laugh and said that he would rather finish them off himself. The thugs reached their hands towards her. Sehun asked if he knew that he beats his wife every day, but she cannot leave him. She hugged her daughter. Since the first time she was beaten, she cannot leave him anymore. He said that the daughter does not know anything but what to do. Yoonsun continued to strangle. Sehun said that his family was nothing to him. He would only be grateful, laughed, imagining the bodies. The veins on the hero's arms bulged. The big guy asked what the hero would do now. Did he really think he had found his weakness? They meant nothing to him. He laughed and said that he would never tell him, but the hero said yes. He said that he could not believe that the big guy was giving up on his family. He was surprised. He said that in this situation he would not be able to take revenge on him like this. A camera appeared in front of them. The hero asked not to think that he would give up the idea of revenge, because there is always another way. Kenman stood in front of the big guy. The hero asked if he had recorded everything. The hero looked forward angrily and asked if he really thought he would kill his family. The flash illuminated them. The hero said that this was not like him. He just wanted to capture him at the very bottom. Sehun looked at the camera. The hero said that he had spilled so much dirt. Kenman came closer. The hero said that his wife and daughter would never die. They would live remembering this video for the rest of their lives. Just like he lived with the thought that he was bad for his family. In the same way, his family will remember for the rest of their lives that he was bad. Sehun started to kick. The hero asked him not to worry about Rabbit TV. People were walking towards the crowd. The hero said that he left them to the right person. The woman was crying. The hero said that all this was for revenge. He can team up with anyone. The guy looked forward and asked if this was really why Yoonsun pulled him out. The hero said that the big guy's family would be fine. The guy came closer, said that a promise is a promise. When it comes to protection, he has no equal. Juchen looked ahead with a frown. He asked where so many idiots came from because everything is not as he said. Youngsu stood next to him. He looked ahead angrily and asked to be quiet because he does not listen to anyone except Yunseong. The bandits turned around. Youngsu said that they just need to kill them all and that's it. Juchen said that the big guy has not changed. He looked ahead and suggested to postpone the conversation for later. First they need to deal with the bandits. The hero trusted them completely. There is no such thing as betrayal. They got into fighting stances. Juchen asked if he was ready, and Youngsu said that he was ready. They will immediately rush into the fight. In the past, Juchen angrily sent the hero because they had nothing to talk about. He sat opposite him behind closed glass, said that the hero sent him to prison, and now he came to see how he was doing. Yunsen calmly said that he came to ask for help. He approached the glass and said that his plan would require his strength. Jichen frowned and asked if he really wanted him to help him take revenge now. If he was ready for 6 tattoos on his body, then he should have prepared for revenge himself. Jichen showed a photo of Sehun's family and asked him not to say stupid things, because he said that this was necessary for the plan and not for taking revenge. Jichen looked at the screen. The hero asked him to protect this family. The girls were smiling in the photo. The hero said that the person he wanted to take revenge on had a wife. She did nothing wrong. She became a married woman because of a relationship she did not want. She could only endure it silently. He forced her to sleep with him every time. She was often threatened and physically abused, but she believed that she was not good enough. And one day she realized that her husband really was a terrible person. What she was doing on the side was completely abnormal, but she couldn't do anything, even after finding out all the ins and outs of her husband. If she had reported it to the police or written a complaint, then who knows what would have happened to her daughter. Jichen thought about it. The hero asked if it really reminded him of anyone. He was silent. The hero said that this woman was in the same situation as her, even though she knew in her head that she loved her wrongly. But she still couldn't leave her. Now the bandits surrounded the woman. The hero said that that's why he came to her, because only he could understand her. The woman looked around and begged them not to touch the child. Gukwen looked at her arrogantly. She fell to her knees and said that she would definitely pay them back and take responsibility for her husband's actions. She hugged the girl and said that she could convince him. She was asked if their situation was really that difficult. Gukwen said that he should have said something earlier and it seemed like they were wrong. He leaned towards her angrily and asked if she really thought he would believe and tell her something like that. Shadows loomed over the mother and daughter. Gukwen ordered to take the girl away and then take off the clothes of this fool. The girls began to separate. Park and his friend watched this and asked if it was their turn. His friend said that the boss would want to do it first. Jichen hugged them and said that he agreed that all this was too much. He hit the men on the foreheads. Bandits with knives ran at Jichen. He understood why the hero needed him. He kicked the first attacker and said that the hero was an asshole anyway, just thinking about what he did to Giant. He hit another one. He wanted to tear the hero into small pieces. Gukwen attacked him with a knife from behind. A fist flew into his face. Jongsu beat up the bandits and wished him dead. He got into a fighting stance and said that if he touched Yunseong, this day would be his last in life, then he would light a candle for his repose. The woman hugged her daughter in fear. Jongsu said that he would then secretly buy 3 bottles of Sikai. They asked him what he was carrying. The man looked at her. She said that she did not know who they were, but thanked him. Jichen looked at her silently. She asked if her husband had sent them by chance. She looked at them in fear and asked where he was now. The guy asked her to think carefully. Jichen put his hands in his pockets and said that she fell in love and in the end she was the only one suffering too. Kenman continued to film Sehun choking. Jichen found it funny that he was saying this. Sehun looked at the sky. The hero asked if he had managed to film everything. The man said that it was a clean take. Yunseong said that the big guy had no future anymore, which he congratulated him on. He looked ahead angrily, said that he had no one to borrow money from, no trusted subordinates or followers, and not even his own family. Sehun held onto the headband. The hero clarified that Sehun said that he didn't need a family. The hero said that he was completely alone now. He didn't want it to end like this. He let go of the headband, didn't want all this to happen because of a jerk like the hero. His arms hung down. Kenman looked at him in surprise and asked if he had passed out. Sehun looked at the sky and said that it was over. Yunseong flinched because he was the one telling him. He grabbed the headband again. He yanked it. Yunseong looked at the torn headband. A fist flew into his face. He couldn't believe that Sehun, with just his strength. He was thrown into the bus. Sehun started kicking him. The bus rocked from the blows. Kenman looked at the hero in bewilderment, asking him not to tell him. Sehun put his foot on the hero's face and ordered him to bring the camera here. Did Yunsen lose? He suddenly jumped up and hit the big guy in the face with his knee, grabbed him by the shoulders, and slammed him on the asphalt. He looked at Kenman and ordered him to get out quickly, asked to leave a backup file. He dodged the blow, said that everything was as they planned. He flinched. Sehun attacked him with a bandage. She bent. Yoonsun fell to the ground. Sehun swung his fist. The hero was hit in the face. The big guy sat on him and started beating him. Jichin and the president's wife stepped forward. They looked ahead gloomily. She looked ahead with excitement, silently thanked the guy for his words. He silently looked at her. There were bodies lying around. She said that she really needed to see her husband. Joanna hugged the girl. Jichin told her to continue to deny reality and turn a blind eye to everything. The woman said that one day her daughter might be in danger. She smiled, said that she was a mother and would not run away anymore. They both walked forward. She looked at her husband's silhouette, remembered the words of the guy who said that she might not be able to bear what she saw, because reality is so cruel. Her husband held the hero by the neck. She covered her mouth with her hands. Jichin expected something like this. Yoonseong, covered in blood, looked into space. As expected, fighting him one-on-one was not so easy. Sehun glared at his enemy menacingly. Was he really that strong? Jichin remembered the meeting in prison. The hero had already told him his plan, but Jichin then said that he would get out of here to protect that family, and that was it. Yoonseong began to get ready. The guy said that Jaein was the 5th, and he was the last. Did he really need to get him out of here? He started to take off his shirt, said while Jichin was saying that he would rather remain under the protection of the police. The hero turned his back to him, showed him the tattoo and said that it was not so. He said that Sehun was not the last target. Jichin looked at him in surprise and asked if the list was really that big. How many tattoos did he have on his back? Yoonseong said that there was one more person. He put on his shirt and said that all the tattoos on his back were for him alone. Jichin watched the fight tensely. The hero was steadily gaining momentum to meet the last target. Sehun turned around. The hero said that the reason why Sehun was the 6th target was because the last one was in prison. Yoonseong looked into space. Earlier he said that he should go to prison for committing a crime akin to murder. Sehun turned to the hero who would commit the 6th revenge. It was not so easy to hold back the desire to kill him. He smiled. He gritted his teeth, preparing a plan for revenge. Sehun looked at him questioningly. The hero started calling him names. He said that he would pay him back in the same coin, so that he would feel the same pain that he brought to his father. He promised to pay him back. He was going to kill Sehun, and so he bit his neck, and then he was going to jail. The big guy screamed. Yoonseong was gnawing on his neck. In his desperate revenge, he would begin the final chapter. Sehun in the past handed the hero a pair of pliers and told him to take them. Yoonseong looked at him blankly and asked why he was helping him. Sehun reminded him that the hero wanted to find his father. He frowned at him and said that his father disappeared while working for their company. Yoonseong looked at him in surprise and asked if that was true. Sehun heard that the day before he disappeared, he met with the boss. The guy said that the hero's father disappeared after a conflict with him. Yoonseong began to infiltrate the president's office to look for useful information. He infiltrated the Black 10 building, and Kwon lied to him. The hero approached the locked door. He was not quite himself because he had already lost too many. He broke the lock. He needed to find his father and he was trapped in an obsession. So, as Sehun wanted, he had no choice but to act. He handed him the password-protected hard drive. Because that was all he found, Sehun said that the hero did well. He walked away and said that he would take care of the rest himself, told him not to tell anyone. Sehun stopped. The hero asked why he was helping him. Sehun said that he was sorry. He turned and said that he was helping because he wanted to atone for the guilt he had caused him. Yoonseong looked at him blankly and asked again. Sehun felt like he had gone too far. He smiled and asked to trust him this time and he would help him find his father. After a while, Kwon looked at the boss and said that he had warned him earlier about Yoonwon's possible betrayal. The president looked at his phone. Sehun said that the guy in the video rummaging around in the office was his son. The president watched the recording of the theft. The guy suggested that after the disappearance, he sent his son to steal the company's external hard drive. The man frowned. Sehun suggested that they first find him and figure it out, then the leader Yoonwon will come out of the shadows. Sehun looked at the boss seriously and said that he would clean up after himself, asked not to worry. He thought that if an angry Hyunpil touched Yoonseong, then he would have the opportunity to hand him over to the police. Then Hyunpil would refuse to admit guilt because he could not call himself a criminal. In the end, the people looking for Yoonseong's father would disappear one by one, and he would use the stolen external hard drive to single-handedly take over the Black 10. For him, this was the perfect plan. But Hyunpil frowned and said that it was strange. He looked at the guy and asked how the son of the team leader knew what was in his office. Sehun flinched. The president said that he had never told the team leader such a thing, so he couldn't know what was inside. Hyunpil said that when the kid got into the office, there were guards on duty. Sehun looked down. The president said that there was no way he could have known this information unless they had a rat. The president asked if the kid had planned this all out. He remained silent. The president asked if he was trying to take advantage of the team leader's disappearance to steal the data. Sehun looked at the floor angrily. Hyunpil began to assume that the kid was responsible for his disappearance. He didn't want to go that far. Sehun ended up stabbing Hyunpol, who learned the truth, got to juvenile detention. He captured the black tin. The hero realized too late that Kwon had deceived him. He was waiting for his dad. Some time later, he learned of his father's death. Now he was gnawing at his neck. Kwon screamed. He opened his mouth wide and cursed the hero. He grabbed him by the throat, but the hero hit him with his forehead. The blows echoed outside the bus. Kwon fell to the ground. The hero grabbed his face, said that he had already told him. He raised his fist, cried, and said that he would pay him back in the same coin. Not enough evidence. A year later, his father's body was found. Kwon, a suspect in the murder, was put under investigation. The hero hit him in the face, but as a result of the police investigation, he came out clear due to lack of evidence. Yoon-sung beat him. His wife watched in horror. As a result, Kwon did not even go to court. Her eyes rolled back. Jichun caught the fainted woman. He looked at the hero and asked, did he really dare? Yoon-sung beat Sehun. Jichun mentally asked, did he really intend to kill a man? At the last moment, Sehun felt it. He felt death. It was approaching. His life was coming to an end. Yoon-seong, covered in blood, addressed him again. He grabbed the stone and asked if he liked it when he got away with it due to lack of evidence. He raised the stone above his head, asked if he expected this turn of events. The beaten Sehun asked him to wait. The hero said that now Sehun is sentenced to death. His hand was grabbed by Joanna. She looked at him sadly. Yoon-seong looked at her. She said that no matter how much she thought about it, it was somehow wrong. She took the stone in his hand and said that the hero is too young to take on the burden of murder. Sehun was breathing heavily. Joanna said that she thought about it dozens, hundreds of times after hearing his plan. Was it the right thing to do? She said that the hero is already an adult and she can't hold him back, asked if it would be funny if someone like her supported him. She cried and said that all this did not fit in her head. He looked tiredly at the girl. She said that she considered him a brother. She said if her brother had to kill someone with his own hands. She snatched up a rock. She swung it at Sehun. She cried, said if this is fate and there is no choice but to bear this burden. She, as a Nuna, thinks it is right to do so. Jichun screamed, blood spurted. Yoon-seong watched in shock as Nuna killed Sehun. Covered in blood, Joanna said that she was always on his side. She cried and said that she sincerely hoped that the hero would succeed. But she could not imagine him getting his hands dirty like her brother. She was sorry. Some time later, the news reported a murder at an abandoned terminal in Gyujin. The suspect managed to escape. The police are investigating the case based on eyewitness accounts. 3 months have passed since the murder in Gyujin, but information about the suspect remains unknown. A scandal erupted over the past of Mr. Kwon's victim, including the administration of illegal websites, murder, and attempted murder. After some time, breaking news reported that the suspect in the murder in Gyujin a year ago had surrendered to the police. Public interest in establishing the truth in the case will be revealed during the trial. A year after the incident, the Southern District Court. The judge looked at the documents and said that according to the defendant's testimony, he looked at the hero, asked if he was claiming that he was the one who killed him. He leaned over anxiously. The hero said yes, he did not understand. Yoon-sung looked at him. The judge said that after hiding from the investigation for a year, he suddenly appeared in court and admitted his guilt. Yoon-sung looked at him gloomily. The judge said that the defendant's testimony was consistent with the content of the case. It was obviously murder, but he asked what exactly happened that night a year ago. The hero looked at the dead body and asked if Ms. Joanna understood what she had done. He stood up and said that this behavior was only delaying his revenge, but she knew. She looked at him and said that if he killed a man, he himself would become a murderer. Jichun looked at them silently. The hero said that he would take care and find another way to go to prison, but Joanna said no. Young-soo appeared behind Joanna. The hero said that everything was already decided. He grabbed her by the throat. The hero said sorry. Her eyes rolled back. Yoon-sung said that he would be Sehun's killer. Her eyes closed. He said that this way he could go to prison for murder and carry out his final revenge. He eagerly looked at the judge. He said that the essence of what happened that night was Sehun's death at his hands. He said that some people tried to stop him, but they were not related to the murder. The judge looked at him silently. The hero said that he was going to kill Sehun from the very beginning. So he called him to a pre-selected place and dealt with him cruelly. He said that his actions could not be interpreted otherwise. It was premeditated murder. He pointed to his teeth and said that he left teeth marks on Sehun's neck. The judge frowned. The hero said if they did not believe him, he could conduct an examination, but the judge said that it was not necessary. He raised the gavel and thanked the defendant for the statement. He was announcing the final decision. The defendant wanted to kill the victim and planned his murder. The defendant caused him bodily harm after several fatal blows. Immediately after killing the victim, he hid from the police investigation. Yoon-seong listened silently. The judge said that the defendant was a minor at the time of the incident. Considering that he had reached the age of majority at the time of his confession, he sentenced him. He hit the gavel and said 12 years in prison. Yoon-sun entered the cell. He closed his eyes. He thought, finally he is here, the end of his long journey to unravel the knot in his lost heart. He opened his eyes, thought about his final revenge. He decided it was time to see the end of this tragic story. In the cell they asked for number 467 and asked, how long will he continue? The guard came to the cell and said that a week had already passed and if he continued to refuse food, they would force feed him. The man sat with his back to the cell. The guard asked, has he really gone deaf? Yunsan's final goal. The most humiliating moment in the life of a South Korean. Yunsan remembered the young soldiers and wondered when it would come. One guy grabbed his head and the protagonist asked, maybe when the realization comes that they are completely deprived of freedom or a sense of difference. Looking at the soldiers, he remembered and thought that in order to know everything, you need to experience it yourself. After all, when you really go through this helplessness and suffocation, he knew that it would always be like this, despair from the inability to connect with society. Yunsan sat on the floor and knew that this is when the realization intuitively comes. In front of the protagonist stood a man who was holding tightly to the bars. He menacingly shouted at the person sitting inside whether he knew who he was. Yunsan looked ahead indifferently and thought that this is how he felt now. The prison officer ordered him to leave because he was being transferred to a pre-trial detention center. Yunsan from that moment became completely isolated from society. Two guys led the protagonist by the arms along the corridor. He was taken to the car while he was thinking about Sehun's murder committed a year ago. The guys put Yunsan in jail and he thought that he had surrendered to the authorities after the murder. The reason for this was simple, because he needed to go to prison. He sat in the car and coldly looked out the window. The car started moving and the main character needed to go to prison, not to a juvenile colony. He arrived at the place and soon he would have to go through several stages. He knew that he was supposed to be arrested and then he would be in custody for some time. The main character was transferred to a pretrial detention center and a police officer handed him papers with a request to sign a few points on them. He looked at the sheet of paper, holding a pen in his hand because he thought that at that moment a trial was taking place. He signed the papers and thought about imprisonment. He sat on a chair and knew that only after the verdict was announced would they send him to prison. Yunsan was one step away from prison because now he was at the pretrial detention center stage. The detective thoughtfully looked ahead. He looked at Yunsan's full back tattoo and said that he had seen a lot of guys with tattoos, but he was very surprised by this one. Yunsan opened his mouth wide and sharp teeth appeared. The doctor looked at him in bewilderment and asked how he walked with such teeth every day. Yunsan thought that none of this mattered. He was in prison and thought that when he decided to start taking revenge, he gave up human life. The protagonist compared prison to a cramped apartment with a stifling atmosphere. He had bed linen and toothpaste with a toothbrush in his hands and he thought that a stuffy room of 2 square meters were the only things he could rely on. He thought that he had the most necessary things with him. Standing on his hands against the wall, Yunsan thought that only one thing was important to him now. Beads of sweat were running down his face and he thought only about revenge. He continued to stand on his hands and thought that he still had a long way to go. He knew that this was his last act of revenge, but going to prison was only the beginning. The judge said he was ready to sentence the defendant, Yunseong. The judge looked at the guy and said he was being sentenced to 12 years in prison. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he had finally made it. After years of waiting, he remembered all of his victims. The guy remembered killing and stealing cars. Memories of torture flashed before his eyes. He remembered every crime he had committed. He stood there and thought that this was after he had taken revenge on 6 targets. Yunseong stared coldly ahead and thought that there was one last step left to end this long story. It was finally ready. The protagonist was being led out of the courtroom by 2 police officers. Insu and the woman looked at him with pity. The woman had tears in her eyes. She asked the guy to take care of himself while Joanna sat in the car and cried hard. The protagonist closed his eyes and walked forward. He was put in the car and asked for forgiveness. He sat on the seat with his hands tied with a rope and felt relieved. He looked out the window at a butterfly flying past and thought that even though he was tied up, he was being taken to prison. The car drove quite a distance and Yunseong felt free for the first time in a long time. He thought that it was probably because he would soon begin his final revenge. Upon arrival, the whole way to the prison he felt as if his soul had been freed. Standing on the street, he looked at the tall prison building in front of him. There were 5 maximum security facilities in South Korea. The criminals were taken outside and Yunseong knew that the 3rd one was the prison in Gyeonggi province. After arriving, a little time passed and it was getting dark. The guard brought the main character to the cell and asked him to befriend the new guy, but first help him decompose. The news was playing on the TV in the cell, which reported that Yunseong had been sentenced to 12 years in prison. It also said that the main character was involved in the Minwoo suicide incident. The cellmates fixed their gaze on the guy standing in front of them. One of them asked if this was the main character of the news. He smiled and said that Yun-sung looked better in real life than on the screen. The main character put his basket of things on the floor and said that the TV was a bit distorted, but he didn't want to talk. He also had his own point of view. He rubbed his wrist and said that they didn't have time, so he said that they would finish it quickly. He looked at his cellmates and asked who was the main character. They all laughed at once. They laughed, saying that Yun-sung had watched too many detectives. One of them asked if this was Yun-sung's first time in prison, since they don't do that kind of thing now. He grinned and said that if the new guy made a noise, he would be punished. He said that they had roll call soon and then lights out, so he asked them to put things away and started helping with it. Yun-sung stood there and looked ahead, and then his cellmate shouted at him to hurry up and help everyone. A loud scream was heard from another cell asking for the lights to be turned off. The corridor was immediately enveloped in darkness. Yun-seong's cellmates were sleeping. After a while, he slightly opened his eyes. A cellmate swung something at the protagonist. His name was Il-seok. He had been in prison for 4 years already because he was a human trafficker. He smiled widely and asked if Yun-seong was really going to swipe at his post on the first day. Il-seok aimed his blow at the protagonist's eye and said that they needed to celebrate his first time in prison, so here was his gift. He wanted to stick a sharp piece of plastic in Yun-seong's face. The protagonist stabbed a toothbrush into Il-seok's leg and said that everyone thought the same. Il-seok was surprised when the guy managed to pull the toothbrush out. With a sharp kick, Yun-seong hit him in the face with such force that he flew far away. He began to stuff a rag into the mouth of a frightened Il-seok and asked if he really wanted to avoid punishment. Yun-seong raised his fist and told him to shut up. He started hitting his cellmate with all his might so that blood spattered all over the cell. Getting up from his knees, he said that he knew from the beginning what kind of contingent was here. The rest of the cellmates were standing behind him, looking at him intently. Yun-seong pointed to the beaten Il-seok and said that this cell was for especially dangerous prisoners, the most cruel and hardened criminals. He turned to his cellmates and said that he did not expect a quiet time in prison. One of them smirked and said that their new guy can think with his head. The protagonist said that there was one guy he wanted to meet. He replied that some preparation was needed to do so. Yun-seong stood in front of them and said that this guy was sick in the head. He looked at them indifferently and said that he would first take control of the prison. The cellmate was very surprised and suddenly broke out in a sweat. The protagonist replied that he did not have time. He whispered for them to come up one by one. He held out his bloody hand and said menacingly that it was time to start climbing the prison hierarchy. In his sleep, Yun-seong heard someone calling him. His mother was sitting on the bed in front of him, telling him to wake up or he would be late. The protagonist looked at his hand and listened as his mother said that he was now a high school student, but had already managed to oversleep. She turned around and left, saying that since the guy had some time, they should have breakfast before leaving. Sitting at the table, his mother asked him to eat well, since it was his first day in high school. Nahyun approached the table and asked with a smile what the occasion was for such a feast. His mother told her that today was Yun-seong's first day as a high school student and they wanted him to remember it. The protagonist's dad told Yun-seong to enjoy his school life. His family told him to stay strong and that if he had any difficulties, he could always come to them. Yun-seong had his hand on his face, covering his eyes. He realized it was a dream and immediately heard a guard shouting for the prisoners to get up. He shouted for everyone to keep law and order together and start small. Yun-seong's cellmates stood up and started making their beds while Yun-seong continued to cover his face with his hand. Everyone sang a song about being happy together. It was a clear morning outside. The protagonist got out of bed and thought that it hadn't been that long since he had been in prison. In 2 weeks, he had somewhat gotten used to the daily routine. When he picked up the blanket to make his bed, it was snatched away from him. The cellmates smiled widely and told Yun-seong to sit down and relax because they would make his bed neatly for him. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently while they asked if the guy really wanted to sleep longer and apologized for making a mistake. It was much simpler than Yun-seong thought. He beat the cellmates and because of this, they became afraid. He beat them with indifference in his eyes. He suddenly reached for the book. Yun-seong, his eyes wild, was beating the guy half to death with the book. Behind him sat his cellmate, whose face was sweating with fear. The protagonist sat on top of his cellmate, trying to finish him off as hard as he could. His subordinates told him to lie down and rest, and one of them asked to bring the boss some warm water in case he got cold. Yun-seong knew that respect comes from fear. He knew this fact better than anyone. The cellmate put a plate of rice on the table and told the protagonist that he had brought a hearty lunch. They sat in a circle at the table, and one of them said that if Yun-seong wanted more, he should just say so. The protagonist looked at the lunch that was served and thought that in just one day he had taken control of the toughest cell. He looked coldly at his cellmates and thought that after that their behavior had become annoying. But the guy was happy that everything was going according to plan. Yun-seong walked down the corridor behind his cellmates. 2 unfamiliar guys were walking behind and discussing whether Yun-seong had become the leader so easily. They said that he had caused a stir on the outside. Rumors spread quickly in prison. Prisoners have almost no contact with the outside world because the prison is a closed type. Yun Seong was assembling a mechanism and thought that there was nothing more interesting to people than provocative rumors. He knew that it would be good for him. The protagonist's plan was to seize control of the entire prison. The guy walking behind Yun Seong pushed him and, smiling, said that he had not noticed such a dwarf. In anger, he raised the tool up, to which the guy, smiling, asked him to be careful because everyone was counting on him. With a maddened look, the protagonist stabbed the tool into the guy's eye because he had to become more cruel. The guy fell to the floor and, clutching his face, screamed in pain. The rest of the people asked if this was really the boss of the most reckless cell. The police officer ordered Yoon-sung to stand still and asked what was going on. The protagonist was ordered to follow the police while the others watched attentively. People called him crazy and said that he beat people half to death during fights. The guys asked if Yoon-sung was a dangerous bandit and wondered how he would cope with the consequences. The police officer looked at Yoon-sung menacingly and asked if he was crazy. He immediately shouted loudly for the guy to follow him. Kwak Hyun shouted loudly, asking if the protagonist was going to continue doing this. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and he said that he could not do this anymore. He looked at Yoon-sung and said that this was not a juvenile detention center and everything had changed since Sang-chul's time. The protagonist coldly asked why he needed the guard Kwak Hyun. He walked closer to the guard and ordered him to clean up after him if he wanted to keep wearing the uniform. Kwak Hyun was scared that Yoon-sung was targeting him. He recalled their conversation before and didn't expect it to turn out like this. Kwak Hyun was looking at the app on his phone thoughtfully. He looked at the screen with embarrassment and smiled, saying that Yoon-sung scared him so much for some reason. He said that he had to wait for a while and then a girl appeared next to him and asked if he was a hot bull. Joanna put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly, then asked if this was the place they were supposed to meet. Kwak Hyun frowned and yelled, asking if she was a high school girl because she looked mature. He was about to say that he preferred young girls, but was stopped by Young-soo, who suddenly appeared from behind. Yoon-sung and Young-soo were beating Kwak Hyun, after which he began to cover his face with his hands and yelled that he looked after a guy in a juvenile detention center and then helped with revenge on Sang-chul. He was kneeling in front of the boys with his hands up and asking if they were done yet. Yoon-sung responded threateningly that he was making too much noise and ordered them to listen carefully. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and told Kwak Hyun to write a transfer application and get a job at the 3rd prison in Gyeonggi province. He said that the man with his experience would become the head of the security department as soon as he got there. Kwak Hyun screamed in fear that the most hardened criminals were kept in that prison. Kneeling, he said that his field of work did not apply to such places and asked why this was necessary, to which the protagonist replied that he did not need to know. Yoon-sung ordered them to do as he was told. Kwak Hyun screamed, asking why he needed to transfer to that prison. He asked if the protagonist really wanted to take revenge on someone like Sang-chul and thought that everything was so simple in a Korean prison. Yoon-sung looked at the man and said that he knew what would happen next, since Article 7 of the manual was about transferring prisoners. He explained that there were many factors that went into choosing a prison to assign prisoners to. The protagonist said indifferently that the principle was to put a person in the prison closest to his hometown, since prisoners were assigned to a certain security level according to their crimes. He thought that murderers were sent to a maximum security prison, so the circle was narrower. Yoon-sung sat across from Kwak Hyun and thought that the only maximum security prison near his hometown was the 3rd prison in Gyeonggi-do. The guard said that the fight would end in a minor disciplinary punishment, but it would be difficult to make a fuss now. He said in a frustrated tone that he was the head of the security department after all, and it was so hard for him to get in. Yoon-sung told him to stop whining about nothing. He angrily asked if Kwak Hyun had checked what he had asked for. The guard handed over a paper and said that he had learned about prisoner 467. He said that he had long ago taken over the entire prison and that he was like a king in it. Kwak Hyun read the paper and said that it contained all the information from the prisoners and staff, since he even controlled the prison's economy. Yoon Seong replied that he already knew that. He looked ahead and said that he needed other information. Kwak Hyun said that number 467 was undergoing regular medical checkups. At the moment, he was temporarily transferred to another prison. The guard said that he would return in a couple of months. The protagonist said that this would be enough for him. He coldly replied that as long as the bastard was away, he would take control of the entire prison. Kwak Hyun shouted loudly, asking if the guy would continue to make a fuss like he had today. He looked at the guy and said that he would not be able to cover for him for long, since he could get fired, to which Yoon Seong replied that it would not take long. The guard stuttered and asked how long it would take him. The protagonist answered, about 3 months. 3 months later, all the prisoners were standing behind Yoon Seong. He had managed to take over the entire prison and it had taken exactly 3 months. The guy was transferred from one cell to another and faced all sorts of criminals. The protagonist beat the guys without mercy. He fought them without a break. He beat them so that they would not even think about moving up the hierarchy. He beat them up while transferring from cell to cell. Yun Seong beat them half to death. He attacked several at once, beating them again. In this way, he took over the prison using the law of force. As he walked through the field, he knew his next move. He knew that he had to use the prisoners correctly. There were items in the prison that replaced money. Bus tickets, cigarettes, stamps and the like Yun Seong monopolized. In the end, the protagonist knew what to do to make them obey. He knew that brute force was not enough because he knew the rules. The prisoners followed Yunsen and one of them said that he took care of everything as the guy ordered. He said that they were supplying them with tickets and cigarettes, to which the protagonist replied that he should keep everything in their cell. There were people who did not understand who Yunsen was. There were several such prisoners. He looked at them and thought that he had enough to deal with him. Yun Seong was sitting on a chair and an inmate came up to him and asked him if he had heard the news. He said that the king had returned. Another inmate said that the boss had been waiting for him since day one. The original king of the prison had finally returned. The boys said that it seemed like his treatment had finished earlier than expected. Yun Seong had been waiting for him for a long time. The boy had a stage set for him. Yun Seong looked at him and thought that it was time for him to win. The king was approaching the prison. He was the protagonist's final target. The boy walked proudly past the prisoners. The former king of the prison was named Yun Seol. He walked thoughtfully toward the prison. He proudly said that he had finally returned home. The protagonist looked at the final target in front of him. Yun Seol walked past the prisoners while the police shouted at them to hurry up. The police shouted, asking if they had come here to play games. They were indignant, asking why the prisoners were acting so carefree. The boys who were passing by in a row had their hands tied together with a rope, and a policeman was yelling at them, asking if they had lost their minds while they were chilling in the hospital. One of the boys came closer to him and asked him not to talk like that, and then asked if everyone thought they were faking being sick. One policeman said that it looked like they had a new guard, and the other one frowned in surprise. The policeman looked at Yun Chul and asked what was going on again. He pointed at him and yelled loudly, asking who he was. Yun Chul asked if things had changed so much while he was gone. The policeman ran up to him and yelled if the prisoner was deaf. He was indignant and yelled loudly, asking why the boy was making fun of him, while the others were watching in horror. He turned to the elders and indignantly asked how long they were going to just stand there and watch. He turned to his colleagues who were completely ignoring him. A shudder ran through his body and he looked away in horror. The policeman began to stare at Yun Chul's face. His face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on it. He looked at Yun Chul's piercing eyes and thought that something was wrong with him. The policeman immediately frowned. Yun Chul looked ahead and thoughtfully asked if it was him. Spirals appeared in his eyes and he said that he was finally starting to get it. He looked ahead and said Yun Sung's name. Yun Chul said that he hadn't seen his face for a long time. A ray of sunlight was seeping into the security office. Yun Chul sat on a chair and looked around. Gua Hyan was excited and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Yun Chul put his hands on the table and said that it was wrong not to look. The guard anxiously asked what he was talking about. The guy asked what happened to the previous head of security, to which Guak Hyan raised his hand and shouted angrily, asking what he was saying at the consultation. He pointed his pen at the guy and shouted, asking if Yun Cheol considered himself the boss. He doubted whether the guy had been here before or not, but Guak Hyan had no time for idiots. Yun Cheol thought that Yun Seong was smart enough. After all, the guy was able to subjugate the head of security and prepared an entourage. The protagonist was sawing a tree and thought that Yun Cheol was his last target. He extended his hand on the piece of wood and thought that Yun Cheol was a crime boss and the king of the place. But the guy knew that he needed to catch his target, so he had to prepare several things. First, it was the administration. Yun Seong knew that in order to take control of the prison, he needed strength, money, and administration. He diligently sawed the tree and thought that what he needed most was a high-ranking person to help with administrative tasks. But no matter how hard the protagonist tries, they end up in prison. Yun Seong used Guak Hyan, a high-ranking official, to transfer Yun Chul to his cell. The protagonist thought that they could come up with any excuse to transfer him to the same cell. Yun Seong sat on the floor of the cell and thought that they could do anything with the support of the head of security. But he was faced with another problem. In the hallway, he heard guards shouting that they needed to rush to the security department immediately. Yun Seong asked what was going on, to which his cellmate replied that the situation was a little strange. He began to talk about Yun Chul. While sitting in the office with Guak Hyan, Yun Chul stabbed a pen through his cheek. The guy said that the head of security would not treat him like that. He looked at the guard and asked if it was true that Yun Seong put him on that chair. Guak Hyan screamed loudly in pain. The guards came running at the sound of the screams, while Yun Chul was saying that Yun Seong had acted earlier than he thought. The guards grabbed the boy by the shoulders and asked him threateningly what he was doing right after returning. They were shouting for Yoon-chul to be taken away and locked in the cell, because if there was a noise, they would be in big trouble. Yoon-chul looked down with pity. The guards were unable to move the boy, to which he whispered that this was enough. Gwa-hyun, who was lying on the table, asked him to stop. Yoon-chul turned to the guards and said that he was only out of the game for a few months. He waved his pen upward and said that he would accept his punishment and go to the punishment cell, dealing another blow to Gwa-hyun. He pointed the pen at the frightened guards. Yoon-chul said that there was a job for them. Holding the pen in his bloody hand, he said that he would silently go to the cell. Yoon-chul thought that there would be no particular difficulties. Yoon-seong was sitting thoughtfully on the floor of the cell in the lotus position. His cellmates were watching TV and were indignant at the news being shown instead of an entertainment show. The protagonist was thoughtfully looking at the floor and thinking that Gwa-hyun was not responding. A terrible picture of a pen in Gwa-hyun's cheek appeared before his eyes. A guard called out to Yoon-seong from the corridor. He appeared in the window of the door and said that the guy would be locked in the punishment cell for a week, and then they would let him out. The cellmates looked into the corridor in surprise and asked the warden what he was talking about, to which he replied that the warden ordered it. He put his hand on his chin and said that if you think about it, it looks like a previous accident, but it was hushed up. Yoon-seong was not going to reconcile and sit quietly. The guard led Yoon-seong forward along the corridor. He pointed to the door and said that the guy would spend a week in the punishment cell. He took the protagonist inside and told him not to harm himself or do anything. The guard warned that they were watching the guy 24/7. The protagonist was sitting on the floor of the punishment cell in the lotus position. He was isolated inside the prison because he was in a small, closed space. This room is called a punishment cell. Freedom of action is prohibited in this place. Yoon-seong closed his eyes and thought that he didn't even have anyone to talk to in this place. Today was different because the guy was called out from the side. Yoon-seong carefully looked away, hearing a familiar voice behind the wall. Yoon-chul asked if the guy didn't remember him. The protagonist felt like nails were drawn across glass. Everything that was happening was very funny to Yoon-chul. The protagonist heard a voice that was impossible to forget. Yoon-seong said that he knew that Yoon-seong would come, but he didn't think that he would take over the prison so quickly. He said that even so, everything was in vain. Yoon-chul sat on the floor and asked if the guy had finally come to meet him. He said that it was a great honor to be his last. Enraged, Yoon-seong yelled that there was a wall between them now, so Yoon-chul was lucky. He looked at the wall and said that if Yoon-seong were in front of him, he was sure that he would have skinned him alive. Yoon-chul started to speak, interrupting the guy. He frowned and asked why the protagonist needed him, since it was disgusting. He continued by saying that Yoon-seong was bullied because he was weak. He was constantly humiliated at school. The guy blamed others for everything. After that, he started messing around with mediocre revenge. The protagonist began to commit dangerous crimes and murders. Yoon-chul asked if the protagonist thought he had changed. He angrily said that he hated Yoon-seong. Both guys sat with their backs to the wall and Yoon-chul called him a bastard, despite the fact that they were the same blood. He said that he was disgusted by his relationship with Yoon-seong. The protagonist lowered his head and thought. He remembered how his brother betrayed him when he was a child. He was the only one Yoon-seong could cling to, but Yoon-seong was the one who made him lose his humanity. Yoon-seong turned to the wall and, hearing silence in response, asked if the protagonist was suddenly tormented by his conscience. The last target, Yoon-seong. The boys were related by blood. Yoon-seong laughed loudly and asked his brother to say something. The boys were family. The guard approached the punishment cell. His colleague ordered him to keep an eye on the boys. Yoon-seong continued to say that Yoon-seong had not changed. He said that the protagonist was still the same selfish and pathetic weakling. The guard carefully locked the door. Yoon-seong whispered that he would show him. He showed himself through the window of the door and looked at Yoon-seong, who was sitting on the floor. The guard coughed and asked Yoon-chul to wrap it up quickly. Yoon-chul opened his eyes wide and told the protagonist not to forget about the money he promised. An angry Yoon-sung sat on the floor and looked ahead. Yoon-chul said that he would show him the futility of his actions that he had committed in prison. All his beatings of his cellmates were senseless and futile. Conquering power in prison was in vain. Yoon-sung listened attentively to Yoon-chul, looking at him indifferently. Yoon-chul smiled broadly and said that to be more precise, he would show everything in 3 days. 3 days later, prison. The protagonist was released from the punishment cell and led down the corridor. When Yoon-sung was released from the solitary confinement cell, surprisingly, the guy was led to his cell. Life in prison returned to normal. The guard did not hesitate and let the protagonist inside. Inside were his cellmates, who were watching TV. Yoon-sung did not greet anyone and went to the wall. The head of the security department, Gwa-hyun, was thrown out in disgrace. The guy turned around and leaned his back against the wall. He had no more allies in this prison. Now he was just an empty space. He sat on the floor and looked at the ceiling. invisible. The guys were watching TV and whispering among themselves. No one wanted to approach the main character. Yun-seong just sat and thought about his own. It didn't matter. It was all because he was used to it. He silently looked at his cellmates, to be invisible to others, but for him it was even pleasant. He sank into memories and remembered his home, so much so that he felt sick about it. His mother was sitting at home and asking what brought him to Seoul, because there was no word from him until now. Her son-in-law was sitting in front of her. Before the main character's life went downhill, the man leaned towards the woman and replied that this time he just happened to be in Seoul. Their uncle had come to visit them. The man extended his hand and said that he was thinking about starting a small business and that he would probably need the help of the main character's mother. Upon hearing this, the woman extended her hand and said in confusion that they were in no position to help and that her daughter needed to prepare for the entrance exams. Then she added that they couldn't help him in any way. As soon as the man heard this, he became very angry. Suddenly, he sharply stuck out his finger and shouted loudly that they were a family and that a family should help each other out, so the main character's mother couldn't abandon the family in a difficult moment. The next second, he shouted that the woman was very cruel because of her behavior, he would be forced to leave with nothing. The main character's mother listened to this and didn't know what to do, and beads of cold sweat were running down her face. Her son-in-law continued to shout that she didn't even understand how important this was, but she continued to talk like that anyway. After that, she said that the business he had been involved in before. The man didn't let her finish and shouted that he had failed because he had just been unlucky. There were some feet on the floor by the bed. The son-in-law kept shouting that everything would work out now. Then he added that if he won the jackpot, he would pay back the debt 3 times. The protagonist sat on his bed in his room and listened to all this shouting. His uncle, who was experiencing financial difficulties due to a series of business failures, came to their house. He kept shouting that this time he was going to start a gold trading business. Yun-seong listened to all this with his head down. To start a new business. Suddenly the door to his room opened and the guy who came in said that his father was making so much noise. And then, the guy in glasses turned to the kitchen and told his father to call him when he was done, and until then he would sit in Yun-seong's room. The protagonist met him again. The guy waved to the protagonist and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked if it was true that they were meeting for the first time since he returned from the Philippines. This was his uncle's son, Yun-seong. Yun-chul approached the protagonist and extended his hand, saying that he was glad to meet him and that they would see each other often from now on. He was his cousin. A few seconds later, the guy with a sinister smile on his face said that he thought that they would go to the same school. He was the one who started to ruin the protagonist's life. Yun-sung looked up at his brother and looked at him with fear, knowing what was happening to him at school. Yun-chul was the main culprit of all the misfortunes. From that day on, the protagonist's life began to fall apart. The protagonist left his memories and came to the shower. In a sense, his fate turned out this way because of his brother, and he thinks that it all started then. From the moment his uncle announced the opening of a gold trading case. A few minutes later, Yun-sung picked up a mop and began to wash the floor. Suddenly, several people appeared behind him. When Yun-chul transferred to his school, all of them were prisoners who stood behind their former boss with some fear, using his father's business as an excuse. There were 4 of them, all armed with knives. The prisoner with a bandaged arm was clutching a knife and asking if the protagonist knew what he had been through. The next second, he rushed forward screaming. Yun-seong looked at the attacker out of the corner of his eye. A few hours ago, Yun-seong was holding a knife in his hand and saying that when his brother was released from solitary confinement, he should stab him with a knife. 4 prisoners stood in front of him. The first one said, confused, "But?" Yun-seong didn't let him finish and asked, with an empty, dead look, "What but?" When suddenly, he abruptly grabbed the prisoner's hand and pulled it towards himself. He placed it on the table and stabbed it with a knife with a mad smile on his face. After painful screams, he looked up at the prisoners and said that they had become very impudent while he was gone, then asked if the others really wanted him to stab them too. "That's not it," the others answered confusedly. After receiving the answer, Yun-chul looked at the prisoners with a cold, empty gaze and said that if they objected to him again, he left his memories and said to himself that he was returning to the good old days. At this time, he was working at the machine. A servant suddenly came up to him from behind, bowed and said that they had taken care of it as he ordered. Fear. A second later, he said with his head down in fear that he would stop trading gold in order to provide accurate results. But the easiest way to communicate with people is fear. Hearing this, Yun-chul smiled contentedly. And violence. After that, he continued working at the machine, saying in his head that his brother had miscalculated in several ways. He was turning some mechanism and saying that, firstly, people always learn. His brother had been making a fuss for several months, saying something to the prisoners. He suddenly stopped and looked at the tools in his hand. Then he asked himself in his head if his brother really thought that the local puppies would follow him. He had done some things in this prison before. Contempt and disrespect appeared in his eyes. At that very moment, he finished saying that he didn't think that the freaks here would ever forget such things. After a short pause, Yoon-chul remembered how he had bitten off the ear of a prisoner and said that while he was doing this, the prison was turning into a real nightmare. All this in contrast to that fake horror. Behind the protagonist were 4 guys he had sent, which he had tried to use. With knives in their hands, the prisoners said that Yoon-seong knew how ashamed they were because of him. The protagonist looked at the guys out of the corner of his eye and said that they used to call him boss, but now he was bastard to them. Then he asked if Yoon-chul had really made them do this. The man who stood in front of everyone raised his knife higher and asked what he was talking about. With a hand shaking from fear, he said that it was not like that. This place was crawling with swindlers and scoundrels. The next second, the prisoner screamed loudly, ordering the protagonist to be captured. In his head, Yoon-chul said that he just wanted his brother to understand that no one would be on his side forever. He twisted the screw in the mechanism with a screwdriver and said that if the guy died, he kept twisting, saying that he would be a little sad. Now it was like this. He clenched his jaw so hard that the veins stood out. He kept saying in his head that no matter what, in the end, they were. He remembered smoking a cigarette on the street, and his brother was standing next to him. He looked at him with an ominous smile, without saying anything. Family, he firmly finished in his mind. The protagonist looked at Yoon-chul with a smile and hope in his eyes. At that moment, someone ran out of the shadows in the shower room. The person delivered a strong kick to the attacking prisoner. After that, he stood next to the protagonist while the other 3 prisoners looked at what had happened in shock and asked each other where this bastard came from. The savior picked up the knife from the floor and greeted Yoon-seong. The next second, he turned to the prisoners and introduced himself as Juchin, who had been transferred here recently. The protagonist stood behind him and listened as Juchin called for everyone to attack him. Yoon-seong looked at the boy with some respect in his eyes. At that moment, he sank into memories. He was sitting in Gwak Hyan's office, who was shuffling through papers and asking if the protagonist really wanted him to assign that new guy to his cell. Then he said no and asked how far Yoon-sun wanted to go. "Shut up," the protagonist said rudely. He stared at the man and ordered him to do as he was told. Gwak Hyan looked at Ju Chan's file in confusion and asked why the protagonist needed him. Then he added that even if Yoon-chul came back, the prison would still be his. Yoon-sung didn't think twice and firmly answered that he needed someone on his side. After a short pause, he explained that the puppies in this prison were the only ones who could betray at any moment. After the incident where Yoon-chul stabbed a prisoner in the hand for disobeying him, he handed the bloody knife to the remaining prisoners. The protagonist continued telling the old man that this is why he needed his own man instead of those bastards, someone he could trust. Yoon-cheol's servant took the knife and said in a voice shaking with fear that he would take care of Yoon-seong. Then he added that he would do everything he was told. Before that, Yoon-cheol found something that piqued his interest. On the table in Gwan Hyan's office was a file on Ju Chan. He stared at the guy's photo and said that it looked like their team had a new addition. After a short pause, he asked one of the guards, without looking up from the guy's file, what Ju Chan had done, to which the man replied that he didn't look that strong, probably a petty crime. Was it a special attack? Yoon-cheol wondered in his head. After a while, the prisoner fell to his knees. Everyone else also knelt before the protagonist. The next second, they began to bow at his feet for forgiveness. While the protagonist looked at them, he said to himself that in order to sort out the mess, they infiltrated Ju Chan into the prison. He was clutching the knife he had taken from the attacker. He couldn't trust anyone here. The next second, he looked up and added, just like that guy. Now it's his turn to fight back. A few dozen minutes later, the protagonist's brother continued to work on the machine. Someone was slowly approaching him. When he got close enough, he called out to Yoon-chul. The protagonist said to himself, let his brother try to figure this out. When Yoon-chul turned around, he saw Ju Chan. He was holding one of Yoon-chul's servants by the hair and saying that he was new here. After saying these words, he threw the prisoner on the floor and sternly said that Yoon-seong was their leader, and he had heard something about what his brother had done. Then he asked, was he really that crazy? Yoon-chul silently looked at the new guy and said nothing. The next second, Ju Chan leaned towards the guy and said that he had tried to hold back for a while, but it was a pity that he couldn't anymore. Then he asked, right, there's no need to beat around the bush. He clenched his hand in rage and looked at his opponent with disdain, urging him to begin. Blood was dripping from the guy's fist. Half a year ago, it was Ju Chan's fist. He was standing in a small alley, and around him were beaten people. Suddenly, he slightly turned his head and ordered him to leave, for now he was just being kind. Behind him stood the protagonist, looking at what had happened. A second later, Yoon-seong looked up at the guy and said that he asked him to protect Sehun's wife and did not order him to do something like this. He turned his gaze back to the bloody people on the ground and said that from the last members of Rabbit TV to the rest of the international gangster factions, to deal with everything alone. Was this really the method he chose? Then he added that this was much harsher than he expected. Hearing this, Juchin abruptly turned around and headed towards the protagonist, asking why he was being impudent here. At that very moment, he said that he didn't want to see him now, so he'd better leave. The protagonist silently looked at the guy and said nothing. At that time, Juchin added until he called the police. After a short pause, the protagonist opened his mouth and said that he was. Juchin had already passed him, but Yoon-seong looked after him and finished saying that he was going to surrender to the authorities. Hearing this, the guy stopped in shock. The protagonist remembered that night and said that he thought that the responsibility for what happened that night was still his. He remembered the frightened face of Seon's wife and added that he would try his best for his family. Yoon-seong looked at Juchin's back, who turned his head in his direction, and said that he was also capable of feeling guilt, just like him. A second later, the guy firmly said that he no longer believed in the existence of guilt. The protagonist did not take his eyes off Juchin and said that there was no need to worry. The surprised guy turned sideways to the interlocutor and heard Yoon-seong say that before Sehun's wife and daughter, he had already sent them to a safe place. The mother and daughter were standing in front of a large door with a suitcase. The main character was saying that thanks to Juchin distracting Rabbit TV, he was able to safely hide them. A few seconds later, the door opened and Joanna came out of the apartment, who said with a smile on her face that she was waiting for the girls. The mother and daughter silently went inside and did not say anything. Joanna looked at the guests with disappointment and did not know what to say. The guys stood in the hallway. Joanna came up to them, bowed and apologized, because then she was her husband. Then she added that she wanted to make him pay for the crime. As soon as the mother heard this, she hugged her daughter, who had tears in her eyes, and said no. The next second, she imagined all the moments with her husband and said that she did not want to admit, but she realized that love had been deceitful from the very beginning. She left the memories, hugged her daughter to herself and added with tears in her eyes that now she understood that her love was a mistake. Taking a breath, she quietly said, looking at the floor, that she was very grateful that they were freed from this hell. At this time, Juchin was confusedly asking why. He looked at the protagonist excitedly and asked why Yoon-seong did this, to which his interlocutor replied that he said that he would take full responsibility. The protagonist stood in front of him and calmly said that he just wanted to ask for one favor. The next second, he came closer and firmly said that he would soon go to prison, but Juchin should go there too. Then he explained that he needed a person in prison whom he could trust. Hearing this, Juchin was very surprised and did not know what to answer. At that very second, the protagonist said that this was his last request. Juchin thought and exhaled heavily. He stared at the new protagonist and said that everything was the same as last time, but he felt like Yoon-seong was hiding something. After a short pause, he said that he would help the protagonist. Yoon-seong heard this and continued to silently look at Juchin, who suddenly said that he should keep it in mind. Juchin stepped towards the protagonist and firmly said that the reason was not that he was touched by his story, or that he was eager to help in revenge. At present, Juchin was also standing in front of the protagonist's brother and saying in his head that it was because he helped the mother and daughter, he simply helped them. That was the whole reason. He looked at his opponent with hatred and contempt in his eyes. In his head, he continued to tell the protagonist not to dare. Yoon-seong looked back at Juchin with coldness in his eyes. At that very second, the guy finished speaking to himself, misinterpreting his prayers. After these words, he swung his hand, about to hit Yoon-seong. Suddenly, he gave him a friendly clap on the shoulder. The next second, he turned around, waved his hand and said that was enough for today. As he was leaving, he said with a dissatisfied face that he just wanted to see Yoon-chul's face. But suddenly the guy called out to him and asked what next. Juchin stopped and turned around slightly when Yoon-chul suggested playing, because it would be really cool. After these words, he waved at the security and said that there was no need to worry about them, because they would pretend that they had not seen anything. A few seconds later, he spread his hand and scratched his neck with the other, after which he said that he had earned some money while he was free, so here he was the king. Then he said that he had no worries. At that very second, Juchin jumped up and hit Yoon-chul, who managed to block it with his hands. At that very second, Juchin, with a very angry face, said that in fact, he really wanted to beat everything out of the guy, and beating up such a bastard was doubly pleasant. He looked at his opponent with eyes full of hatred and contempt and said that the guy needs to get ready. At this time, the main character was washing the floors in the shower. In his head, he said that he was sure that Yoon-chul would somehow try to get rid of him. But he moved the mop back and forth, adding that he did not think that his brother would approach him himself. The reason is simple. He imagined his brother and said that he was planning to get out of prison, supposedly to treat a serious illness. There is also the 471st paragraph of the Criminal Procedure Code, which implies that the convicted person can be transferred to a local community institution, hospital, or other suitable premises, suspension of the execution of the sentence. Thus, even a person sentenced to life imprisonment can be released from prison. Some time ago, after an MRI, doctors had pictures of a spot in the brain. This is the only way. The doctor pointed to a small area and said that in this case he would apply for a suspension of the sentence. You just need to wait. In his office sat young Chul, who owned this picture, with a very satisfied smile. The doctor said that the guy had been heading the prison for 15 years, and if they find out that he has terminal brain cancer, then this is a 100% ticket out of here. So there is no need to worry. After a while, the bus was driving quickly along the road. Young Chul was sitting inside. He looked out the window and remembered the doctor who said that there is no need to get involved in trouble. He looked out the window with a forced smile and repeated the doctor's words, saying that he should appeal to his feelings at the trial. Also, he shouldn't do anything that the judge couldn't forgive. The guy remembered how he attacked one of the prisoners and bit off his ear. Attacks happen. Everyone fights in prison. Then he remembered how he stabbed the guy in the arm for disobeying him. His eyes were filled with hatred and contempt for everyone. In his head, the doctor kept saying that if he was threatened with a temporary sentence, he should immediately declare that he had gone crazy. Then he added that if the guy killed someone, the whole idea would go down the drain. At this moment, Yoon Cheol stood up with a smile on his face, preparing to fight. Ju Chan didn't wait and again brought down a hail of blows on his opponent. He swung his sword over and wondered in his head if Yoon Cheol was simply blocking his blows. Stopping, he looked at his opponent who had a good boxing stance and asked himself in his head if this was boxing and if the guy had well-trained punches. After saying these words, he quickly passed his guard and his fist landed on Yoon Cheol's chin. A powerful punch could have hit the guy, but he easily dodged, avoiding injuries. In his head, Juchen said that it didn't matter to him, no matter how strong the defense was. He continued to attack quickly and strongly, while Yoon Cheol easily dodged each punch. Then the guy finished. If he hit him once, the fight would end immediately. A few minutes later, Yoon Cheol mockingly said that you shouldn't trust what you see, you should rely on instincts. Juchen was lying on the floor with a bloody face. Yoon Cheol's real strength is jiu-jitsu. With a wide smile on his face, he held his opponent in a grip and said that martial arts are a game of chess, and their bodies are pieces. Then he said that it was too easy. At this time, the handle broke in two. The protagonist broke his mop. He became nervous because he thought Juchen was a moderate guy. Yoon Seong looked at the mop that was broken at the base. He had told Juchen to come back. Looking at the broken piece of the mop in his hand, he added that as he said before, Juchen was not the type to act. Remembering their conversation in the alley half a year ago, he said that he did not refuse. But as soon as he found out what Yoon Cheol did, that day, Juchen was overcome with shock and horror. In his head, he wondered if this guy had really gone that far. He was very angry. Leaving the memories, the protagonist looked at the floor and did not know what to do. One chance in 10,000. In anger, he squeezed his hand, on which the veins were already standing out. If only they had already met face to face. Then he raised his head, about to finish. He does not know if what happened then would happen again. A few years ago, the main character's house. A guy was standing outside, smoking a cigarette. It was Yoon Cheol. He looked at his brother with a sinister smile on his face and asked if he had just started high school, adding that he would be going there too starting tomorrow. The main character stood nearby and watched his brother smoke and say that he hadn't attended school for a long time. Then he asked if there were any bullies there. Hearing this, Yoon Seong lowered his head in confusion and said with a shaking voice that there was nothing like that there. 2 weeks had passed since he started school. He was immediately caught by Min Woo, Sang Cheol, and the guys started bullying him. His thoughts were interrupted by Yoon Cheol. He shook the ash off his cigarette and mockingly said that school life could be written off. To be honest, the main character was looking forward to this. After a short pause, Yoon Cheol, looking at his brother, sarcastically said that he learned to fight in the Philippines. The protagonist wondered in his head if everything would be different now. So don't be afraid, Yoon Cheol said the next second. As soon as Yoon Seong heard this, he was very happy, raised his head and smiled. This hellish school life. Yoon Cheol laughed and said that with him, his brother would be able to spread his wings. The protagonist hoped that maybe his brother would change everything. After a while, Yoon Cheol's face was broken again. He hadn't changed anything. One of the bullies beat him up brutally and asked what was wrong with him, since he was causing a ruckus on the very first day after transferring. No miracle happened. Then the bully said that he forgave Yoon Cheol because he was new, but he got into a fight again. The protagonist looked at this in horror, unable to change anything. Then the bully turned to Yoon Seong and with eyes full of rage asked if it was true that the new student was his cousin. The protagonist was terrified and couldn't say anything, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. The bully kept saying that he, Hyun, and the new guy were all losers. That same day, on the way home from school, the protagonist was walking home with his brother. Yoon Cheol didn't say a word. He just walked silently. The protagonist saw his brother's swollen and broken face. It was hard to explain from the outside looking at him. He had a terrible aura. Yoon-seong then had mixed feelings. He should have noticed. Suddenly, On-hyun called out to him. What kind of person was he? The guy with beads of cold sweat on his face asked if everything was okay since he was in class today. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a guy standing with his back to them. On-hyun immediately asked the protagonist if this was his cousin, to which Yoon-seong replied that everything would be fine. At that time, Yoon-seong looked at the ground and wondered in his head if they really thought he was a loser. The three of them walked in the same direction, while Yoon-chul kept asking himself in his head if they were putting him on the same level as them. He bit his lower lip in anger to hold back. He doesn't like being pitied. The veins all over his face stood out from the intense tension, and in his head he screamed at those two not to talk about him like that. And he hates being ignored. There was pain mixed with anger and hatred in the guy's eyes. For his own survival, the protagonist knew that Yoon-chul was the type of person who was capable of anything. But back then, he didn't even suspect such a thing. With a disfigured face, Yoon-chul looked at the road and remained silent. At that time, his brother and On-hyun were walking behind him. Yoon-seong suggested going to their place and watching a new movie together, to which the guy replied that he was not at all against it. The next second, the protagonist looked at his brother and asked if he could do the same. But before he could finish speaking, Yoon-chul ordered him to leave him alone. He walked ahead and loudly ordered not to talk to him because he was in a very bad mood right now. Hearing this, the protagonist was very confused, lowered his head and, apologizing, said that he was just worried that his uncle would worry. He continued to say while his brother was leaving that today was the first day of school, so his uncle would be upset if he saw Yoon-chul with such a black eye. The guy suddenly stopped and called out to his brother, when suddenly he turned around and hit him hard in the face. From such a blow, the protagonist lost his balance and fell, and his brother screamed in rage that he told him to shut up. He looked down at him and angrily said that from now on, if Yoon-chul pretends to know everything, he will kill him. The next second, he turned around and began to say that he stood up for the protagonist only because he is his brother, and now his school life has turned into hell. Then he asked if he really thinks they are on the same level. The protagonist and On-hyun watched in shock as Yoon-chul walked away. That's when Yoon-seong realized his brother was walking further and further away, not even trying to help or apologize. That Yoon-chul was a little out of his mind. The next day came. School. Yoon-chul, with bandages and bruises all over his face, laughed awkwardly and apologized for yesterday, because yesterday he acted like a complete idiot. Then he said that they were good at fighting, because he was surprised when the bully hit him harder than he expected. In front of them stood the same bullies who bullied him. They were smoking cigarettes, but they didn't understand what this guy was talking about. Yoon-chul kept his hands in his pockets and said that he had done well in the Philippines too, and asked if the hooligans knew the city of Puerto Galera. Suddenly, one of the hooligans called out to him. It was Sang-chul. He threw away his cigarette and furiously asked if the boy had gotten the wrong bank. Clenching his hands into fists, he headed for the protagonist's brother, asking if yesterday's blows weren't enough. The next second, he swung his arm and said that he probably would have to beat him up again so that the boy would finally understand. But suddenly, Yoon-chul held out a pack of cigarettes. He looked at the hooligan and, with a smile on his face, said that it was nothing special and asked him to take it as an apology. Then he explained that it was a limited edition and that it was not available in Korea. Sang-chul calmed down a little and looked at the pack of cigarettes. After a short pause, the protagonist's brother asked in a shaking voice if they would now forget the past. Suddenly, Sang-chul laughed. At that very moment, he pointed his finger at the guy and said that he was funny. Yoon-chul, in order not to seem different, also started laughing, although in fact he was terribly scared. The guys had been calling him names all this time, and then they just took the cigarettes and left. When they had already left, the guy continued laughing and with a crazy face asked if they wanted to smoke together later. Yoon-chul traded his pride. It all started with them lighting cigarettes for the opportunity to survive at school. It all started that day. The whole gang of hooligans and Yoon-chul smoked together. Minor bribes began, but they turned into bribes with shoes, wallets, luxury items. The hooligans' appetites only grew. One day, he pointed his finger to the side. Yoon-chul, consumed by the desire for recognition, he pointed his finger at his brother, who was walking home. In the end, he crossed the line. He and a group of hooligans laughed and made fun of Yoon-seong. Then Sang-chul found out his address. The hooligan had a crazy smile on his face and madness in his eyes. One day, Yoon-seong and Yeonbyum were standing in an alley. The protagonist wondered why his sister took him away today. Yeonbyum, with flushed cheeks, was breathing heavily and touching his chin. Yoon-seong wondered in his head how Yeonbyum had followed his sister home. It turns out that Yoon-seong, with crazy eyes and a smile on his face, told him everything. In order to survive, he sold his brother out to the hooligans. All the information about him. One day, his apartment exploded. Another day, his sister was hit by a car. They made his mother kneel and beg for mercy. The root of all the problems he faced began with his brother's chatty tongue and ended in tragedy. A few days passed. The pawn shop building. But that wasn't all. Yoon Cheol's father worked in this building. He had a small book in his hands, and he said that the entry in the ledger for this month was the same. To survive, he stood behind the display case and sighed heavily, looking at the book. Yoon Cheol, who declared his wealth. People wrote to him on his phone, asking if he was engaged in gold and asked him to make some figurines, for which the guy received a lot of money, which he asked to transfer to another account. He needed money. He sat on the phone at night and tried to do at least something to get money. In the end, the guy even decided to appropriate the gold from his uncle's store and sell it. In order to survive, he was ready to resort to any means. He bit his lip and was very tense when he made this difficult decision. A few days later, he came to the hooligans in new shoes. The guys immediately appreciated it and asked if these sneakers were not a limited edition. Yoon Cheol chuckled and replied that it was true, he just liked them, so he bought them. One of the bullies didn't like it and angrily asked if the guy was bragging about having a lot of money. The protagonist's brother looked at the bully with a crazy smile and asked what he was even talking about and what the guys were planning to do today. Then he offered everyone a drink. The next second, he added that everything was included since he was paying for everyone. After these words, he saw his brother. He stared at his brother with disdain in his eyes. In his head, he asked his brother to look at him. He had a wide smile on his face. He kept saying to himself that he was able to survive in the circle of bullies, unlike Yoon Seong. This is what makes them different. Then he said in his head that the protagonist will remain a useless piece of trash. That same evening, the bullies clinked plastic cups. At this time, he is a popular guy who is doing great. The four of them were sitting on the roof and drinking alcohol. Sang Chul, with red cheeks, put his hand on Yoon Chul's shoulder and said that she could eat as much as she wanted since he was paying for everything. Then he said that when they first met, he thought the guy was just stupid. Yoon Chul heard this and laughed, holding a glass of alcohol in his hands. Sang Chul finished saying that it turned out that he was actually a cool guy. The other hooligans drank and said contentedly that the booze was indeed imported from the Philippines. Yoon Chul slowly gained recognition. The protagonist's brother laughed awkwardly and looked at the guys with drool at his mouth. He gradually began to get used to the comfortable life. The guys continued to drink and laugh loudly. Suddenly, the guys started talking among themselves that they were sorry that they were sitting there without girls, so they suggested calling someone. Yoon Chul, who had tasted success once, he was drinking and listening to his friends who were saying that it was curfew, so the girls would come up with 100 excuses not to go out. He wanted more attention. Suddenly, he asked why they had to make things difficult. The bullies heard this and looked at the guy in surprise. And in the end, Yoon Chul with an ominous smile on his face said that he knew one very nice girl who could go out at night. He went all out. A few seconds later, he reminded him of the girl from the 2nd grade. The guys immediately remembered her and asked if the guy was really talking about the girl who followed them around after lunch. Then they told him that she never had fun or drank with them, so she probably had strict parents. A few seconds later, Yoon Chul slightly lowered his head, grinned and said that she didn't even have any living parents, which meant there was no curfew. Hearing this, the bullies were surprised and asked if that was really true. A few seconds later, the main character's brother remembered and said that this girl lives with her older sister, just the two of them. She said that her sister is a tattoo artist. She often tattooed everyone, so her entire body is also covered in tattoos. The bullies were very happy to hear this. After a while, Dajin came to them. The guys immediately got her drunk, and the girl sat with red cheeks, saying that they were very bored. All the bullies looked at the girl, who asked if everything really ended that way, to which Yoon Chul laughed and said that he was serious. Dajin folded her legs on a chair, laughed and said that all this was ridiculous, and then asked what the occasion was for them drinking. After a short pause, she asked if the bullies invited her and even paid for everything. The guys heard this and looked at each other. This put the girl into a stupor, and she asked what was going on. The main character's brother suddenly sat down next to her and said with a smile on his face that they had one request for her. Then he added that only she could help. Dajin looked at the guy with red cheeks, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, anger and hatred appeared in her eyes, and she began to swear and scream. An angry scream was heard from the neighboring window, cursing the children. The woman and her daughter were sitting in the hall and watching TV. The first said that these schoolchildren had started a squabble on the roof again. The next second, she said with a very displeased face that they were real bastards who swear all day long. She continued watching TV, saying that she would simply ignore them and that they would soon calm down. The screams did not subside. A few minutes later, the woman was shaking with rage. She immediately ran out into the entrance and headed to the roof, calling the police along the way. She was getting closer and closer to the door to the roof. Then she called the police and said that she was calling from San Yundong, house number 215, and wanted to report. A few seconds later, she abruptly opened the door and screamed that schoolchildren had gathered on their roof. Then she said that they were making a lot of noise like crazy, but before she could finish speaking, she saw that Da-jun had fallen from the roof, and the protagonist's brother was standing next to her. The woman was horrified by what she saw and dropped the phone from her hands. The girl was lying on the road in a pool of blood while the woman was screaming. Yoon-chul looked at the dead Da-jun and could not move, while his friends jumped up from their seats. They asked each other if the girl had really died. The protagonist's brother was horrified and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Murder. It was just an accident. There were many cars driving along the road that did not notice anything. It all happened unintentionally, but that was the first. The next day, Da-jun's photo was surrounded by flowers. Murder of Yoon-chul. At the funeral, everyone was crying and saying goodbye to the girl. Her sister, a tattoo artist, was there too and couldn't believe it. She looked at her sister's portrait and her eyes were constantly shedding tears. Suddenly, she turned around and heard a man shouting behind her that he wanted to talk. They wouldn't let him in and said that now was not the best time. It was Yoon-chul's father. He was waving his arms and shouting that he needed to clear up a misunderstanding, since the guys who also came to say goodbye weren't letting him in. He shouted at the top of his lungs, drooling, that it wasn't his child's fault, and then asked why they were excluding the version that the girl accidentally fell from the roof. Then he shouted that they needed to look at the facts. Da-jun's sister looked at the man and didn't understand what was wrong with him. The guys tried to grab his hands, but the guy's father struggled and shouted that they shouldn't touch him. He stepped back and shouted that even the police weren't entirely sure, because no one knew what the boys were doing when the girl fell. Then he shouted that he heard that they were living without their parents. Hearing this, the boys stopped and were very surprised. Yoon-chul's father continued to shout that they also had tattoos all over their bodies. Da-jun's sister cried bitterly while the man shouted that his son wouldn't hurt a fly. He strained himself so much that his face turned red, but he continued to shout that his son was a smart guy because he even studied abroad, so he was telling everyone that Yoon-chul was not capable of committing murder. Then he added that his son was not that kind of person. At this time, Yoon-chul was handcuffed. His friends were sitting next to them, also handcuffed. One of them turned to the others and asked what they should do, suggesting later that it was better to stick to one story. Sang-chul exhaled heavily and said that it was a mistake to call Da-jun, because it was a complete failure, but why did she react so sharply then? A few seconds later, they asked again what to do, when suddenly Yoon-chul told everyone not to worry. The bullies looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist's brother looked at his friends with a smile on his face and said that he would take all the blame, even the guy's share. A few seconds later, without taking his eyes off the guys, he added with some excitement in his voice that they did not have enough evidence anyway, because everything happened by accident, so if he was punished, he would get 2 or 3 months at most. This is a great opportunity to be among the popular guys. He continued to look at the bullies and say that he would take everything on himself. They were friends after all. An opportunity to strengthen his position. In any case, there were no surveillance cameras there. He remembered how a woman came to them and saw Da-jun fall. There was no evidence that they deliberately pushed her. The maximum was 2 or 3 months. Suddenly, the protagonist's brother smiled widely and said that he was a year older than the boys, which meant that the older brother would take full responsibility. Everything would be fine when he got out. Suddenly, Sang-chul took Yoon-chul's hands, and then his life as a popular guy. With a smile on his face, he looked at the guy and thanked him for saving them all. It would be a stone's throw away. After that, he gave a thumbs up and thanked him again, to which Yoon-chul replied that it was nothing. This would be a short break for him, which would last a couple of months at most. With a crazy smile on his face and wild eyes, he looked at the boys. In his head, he wondered what could go wrong. When he arrived at the colony, his face was swollen again from the blows. In front of him stood a big guy, asking if he really wanted to deceive him by saying that everything went well. His name was Minguk, known as Big Guy. He looked at the victim with disdain in his eyes and asked if he really wanted to die. Yoon-chul was crawling backwards while the big guy was advancing on him, saying that since he came, he had been yapping about how cool and rich he was, how popular he was with his friends, and how he had caused a stir in the outside world. The next second, he leaned towards the guy's face and said with a very angry expression that, apart from visiting, he hadn't even received a letter. Then he added that he was ashamed because such an idiot had deceived him. The protagonist's brother's hands were shaking with rage. Suddenly, he furiously screamed in Minguk's face that he was Yoon-chul from Sangjun Middle School. Then he screamed that if they had met in the outside world. At that very second, the big guy hit him in the face with all his might, asking what was wrong. After that, he began to beat the guy furiously, cursing loudly. As soon as he finished, he threatened the guy to keep walking and looking back. Yoon-chul was left alone lying on the floor. It was daytime outside, and from the building of the juvenile colony, the big one's voice could be heard, telling Yoon-chul to keep his eyes open from now until he was released, because he was just a loser. After some time, the protagonist's brother recovered. His face was swollen and disfigured again. He always sat alone near some wall, not attracting attention. In his head, he said that when he gets out of here, the big one will be a corpse. Suddenly, he remembered his friends and said to himself that they never contacted him. He sat all alone and hugged his knees. Suddenly, he began to laugh madly, asking himself if they had betrayed him. Prisoners walked past him, and he sat and laughed, saying in his head that it was obvious since he took all the blame on himself. Suddenly, he asked himself if his friends had not written because they were afraid of being accused of aiding and abetting. After a few seconds, he chuckled and said that they had calculated everything down to the last detail. He lowered his head and began to laugh, but in his head, he said that he still felt betrayed. This would not do. He looked at the exit of the colony and said that when he got out, he would need to talk to them. A month later, young Chul put on old clothes and walked out of the colony with a wide smile on his face. Suddenly, he smiled widely, waved his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. His father's car was parked nearby. Young Chul waved his hand and said that he should have warned him that his father was coming to pick him up. After these words, he lowered his hand and walked towards his father, saying that his friends would have picked him up anyway, so why did his father come at all? The man looked at his son with a very displeased face and replied that none of the people his son called friends showed up. Then he added that his son should never dare to say their names in his presence again, ever. As soon as Yoon Chul heard this, he was shocked and did not understand what his father was talking about. The man did not explain anything, turned around and ordered him to get into the car. His son looked at him and asked what he was talking about. What did he mean? No one showed up. He opened his phone and nervously began to search for something in it, saying that this could not be. Doubt, slight anxiety. The guy opened a chat with friends and began to write there. They took root in Yoon Chul. He wrote to everyone that he had just been released, to which Sang Chul asked if he had really been released. Yemin also wrote, asking what time they were going to the computer club today. And then, the main character's brother wrote that since he was already released, he was treating everyone. When suddenly Sang Chul abruptly wrote that he could not go to the club because of kickboxing, so tomorrow afternoon would be better. Slight anxiety. The guy looked at his phone with frightened eyes, and beads of cold sweat ran down his entire face. It gradually turned into reality. Some time passed. Yoon Chul's voice was heard, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. None of the hooligans even waved their cigarettes. The guy extended his hand and said in a shaking voice that when an older brother gets out of prison, they should run to meet him. Then he asked what happened while he was gone, because he was curious. The three hooligans silently looked at him, without answering. They suddenly turned around abruptly and began to leave, without answering their former friend. They were discussing what time they would go to the computer club, while the protagonist's brother called his former friends. After a short pause, he approached Sang Chul, put his hand on his shoulder and asked what was wrong, why they were acting like this. Then he asked if he had done something wrong. The next second, Sang Chul exhaled heavily. Immediately after that, he delivered a powerful blow to the guy's face. From this, Yoon Chul flew back, and blood spurted from his nose. Sang Chul looked at his former comrade and screamed with an evil grin that he was a damn criminal who continued to pretend that they were close friends. The guy looked up in shock and heard Sang Chul tell him that if he pretended to know him again, he would seriously kill him. After saying that, the bully turned around and told the others that it was time to go because Yoon Chul had ruined their whole mood. That day, a few minutes later, the protagonist's brother sat down on the ground, but he was already alone in the alley. When Yoon Chul was abandoned by the bullies, he was breathing heavily and his nose was bleeding. His world had completely collapsed. There was horror and fear in his eyes. Over time, they became empty, losing their fire, and something inside the guy suddenly snapped. Currently, the protagonist continued to look at the mop he had broken. Since then, his brother, Yoon Seong, continued to hold the handle in his hand. He began to fall into the abyss with no way to return. The protagonist did not move, thinking about his brother. In his head, he said that Yoon Cheol's path was extremely cruel. He remembered his brother's empty eyes, incomparable to others, like a beast. There was a body lying in a pool of blood on the floor, and his fingers were trembling convulsively, like trash. Yes, that's right. There was a crazy smile on Yoon Cheol's face. They were at the finish line. From now on, the protagonist needs to start. Yoon Seong abruptly turned his gaze back. The hunt, to hunt Yoon Cheol. Both brothers want to kill each other. That's all that is required of him. That day, when Yoon Cheol was hit by one of his friends, he got up from the ground and picked up a stone. He quickly caught up with the offender and swung. A minute later, a guy's body was lying in a pool of blood on the ground, and his fingers were twitching convulsively. Yoon Cheol repeatedly hit the bully in the face with a rock. The other bullies immediately rushed to pull him away, trying to save their friend. They had to try very hard to hold on to the protagonist's brother. He kicked and twitched, bitterly screaming that he sincerely considered them his friends, but it seemed that he was the only one who thought so. The bullies were very surprised when they heard this. They stared at the boy, who said that now, thanks to them, he understood. A few seconds later, he raised his head and finished with empty eyes what he needed to change about himself. After these words, he broke away and rushed at the disfigured Sang-chul, saying that now the next second, he finished, he will show everyone what a truly sick bastard is capable of. At this time, the protagonist's mop broke. Yoon-seong looked at this and did not know what to do. In his head, he said that he had. The mop broke at the base of the handle. Then he finished, a bad feeling about this. After all, if Juchin was fighting with the protagonist's brother at that time, he came face to face with Yoon-chul, then Yoon-chul definitely. Juchin lost the fight and was in a strong hold of the enemy. Yoon-seong continued to stand with a broken handle in the shower, not moving. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. The guy turned around in surprise. Two prisoners ran up to him, shouting in fear that they were in big trouble because there was a complete mess outside. One of them ran forward and shouted to the protagonist that Juchin had clashed with Yoon-chul. Then he added that they were talking about his arm being broken. Yoon-seong listened to this silently, without turning around. The next second, the man added that he even cried and begged for mercy. Another prisoner immediately asked if he was good at fighting. The protagonist was very shocked by such information, but was not going to say anything. In the end, shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. Did he really start acting on his own? Besides, at this time, cameras were watching the area outside. His arm was broken. A security guard and Yoon-chul were standing outside. The man was saying that this was too much. He looked at the criminal with confusion and said that the protagonist's brother had promised not to cause trouble, but what had he just done to that guy? Yoon-chul rudely replied that the guard should not stick his nose into things that weren't his business. He acted on camera as if he was being scolded, but in reality he was saying that the guard didn't need to act the fool and needed to get to work, and then asked since when did he care about what was going on in the prison. Then he looked at the guard and said that instead of wasting his time on this, it would be better to quickly remove his name from the incident record. The man heard this, adjusted his cap and exhaled heavily. After a short pause, Yoon-chul calmly asked what they did to that guy. The surprised guard put his hand on his hip and asked what did you mean by what? Then he added that Juchin's arm was broken. Yoon-chul stood silently and listened further. A second later, the man said that the infirmary would not work since there were too many extra eyes here. After a short pause, he looked away and said that he sent the guy to the hospital. As soon as the guy heard this, he ordered the guard to shut up. Suddenly, rage washed over him and veins appeared on his face. At that very second, he asked where he sent him. At that time, in the hospital, along the corridor, two guards were escorting Juchin, whom they were pushing in a wheelchair. The guy slightly bowed his head and asked displeasedly whether he had to move in a wheelchair since his arm was broken, not his leg. To this, the guard replied that this was standard procedure. They moved further and further down the corridor, and Juchin said that his head was splitting, adding that he seemed to have a concussion. The guard, hearing this, displeasedly ordered him to shut up. Then they said that they brought him to the hospital because of his endless whining, and now he didn't say a word of gratitude. Juchin heard this and quietly thanked the guards. But after a few seconds, he added that if they continued to behave like this, he would complain to the Human Rights Commission. Then he said a little louder that he heard that there was a doctor who treated prisoners with health problems, including head injuries. Hearing this, the guard angrily turned to the guy and wanted to say something. But Juchin, with a smile on his face, interrupted the guard and said that he was only for a minute. There was cunning in his eyes, and in his head he heard the words of the protagonist, who asked him if he understood everything. At that very second, he sank into memories. They were both already in prison and standing opposite each other. The protagonist told him that his mission was not to defeat Yoon-chul. With a calm face, Yoon-seong firmly explained that Juchin would have to go to the hospital after a fight in which he would receive some injuries. They were standing in the room where all the cleaning tools were kept. The protagonist stared at his comrade and said that he would need to contact Yoon-chul's doctor there. That was Ju-chan's true mission. After a short pause, Yoon-sung explained that he was an outside doctor loyal only to his brother and he never took patients rashly. Then he said, looking at his comrade, that Miss Joanna and Young-soo had tried several times, but he only met with prisoners. He was probably very cautious and not easy to get through to. He would not let down his guard until Yoon-chul was released from prison. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that Ju-chan, after contacting his brother's doctor, must find evidence of fraud with the medical record, so he completely entrusted this mission to him. Hearing the plan, Ju-chan exhaled heavily, not answering. After a while, he firmly said to himself that his comrade was a complete idiot. The warm sunlight illuminated the room through the bars. Does Yoon-seong really think that it is enough to fight half-heartedly and lose? That is at least one arm. He was in a tight grip of his opponent. He should be prepared to lose at least one arm. There is no doubt about it. A terrible pain suddenly shot through him, and everyone heard the ringing crunch of bones. Yoon-seol broke his opponent's arm without any emotion. Juchin looked at his opponent and with the last of his strength asked him to stop, adding that he accepted the defeat. Hearing this, Yoon got off his opponent, who apologized, groaned and writhed in pain, saying that he could not move his arm. 2 guards immediately ran up to him and ordered him to be taken away quickly. This should work. The guards shouted to each other that they needed to act quickly, otherwise the guy would die like this. Yoon looked at all this and said that this was just ridiculous. Joo-chan gave the best acting he could. Currently, the protagonist was standing in the same room, wondering in his head if he really sent such a guy. After thinking these thoughts, he turned to his subordinates and said that he didn't know it would turn out like this. He looked at his subordinates and said coldly that he clearly said that there was no need to break the arm. What? One of the subordinates asked in surprise. At this time, Yoon hung up the broken mop handle and said that thanks to such efforts, progress will go faster. He continued to do his own thing, saying in his head that he won't even say thank you to Joo-chan. At this time, his brother was approaching the guard he had been talking to all this time. In his head, the protagonist continued to say that all this was because he no longer had the desire to open his heart to anyone. Then he added that after completing the final stage of revenge, at the same time, his brother smiled widely and chuckled. When suddenly, he lowered his head and began to laugh madly. The guard saw this and was confused, asking if something was wrong. Suddenly, Yoon hit the guard's face very hard and fast with both fists. The man fell to the floor, and the protagonist's brother jumped on him and began to furiously hit the guard in the face. He repeatedly put his hands behind his head, then hit the guard in the face, loudly screaming why he didn't tell him about this. In his head, he was saying that his brother played very well. Yoon continued to beat the guard to death, loudly screaming and cursing. He didn't expect at all that his brother's subordinate would decide to sacrifice his arm. 2 more guards came running to the noise and screams, shocked by such a sight. Yoon said to himself that he didn't understand at all why these people wanted to help him so much. What's going on here? The guards shouted loudly. Yoon suddenly stopped, turned to the guys and with a wide smile on his face ordered them to call the hospital. His terrifying aura even reached the guards. The protagonist's brother looked at the guards with crazy eyes and ordered them to contact the bastard named Joo-chan and not let him see his doctor. At this time, the doctor's office had a report from an MRI. Yoon doctor pointed to the photos and told the patient that his head was fine, so it could just be temporary pain from what he had experienced. Then he added that with such a slight injury, the guy would be able to return to normal life without any problems. His patient was Joo-chan, who, with a very sick look, asked if his head was really fine. After a short pause, he pointed to the back of his head and said that he had a huge lump there. The next second, he turned to the guard and asked if it was really that big. Hearing this, the man became very angry and asked if he really wanted him to take a closer look. He came closer and shouted that the doctor had already told him, and he was still continuing. But before he could finish speaking, something grabbed him by the neck. Joo-chan, with a deft movement of his broken arm, caught the guard and put him in a neck hold. The guard could not move, and his face and eyes began to fill with blood. The next second, the guy turned to the doctor and said that he would only have one question. The frightened doctor, with beads of cold sweat on his face, asked what. The guy squeezed the guard's neck and with a cold voice asked if the man had been scamming Yoon's medical records. The next second, he smiled sinisterly and said that if the doctor told the truth, he would help him keep his coat and avoid a scandal. The protagonist was still in the sanitary room, wondering in his head if they were starting to destroy everything. Yoon, filled with rage, with beads of sweat on his face, sat on the ground and didn't know what to do. The wall that his brother had been building for years to get out of here. The tower that he had been building so diligently. At this time, people in the hospital heard screams from Yoon doctor's office. He was screaming loudly and begging for help, and Joo-chan screamed back, asking if he was scamming or not. The nurses looked towards the door and whispered to each other, asking what the noise was and what was going on. People said that it seemed like someone was causing a commotion in the examination room. Among the people, there was a girl with long brown hair and a cap on her head. In other words, from now on, the girl stood in the middle of the frightened crowd. The counterattack was beginning. It was Joanna, who asked without a drop of fear in her voice if it was time to start. The window in the doctor's office suddenly shattered into small pieces. The doctor screamed in horror and asked the guy to stop. Joo-chan continued to smash everything around him, breaking cabinets and shelves. At that moment, people ran into the office from the corridor. Joo-chan stopped, looked at the doctor and screamed in rage, asking why he accepted the bribe. Then he asked if a doctor should fabricate medical records of prisoners. Everyone who came looked at what was happening in shock and did nothing. They asked each other what the guy was talking about. One of the doctors asked another, did the doctor really fabricate medical records of prisoners? Suddenly the door to the office opened and one of the prison guards ran in. He quickly ran through the crowd and ran out to Joo-chan, immediately ordering him to lie down on the floor. The guy calmly turned around and said that he reacted quickly and came. Then the guard asked what the guy was doing. A second later, Joo-chan sat down in a wheelchair and said that there was no need to worry because he had already finished. After that, he turned around and said that it was time to go to prison again. The guard shouted in rage that as soon as they returned, he would put him in solitary confinement. Joanna was watching everything that was happening. She was acting quietly and looking for something with her eyes. Suddenly, she saw a phone on the floor. The girl did not think long and took it. In her head, she said, "I found it." After that, she calmly turned around and left the room. She had the doctor's mobile phone. At this time in prison, this is strong evidence that can ruin Yoon-chul's plan. The protagonist's brother was silently sitting on the floor in the cell. There was sadness in his eyes. Not far from him sat his cellmates, who were excitedly asking what they should do now because he heard that Juchun was in the hospital. Yoon-chul didn't answer. Then one of the cellmates added that at this rate, the boss would soon hear about it. Yoon-chul heard this and looked at the box next to him, which contained some things. A few seconds later, one of the prisoners said that their boss was an idiot who only had promotion on his mind, so he would hardly turn a blind eye to such a big problem. The bald-headed prisoner looked at the boss and said excitedly that if this continued, they would lose the support of their people from the hospital. Suddenly, Yoon-chul grabbed the first object from the box and hit his cellmate on the head. The guy immediately started bleeding, and the protagonist's brother sternly told him to shut his mouth. He stood up and said that he needed to think. He understood that if he lost patronage at the hospital, the whole plan would go to hell. The next second, he looked back and said to himself that all this time he was bribing the guards. Yoon-chul remembered biting off the prisoner's ear and saying that as long as the prison maintained order, he could do whatever he wanted. But now they were caught forging a medical record. Ju-chan had completely destroyed his personal doctor's office. If they came to inspect the prison, they would definitely throw him in. Yoon-chul was very tense from these thoughts. He clenched his jaw, and the veins on his face stood out. He knew that it was obvious that they would blame him for everything. Then he would lose the chance to postpone the sentence. After a short pause, he sat down on the floor and looked at the wounded cellmate, who was already being helped by other guys. Suddenly, he realized that he would rot in prison until his death. The guy again hung his head in disappointment, saying to himself that his brother was a good man, but now it was time for him to strike back. A few minutes later, a malicious smile appeared on his face. He looked at the bloody electric razor in his hand and said that he understood everything. Then he added that now he would measure his brother's intelligence. He would also have to make a reciprocal move. At this time, the guard ran very quickly down the corridor, which Yoon-sun would not be able to predict. A few seconds later, the guard ran to Yoon-chul's cell, knocked hard and ordered him to get ready and come out to the meeting right away. There was silence inside. Not receiving an answer, the guard knocked on the door again and asked what he was doing there. A few seconds later, he received no answer again, which made the man furious, and he shouted loudly, asking what the guy was doing there, which he could not answer. After that, he opened the door and saw Yoon-chul lying on the floor and suffocating. The guard shouted in rage, asking why the guy was lying on the floor. Yoon-chul's cellmates, who were sitting nearby, turned around and excitedly answered that they themselves did not know, adding that the guy suddenly opened the lid of the electric razor. A few seconds later, he quietly finished speaking, swallowed the batteries. There was an electric razor with no batteries lying next to the protagonist's brother's head. Hearing this, the guard shouted in rage, asking why he swallowed the batteries. The warden immediately ran up to the shaking guy and radioed the emergency services that the prisoner in cell 5 needed medical attention. In his head, Yoon-chul said that this should be enough. The guard continued to say that the guy had hurt himself, so he needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. Hearing this, the protagonist's brother smiled widely. Some time passed. The main building of the hospital. The doctor stood in front of the patient and, holding out his hand, said that, fortunately, there was no serious damage to the gastrointestinal tract, but first they needed to wash out the stomach. Yoon-chul and the warden were in front of him. Then the doctor said that after this procedure, he would examine the guy, but since the patient would need observation, he would stay here for the night. Hearing this, the guard immediately radioed that Yoon-chul needed to be hospitalized, so he would accompany him. The protagonist's brother heard all this and sat silently on the wheelchair. In his head, he said that no matter how hard Yoon-sung tried. A few minutes later, a couch was quickly moving down the hallway. 3 doctors were accompanying it, and Yoon-chul himself was lying on it. Then he finished saying that he would always have a solution. After that, he said that it seemed like his brother was taking all possible scenarios into account. At that very second, the doctors wheeled him into the operating room. At that moment, the guy finished speaking and acted accordingly. Night had fallen. Yoon-chul was in his room. He wanted his brother to foresee this too. He was lying on the bed, and the guard was sitting next to him. The protagonist's brother was looking at the clock on the wall, which showed 5 o'clock and 10 minutes in the morning. Suddenly, he realized that the time had come. The next second, he turned his head to the guard and called out to him. The guard was half asleep with drool at his mouth. The guy looked at the man with a very sad expression and said that he felt unwell after which he asked if he could take a shower. Shower, the guard asked, not understanding anything. A few seconds later, he came to his senses, wiped his face with his hand and answered, no, asking afterward if the guy even understood what situation he was in. To this, Yulchil firmly replied that he wanted to take a shower now. He looked at the guard with a smile on his face and said that according to the rules, he could do it anytime because prisoners have the right to wash themselves. A few minutes later, he was in the shower. The guard was sitting outside by the door, trying not to fall asleep. His eyes were closing harder and harder with each passing second. Eventually, he fell asleep. A soft snore could be heard in the dark corridor. This was just what Yulchan was waiting for. He was standing by the door with a sharp object. The shower was turned on, and the guy was about to leave, saying in his head that he already wanted to stab the guard and escape. There was a broken cylinder on the floor under the shower, from which the guy took the sharp tube. In his head, Yonkal said that now there was definitely no need to make a fuss, so everything turned out well. A few seconds later, he creaked open the door. He took advantage of the loopholes in the medical care system for prisoners outside the prison. The protagonist's brother carefully walked out of the shower and saw the snoring guard. He easily walked past him. First, according to the rules, when a prisoner asks to wash himself, the guard. After passing the guard, Yulchan headed to the next place. Must fulfill his request at any time. Second, a few minutes later, the guy approached the door X-ray. When a prisoner takes a shower. Inside, Yonkal began to open the lockers and eventually found what he needed. He needed to remove the handcuffs. At this time, the guard continued to sleep, suspecting nothing. Taking advantage of the guard's sleepy state, Yonkal turned on the water and waited for the guard to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, he had already thrown out his old clothes. On top of everything else, he knew that hospital clothes could always be obtained from the X-ray room. His escape plan was incredibly ridiculous. The protagonist's brother, dressed in hospital clothes, calmly walked down the corridor of the sleeping hospital. He walked on with cunning and mockery in his eyes. A minute later, the hospital's entrance doors swung open in front of him. In real life, there was a prisoner who escaped like this, but he was barely caught by the police and prison guards. As soon as the guy stepped outside, he closed his eyes and grinned. He raised his head proudly and took a deep breath of the fresh night air. In his head, he was saying that he was finally free. He stood at the entrance to the hospital and said in his head that even though everything didn't go as planned, everything was fine. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes and said that he was free now. After thinking these thoughts, he turned around and calmly walked down the street. But all this time, two people were watching him. They were Joanna and Youngsoo. The girl looked at the back of the criminal leaving and said that, as Yoonsung said, his brother really did escape. Then she told Youngsoo that the main character originally planned to finish his revenge in prison like he did with Sankal. But his brother was always unpredictable. They were unable to predict his next move. No matter how many scenarios they calculated, there were always unforeseen factors. While the girl was talking, Yoon-chul moved further and further away, hiding behind one pillar, then another. Joanna finished saying that they were in a disadvantageous situation now. Yoon-chul carefully peered out from behind the shelter, looking around. This is the worst case scenario, the girl said firmly. Hearing this, Young-soo, without taking his eyes off the criminal, asked what they should do now. Joanna turned to the guy and answered that they just needed to find out where the protagonist's brother was heading. Then she asked if Young-soo remembered what Yoon-sung had told them. The protagonist at that time was sitting under the moonlight that penetrated the cell through the bars. He sat silently and waited for his time, while Joanna repeated his words that if Yoon-chul escaped from prison, then they should silently watch. In his head, the guy remembered all the moments with his brother when he mocked him. Joanna continued saying that when the time came, Yoon-sung himself. The protagonist suddenly raised his head sharply, and his gaze was filled with anger and hatred. Then the girl finished speaking. She would go out to personally deal with him. The guy looked ahead with a very tense face. Now it was time for Yoon-seong to get out of prison. Papers flew into the air, disgruntled exclamations were heard. Searching his own office, the doctor looked for a phone. Clutching his head, he thought that all the transfer records related to Yoon-cheol were stored there. Frowning in fear, the doctor realized that he was finished. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that all this happened because of the prisoner. Slamming his hands on the table, Seojin said that they could not trust this man and asked how the guy was able to escape. Pointing his finger at the policeman, the prison warden asked how he could have allowed this to happen. The officer bowed and apologized. Throwing the documents on the floor, the man asked if his colleague had really become a warden to release criminals. The police officer promised to do something to fix the situation. Seojin frowned menacingly, asking if there was anyone else who knew about this. The officer replied that the only one who knew about this besides him was the hospital employee. The warden asked him to clean up all the traces before the inspectors arrived. The prison cells were locked. The man ordered his subordinate to bring Yoon-seong to him immediately. The warden lowered his head and said that they had one problem. Hearing that the prisoner was taken to the hospital this morning because his legs hurt, Seojin frowned. He asked what this all meant, his eyes bloodshot. The warden asked who approved this. The bus was driving down the road. Inside, the protagonist was sitting in a wheelchair. The man ordered that he be brought back immediately. The warden crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was very tired. His colleague asked why they had to go somewhere so early in the morning and what happened to the prisoner. The policeman replied that his legs hurt. His comrade doubted the truth of these words. The boy frowned sternly. The boy looked out the window and saw the sunrise. Imagining how Yoon-chul would pass the guard, he decided that his brother had probably already escaped from prison. The young man left the hospital and looked at the sky. This method of escape was the most realistic and feasible for him. Looking ahead, the student thought that he would also escape under the pretext of visiting a doctor. The prisoner said that he needed to go to the toilet. The police looked back and asked him to be patient. Sitting in a wheelchair, the protagonist asked if they really wanted him to wet his pants and go to the hospital like that. The officer took a urine bag from under the seat. Approaching the prisoner, the man said that the criminals wanted too much. If he complained about leg pain, then the person would be transported to the hospital in a wheelchair, and his legs would not be tied. Yoon Seong looked at the guard. He raised his hand. The policeman took off the handcuffs because that was the rule. Taking advantage of this, the boy clenched his fist. The officer looked at him in fear. The boy hit the man in the jaw. Looking back, his colleague asked what was going on. Thinking that he only needed one moment, the young man rushed at the second guard. The bus began to slide from side to side along the road. There was a rumble. Smoke rose from the pole. The bus crashed into it and smoked. Sighing, the student got out. He shook the dust off his suit. Looking away, the prisoner thought that his escape was also based on real events. A car stopped in front of him, an absurd loophole in the law based on the importance of respecting the rights of criminals. Joanna got out of the car and asked if her friend would be able to walk. Approaching her, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and that it was worth enduring a little for the sake of the escape. Frowning, Yoon Seong explained that he couldn't carry out this revenge alone. The state of his body wasn't that important. Yoon-chul peeked out from around the corner. Everyone was hunting him. Squinting, the boy thanked his friends for their help. The door slammed in the officer's face. Seojin said he didn't want to see him. The warden called him useless and was surprised that he was hired as a warden. The policeman looked down. He looked at the screen of his phone. Walking down the hallway, the warden called someone. Taking a step forward, the man heard what happened. The officer's mouth dropped open in relief. The policeman narrowed his eyes and congratulated his friend on his successful escape from prison. Sitting in the front seat of the car, the boy thanked him for helping him with the procedures and for the information about the transport route. Recalling all the past events during which the man watched Yoon-chul, the boy said that he had secretly helped him from the very beginning and that his help was simply invaluable. Water poured out of the shower. The prisoner walked past the guard. The officer pretended to be asleep. The policeman opened his eye. He looked towards the closed door. Walking along the corridor of the prison, the man said that he was glad to help. The veins on his arm bulged. The guard frowned sternly and said that his comrade knew perfectly well why he helped with the plan of revenge. The reason for this was Yoon-chul. He was holding a stone in his hands. Standing behind Sang-chul, the boy swung it. There was a blow. The bloody schoolboy fell to the ground. The boy raised his hands in fear, asking his friend to stop. His classmates watched his actions in horror. With his crazy eyes wide, the student said that he realized what he needed to change in himself thanks to them. Standing in front of the beaten student, the young man promised to show everyone what a truly crazy person is capable of. After this incident, he was sent back to a juvenile colony wearing a prison uniform. Putting his hands in his pockets, the prisoner was surprised that they met again, although less than half a year had passed. Opening his mouth, Yoon-chul called out to him. Disdainfully knitting his eyebrows, the boy asked the criminal to be quiet. The guy with tattoos hit him in the face. Having knocked the victim to the floor, he began to strike one after another. From that moment on, the schoolboy began to change greatly. The student held his fingers in front of his opponent's eyes. Blood spurted into the air. The boy clutched his bloodied eyes and started calling for his mother. Rising from the floor, Yoon-chul called him stupid. The purpose of his changes was clear. Frowning, the boy asked who else wanted to part with their eyes. The prisoners pounced on him at once. The boy bit off one of their ears, wanting to prove his superiority and make the others follow him. He was placed in a solitary confinement cell. Choosing fear as a means of control, the iron door swung open. All the cellmates turned away when the schoolboy returned to them. With his eyes wide and crazy, he repeated the same actions over and over until everyone submitted to him. Clouds floated across the clear sky. Several months later, Yoon-chul walked outside. A smile appeared on his face. His dream came true. The people stood in orderly rows in front of him. Holding out a cigarette, the boy praised his comrade for a good job and said that everyone was really looking forward to his return. The young man flicked a lighter and asked what their leader was going to do next. The boy lit a cigarette and replied that he was going to live a stylish life. As he passed the boys, the bully asked if he would need money for this. The schoolboy told him not to worry about it because there was always a way out. The student hit the glass display case with a crowbar. There were gold jewelry on the backing. The boys ran out of the jewelry store and began to commit real crimes. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. Seeing the ransacked store, the owner fell to his knees and asked who did this. The man lowered his head and realized that the criminals had even stolen the ledger. The sun was shining brightly above the house, and Yun-chul, blinded by the money, did not stop at what he had done. Searching the empty house, the bully asked if this was the right house. The boy answered in the affirmative and explained that he had checked the address from the ledger. Holding the documents in his hands, the boy said that the owners of this house received 30 million won in cash by selling gold. He ordered his friends to remain silent and continue searching. The boys looked back, amazed at their friend's intelligence. Looking to the side, the bully suggested that even evil deeds require working brains. The woman entered the house. Seeing the strangers, she raised her eyebrows in fear and asked who they were. The young man, who had lost all humanity, looked at her. There was a bang. Someone opened the door with a key. Opening the door, the boy told his mother that he was back. There was one family that suffered at the hands of a juvenile delinquent. Seeing his mother lying on the floor, the young man asked what happened. His pupils suddenly narrowed. The woman was covered in blood. Yun-chul lit a cigarette. The family photo on the table was splattered with blood. This story was not only about revenge. The sobbing schoolboy put his mother on his lap. They were not dealing with a human. The student cried desperately with his mouth open. The last revenge was to unite with the victims and hunt down this animal. In the past, the warden opened the door to his apartment. The door swung open in front of him. His mother lay motionless on the floor. The boy's eyes widened. The woman lay in a pool of her own blood. Dark blood stained the family photo. At this time, Yun-chul smoked a cigarette and hummed something to himself. When he left the juvenile colony, everything changed. Innocent schoolchildren were sitting in front of the gang. The boy looked at the phone. His comrades held money in their hands. In addition to simple hooliganism, they managed to commit all possible dangerous crimes. The young man cried over his murdered mother. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The juvenile delinquent mocked the law and constantly crossed the line. The correspondence appeared on the phone screen. The heroes agreed to meet at a motel. The girl standing next to the gang asked if she would really be given half of the loot for helping. She crossed her arms and asked if she really needed to bring the guy who had contacted her and bring him into the room. Yun-chul narrowed his eyes and confirmed it and asked her to make sure that the target didn't know her real age. Picking up the powder, the girl explained that she had learned how to apply makeup from her sister, so pretending to be an adult would be easy. The boy asked her to strictly follow the plan, as the hallway with the rooms was dark. The man in his underwear was sitting on the floor, and the boy asked if he really came here knowing that the girl was underage. Squatting down in front of him, the bully ignored his attempts to justify himself and ordered him to take out all the cash from his wallet. The boy threatened that if they filed a report and distributed the photo, he would be jailed for corrupting a minor, and the man burst into tears. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl realized that they had made a good profit. Smiling, she asked what her share of the money was. The victim of the blackmail ran out of the room, grabbing her clothes. The girl closed her eyes and asked if her work was finished and if she could have her share. The bully looked at her and put his hand down his shorts. Yun-chul closed the door and the girl asked why the boys were staring at her. She asked what they were going to do and the boy looked up in silence. The schoolgirl put her arm around her shoulder and asked them not to joke like that. The boy stuck out his tongue and asked if the student really thought this was just a part-time job. He added that they had to be sure and asked her not to be afraid. The girl bit her lower lip in fear. The wad of money fell to the floor. The gang leader pointed to the bag with the money and said that this was today's share and asked his comrade to take advantage of the girl and throw her away, threatening to publish today's photos. The bag was completely filled with bills and the bully suggested that they act a little more carefully. Yun-chul lowered his head. The guy explained that he only accepted cash because it was harder to track, but it had become very heavy to carry. The young man lowered his hands and offered to think of something. Picking up the phone, the boy said that he knew a person who worked as an administrator and that they could use his website. The name Sahun appeared on the screen. The student remembered that this person had recently asked him for help. Grinning, he ordered his subordinate to help him and use him in the future. Squinting madly, the student expressed confidence that everything would go very easily. His eyes were burning. Yun-chul asked if his friend had ever killed people. The warehouse was empty. Opening his mouth, the protagonist decided to start the hunt. Yun-seong frowned sternly. His entire team stood in front of him. The boy said that he could not thank them enough for the help they provided. Looking at them, the guy said that it was time to show the enemy what hell is and return everything he did to them. Joanna looked back as her friend objected, tears streaming down her face. Dae promised to take revenge on her sister's bully herself. Looking at her, the boy asked her to calm down because everyone present shared the same pain. Looking at Kenman, the student asked if he had managed to track Yoon-chul's location, and the bully answered in the affirmative, adding that he was monitoring him through nearby cameras. Sitting in front of his laptop, the boy reported that the target was located near Sejong University Hospital. Clenching his fist, the student asked everyone to get ready. They had to contact the third group to bring the target to the agreed location. Yoon-chul hid behind a lamppost. There was an empty road ahead, no lights in the windows. Squinting, the boy thought that there were no cars here because it was early in the morning. A taxi pulled out from around the corner. The car's headlights were on. Peeking out from behind the lamppost, the boy decided that this was a great opportunity. He sat in the passenger seat. The driver announced on the phone that he had a client. Looking at the road, the man asked where to go. The criminal asked to take him to Seoul Station and thought that he needed to steal cash. Taking off his mask, Yoon-chul sighed heavily. Squinting, the boy heard that the driver had some kind of problem. Pressing buttons on the panel, the man said that his navigator was broken. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing that he could not enter the destination. The driver turned down the corners of his lips. Looking back, the old man said that instead of Seoul Station, the navigator showed a different point. The main character was tying his shoelaces while sitting on a chair. Standing behind him, Joanna asked if everything would be okay. Yoon-sun asked what they were talking about. The girl, frowning sadly, said that it was very dangerous to bring the target to such a place. Without turning around, the boy asked her not to worry about it. Remembering his frightened face in the courtroom, the guy said that this man helped him commit his first revenge. During the first hearing, the man stood next to him and helped him meet Sang-kal. The old man screamed with his mouth wide open. It was he who made sure that the schoolboy ended up in the same colony as the first target. The man looked at the judge with fear. In the past, the prison guard held his mother in his arms. There were tears in his eyes. The bag with groceries fell from the man's hands. Entering the house, the old man saw his wife lying on the floor. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Their photo was covered in blood. The young man frowned and said he trusted him. The man was clutching the steering wheel. Yoon-chul tilted his head and asked what was going on and why the navigator wasn't working. The boy frowned in confusion, and the old man asked why the app was broken. Looking at the road, he assumed his client was going somewhere other than Seoul Station. The guy asked what that meant, his mouth hanging open. There was a photo hanging under the rearview mirror, and the driver asked if it looked familiar to the client. There was a family photo in a small frame. The same photo was on the dresser in the house they had robbed. The young man swung the bat. His friends watched in horror. Blood was dripping from the bat. The schoolboy looked back and asked why they were standing there and ordered them to look for the money. The student widened his eyes and explained that the woman was not dead and would remain in a coma at best. All the family members were smiling in the bloody photo. The man gripped the steering wheel and explained that he had been taking care of his wife since that day, and that his son had dropped out of school. The car sped down the road. When he heard that the driver's son had become a prison guard, Yoon-chul's mouth dropped open in shock. The old man smiled, realizing that his passenger had remembered everything. The man said that his wife had died last year, and the boy's eyebrows rose in fear. The car skidded off the road. Broken glass flew into the air, and the old man said that he had lived in anticipation of this moment. He burst into tears and explained that he had to bring the unconscious target here. The driver grinned and said that he would take the criminal to hell with him if he had to die. 2 years ago, in a juvenile court, the judge slammed his gavel on the table and convicted the defendant under Article 9. After the trial, the heroes stood in the hallway. The man, his brows furrowed, praised his friend and said that he now had a serious mission ahead of him. The old man put his hands behind his back and decided that it would be hard for him. The protagonist said that he had to do it and thanked the man for his help. He was present in the courtroom and helped Yoon-seong get the sentence he wanted. The old man smiled and explained that he simply did what he was asked to do. Frowning, the boy said that when the final act of revenge began, it would become much more dangerous. The man smiled and said that everything was fine. Standing in the empty hallway, he said that his son had also prepared carefully. Raising his eyebrows, the old man added that he did not have long to live. Smiling, the bloody driver did the right thing so that he could proudly meet his wife in heaven. Yoon-chul was lying in the overturned car. The smashed car fell into the forest. Walking through the forest, someone said that the old man was in critical condition. Approaching the car, Yoon-soo asked Kenman to hurry. The bully asked if he should follow the GPS mark. Opening the door, the guy confirmed it. Grabbing the boy by the collar, he said that this was their last target. Heading into the forest, the young man promised to show him real hell. Dragging the criminal behind him, Jong-soo asked him to get ready. He walked through the forest for a while. Taking off his mask, the guy said that they had arrived. In front of him was an abandoned factory. The young man looked back and decided that the target had not yet regained consciousness. Yoon-chul was clutching a sharp shard of glass in his hand. The boy swung it. The glass pierced the kidnapper's leg. Taking advantage of the moment, the criminal jumped to the side. Imagining the car flying off the road, the man wondered when the enemy had managed to get the glass. At that moment, the car windows broke. The guy clenched his teeth. The shard of glass fell right into his hands. Jiangsu put his fists in front of him, trying to hit him. The young man asked who he was and why he wanted to kidnap him. Swinging his fist, the man said that he did not have to answer these questions. Yun-chul frowned tensely. The boy threw the shard but missed. Unclenching his fingers, Jiangsu decided that this was a rather unpredictable move. The boy jumped up and hit him in the head with his knee. Having knocked the enemy to the ground, the young man asked who they were and suggested that the enemy was in league with the taxi driver. The criminal picked up a shard of glass from the ground. Putting it to the enemy's throat, the student suggested that he had a personal score to settle with him. Stars shone in the sky above the forest. The man managed to block the blow, but the glass pierced his arm. Sitting on his chest, Yun-chul said that if he had managed to hit an artery, the enemy would have died instantly. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that the kidnapper did not hold a grudge against him. Remembering how he straightened his shoulders, Jiangsu explained that he was following his leader. Around him lay the beaten athletes. The man told the boy that a person who hated him was much more terrible. Introducing himself behind his friend, he added that the man was strong and terrifying. The guy pulled the glass out of his hand. After delivering several consecutive blows, the young man realized that there were still a few ill-wishers left. Blood sprayed into the air, a scream was heard. Looking at his victim, the criminal understood what was being discussed and found it funny. The student asked what he did to make someone kidnap him. The man jumped up. Swinging her fist, Sujin was surprised by his question. Throwing the enemy back, she asked if he really did not suspect anything. Approaching him, the woman asked if he knew the name Suung. Dodging her attacks, Yun-chul asked who she was talking about. Crouching down, the boy asked if they had met before. Pointing her fist at his face, the makeup artist said that it was her sister. Having hit the enemy, she explained that Suung died because of him. While continuing to attack the guy fiercely, Sujin said that it was her younger sister. Tears appeared in her eyes. In the past, a woman walking down the street asked the police why they couldn't catch the criminal even with a composite sketch. The officer explained that they couldn't identify someone with just a sketch. When she heard that these people only used cash and left no traces, the girl opened her mouth in fear and said that this was not right. The makeup artist asked if they could imagine what her sister was going through. The girl was sitting in the bathtub with her eyes downcast. Cyan looked away. The officer said that the schoolgirl was also at fault because the report said that she was an accomplice to the criminals, so the situation was much more complicated. There was a knife on the edge of the bathtub. Sujin said that the criminals should be held accountable for what happened, so the police should conduct a more thorough investigation. Entering the apartment, the woman said that they still have not been punished. There was a huge amount of blood on the floor. The light from the lamp reflected in the red puddle. The policeman asked why the guardian was silent. The frightened girl went into the bathroom. Bloody Cyan was lying in the water. Having hit the enemy, the makeup artist said that she would never forget this day. Frowning, she said that her sister was killed. Grabbing her fist, Yun-chul asked if they were talking about that stupid schoolgirl. The boy hit the enemy in the side. He said that Cyan herself was to blame for believing them. Sujin furiously clenched her teeth. Surprised that even in such a state the enemy had a lot of strength, the woman tried to hit him in the head. Having intercepted her hands, the guy said that the girl urgently needed money because of problems in the family. The young man twisted his opponent's arm and suggested that the money was needed for a sex change operation. The criminal said that his sister's death was entirely her fault, and the girl frowned in anger. The student said that he understood the situation and decided to kill her, but someone approached them from behind. Gritting his teeth, Yun-chul wished his opponent to meet his sister in hell, and lightning ran through his body. Holding a stun gun, Dae ordered him not to say stupid things. Approaching her friend, the girl asked if everything was okay, and Sujin replied that everything was fine. Looking back, she saw Youngsu lying on the ground. Turning to her friend, Dae asked her to take care of him. The boy pulled out the stun gun's electrodes and ran away. Seeing the electrodes lying on the floor, the girl realized that the target had pulled them out with his bare hands while he was being shocked. The boy ran through the forest. Leaves fell in front of him. Frowning, the young man decided to make a strategic retreat. Running past the trees, he thought that he would be able to escape once he got out of the forest. There was barbed wire on the iron fence. Yun-chul stopped in front of it. The boy asked what it was, his mouth open in fear. The boy said that it couldn't be, his eyes wide. The young man stared at the fence in silence, all the pieces of the puzzle coming together in his head. In that empty alley early in the morning, the only taxi appeared. The driver took him to a remote highway and crashed into a fence on a mountain road. Then, as if waiting for him, Jiangsu appeared and dragged him somewhere. The old man cried, remembering his family. Sujin hit her opponent with her fist. Raising his eyebrows, the criminal realized that this was not just revenge. His path was blocked by a high fence with barbed wire. The fence surrounded the entire building of the abandoned factory. The student realized that he was trapped. Being inside the building, the protagonist decided that his enemy finally understood everything. Yoonseong said that he can run and resist as much as he wants. Yooncheol stood in front of the fence. Looking down at him, the boy added that they will hunt him down like an animal. Frowning, the guy decided that it was time to end this. Imagining the frightened face of the enemy and his victims, the young man said that this protracted hunt will soon come to an end. A barefoot criminal ran through the forest. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he needed to get out of here urgently. The student realized that he was lured here on purpose. Sujin came out from behind a tree. The woman swung a bat. Yooncheol ducked to avoid the blow. A fist immediately appeared in front of his face. Throwing it aside, Jiangsu asked where the victim was going to run. The boy landed on his feet. Looking at the opponents standing in front of him, he was surprised that they were going to go against him. Clenching his fist, the boy urged them to attack and promised to show all his strength. Dahe asked with her mouth open if this was true. Approaching the enemy from behind and raising the taser, the girl said that the boy still did not understand what was happening. The dark sky hung above the forest. With wide eyes, the tattoo artist explained that they would show him true retribution. The taser hit the criminal in the back. Gritting his teeth, the student asked if they really wanted to stop him with this. Sujin fired a second taser at him. The woman asked her friend not to stop. Yooncheol fell to his knees. Frowning angrily, the boy called the enemies petty. Approaching him, the protagonist asked if his opponent really thought they came here to fight him. The boy looked up. Yoonseong looked down at him. With a frown, he asked if the enemy liked the feeling of being caught. Putting his hand on his knee, the young man asked if his opponent had gotten out of prison just to catch him. Clenching his fist, the criminal praised his plan, from the taxi driver to those tasers. The schoolboy prepared for a fight. Trying to punch him, the student suggested that they settle it here and now. The protagonist blocked his blows, putting his hands in front of him. Frowning, he struck back. Yooncheol pushed his hand away. The criminal hit his opponent on the head. Yoonseong was able to block this blow as well. Grabbing the enemy's hand, the boy hit him in the elbow with his knee. Kenemurai was a mixture of jiu-jitsu and street fighting. The boy stepped on his opponent's foot. The young man was able to knock him down. His fighting style was based on the ruthless intent to cripple the enemy. The escaped criminal swung his leg. The schoolboy managed to push away his knee. In the past, the student bit off one guy's ear and stabbed another guy's hand. Sujin called out to her friend in fear. It was dangerous to go into close combat. The protagonist fell to his knee. Yooncheol noticed that he had definitely become stronger over the years. The boy stretched his shoulder and asked what the reason for his revenge was. Approaching his opponent, the boy suggested that it was because he gave his address to Sangchul or told Yongbum about his older sister. The young man smirked, understanding everything. Sticking out his tongue, the criminal realized that his enemy knew about it. In the past, the policeman handed the child documents. The schoolboy opened his mouth in fear. The protagonist frowned and called his opponent a disgusting person. Narrowing his eyes, Yoonseong added that the most suitable end for him was revenge. In one of the alleys, there was a tattoo parlor. 5 years ago, Yooncheol got a tattoo of a tear. The tattoo artist scratched his ear and said that a tattoo was not something to be done lightly. The boy lowered his head and explained that the tattoo meant murder. The man assumed that he was not serious and the boy put on his jacket and did not answer clearly. Turning around, the young man said that he might actually have to kill someone. The lights were on in the windows of the houses. You could never predict what people were capable of. Sitting in a chair, the criminal said that the Black 10 were a good company. He asked what the problem was, and Sehun was sitting opposite him. Putting his hands on the table, the casino manager asked if his friend could help them. Seeing the sports bag on the floor, Yooncheol said that he was not involved in money laundering. The boy suggested getting to the main point. The company president narrowed his eyes and agreed. Pouting, the man decided to explain what had happened. The heroes were sitting at the table, discussing Yoonseong's father and the Black 10. Looking ahead, the boy listened to the story of what had happened on the bus. Sound frowned and explained that the police had started an investigation so he wouldn't be able to escape their attention. The young man smirked and was surprised that his colleague had killed his uncle. The casino employee asked him to stop laughing with an angry expression, waving his hand, and the criminal said that he understood the situation. Taking a glass of water, Yooncheol realized that he was being asked to cover up the murder. Gripping the glass hard and breaking it, the boy agreed to help. The casino employee raised his hands in shock and asked what he was doing. The boy stabbed him in the throat with a shard of glass. Looking away, the president of the company asked what was going on, and the boy said that he was just an unnecessary witness. Kneeling down, the criminal suggested that he be charged with the murder since the man was there. Looking at his subordinate, the casino manager asked his comrade to kill him somewhere else so as not to arouse even more suspicion. Yooncheol's eyes widened in madness and asked him to shut up if he didn't want to take responsibility for 2 murders. Frowning, the boy said that he had thought of everything and asked his friend to listen to him. The boy urged him to make sure that the kickback would be carried out without interference. Sehun tensely pursed his lips. The bloody employee was lying on the leather sofa. The young man decided to frame him for the murder of the protagonist's father. The criminal was hanging over him, holding a shard of glass in his hands. He decided to justify the murder by a state of effect due to the death of his uncle and get a mitigated sentence. Cars were parked near the police station. Yoon-seong sat on a chair. His brother pretended to sacrifice himself for him. Smiling, Yoon-cheol said that they had not seen each other for a long time and that he was sorry that he had to meet in such a situation. The heroes were sitting in the meeting room. The boy explained that he simply could not stand it, thinking about the pain his uncle had to go through. Raising his eyebrows, the schoolboy asked if the Black 10 employee had killed his father. The boy confirmed it and said that he had taken revenge on him. Remembering how he managed to stick the glass into the employee's throat, the young man said that the man himself admitted that he killed his uncle simply on a whim. The criminal suggested that his brother wanted to avenge him. The student looked away and thanked him. Yoon-chul smirked. Looking at his confused brother, the boy thought that he really did not know anything about how his father died. Lowering his head, the guy decided to use him as a lever of pressure on Sehun. Closing his eyes, the young man thanked his brother and thought that he could control him and the casino president as long as they did not know about each other. The criminal asked his brother to testify that it was the Black 10 employee who killed his father. If he was interrogated, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. His face covered in sweat, the student thought the police wouldn't believe him because he was in a juvenile detention center. Breaking into tears, Yoon-chul said he wanted to ask his brother for a favor because they were family. Yoon-seong looked down. He agreed. The world in front of him turned white. The man slammed the table and repeated his question. In the interrogation room, the police officer asked why Sehun was silent, knowing that his man had committed murder. Narrowing his eyes, the casino president explained that he had received death threats. Looking away, he added that while the threats were coming, Yoon-chul himself had killed him, an account the officer found suspicious. The police officer approached him and told him that his superiors had received the necessary testimony and given the order to close the case. Hearing that the case would be closed due to lack of evidence, the casino manager smiled. The killer down the hallway, accompanied by a guard. There was a smile on his face. In the past, the main character thanked the man who fabricated his father's death. The real killer walked out of the police station. The sun illuminated Sehun's face. Smiling widely, the criminal called out to his brother. Continuing to strike, the boy realized that he had arranged all this because of that incident. Yoon-seong dodged his blow. The boy said that he was just joking about his uncle's death. The boy smiled. Squinting slyly, the student offered to simply forgive him. He apologized and said that they were one family. The boy clenched his fists in disbelief. Yoon-cheol ducked, dodging his blow. The schoolboy tried to kick him. Swinging his leg, the boy apologized and confessed to his mortal sin. Having hit his brother in the chest, the boy asked if he was really not going to forgive him. Watching the fight, Young-soo said that this man deserved to die. The man clenched his fist and wanted to help his friend. Soo-jin asked him to stop. Dae looked at them and agreed with her, despite her desire to tear the enemy apart. The brothers were fighting each other fiercely. The girl decided not to interfere in their fight. The main character swung his leg. The tattoo artist suggested just waiting. Yoon-cheol looked away. Feeling the right moment, he hit the enemy in the head. Yoon-seong gritted his teeth. Having hit him in the cheek, the boy assumed that his brother had put so much effort into learning martial arts, but everything did not go according to plan. The criminal remembered how he raised a stone over Sang-cheol's head and said that learning to fight is not that easy. In prison, he stabbed a cellmate in the hand. The student said that if his brother really wanted to become stronger, he would have to go through the same thing. Yoon-cheol imagined biting off the ear of a prisoner and said that he survived in a world where you have to kill in order not to be killed. His cellmates threw their fists at him. He often had to fight to kill the enemy. He did not need martial arts. The prisoner's eyes widened. Squinting, the boy noticed that something was wrong with his brother's left shoulder. The protagonist looked at his hand tensely. He injured his shoulder while getting off the broken bus. Swinging his fist, the criminal assumed that he must be in a lot of pain. The student hit him in the injured shoulder. Feeling a sharp pain, Yoon-seong frowned. His left arm felt like lead. Yoon-cheol hit him in the solar plexus. The guy opened his mouth from unbearable pain. Grinning, the boy decided that his brother would forever remain a person who was unable to change anything, despite his efforts. Having hit his opponent in the face, the criminal said that he was very grateful to his family. Swinging his fist, he said that he only had enough to cover up his uncle's death. After delivering a crushing blow, the student explained that he received a large sum of money for this help. With his mouth wide open, Young-soo called out to his friend. Squinting, Yoon-cheol explained that thanks to his brother's life being in ruins, he was able to start a new life. With these words, he punched his opponent in the stomach. The protagonist's eyes widened. Frowning, Yoon-seong did not understand why everything happened this way. Sehun held a cigarette in his hands. Exhaling smoke, the man remembered that his friend would be released today. Hearing his voice, the company president turned around. Approaching him, the boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Standing at the gate of the police station, the criminal said that he had lost track of time while in this prison. Lowering his hand and shaking off the ashes, the casino manager said that all the money had been laundered and that their deal was over. Grinning, the student said that the amount he received would not be enough for him. Sehun grabbed him by the collar and asked what else he wanted from him. Yoon-chul said that he had a lot of time to think and realized that the money he had laundered would not be enough. Recalling the murder scene, the boy explained that anyone who looked at the autopsy results of Yoon-sung's father would understand that this was not a simple murder. Showing 2 fingers, the criminal demanded 20% of the shares of Black 10. The student said that he had done a lot and could count on a generous reward. Clenching his fist furiously, the company president asked him not to talk nonsense. Pushing his hand away, the killer threatened to go to the police and tell them everything. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he would tell them about the real criminal and how he was bribed. Squinting slyly, Yoon-chul explained that his life was already ruined, so he was not afraid of going back to prison, unlike his colleague. Therefore, Sehun should give him the shares in a good way. The protagonist fell to the ground. Yoon-sung opened his mouth wide. The cork flew out of the champagne bottle. The girl asked happily if her friend would really pay for everything. Holding a glass in his hands, the boy said that they were drinking on him today. There were many letters on the floor. The schoolboy was sitting next to them. He looked down, thinking about his father. Frowning, the boy felt guilty for his actions. The man who had been beaten in the past smiled. The student followed him. The young man frowned pitifully. In fact, the young man had always hated his father, but he chose the easiest way out without even trying to find out the truth. From the strong blow, his body crashed into a tree. Bowing his head, Yoon-chul realized what his problem was. Approaching his opponent, the boy said that being too tied to your past is a bad habit. The protagonist tried to get to his feet. The criminal said that he had thrown away his past. The distraught student opened his mouth in anger and shouted that he had overcome his past and was moving on. He punched his enemy in the stomach and said that his brother had spent a lot of time planning his crazy revenge. He punched him again and said that it was just a joke. Yoon-seong looked down and tried to withstand his blows. The boy did not raise his head even when he was called out. The former student's eyes widened in surprise. Holding the documents in his hands, the policeman said that the autopsy results showed that there was soil in his father's lungs. This meant that the man was alive when he was buried. The child's mouth opened in shock. Towering over the victim, the criminal said that he had not been this angry for a long time. Hearing the autopsy results, he raised his eyebrows in amazement. Getting to his feet, the young man asked if his brother knew how exactly his father died. The student asked why the opponent brought it up now. A fist flew into his face. The protagonist forcefully pressed him into the ground. The blow made Yoon-chul arch his back. Tears welled up in Yoon-seong's eyes as he asked if he really didn't care. Saying that they were family, the boy grabbed his opponent by the shirt. Lifting his body, the boy asked if his brother thought that his uncle's horrible death was just an opportunity to make money. The student threw him to the ground. The boy gritted his teeth in intense pain. The protagonist was clutching his shirt. He slammed his head into the ground again and said that he shouldn't blame himself. Yoon-seong rose to his feet. Pinning the opponent's body to a tree, the boy made a decision. Grabbing his finger, the boy said that he knew how to get revenge. Twisting the finger back, the boy promised to make sure that his brother suffered like no one else. Yoon-chul fell to his knees. The criminal realized that he had been hit in his most vulnerable places from the very beginning. He was hit in the face. He wondered if an ordinary person could learn this. The student hit him in the groin. The killer opened his mouth wide and screamed. Grabbing his hair, the protagonist promised to make him beg for death. Yoon-seong hit his opponent in the face. Frowning, he continued to strike one after another. The boy grabbed another finger of the enemy. Yoon-chul fell to his knees and screamed in terrible pain. The guy kicked him in the groin. The criminal's bloodshot eyes widened. Baring his teeth, the young man asked to listen to him carefully. Leaning towards his opponent, he declared that this was the last day of his life. People watched their friend during the fight. Hearing a strange sound, the schoolboy looked away. The police arrived at the abandoned factory. Someone asked if this was the right place. Looking at the fence, the detective said that the trail of the wrecked taxi led here. His colleague asked his comrade to contact headquarters and report that they supposedly found escaped prisoners. Looking at the high fence with barbed wire, the policeman asked what was going on here. The officer assumed that the criminals decided to create an impregnable fortress. The heroes looked around. Sujin noticed that the police arrived earlier than planned and asked what they should do now. Looking away, Young-soo decided that they needed to change their plans. The man suggested that they first hand over the evidence to Kenman. The protagonist squeezed the enemy's hair. Looking up, Yoon-chul laughed. Squinting, the boy realized that his plan worked. Some time ago, there was no one on the dark street. Using a phone booth, the guy called his comrade. Chai looked up and asked what was going on. The young man said that he would have to hide earlier. Standing in the alley, he asked his friend to pack his things and money and come to Seoul Station. Sitting at a table with alcohol, the man asked who his comrades were talking to. Looking back, Chai said that their friend had been released from prison. Leaning his hands on the table, the drunk man asked how this could have happened. The criminal said that he did not know and that their friend had asked him to bring him money. There were bottles of expensive alcohol on the table. The man said that they had spent all the money. Frowning, the young man realized that they had no choice because otherwise they would all be killed. Hearing the offer to hand over their comrade to the police, Chai tensely pursed his lips. The man said that they would definitely be killed for this. His friend expressed confidence that the killer had escaped from prison. Yunchul hid in the gateway. He was standing behind a lamppost. A gang member suggested that his comrades turn him over to the police and lie low until he was caught, then he would not be able to get them. The boy frowned. Looking at the street, the boy felt that something was wrong here. Squinting, the young man realized that the gang would turn him over to the police. Seeing a taxi passing by, he decided that it was not that important and that it would be easy for him to get even with them later. The car stopped on the side of the road. Coming out from around the corner, the criminal realized that he had nothing to lose anyway because he was facing capital punishment. Sitting on his knees in front of the heroes, the killer thought that he was just stalling for time until the police arrived. Looking back, the main character asked his friends to remain calm and said that he needed to think. Yoon-seong added that it would take the police time to get here. Yoon-chul looked up. His actions were hard to predict because he never planned anything in advance. In prison, the boy stabbed his cellmate. Another time, a criminal bit off the ear of another prisoner. The killer's eyes widened. His impulsiveness made him even more dangerous. The policeman turned around while his colleague was trying to remove the barbed wire. This time, the enemy planned everything carefully for the first time. Before acting, Yoon-chul looked away. There were people in front of him. The protagonist thought that he did not like dealing with such unpredictable people. Looking at Soo-jin, Yoon-seong decided that they should act only with a cool head. He decided to deal with the current situation. The criminal clenched his fist. Looking at him, the guy suggested tying him up first. Young-soo said that they needed to get rid of the evidence. The killer looked at the only option in the form of a sharp stick lying on the ground. The young man said that they need to find the transport they left nearby. Yoon-chul grabbed the branch. Da-hai raised her eyebrows in fear. Grabbing her by the throat, the boy ordered everyone to stay put. The heroes looked at him menacingly. The criminal said that he would see the slightest movement and kill the girl. Grinning, he remembered that the girl missed her sister and promised to send her to her. The killer stuck a sharp branch into her neck. Soo-jin rushed to her aid. Suddenly, she was paralyzed by a stun gun. Lightning enveloped her body. The woman fell on her back. Her eyes rolled up. Taking advantage of the moment, Yoon-chul ran deep into the forest. Jeong-soo rushed after him, but the main character stopped him and asked him to help his friends. The girls were lying on the ground. Yoon-sun explained that he would still find the enemy no matter where he ran. The criminal ran along a forest path. Having hidden in the thicket of the forest, the killer realized that the gang had handed him over to the police. Running past the trees, the student decided to hide until the police broke down the fence. Yoon-chul squinted. Something was bothering him. The camera was watching him. Several more cameras were pointed directly at him. Seeing the shiny lens, the boy realized that the enemies had been tracking his movements with their help the whole time. The boy continued to run through the forest. An abandoned factory appeared in front of him. Its windows were boarded up. Looking up, the young man thought that there were surveillance cameras in the building too. Grinning, he decided that he could find a switch inside. Running into the building, the criminal decided to find a transformer. Climbing the stairs, the killer thought that in such old buildings there is always a switch that cuts off all power. Turning the switch, Yoon-chul thought that he learned this in prison. A click was heard in the dark room. Realizing that the plan worked, the boy went on. The protagonist entered the building. The criminal decided that he needed to return to the forest before they arrived here, but he heard the sound of footsteps and his eyes widened. Yoon-seong slammed the doors of the factory. Opening his mouth, the boy said that he knew that the enemy would try to hide here. The boy was surprised that the enemy had found the transformer. Raising his eyebrows, the killer wondered how his brother had managed to get here so quickly. Young-soo blocked the door with a crossbar from the street side. The man held the door tightly. The student said that the cameras had been turned off from the beginning. Putting his hands in his pockets, he explained that he had implanted a bug in his brother's body while he was unconscious and always knew where to look for it. Hearing this, Yoon-chul's mouth opened in fear. Remembering how Young-soo dragged him through the forest, the protagonist explained that he had been watching them from the beginning. Pointing his finger at the enemy, Yoon-seong asked why he thought there was no one else here. The criminal frowned in confusion and asked what that meant. The man was holding a gas can. Frowning, Young-soo wondered why they had gone so far. As he spilled gasoline in the forest, he thought about why his friend had decided to take revenge in this way. Hearing that he was sad about such an ending, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. Looking up, the young man said that the method of his revenge was predetermined from the very beginning. The man looked at him in amazement. The student explained that revenge was just a convenient excuse because he also had many crimes on his conscience. Remembering his fights with enemies, the main character said that he crossed both social and moral boundaries for the sake of personal revenge. Looking down, Yoon-seong said that he wanted to end it once and for all. The heroes looked at each other. The boy asked his friend to send all the collected data to the relatives of the victims. Young-soo looked down sadly. The guy said that they should find out about the revenge committed. There was a video camera on his chest. Straightening his jacket, he asked if the enemy managed to understand what was really going on. Smelling gasoline, Yoon-cheol angrily clenched his teeth. A villain always awaits a terrible end. The young man took a lighter out of his pocket. Looking up, the student explained that he would show the victim's relatives the criminal's death. In his mind, he saw the killer, his mouth wide open and screaming in pain. Showing him the lighter, the protagonist promised to show them everything. He knew that he had also become a villain to someone. Sehun's wife hugged their crying daughter. Memories of Juchin sitting in a wheelchair flashed through his mind. The old man lay in a broken car and smiled. On the shelf was a memorable photo of An-hyun. The whole family was smiling. Yoon-seong decided to prove his willingness to take responsibility for his actions. The lighter caught fire. The guy said that this was the end and threw the lighter on the floor. The light from the fire illuminated Yoon-cheol's face. Standing in the middle of the fire, the young man declared that it was time to pay for their sins. This was his final act of revenge. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist decided that they would go to hell together. The tattoo depicted a woman holding a torch. Yoon-seong stood in the middle of the fire, inviting his brother to come down. He clenched his fists and said that it was time to end everything. Yoon-seong leaned on the railing. The hero said that there was nowhere else to run. Yoon-seong glared at him and asked if he had really decided to go all the way. He sighed. His gaze became distant, deciding that he didn't care. Yoon-seong looked at him silently. Yoon-seong suggested ending this painful relationship. He jumped off, walked towards the hero and said that he had thoroughly prepared for his revenge and had put in a lot of training. Yoon-seong looked at his brother and said that this wasn't just training. This was. Haben folded his arms and said that Muay Thai techniques are very similar to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but there are still differences. He said that Muay Thai is a fighting style that came from the Philippines, used in Jiu-Jitsu fights. It focuses on causing damage, such as biting and gouging eyes. Yoon-seong said to fight. He looked at Haben and said that this is what his master taught him, how to fight against him. He remembered how Yoon-seong killed. He had no money, so he killed his own father. He has committed all kinds of crimes, including attempted theft, attempted murder, and causing grievous bodily harm. He is the worst criminal, sentenced to life imprisonment, unable to distinguish between good and evil. Haben frowned at the hero. To confront him, he did not just train. He had to prepare for a fierce fight. Yoon-seong got into a fighting stance. He was going to fight to the death. He said what his master had taught him. Yoon-cheol took a fighting stance. The hero said that this was not just training. Yoon-seong clenched his fists and said that he had taught him how to kill him. He took off. Yoon-cheol looked at him calmly. He threw the first punch. The hero dodged. He began to punch non-stop. He began to strike with his elbow. Yoon-seong raised his fist and threw the first punch. Yoon-cheol screamed. He grabbed the hero's jacket. He hit him with his knee. He threw him aside. Yoon-seong took off. Yoon-cheol blocked. The hero's leg was flying at his face. He fell to the floor, thereby dodging. Yoon-seong looked at him. Yoon-cheol caught him in a hold. He stared blankly at the camera. He pushed the hero. The hero swung his knee. He hit him in the face. The brother jumped back, blood spurting from his nose. He dodged the new blow, looked to the side, threw up some dust. Yoon-seong began to squint. His face was covered in dirt. Yoon-seong grabbed him, screamed, and threw him to the ground. He swung. The hero stuck his foot out. 2 fingers flew into the hero's eyes. Blood splattered onto the camera. The hero managed to stick his finger into Yoon-seong's eye. His brother's fingers missed. Yoon-seong gritted his teeth and screamed. He grabbed the hero by the throat, raised his fist, started to punch quickly. Yoon-seong put his hand out to block. Yoon-seong punched him relentlessly. The hero was slammed into the floor. His brother was destroying his face. He punched mercilessly. The hero's hand went limp. Fire consumed the entire room. Yoon-seong froze. He looked at the camera in fear. Yoon-seong opened his eyes abruptly, pushed away, and sank his teeth into his brother. He screamed. He looked at the pipe lying nearby, grabbed it, and stabbed it into the hero's back. He began to stab his brother multiple times. He screamed and pierced the hero's back. Yoon-seong stared forward. He punched him in the forehead. Yoon-seong fell to the floor. He stretched his arms out in front of him and screamed. Yoon-seong grabbed his leg. He twisted it and grabbed his ankle. He twisted his knee. Yoon-seong screamed. Yoon-seong looked at his brother with his leg twisted. He was crying. and he began to punch him in the face. Yoon-seong screamed, losing his teeth. Yoon-seong swung again. He punched his brother in the face. He stood up, swung again. He remembered how happy he was with his mother. He hit. He remembered the family photo. He continued to beat. He remembered his nervous father. Yoon-seong screamed and cried. He remembered the whole happy family. He remembered his revenge. His brother's hand shook. Yoon-seong screamed like a wounded animal. The hand went limp. The ceiling began to collapse. Yoon-seong looked away. Yoon-cheol was dead. Another tear rolled down the hero's face. He remembered himself as a child. He bit his lips. He looked at the family photo on the broken phone. He grabbed his jacket and began to scream frantically. He was crying. Debris was falling around him. Several were already above his head. 4 years later, a TV studio. The guy screamed for no reason and asked what they were even talking about. He waved his hand and asked how it was possible in a state governed by the rule of law to apply personal sanctions. Joanna waved her hand and asked for clarification, but the guy said he meant something else. He looked at the girl and said that he admitted that since that day, South Korea has been in complete disarray and he personally saw how much everything has changed. The audience looked at Joanna. Among them were Young-soo and Sujin. The guy asked first to find out how such a practice could be applied in a state governed by the rule of law. He screamed that the very foundations were shaking. Joanna was silent. The guy said that she also knew how much Yoon-seong's death affected the current situation, so he froze. The girl said that he was right. She looked down and said that Yoon-seong's death changed a lot. She said that he had chosen this whole path for himself. Yoon-seong looked up tiredly. Yoon-seong was lying on the floor. Yoon-seong looked at him. He looked down tiredly. Debris was falling on him from above. They covered the entire room. Yoon-seong was covered in fire. Yoon-seong was still sitting. He was sweating heavily. Blood was flowing from the wounds on his back. He turned to his father. He imagined his smiling father and said that it was over. He looked up, turned to his little sister. Grandma, Nuna and Onhyun were smiling at him. He imagined his sobbing mother. He clenched his fist and said that it was over. Yoon-seong was being devoured by fire. The hero said that he had been running so desperately all this time. He breathed tiredly, said that now. He began to fall. He said that now it was time to take a break. He fell next to the corpse. He stared into space. He knew. There was fire all around. There was debris. He knew that revenge always ended like this. More debris fell on him from above. He understood that everything would come to one ending. Flames flew apart from huge pieces of metal. After all, he thought, you can't always return revenge with revenge. Yoon-sung opened his eyes again. He imagined Sehun's family, thought that he, too, had become a villain in someone's eyes. He imagined his laughing daughter, decided that it was time to pay the bills. He opened his eyes again, thought that he felt a little ashamed in front of his mother. He imagined his father and sister. Now he would finally be reunited with his family. They waved at him happily. Yoon-sung stood in front of them, sad. He looked ahead, scared. They hugged him. The little boy looked ahead, shocked, and tears came to his eyes. He turned to his sister and dad. He hugged them tightly. He closed his eyes, tears flowed. He thanked them in his mind. The stones were approaching his body. They were getting closer and closer. The hero was going to answer for all his sins. Darkness fell. The stones crushed Yoon-sun's head. More began to fall from above. The prison was covered in fire, and a moment later there was an explosion. Joanna said seriously that, whatever the case, one cannot justify actions committed for the sake of revenge. She raised her hand, said that she agreed with the opponent's statement and recognized that it could shake the foundations of society, and she understood that such a thing would set a precedent. She looked at him coldly. She could say one thing with certainty. She looked at the audience and said that their country would not change without a serious push. She said that until the situation heated up to the limit, everything would remain the same. She said that until someone leads, nothing will change. The audience looked at her sullenly. She asked if they hadn't been closing their eyes the whole time, covering their ears so as not to hear the desperate cries of the victims. The opponent looked away. Joanna said that while they were crying and screaming, South Korea had not changed one iota. People were watching her speech on their phones. She said that the lives of many of them were just numbers on paper, but the death of one could lead to change. Joanna looked down, said if Yoon-sung's death made society change. She glared at the opponent and said that he would be glad. Everyone clapped and said that it was excellent. They expected nothing less from Miss Joanna. They stood up and asked if it was time to leave now. Today they were going to visit Yoon-sung. The chamber with Yoon-sung's ashes, among many others. On one of the bouquets was a message from Haben. Joanna said that 4 whole years had passed. The hero's friends looked at his grave. She noticed that time was flying by. Everyone looked down sadly. Joanna said that when she thought back on everything she had gone through, she couldn't believe that so much time had passed. Jong-soo said that he still felt lousy. He said that the police and firefighters had arrived. Someone had definitely called them in advance. Then the reporters and all the news literally exploded. Jong-soo looked at Park, who said that he was leading to the fact that all along he had been assisting in the crime. Jong-soo said that it was not a crime. Lee screamed and said that it was a complete disaster. He said that the hero had not only escaped from prison, but had kidnapped and held a hostage. Jong-soo was silent. The detective asked if he really thought they didn't know that he had helped him. Lee said that the entire building had blown up and there was a fire raging around. He asked if the man understood the scale of the danger. He pointed at him and said that during the investigation it turned out that the hero had many accomplices, prison employees, drivers. Jong-soo was silent. The detective asked if he was going to answer or what. Now the hero's friends were standing in front of his grave. The detective asked, "Who is this Yoonsun?" That a whole crowd volunteered to help him. Joanna closed her eyes. She thought about Yoonsun. She asked him if he had found happiness. She remembered their first meeting. He seemed so small to her, but now she understands that he was much more serious than she was. At first, no one could even believe that he was gone. Everyone began to cry. They looked at the hero's photograph. Now, it seemed, they had come to terms with it. She put down the bouquet. She promised him that she would do everything so that his death would not be in vain. She knelt down in front of a pile of flowers, promised that they would make sure that all his merits would not sink into oblivion. They would live and remember him. She looked at the flowers. She shuddered. Her hand reached for the note. She took it in her hand. They asked her what it was. Did someone really write something nasty? Joanna began to cry. She read the note and cried. She read the hero's last words addressed to Miss Joanna. She burst into tears. The hero greeted her. He wrote, "If she is reading this, that means." Everyone began to console her. He was gone. He wrote that he was happy to be with all of them. They were all very dear to him. Young-soo frowned. He asked them not to be sad that he was gone. Soo-jin gently touched the girl. If his sacrifice had changed the world even a little, he would already be satisfied. He wrote that that was all, thanked them for their help and support. He wrote to live happily ever after, always theirs, Yoon-seong. The girl's hand was shaking. And also, there was an inscription in the folded corner. The hero wrote that he really enjoyed her debate today. Joanna hugged the note lovingly. Everyone hugged her. The hero wrote that some people believe that a sense of justice is not an excuse. He agreed with that. He had committed many crimes, and he was not going to look for excuses for himself. But still, if he had anything left to do, it was to accept retribution and repent for what he had done. The cripple in the hero's sweatshirt was walking down the street among the crowd. He wasn't going to cover up and run away from what he had done and not rush to do righteous deeds. He meant admitting and accepting his own mistakes, living a life of repentance and accepting responsibility. A scar appeared under the hood. He wrote that he would not forget. Even if one ear was torn to shreds and one leg did not move, he would live with this. After all this, the cripple walked through the crowd. This is the principle of one who has made many mistakes. This is the truth of a repentant sinner. Even if you have received forgiveness, you must pay for your sins, desperately hoping to one day become a full-fledged part of society. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.